An excavator operator unwittingly unearthed a metallic sphere, which bestowed upon him astonishing X-ray vision. Thus began his extraordinary journey of treasure hunting and exploration. Imperial green jade, extraterrestrial meteorites, legendary antiques. A plethora of rare treasures fell into his possession. Chapter 1. Unearthing Treasures. Clang, clang, clang. At a certain riverbank along the Yangtze Blue City stretch, Tang Sung-in brought the excavator's bucket down heavily, scooping a bountiful load of sand and gravel. He smoothly elevated the excavator's boom, slightly retracted the arm, then pivoted to the left, seamlessly depositing the load into the bed of a triaxle truck, producing a chorus of clanking sounds. Tang Sung-yuen was an excavator operator. This monotonous existence had stretched into its 5th year. Initially, he had approached the operation of heavy machinery with ardor. Now, it merely served as a means of subsistence. What boy could resist the allure of operating an excavator, even if only with toys? The overcast sky of early March hung heavy with gloom as Tang Sung-in tirelessly controlled the excavator. Suddenly, the intercom nestled in the cup holder crackled to life. "Little Tang, how many times must I remind you to work faster? Get that truck loaded adequately, do you hear?" On the other end was Lu Wei, the overseer of the excavator operations at the gravel factory, reputedly the nephew-in-law of the factory's second boss. Tang Sung-yuen picked up the intercom, responding coolly, "Understood." "Understood? You barely earn your keep, dragging your feet day after day." Lu Wei's ire only mounted. Yet Tang Sung-yuen chose to disregard him, continuing with his work as if nothing had happened. An orphan, he had lost his adoptive parents 5 years ago and had a younger sister still in school. As the family's breadwinner, he endured the unreasonable torment that came with the job. As a laborer, Tang Sung-yuen approached each task with diligence. With the throttle always pushed to its limit, he endeavored to fill each truck to the brim. Yet Lu Wei, in his capacity as supervisor, remained dissatisfied. This year marked the commencement of work at this gravel factory, and Tang Sung-yuen had accepted the invitation to join. The initial days had gone smoothly, but lately, he sensed a growing animosity from Lu Wei, who frequently nitpicked him with arbitrary critiques. Whether citing deficiencies in his technical skills or accusing him of laziness that hampered the overall workflow, Lu Wei's constant berating grew tiresome. In all honesty, excavating pebbles along the Yangtze River hardly required specialized skills. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp sound of metal snapping erupted from the control panel. Tang Sung-yuen felt an unusual tremor in the joystick, indicating that the excavator's bucket had struck something hard. Raising the bucket, he gasped in disbelief. One of the teeth had snapped clean off. Reluctantly, he shifted to another spot and managed to finish loading the truck before calling out on the intercom. "Lu Gong, one of the bucket teeth has broken. I need to replace it." Unwilling to report the incident, he dreaded Lu Wei's potential reprimand for any failure to follow protocol. "Hurry up! It's always something with you," came Lu Wei's impatient retort over the intercom. Tang Sung-yuen suppressed a sigh, his exasperation palpable. With 5 years of experience, he had never encountered such an unreasonable supervisor. Was he excavating a personal vendetta against him? Hampered by this relentless scrutiny, Tang Sung-yuen positioned the bucket on a flatter area and, rummaging through the toolbox, secured a spare tooth, proficiently installing it within moments. Returning to the cab, he reignited the machine, driven by curiosity about the object that had manifested such damage to the excavator's teeth. His intuition indicated the object dug up would not be large. Yet to his astonishment, as he excavated again, he uncovered a shiny, metallic sphere. About the size of a ping-pong ball, its surface gleamed with an unparalleled smoothness. It was evident that the excavator's tooth had struck this orb, leading to its abrupt fracture. The true nature of this sphere, however, eluded him. What material was it that could withstand such force? Moreover, this location, shaped by geological evolution over millennia, shouldn't house any modern artifacts. How could it possess such an object? Contemplating these questions, Tang Sung-yuen leapt from the excavator and bent down to pick up the sphere. Aside from its striking appearance, it resembled a regular stainless steel ball, deceptively ordinary despite seemingly possessing the might to destroy an excavator's tooth. Yet the scene that unfolded next left Tang Sung-yuen wide-eyed in shock. The metallic sphere suddenly appeared to come to life, smoothly burrowing into the palm of his right hand. More accurately, it melded into his skin in less time than it takes to blink. What on earth was this phenomenon? How had it achieved such a feat? He squeezed his palm, feeling no trace of a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. But soon, even more astonishing events transpired. His vision, transformed his palm, was no longer merely a hand. He realized he could see through his skin, perceiving the intricate networks of bones, ligaments, and membranes, as well as the flesh and vascular structures within, all laid bare before him in perfect clarity. As he shifted his gaze to other objects, he felt as though he had stepped into a holographic projection where the internal structures of every item became apparent to him. The inner workings of the excavator, the configuration of various pipes and wires, all barriers dissipated under his newfound sight. Moreover, when he focused intently on a particular object, an elaborate display of information accompanied it. For instance, upon glancing at the excavator's fuel electronic pump, which ordinarily required a cover to be lifted for inspection, he could see its components unobstructed. Details such as the manufacturer's name, specifications, functionality, and even where rates were effortlessly accessible. Had he unlocked the extraordinary gift of X-ray vision? Tang Songyuan's emotions swirled between astonishment, exhilaration, and sheer joy. No, this seemed to be beyond mere X-ray vision. Could it be that the metallic sphere granted him this extraordinary ability? How had it integrated itself into his being? Was it continuously active? Surely, such constant all-encompassing vision would be impractical. It likely required a conscious trigger to activate and deactivate. In the midst of his musings, his vision shifted back to its normal state. An overwhelming surge of delight coursed through him. Testing the ability once more, he effortlessly initiated his X-ray vision, marveling at its ease and reliability. He felt compelled to offer it a 5-star rating. Tang Songyuan could not restrain his laughter. As the saying goes, the affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutations. He was merely excavating mud and sand, yet had effortlessly acquired remarkable powers. His gaze drifted to his torso, with a mysterious sphere nestled quietly within his chest. Despite possessing this enigmatic object, he felt no discomfort. It seemed as though it existed in a liminal state, merged with his physical form, yet separate in space, an enigma of extraordinary proportions. Just then, the intercom crackled with Lu Weiss' irksome voice. Tang Songyuan, what on earth are you doing? Replacing a bucket tooth shouldn't take this long. Get back to work. Damn it. Tang Songyuan cursed under his breath, disabling his X-ray vision and returning to the excavator's cabin. Whatever the case, he resolved to take each day as it came. Excavating pebbles required minimal skill while operating the machine. Tang Songyuan reactivated his X-ray vision, eager to delve deeper into the potentials of this newfound ability. Once again, the all-encompassing vision unfolded before him, revealing not just the objects above ground, but also unveiling the treasures hidden just beneath the surface. Beneath the riverbank, the intricate arrangement of gravel and sand lay before him, unobstructed by anything. There were no time limitations. He could observe as long as he wished, though the only caveat was the underground visibility, which covered merely 1/5 of the range of surface objects. Above ground, he could command visibility within a 50-meter radius, but down below, it only extended around 10 meters. What was that? While reveling in this extraordinary capability, Tang Songyuan's gaze caught sight of an unusual stone not far behind him. It was a golden-hued rock, approximately the size of a grapefruit. The identification results emerged. Doghead gold ore, weighing 8.5 kilograms, with a gold content of 91.6 and a copper content of 4. Tang Songyuan's heart surged with excitement. Could it be possible that gold ore resided within the depths of the Yangtze River? Chapter 2. Preparedness. The stone lay buried over 10 meters behind the excavator from the Tang Songyuan era, ensconced within a layer of mud and pebbles, approximately 4 to 5 meters deep. The concept art of the Huhu gold is AI-generated content, intended for reference only. This is indeed a harbinger of wealth. As Tang Songyuan suppressed his bubbling excitement, he observed the surroundings in tandem with the excavator's rotation. The excavation zone where the machine resided was positioned at the lower left of the sand and gravel factory, having already excavated a deep pit of several dozen meters. Nearby, apart from the trucks transporting sand and gravel, 5 or 6 idle individuals were scavenging for stones. These individuals were not workers of the factory. Rather, they sought a peculiar type of stone known as the Yangtze Strange Stone, which, if found, could fetch several thousand or even tens of thousands. Whoever finds it, claims it, and the factory turns a blind eye, provided one remains discreet. Furthermore, on the edge of the deep pit stood a figure, gazing down upon the entire work area. Even from over 100 meters away, Tang Songyuan recognized this individual to be Lu Wei, the manager responsible for overseeing the machinery. This complicates matters. Tang Songyuan quelled his restless spirit, maintaining an impassive facade as he continued his excavation work, contemplating the opportunity to unearth treasures later that evening. His current work schedule involved 2 shifts, working around the clock with alternating days off, allowing for an hour of rest after lunch and dinner, plus a midnight snack, culminating in a total of 18.5 working hours per day. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dinner time finally arrived. Tang Songyuan concluded his tasks, tidied up, and leaped down from the excavator, heading towards the dining hall. The dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring 3 dishes, a soup, 2 meat, and 1 vegetable. Given that some roles at the sand and gravel factory required considerable physical exertion, Tang Songyuan found his bowl and chopsticks, rinsed them lightly with water, and filled his bowl with rice. Joining a table of fellow workers to eat. "Come on, Master Tang, have a drink," called a burly worker, shaking a beer in his hand. Tang Songyuan swallowed his mouthful and replied with a smile, "Drinking and driving don't mix. I still have to work tonight. Just enjoy yourself, Master Wang." The worker ceased his persuasion, laughing and chatting merrily with his companions as they drank and dined. After dinner, Tang Songyuan moved a small stool to sit at the entrance of the dining hall for a brief respite. Barely seated for a few minutes, he spotted Lu Wei approaching, a bag in hand, accompanied by a young man of 18 or 19. "Xiao Tang, have you eaten yet?" Lu Wei greeted him in an unusually friendly tone. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, and replied, "Just finished, Lu Gong. Is there something you need?" Lu Wei chuckled twice, casually saying, "Well, Xiao Tang, could you pass me the excavator keys?" Tang Songyuan felt a flicker of suspicion. Why would he need the keys? Although Lu Wei was the manager, he had no ability to operate the excavator. "What do you need the keys for?" Tang Songyuan inquired, maintaining his composure. Lu Wei's demeanor shifted, displaying irritation as he snapped, "If I ask for the keys, you should just give them to me. Why so many questions? Am I not entitled to request the excavator keys as the factory's machinery manager?" His patience waned, and his tone grew increasingly hostile. Unfazed, Tang Songyuan deflected, "The keys are on the excavator. I'll fetch them for you later." In truth, the keys were tucked away in his pocket, and there were 2 sets, one held by another driver. Lu Wei's expression softened slightly as he raised an eyebrow at Tang Songyuan, stating, "Very well, but let me inform you of something. You no longer need to report to work. Your position has been filled, and you can gather your belongings and head to the finance office to settle your wages." "What the hell? Why am I being inexplicably fired?" Tang Songyuan felt as if he had gained a supernatural insight. Whether or not he continued this job seemed inconsequential. However, voluntarily resigning and being dismissed were 2 entirely different matters. Didn't he have any pride? Moreover, he still had his eyes set on that golden nugget of doghead gold. "I'm sorry, Lu Gong, but I was invited by General Su. Even if I were to resign, it would require notification from General Su." Tang Songyuan replied defiantly, then added with a teasing smile, "It's just a job. I'm not clinging to it. Why not have Lu Gong call General Su? If General Su gives the word, I'll pack up and leave immediately." General Su was the factory's owner, wielding absolute authority over the establishment, though he rarely made an appearance. Lu Wei felt his pride wounded, his face darkening as he stepped closer to Tang Songyuan, his finger menacingly pointing towards his nose. "Listen carefully, don't use General Su to pressure me. It's not me making things difficult for you. It's Zhang's orders. With your level of skill and your lazy attitude, your work quality has severely affected the factory's efficiency. I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, don't expect to receive a single penny of your wages." Zhang, as Lu Wei referred to him, was the factory's second in command, overseeing daily operations. Tang Songyuan smirked disdainfully. Pulling the excavator keys from his pocket and standing up, he dangled the keys between 2 fingers, letting out a soft huff through his nostrils. "That's not going to happen. The excavator belongs to General Su, and the keys were entrusted to me by him personally. If you want them, at the very least, General Su needs to call me." The message remained clear. Only upon General Su's directive would he relinquish the keys. Should General Su genuinely request it, Tang Songyuan would undoubtedly hand over the keys and proceed to settle his wages. There are plenty of opportunities elsewhere. The role of an excavator driver is not difficult to find. Besides, with his newfound insight, he had no fear of lacking prospects. But if Lu Wei attempted to wield his authority unjustly, Tang Songyuan was prepared to stand his ground. He had long grown weary of Lu Wei's petty harassment. I am not a pushover. Standing at 6 feet tall, Tang Songyuan towered over Lu Wei, who barely reached 5 feet 6, causing Lu Wei to feel a surge of intimidation. AS diners emerged from the cafeteria. They watched the confrontation with a sense of intrigue. Some even egged Lu Wei on. Come on, Lu Gong, just call General Su. It's just a matter of a few words. Others chimed in. Exactly. The factory belongs to General Su. The excavator belongs to him, and we're all hired by him. I see no difficulty in letting General Su have a say in this matter. You? Lu Wei's frustration boiled over as he surveyed the scene. Anger surging through him. Since becoming the factory manager, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Now, confronted by Tang Songyuan's defiance and the mocking remarks of onlookers, he found himself at a loss for words. Just wait. I'll have Zhang call General Su. Lu Wei spat out a threat before hastily departing with the young man in tow. Tang Songyuan's expression cooled as he observed Lu Wei's bag. Narrowing his eyes slightly, earlier, he had activated his insight to glimpse its contents. 3 bottles. One contained nitric acid, another hydrochloric acid, and the last held sodium bisulfite. Meanwhile, Lu Wei and the young man entered a dormitory, where Lu Wei instructed, wait here for a moment. I'll arrange things for you shortly. All right, Uncle San. The young man replied obediently. Lu Wei nodded, exited the room, and proceeded to a storage facility within the factory. After ensuring the area was clear, he cautiously retrieved keys and unlocked the door. When he emerged, his hands were empty. Everything is prepared, right? Just as Lu Wei was locking the door, a voice startled him from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by Zhang Zhengya, the factory's second boss. Upon hearing Lu Wei's response, Zhang nodded with a slight smile, saying, no need to rush. Let us wait until later tonight. Lu Wei eagerly agreed, then recounted the incident where Tang Songyuan had defied him. I brought Xiao Yong along, but that excavator driver, Xiao Tang, refused to hand over the keys, insisting he needed General Su to call first. Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, how has Xiao Yong been learning these days? Lu Wei patted his chest, responding with a grin. He has been learning from a renowned master in Blue City for over a month. He can handle the work at the sand factory without a hitch. He has nothing else to do at home. Although this job is tiring, it pays over 8,000 a month. Better than most jobs out there. Zhang replied, all right, I'll call Lao Su later. But you need to be cautious. You cannot disrupt the operations of the sand factory, or else I won't be able to protect you. Lu Wei patted his chest reassuringly, declaring, you need not worry, brother-in-law, I will handle matters without any issues. Tang Songyuan returned to his dormitory, yet secretly activated his perceptive vision to monitor Lu Wei's movements. He clearly observed Lu Wei entering the storeroom with a bag and engaging in conversation with Zhang Zhengya. The living quarters of the sand and gravel factory were not extensive, conveniently falling within the 50-meter range of Tang Songyuan's perceptual ability. Although he could not overhear their discussion, it was evident to Tang Songyuan that their conversation was likely to involve matters detrimental to his interests. Once their dialogue concluded and they parted ways, Tang Songyuan shifted his focus to the interior of the storeroom. The storeroom was meticulously organized, with various mechanical parts and supplies neatly arranged on different shelves. The only item that piqued Tang Songyuan's curiosity was a small gas cylinder located in the southeastern corner, accompanied by a spray gun, measuring cups, crucibles, and assorted vessels. Adjacent to these items stood a locked cabinet. Tang Songyuan's mind began to speculate as he concentrated his vision inward. To his astonishment, the cabinet's drawer contained 2 gleaming pieces of gold ore, brilliantly yellow and glimmering like gold nuggets. One weighed a substantial 6.7 kilograms, while the other was a respectable 4.5 kilograms. This was undeniable evidence. Tang Songyuan finally grasped Lu Wei's intention behind purchasing hydrochloric and nitric acid. He planned to mix hydrochloric acid with nitric acid to create aqua regia, which would then be used to purify the gold. This sand and gravel factory not only produced various construction materials but also yielded gold sand, a fact that was no secret within the facility. Excavators would scoop up the silt mixed with sand and gravel from the riverbed, transporting it to a designated funnel for unloading. Subsequently, a powerful spray gun would wash the mixture, facilitating the separation of materials. Heavier pebbles would be conveyed away on a conveyor belt, crushed into sand and gravel for construction, while lighter silt would flow through a downward channel with water. The channel was lined with a blanket, allowing the heavier gold sand to be trapped, ultimately collected by a trusted individual of the owner. Tang Songyuan had heard that one could accumulate 2 to 3 taels, or even half a jean of gold sand in a single day. The Yangtze River's upper reaches led to the Jinsha River, and Blue City had long been steeped in tales of gold panning. However, given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that these 2 pieces of gold had been surreptitiously discovered by Zhang Jingye and Lu Wei, who intended to keep them for themselves. Otherwise, Lu Wei would not be furtively planning to concoct aqua regia for gold extraction. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their clandestine scheme was fully revealed to Tang Songyuan through his perceptual vision. With the combined weight and purity of these gold nuggets, it was feasible to extract at least 10 kilograms of pure gold, amounting to a staggering value of 4 to 5 million. Given the current gold prices, the factory's monthly profit barely reached 3 to 4 million, and that was during good market conditions, not accounting for the collected gold sand. Master Tang was on duty. As the night shift approached, workers who had rested began to make their way to their respective stations, some calling out to Tang Songyuan as they passed by his dormitory. He responded with a smile. Shutting off his perceptive vision, and gathered a few bags to store his clothes, he then navigated around the living quarters and arrived at a rain shelter where more than a dozen motorcycles were parked. After retrieving his keys, he mounted an old motorcycle, started it, and rode directly to the vicinity of the excavator. As the night shift commenced and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Tang Songyuan summoned his courage to operate the excavator and began excavating the area where he had discovered the gold nuggets. With his perceptual vision active, any movement within 50 meters was within his sight, while actions beyond that range were obscured, merely appearing as if he were digging up silt in less than 10 minutes. With 2 trucks loaded and dispatched, Tang Songyuan had excavated the entire location of the gold nuggets, leaving behind a massive pit. Should anyone approach with a flashlight, they would undoubtedly glimpse the striking golden hue. However, this was all part of Tang Songyuan's plan. During the interval between vehicle returns, he swiftly scooped up the gold nugget, along with the surrounding silt, effortlessly extracting the piece resembling a crouching tiger. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, executed with precision and efficiency. Indeed, technology is the primary force of production. Using an excavator to extract ore was a breeze. Tang Songyuan felt a surge of elation as he rapidly repositioned the excavator's bucket closer to the driver's cabin. He then opened the cabin door, leapt onto the track, and dashed over, seizing the gold ore in his arms. He quickly returned, not sparing a glance, and placed the nugget into the small compartment behind the driver's seat. As the headlights of an approaching truck illuminated the distance, he resumed operating the excavator nonchalantly, preparing to load the vehicle. He had struck gold. An overwhelming sense of joy, excitement, and wild exhilaration surged within Tang Songyuan. In his lifetime, he had collected money, gathered rice stalks, and even fished in ditches, but discovering gold ore was a first. The thought of wealth filled his mind with delight. If given the choice, who wouldn't he want to be rich? Furthermore, much like those who collect stones, whoever finds it owns it. Nevertheless, Tang Songyuan understood that he could not yet afford to feel completely secure until he safely transported the gold nugget out of the sand and gravel factory. He remained in a precarious situation. As midnight approached, the hour for a late-night snack arrived, with workers shutting down machines and gradually heading to the living quarters. Tang Songyuan first wrapped the gold nugget tightly in several layers of black plastic bags before placing it into a cloth bag. He then descended from the excavator, finding the area devoid of any onlookers. Quickly, he unlocked the storage compartment beneath the motorcycle seat and stashed the bag containing the gold ore inside. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief. Feeling content as he mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the living quarters. Chapter 4. Prodigal Pursuits. After washing his hands at the sink, Tang Songyuan leisurely made his way to the cafeteria for a late-night snack. The offerings were rather mundane, consisting merely of ordinary noodles. However, like most workers, Tang Songyuan did not mind and filled the bowl, devouring it with gusto. Just as he was eating, Lu Wei unexpectedly emerged from somewhere, surveying the diners and loudly announcing, "A large hole has formed in the sieve. Tonight, aside from the maintenance crew, everyone else is off duty, so head back and rest early." For the workers, the prospect of not having to work overtime was certainly a cause for celebration, leading to exclamations of joy. Haha, I'm full. Time to clock out and take a stroll down Fengqing Street. One worker chimed in. Old Huang, after a full day's work, can you still manage to wander about? Of course. Must I be the one to do everything? After a long day, can't I indulge a little? The cafeteria was soon filled with a festive atmosphere. In less than 10 minutes, the bustling crowd that had just gathered for dinner began to disperse. Some workers, residing nearby, headed straight home. Tang Songyuan's home was 7 to 8 kilometers away, and since he was provided with lodging here, he usually did not return. However, today was different. He needed to leave promptly with the gold or he had discovered. Yet he did not depart immediately. After finishing his noodles, Tang Songyuan, as was his custom, returned to his dormitory in a leisurely manner, washed up, and settled into bed to play with his phone. However, his attention remained fixed on the storeroom where Lu Wei was scheming. He had ample reason to believe that Lu Wei granting the workers time off was merely a ruse to create an opportunity for himself to refine the ore. Moreover, with all the necessary materials prepared, the sooner he acted, the better. If you are unclean, do not blame me, he mused as he lay in bed scrolling through Douyin. He lost track of time, and before he knew it, it was past 3 in the morning. Just as Tang Songyuan was on the verge of slumber, he noticed no activity within the storeroom. Lu Wei, under his perceptual scrutiny, appeared to be merely playing with his phone in the office. Seemingly unfazed, he continued to fight off sleep, meticulously monitoring Lu Wei's movements. After all, he had no work scheduled for the following day and possessed the patience to endure. AT-350. Zhang Jingye approached Lu Wei. The two exchanged a few words, after which Lu Wei summoned the earlier young man, and the three proceeded toward the storeroom. Lu Wei cautiously opened the storeroom door, instructing the young man to stand guard outside, allowing only himself and Zhang Jingye to enter. Under Zhang Jingye's direction, Lu Wei retrieved a large open glass container and began pouring hydrochloric acid into it. Indeed, they were clandestinely concocting aqua regia to refine gold. Observing this development, Tang Songyuan felt a surge of confidence. He promptly sat up in bed, donned his clothes and shoes, and stealthily made his way towards the rain shelter. This time, he refrained from starting the motorcycle. Instead, he pushed it out of the factory gate, all while keeping a vigilant eye on the storeroom's activity, and dialed a number. After nearly half a minute, the call connected, and an impatient voice responded. What is it? Why are you calling in the middle of the night? Alongside this voice, Tang Songyuan could faintly hear the sounds of mahjong tiles clacking. What the hell? They're still playing mahjong at this hour. How addicted can one be? Why is your heart so vast? Tang Songyuan smirked, covering the microphone as he spoke. Mr. Su, after the midnight meal, Lu Wei sent all the workers home. Just now, when I got up to use the restroom, I stumbled upon Lu Wei engaged in something extraordinary. On the other end of the line was none other than Su Guanglin, the big boss of the sand factory. Tang Songyuan deliberately omitted mentioning Zhang Jingye, as Zhang was considered Su Guanglin's partner, while Lu Wei's status was merely that of a slightly senior worker. What extraordinary matter? Su Guanglin's tone remained impatient, and he played his card, 80,000. Tang Songyuan continued, I discovered it quite by accident, Mr. Su. Do not accuse me of being a whistleblower. Get to the point. Calling me at this hour and rambling on, are you hoping for a reprimand from me? Su Guanglin's emotions teetered on the edge of fury. He must have lost quite a bit tonight. Tang Songyuan then said, I saw Lu Wei picking up 2 pieces of gold ore on the production line. And today he purchased a significant quantity of chemicals. He is currently refining gold in the storeroom. Naturally, he had not witnessed Lu Wei's actions firsthand, but it was prudent to say so for now. While it might be acceptable in other locations, it became questionable on the production line. Moreover, the unwritten rule was that whoever picked it up owned it, but if Lu Wei were caught refining it by Su Guanglin, it would spell trouble. What did you say? Su Guanglin was evidently agitated, springing to his feet and nearly overturning the mahjong table. Tang Songyuan assured him, this is a veritable truth. Even if I were to fabricate a story, I could not conjure something so outrageous. Even now, I can still smell the foul chemical odor. I am not well versed in these matters. Could inhaling these gases be harmful? In truth, he had learned in high school that gold ore could be dissolved by aqua regia to produce tetrachloroauric acid, which would then undergo electrolysis to yield highly pure metallic gold, ultimately melted and cast into the desired shape. However, Su Guanglin did not allow him to elaborate further, nor did he respond before abruptly hanging up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Tang Songyuan revealed a smile, starting his vehicle and riding to a hidden corner where the streetlight did not reach. Approximately 20 minutes later, a car rushed through the gate of the sand factory, with Su Guanglin and 3 or 4 burly men hastily disembarking. At that moment, Lu Wei had just prepared the proportional mixture of Aqua Regia, and it had yet to reach optimal dissolving efficacy. Generally, Aqua Regia attains its peak oxidizing capability about half an hour after preparation, hence it is typically mixed in advance or on the fly. Su Guanglin strode purposefully to the storeroom entrance, where a young guard, clearly unfamiliar with Su Guanglin, stood uncertainly. Seeing the imposing demeanor of the latter, he hesitantly rose, questioning, "Who are you looking for?" Su Guanglin, however, was disinterested in idle chatter. Shoving him aside as he reached for the storeroom door, he found it locked. After several futile attempts to pull it open, Su Guanglin's anger flared, and he turned to one of the burly men, saying, "Kick it open." The man glanced at the wooden door, took a step back without hesitation, and forcefully kicked the lock. With a loud crash, the door burst open. They beheld Lu Wei, who was about to use a pair of pliers to grasp a piece of gold ore, seemingly preparing to drop it into the beaker containing Aqua Regia. "Stop!" Su Guanglin roared. "For heaven's sake, stop, you foolish, wasteful fool." Chapter 5. I quit. The commotion startled both Lu Wei and Zhang Jingyan inside. Lu Wei nearly dropped the pliers. Should he lose grip and let the gold ore fall, even a splatter of this highly corrosive Aqua Regia on his skin would be devastating. "Mr. Su, what brings you here?" Zhang Jingyan murmured, staring at the furious Su Guanglin at the door. Su Guanglin scoffed, striding inside. As he entered, the chlorine gas emitted from the Aqua Regia made him stifle a sneeze. Indeed, they were preparing Aqua Regia. He was familiar with this process, having purified the gold sands collected by his trusted men at the sand factory in a similar manner. Furthermore, judging by the color of the solution, Su Guanglin knew they had not yet introduced the gold ore. "What on earth are you doing in the storeroom at this ungodly hour, creating such a foul stench?" Su Guanglin glared at Lu Wei and Zhang Jingyan. "We weren't doing anything." Lu Wei, feeling guilty, averted his gaze from Su Guanglin, stumbling over his words. Su Guanglin, growing increasingly annoyed, waved dismissively at the unpleasant odor before striding over to cover the beaker of Aqua Regia with a board. He then seized the gold ore from Lu Wei's pliers, inspecting it closely as he inquired, "Is this the only piece? Where are the others?" Lu Wei, his face pale, exchanged glances with Zhang Jingyan, then glanced at the 4 burly men Su Guanglin had brought. He hesitantly replied, "This is the only one." Su Guanglin snorted derisively, "Just this one? Do you take me for a fool? Based on the quantity of Aqua Regia, I know there's more. Keep yapping, and I might just have them put your hand in it. Or I could dig it out myself. Then we have no room for negotiation." As he spoke, the burly men made motions as if cracking their knuckles, clearly ready to act if things escalated. This Aqua Regia could dissolve even gold. If a hand were placed in it, there would be no saving it. The thought of such a fate horrified Lu Wei, but he dared not make a decision. Merely casting a glance at Zhang Jingyan. Zhang Jingyan, unwilling to deceive Su Guanglin, promptly donned a smile and retrieved the remaining piece of gold ore from the cabinet, presenting it with both hands. "Brother Su? Just these 2 pieces, which were picked up online a few days ago. I hadn't yet informed you. But since you've come personally today, it's best if you handle it yourself." Su Guanglin lifted both pieces in his hands, looking at Zhang Jingyan with disdain. "Do you realize this is naturally occurring gold ore, and you actually thought to melt it?" Zhang Jingyan, with a pained expression, responded, No, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Su Guanglin scoffed again, then slapped Lu Wei across the face, proclaiming, "Get the hell out of here, you wasteful fool. When Zhang introduced you to me, I had some trust, but your character is truly appalling. From now on, you are no longer employed at the sand factory. Get out immediately, and never let me see you again." He emphasized, "Remember, immediately." Lu Wei, covering his face in shock, felt as if struck by lightning. "No, Mr. Su, please let me explain." But Su Guanglin had no intention of hearing his explanations, barking, "Silence. Tomorrow, I will send someone else." "Zhang Jingyan, you understand my meaning, right?" Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Jingyan's forehead as he repeatedly affirmed, Understood. Su Guanglin's implication was clear. Lu Wei was Zhang Jingyan's responsibility, and he needed to handle the matter. Otherwise, if Su Guanglin dealt with it personally, the outcome would not be as simple. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan rode joyfully through the nighttime streets. He had just witnessed Su Guanglin's sudden intervention, which thwarted Lu Wei's plans and confiscated the gold Lu Wei had hoarded. Lu Wei had been a constant source of irritation for him, and Tang Songyuan had long harbored resentment towards him. Were it not for the meager wages he needed to survive, he would have preferred to not endure such grievances. Now that Lu Wei had been outmaneuvered and was facing Su Guanglin's wrath, he could hardly contain his delight. Moreover, the glimmering gold ore nestled beneath his seat. The thought alone was exhilarating. After riding for over 10 minutes, Tang Songyuan arrived at a small alley near the urban area of Lan City. He casually parked his dilapidated second-hand motorcycle against the wall at the alley's entrance. Glancing around cautiously, he carefully retrieved the wrapped gold ore from beneath the seat. Carrying the stone, he made his way back to his humble abode. Closing the door and drawing the curtains, he then switched on the light and unwrapped the plastic bag encasing the gold ore. The brilliant golden hue dazzled his eyes. It truly was gold. This was the moment he had been waiting for. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he fetched some water to meticulously wash away the dirt and grime from the surface of the gold ore. How stunning! It resembled a majestic tiger at rest, with its features distinctly visible upon closer inspection. After admiring it for a while, Tang Songyuan tucked the stone into his bedding, and that night, he fell asleep clutching it. Such a treasure was more comforting than holding a beautiful woman. The next morning, Tang Songyuan awoke to the insistent ringing of his phone. Groggy and still half asleep, he glanced at the screen to find it was a call from Su Guanglin. "Hello, Mr. Su." Tang Songyuan greeted weakly. Su Guanglin's voice revealed no discernible emotion. "Still asleep? Come to my office immediately." After hanging up the phone, Tang Songyuan reluctantly turned over and sat up on the edge of his bed. His mind was somewhat hazy from lack of sleep, and he sat there for a while, gradually piecing together the events of the previous day. With a thought, he activated his extraordinary vision, which provided him with an unobstructed view within a radius of 50 meters. On the second floor next door, a plump ant was tidying up, while Mr. Wang on the left was feeding his goldfish, and a newly moved young woman downstairs was practicing yoga. The posture and angle of her practice made Tang Songyuan internally exclaim that he had a remarkable martial technique that could descend from the heavens. At that moment, Tang Songyuan discovered another feature of his power. The extraordinary perspective not only allowed him to see through everything in a 360-degree holographic manner, but also enabled him to zoom in on details and zoom out for a broader view. Akin to viewing images on his phone, albeit with far greater strength and comprehensiveness. After studying his newfound ability for a while, Tang Songyuan noticed a sticky sensation on his body. He promptly closed his extraordinary vision, slipped on his slippers, and walked into the bathroom. While washing up, he noticed something unusual in the half-length mirror of the bathroom. His skin seemed to have become fairer. Previously, having worked on construction sites for an extended period and often stayed up late, his complexion had been somewhat dark and his pores rather enlarged. However, upon closer inspection, not only were his pores significantly smaller, but his skin also appeared much fairer. More accurately, his face seemed to have slimmed down a bit, making him look more attractive. Could that metallic sphere also have a transformative effect on the human body? Tang Songyuan pondered, scrutinizing himself in the mirror. Goodness. Due to prolonged sitting, the slight belly fat he had accumulated had also diminished considerably. Moreover, he felt as though he had grown a little taller. Though not dramatically noticeable, the sensation lingered in his mind. After admiring himself for a bit longer, Tang Songyuan finally felt content and tidied up, securely hiding the gold ore and locking the door behind him before heading downstairs to ride his motorcycle to the gravel factory. Upon arrival, he sensed that the atmosphere at the factory was somewhat peculiar. Dismissing his concerns, he walked straight into Su Guanglin's office at the gravel factory. Upon entering, he found Su Guanglin leisurely sitting in an office chair, with his feet resting on the desk. He was playing with a piece of doghead gold, while another piece lay quietly on the table. "Little Tang has arrived. Haha, take a seat." Su Guanglin greeted him with evident joy. If it weren't for Tang Songyuan warning him last night, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to seize such delightful pieces of doghead gold ore. Tang Songyuan sat down without much ceremony and asked, "Mr. Su, you called me here in such a hurry. Is there something you need?" Su Guanglin chuckled and replied, "I called you here to share some good news." He waved the piece of doghead gold ore in his hand and continued, "Thanks to your timely report last night. Otherwise Lu Wei would have wasted it with that." He indignantly withdrew his feet from the desk, standing up to say, "This naturally formed doghead gold or has a decent gold content, but in terms of value, it is even higher than gold itself. Specifically, its collectible value can sometimes multiply by 3 to 5 times, or even 10. Lu Wei, that scoundrel, actually wanted to dissolve them with aqua regia." He walked over to Tang Songyun and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You're quite clever, but you needn't worry. I've already kicked Lu Wei out, so he won't have the chance to trouble you." Tang Songyun replied, "It's the least I could do." Su Guanglin chuckled again and added, "I've also heard that Lu Wei has been targeting you at work lately, frequently making things difficult for you. Thus, I'm going to authorize a bonus of 5,000 for you. Go to the finance department and collect it, Mr. Su. You make me feel quite guilty," Tang Songyun replied. Although 5,000 was a trivial amount compared to the 2 pieces of doghead gold ore, he had still gained something much larger and better. After contemplating for a moment, he finally spoke up. "Well, Mr. Su, I was actually planning to resign today." Su Guanglin's expression soured as he furrowed his brows and said, "Why on earth would you want to resign? I've just fired Lu Wei. After all, from now on, an old acquaintance of mine will manage the excavators. As long as you don't make any mistakes at work, I assure you that I won't shortchange you. Should Lu Wei dare to trouble you again, just let me know, and I'll have Zhang Jingye personally deal with him." "That's not the reason," Tang Songyun quickly clarified. "It's just that some unexpected family matters have arisen, and I must resolve them personally. So I must apologize to you, Mr. Su." Given that it was a family issue, Su Guanglin felt it inappropriate to pry further. What if Tang Songyun sought his assistance after revealing the details? Thus, he said, "All right then, I'll inform finance. You can go collect your wages shortly." Tang Songyun felt a surge of joy and stood up, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Su." Just as he was about to leave, Su Guanglin called out to him. In a low voice, he asked, "You seem awfully eager. You wouldn't happen to have found any gold ore, would you?" Chapter 6. What brings you here? Tang Songyun's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. Perhaps the other party was merely testing him or had spoken thoughtlessly. He smiled and replied, "Is it really that easy to find?" Su Guanglin had only said it in passing, and upon reflection, he too found it quite unlikely. After all, this was doghead gold ore, not just an ordinary pebble found by the riverside. If it were that easy to come by, it wouldn't be worth so much. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Never mind. You go on with your business." Tang Songyun chuckled nonchalantly and calmly exited Su Guanglin's office. He then made his way directly to the finance office. The finance room at the gravel factory was located near the exit, next to the weighing station, where weighing, charging, and general financial expenditures were handled. Tang Songyun knocked on the door, explained his purpose to the finance clerk, and handed over the excavator key. "Mr. Su has already called." The clerk took the key and placed it in her drawer, then calculated Tang Songyun's outstanding wages before saying, "You've worked 18 days this month, plus the bonus Mr. Su promised you, totaling 9,800. If that's all right, please sign here, 9,800, and they didn't even round it off." Tang Songyun silently grumbled but dutifully signed his name. After collecting his wages, he mounted his second-hand motorcycle and rode away from the factory without a trace of nostalgia, heading home. However, just as he had exited the gravel factory, he had to slam on the brakes abruptly. 3 men suddenly emerged from the roadside greenery, their expressions unfriendly as they stopped Tang Songyun's motorcycle. While he didn't recognize the other two, the leader was none other than Lu Wei. This moment, Lu Wei wore a sinister expression, wielding a wooden stick and glaring menacingly at Tang Songyun. 3 against 1. Lu Wei was now exemplifying what it meant to be unafraid. Tang Songyun felt a pang of dread. Could it be that they had discovered his reporting? What happened to the promise of confidentiality? Su Guanglin was utterly unreliable. "What brings you here?" Tang Songyun scanned the faces of the 4 and asked in a low voice. Lu Wei snorted coldly. "Stop with the pretentiousness. I'm asking you, did you notify Su Guanglin about what happened last night?" After being unceremoniously fired in the middle of the night, receiving not a single penny of his wages, and being thrown out of the gravel factory while getting beaten by a couple of burly men, Lu Wei was furious. Tang Songyun feigned confusion and replied, "Wasn't last night a holiday? Besides, what happened has nothing to do with me." "Cut the crap!" Lu Wei snapped, pointing the stick at Tang Songyun. "You were the only one left at the factory last night. If it wasn't you reporting me, then who could it be?" After returning home the previous night, he had been unable to sleep, and along with Zhang Jingye, they speculated about who had leaked the information, ultimately pinning the blame on Tang Songyuan. The rest had all been on holiday, leaving Tang Songyuan as the last one to leave until midnight, shortly before Su Guanglin arrived. Thus, he was the prime suspect. Tang Songyuan parked his motorcycle and swiftly dismounted. Outnumbered and facing hostility, being on the bike would only put him at a disadvantage. Strange, after having a late-night snack yesterday. I didn't see you at all. How would I know what you did? Why would I report you? Tang Songyuan, eyes wary, continued to defend himself, unless you did something shameful last night, like stealing. He hadn't actually seen Lu Wei do anything. He had only observed through his extraordinary vision, which had several rooms in between. Stealing my ass. Lu Wei was seething with rage and swung the stick at Tang Songyuan's head. He had come with the explicit intention of causing trouble. Having learned from Zhang Jingye that Tang Songyuan was at the gravel factory, bringing along a few of his brothers to confront him, he had long harbored a disdain for Lu Wei. Otherwise, he would not have frequently troubled him now. Having lost his job, his wealth, and even suffered a beating, it was only fitting to settle old scores along with new grievances. However, Lu Wei's response was swifter. Just as the words left his mouth, Tang Songyuan delivered a punch to his abdomen without hesitation. This blow was infused with Tang Songyuan's pent-up rage, and he held nothing back. Initially intending to mention Su Guanglin's promise to intimidate him, the situation escalated as Lu Wei approached with malicious intent and disrespect. Furthermore, Tang Songyuan had also been displeased with this fellow for quite some time, and today, he dared to block his way with accomplices. There are limits to what one can tolerate. Lu Wei let out a muffled grunt, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp, and then, against his will, he flew backward, propelled a good 3 to 4 meters away, his stick slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. What the hell? When did I become this strong? Tang Songyuan was equally astonished by his sudden surge of power. Could this be one of the anomalies brought about by the metallic sphere? There were no apparent changes to his physique, yet the force unleashed was exceptionally formidable. Damn it, this little brat actually dared to strike first. The other three, witnessing Lu Wei being sent flying, cursed angrily and rushed toward Tang Songyuan, fists clenched and brimming with wrath. Ha, just the opportunity one needed to test my strength. Rather than retreating, Tang Songyuan advanced, stepping forward and throwing out a pair of fists. Bang bang again, 2 resounding thuds echoed as Lu Wei's companions experienced the same fate. Their mouths twisted in agony, faces contorted in pain. Their bodies swayed like kites with severed strings before crashing to the ground with a thud. The two clutched their chests, crying out in pain, looking as though they were on the brink of death. The last one stood frozen in place, only to be effortlessly kicked aside by Tang Songyuan, who was filled with disdain. What utter weakness! Tang Songyuan marveled at his own strength, unable to suppress an exhilarated taunt. Lu Wei's trio clutched their injured spots, gazing in terror at the imposing figure of Tang Songyuan. How could this guy be so fierce? Tang Songyuan cast a scornful glance at the remaining 3, declaring, I am only targeting Lu Wei. You 3 are irrelevant. You may leave now, lest you find yourselves drenched in blood later. Consider this a warning. The 3 exchanged fearful glances, and as if granted a reprieve, they scrambled to their feet, stumbling away without a backward glance. What do you want? Observing Tang Songyuan approach with a menacing glare, Lu Wei's eyes widened in terror as he retreated, supporting himself on the ground. What do I want? Tang Songyuan sneered in response. You're the one who blocked my path in broad daylight, and you're asking me what I want. I should be asking you that. With that, he closed the distance, delivering a kick to Lu Wei's abdomen. No, please listen, shouting. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Wei, clutching his stomach, displayed a look of pain. At this moment, he recognized the gravity of his situation. Aware of Tang Songyuan's strength, he had brought along a few people to vent his frustrations. Little did he know, Tang Songyuan was far stronger than anticipated. Had this fellow trained at Shaolin Temple? Now, it was too late to plead misunderstanding. Tang Songyuan snorted, bending down to deliver a sharp slap across Lu Wei's face. This bastard had frequently sought opportunities to make his life miserable over the past few weeks, often hurling harsh words at him. Were it not for that pitiful job, Tang Songyuan would have longed to beat him so severely that he wouldn't recognize him. Slap, slap, slap. Tang Songyuan unleashed a flurry of blows, his large palms connecting repeatedly with Lu Wei's face. His visage swelled like a steamed bun, features merging into a grotesque semblance, no longer resembling a human, as blood trickled from his mouth and nose. Tang Songyuan finally felt a significant release of pent-up frustration. Let me not see your wretched self again. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time we meet. Tang Songyuan stood to the side, speaking with a fierce glare. Lu Wei shook his dazed head but hurriedly replied, Yes, I won't dare again. Get lost? Tang Songyuan spat on the ground in disgust, coldly stating. Having said that, he made his way to his second-hand motorcycle, mounted it, and rode away toward home. Lu Wei, one hand clutching his face and the other bracing against the ground, rose to his feet, watching Tang Songyuan's departing figure, filled with rage as he spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva in his direction. Are you all right? The three who had fled earlier had not gone far. Seeing Tang Songyuan leave, they returned from their hiding spot. Lu Wei pointed to his swollen, pig-like head, irate as he demanded, Do I look like I'm fine? Hurry and take me to the hospital. We didn't expect that the little brat you mentioned would be so formidable, one of them said with a grim expression. If it weren't for your connection with Xiaozhong and job hunting, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Before he could finish, Lu Wei, overwhelmed with fury, fainted, his vision darkening. Chapter 7. The Laws of Heaven and Justice. Xiao Yuan is back. Did you not work today? Upon returning to the alley, he was greeted by familiar neighbors. Tang Songyuan politely responded, Yes, uncle, didn't you go fishing today? The uncle shook his head with a sigh. The weather has turned cold. The fish won tea-bite. Tang Songyuan chuckled. I suppose you are just feeling weak and afraid of the cold. Are you looking for a fight? The uncle feigned a strike, but Tang Songyuan laughed heartily, dodging the gesture. Once home, he surprisingly did not feel tired. So he went online to research information about dog head gold and its selling channels. Since dog head gold is a naturally formed large gold ore, it is, in fact, more valuable than an equivalent weight of gold. Those pieces with better aesthetics, showcasing certain images of flora or fauna, possess collectible value, with some even fetching high prices at auction. The piece Tang Songyuan had discovered was undoubtedly one such specimen. Containing over 90% gold content and resembling a reclining tiger, such exquisite dog head gold or should command a considerable price. Before he knew it, noon had arrived, and Tang Songyuan suddenly remembered that today was Friday. His sister, Wei Qing, would be returning home at 3 o'clock. Wei Qing was a senior at Blue City No. 2 High School, consistently achieving above-average grades. In her teacher's words, she was on track for a first-tier university. Grabbing his keys, he stepped out again, spending half an hour at the nearby market and returning with a variety of dishes that Wei Qing loved. He then busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a feast to surprise her upon her return. However, as the clock approached 4 o'clock, the food began to cool, and Wei Qing still had not arrived. Feeling a twinge of worry, Tang Songyuan called her. Hello, brother, what's up? Wei Qing's voice soon came through the line. Tang Songyuan frowned slightly, inquiring, Isn't today Friday? I happened to be off work and made dinner. Did something delay you at school? He did not question why she was late. Rather, he asked if she had been held up by some matter. Wei Qing replied, Oh no, I'm just doing a part-time job handing out flyers on Shuefu Road with my classmates. We earn a dime per flyer. And after distributing 500, that's $50, I should be done by 5:30 at the latest. Why on earth did you decide to take on a part-time job? Tang Songyuan expressed his discontent, saying, Your priority should be studying diligently to prepare for next year's college entrance exams. Leave the money-making to me. Ever since their adoptive parents passed away, the siblings, though not by blood, had relied on each other and considered one another their only family. Oh, I understand. Wei Qing replied meekly, then added, But I have to finish today's work. I just have a few flyers left. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Okay. Tang Songyuan relented. All right then, just be safe. He heard Wei Qing respond, Okay, I know. Just as he was about to hang up, a sudden scream pierced through the line. Clearly, Wei Qing had encountered an unexpected incident, followed by the sound of her phone clattering to the ground. The line erupted into chaos, with coarse male voices, shrill female voices, and various shouts blending together. Amidst the din, Tang Songyuan could faintly hear Wei Qing crying, and then, abruptly, the sound ceased. What is happening? His heart tightened with worry for his sister's safety. Acting swiftly, he grabbed the keys from the table, hastily locked the door, and dashed downstairs to hop on his motorcycle, racing toward Shuefu Road. The distance from where they lived to Shuefu Road was not far. And feeling anxious, Tang Songyuan quickened his pace. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at the location. Before he could even steady his bike, he heard his sister's voice. "Let me say this once more. You were the one who wasn't watching where you were going and bumped into me, ruining my phone. I didn't ask you to compensate for my loss, yet you turned the tables and claimed I bumped into you. I hardly moved while distributing flyers." Hearing her voice, Tang Songyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, after losing their parents at such a young age, if they cried at every minor injustice, they would have been bullied to death over the years. It is precisely for this reason that Wei Qing's temperament has gradually transformed from gentle to resolute, embodying the spirited nature of a spicy-loving girl from Sichuan. "How much is your phone worth?" A crowd of around 10 onlookers had gathered, and the individual arguing with Wei Qing was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Clutching several fragments resembling broken bracelets, she exclaimed with a furrowed brow, "This is authentic Burmese jade. Do you even understand jade? My son spent nearly 100,000 yuan purchasing it from Burma. If you do not compensate me today, this matter will not end here." Though unfamiliar with the intricacies of jade from the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, he possessed an extraordinary ability for discernment. Upon examining the so-called jade bracelet in the woman's hand through his enhanced vision, it was revealed to be nothing more than a counterfeit made of glass. It was certainly not jade at all. Wei Qing glanced at the shattered pieces of the bracelet in her hand and scoffed. "You speak so casually. Just because you claim it cost over 100,000 doesn't make it so. Moreover, there are surveillance cameras here. We can easily check the footage to see who is at fault." As she spoke, she pointed towards the surveillance camera mounted at the entrance of a nearby shop. The middle-aged woman remained undeterred, retorting, "Check the footage. Is that even necessary? There are so many witnesses here. And it was you who bumped into me. Look at the gash on my hand from the fall that I assure you. I am not someone to be trifled with." At that moment, someone from the crowd interjected. "You, young lady, appear quite lovely, yet your heart seems devoid of compassion. You collided with her and refused to admit fault, and your words are so harsh." Another voice chimed in, "Exactly. This situation could have been resolved with a simple apology and a small compensation." Truly stubborn. The general sentiment was that the weak were deemed right, and the louder one shouted, the more justified they appeared. Observing the scene, Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow and directed his gaze towards the pointed camera. It was installed by a nearby merchant, and through his heightened perception, he could clearly see the surveillance feed connected to the shop's interior. A decision formed in his mind, and he swiftly purchased a pack of cigarettes. Striding towards the store, "Hello, may I inquire if the owner is present?" Tang Songyuan asked as he entered. A man in his 30s looked up from behind the counter and replied, "That's me. How can I assist you?" Tang Songyuan offered him a cigarette, but the man politely declined. "I apologize for the intrusion, but the girl outside distributing flyers is my sister. Your surveillance footage is the only means to prove her innocence." Anxiously, Tang Songyuan succinctly explained the situation and his request. To his surprise, the man became incensed, exclaiming, "What are those people doing blocking my entrance? Wait a moment. I will retrieve the footage for you." As he spoke, he began operating the computer at the counter to access the surveillance. Within 2 minutes, the footage was successfully retrieved, and the man kindly adjusted the screen's angle, inviting Tang Songyuan to view it alongside him. As expected, the footage revealed Wei Qing holding flyers and talking on the phone while the woman accidentally stumbled and knocked Wei Qing's phone to the ground. When the woman fell, she mourned the shattered bracelet for a fleeting 3 seconds. But upon seeing Wei Qing's phone smashed on the ground, her expression shifted to one of malevolence, ready to escalate the situation. Subsequently, she sat on the ground, tugging at Wei Qing's pant leg while shouting. Truly a case of turning the tables, shamelessly blaming others. The shop owner slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Come, I will make a copy for you. Let's see how she can deny it now." "Ah, I cannot thank you enough." Observing the footage where Wei Qing appeared flustered and later resolutely defending herself, as well as the onlookers' verbal assaults, Tang Songyuan felt a pang of discomfort. "I have another idea." As the footage was being copied, the shop owner suddenly spoke up. Tang Songyuan snapped back to attention, curious. "Oh, please tell me, owner." The shop owner grinned and pointed to the large screen across the street, saying, "Do you see that big screen? I happen to know someone from the advertising company. We just drank together yesterday. For 500 yuan, he can play the video repeatedly for 10 minutes. Tang Songyuan pondered for 3 seconds, pulled out his phone and declared, "Money is not an issue. I need it played immediately. If he said 500, then it would be 500. He still had some pride. The owner laughed heartily, gesturing towards the payment code on the counter. After making the payment, the owner sent a copy of the video to Tang Songyuan and called the advertising company, quickly securing their agreement to receive a copy of the footage as well. Feeling reassured, Tang Songyuan exited the shop with his phone in hand. The crowd had grown even larger. The woman was in full swing, squatting on the ground, wailing and lamenting. Is there any justice left? Is there any law? In broad daylight, someone collides with me and breaks my possessions, all while bullying an elderly person. Oh heavens, is there no righteousness left in this world? Chapter 8. Buying some lottery tickets, Tang Songyuan immediately squeezed into the crowd. And with his current physical strength, he quickly reached the front. While filming with his phone, he loudly proclaimed, "Auntie, you are correct. Whoever collides with someone should compensate. Isn't that the principle?" The woman, seeing Tang Songyuan's imposing stature, mistakenly assumed he was her supporter and wiped her tears, nodding in agreement. Exactly. How can one not take responsibility for causing an accident? What use is the law then? Tang Songyuan chuckled, pointing to the large screen across the street. Then let us all keep our eyes peeled to see exactly who collided with whom. According to what was just said, if this lady is the one who caused the accident, she should compensate the young girl for her phone. The truth cannot hide, and the falsehood cannot prevail. Let us all witness. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan's arrival, Wei Qing's eyes sparkled, but upon hearing his remarks, she purposefully pretended not to recognize him, remaining calm and focused on the unfriendly-faced woman. With Tang Songyuan's guidance, the dozens of onlookers shifted their gaze to the commercial screen across the street. The footage displayed Wei Qing cheerfully holding flyers and speaking on the phone just before the incident, followed by the woman entering the frame, stumbling, and subsequently wrongfully accusing Wei Qing. The crowd witnessed her vile demeanor in that moment. Moreover, several passers-by who witnessed the scene hurriedly distanced themselves, unwilling to get involved. While many uninformed spectators were drawn to the woman's cries. How ironic! Wei Qing gazed at the footage, her eyes shining with admiration. Though she was unsure how Tang Songyuan had managed this, his sudden appearance and the revelation of the truth through the footage had turned the tide. Brother, you are simply amazing. Oh, don't rush off. Tang Songyuan, while watching the video, activated his enhanced vision, keeping a close eye on the crowd, especially the woman's movements. As the surveillance footage played, the woman's expression shifted to panic. She withdrew her head and began to rise, preparing to flee. Tang Songyuan immediately intervened, determined not to let her escape. Finally, the situation was clarified, and the crowd prepared to redirect their ire. The woman's intentions were truly malicious. Despite being the one who caused the accident, she attempted to cast blame on the young girl. Nowadays, one encounters all types of people. Her antics were a disgrace to the citizens of Lan City. Now that the facts were clear, she should promptly compensate the young lady for a new phone. Faced with the crowd's sudden backlash, the woman's face oscillated between shades of blue and white as she suddenly erupted in a tirade. Her phone is broken, but my bracelet is also damaged. We should each mind our own business. No one should cause trouble for anyone else. She appeared grotesque and pitiful, scolding with a limp, when the crowd supported her. They were righteous, yet when their sentiments turned against her, it was mere meddling. Tang Songyuan sneered and remarked, "How is this not our concern? Just moments ago, you were the one sitting on the ground shouting, urging everyone to come and see how the young girl bullied you. But now it is glaringly obvious that you are the one playing the victim and falsely accusing her. Your vile face is being broadcast repeatedly on that large screen, and everyone can see it clearly. Do you think we are unaware of what you are thinking? What do you mean?" The woman defiantly clutched the fragments of her broken bracelet, her face a portrait of grievance. "I only know that my bracelet is ruined. A bracelet worth over 10,000 yuan. Just like that. Indeed, in comparison, a bracelet worth tens of thousands was far more valuable than a phone worth merely a few hundred. With her bracelet shattered, her loss was already significant, so she should not be so unyielding." An elderly gentleman stepped forward, attempting to mediate. "Oh, so now the one who suffers the greater loss is the one in the right?" Tang Songyuan coldly retorted, "Just a moment ago, we were discussing the principles of celestial justice and the law of the land, claiming that the one who collides with another must compensate. Now, are we to abandon reason?" The elder man's face flushed with embarrassment as he hoarsely exclaimed, "One should show mercy where possible. Young man, This matter has nothing to do with you. Why stir up trouble? In indignation, Tang Songyuan handed his phone to Wei Qing and said, "Little sister, if your phone is broken and you cannot call the police, use mine to report it." He then cast a disapproving glance at the woman, declaring deliberately damaging another's property, coupled with defamation, is serious enough to warrant criminal charges. Upon hearing the mention of criminal charges, the woman's face paled, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. She lowered her gaze, glancing about as if seeking an escape route. However, her earlier ruckus had drawn a crowd, leaving no opportunity for her to slip away. In an instant, her expression turned menacing. "Do not threaten me. I have a heart condition. If you push me too far, do you believe I might collapse?" Tang Songyuan was not swayed by her antics. Furthermore, through his keen perception, he could see that her heart was quite normal, save for a minor ailment in her knee. Seeing her obstinacy, he promptly dialed the police. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. "Look, that woman has started her antics again." Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing turned to see that the elderly lady had somehow crouched down, clutching her chest, her face contorted in agony as she wailed, "Oh dear, my heart hurts so much. Heaven, how can there be no justice? Two young people are bullying an old woman like me," as she cried out. She purposefully tousled her hair, striving for maximum melodrama. Witnessing her pitiful performance, Tang Songyuan felt a wave of disdain wash over him, unable to suppress a smirk. Was she attempting to play the role of a professional scam artist? The onlookers quickly discerned her ruse, pointing and murmuring, "What a character! Doesn't she realize there are cameras over there? She should at least act convincingly." Indeed, what could have been resolved with an apology had escalated unnecessarily. The situation momentarily reached a stalemate. The woman continued her theatrics, while Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing observed with cold detachment, as the crowd thinned only to have new spectators arrive. Approximately 15 minutes later, a police car arrived, and 3 officers emerged. "Who called the police?" The crowd parted to create a pathway, and the lead officer surveyed the scene before inquiring, "I did." Tang Songyuan raised his hand and briefly recounted the events. Throughout this, the woman continued to wail, attempting to interrupt and refute him. Yet the crowd's accusations and the live feed from the nearby monitor only served to corroborate the truth. After listening to Tang Songyuan's account, the lead officer assessed the situation and said, "Well, this matter should not have escalated, but look at the chaos it has caused. You 3 will need to accompany me to the station for further investigation." Upon hearing this, the woman turned ashen. She had no desire to visit the police station and quickly backtracked, saying, "Officer, I was wrong. I did indeed break that phone. Why didn't you say that sooner?" The officer's expression darkened as he signaled to his colleagues, "Take her to the station for further questioning." Upon hearing that she would be taken to the station, the woman crumpled, collapsing to the ground. "I won't go. I refuse to go to the police station," she wailed, throwing herself on the floor in a fit. Observing her antics, the spectators shook their heads in disapproval. If only she had known this would be the outcome. Indeed, she must be feeling quite embarrassed now. Failing to admit her mistakes and then trying to play the victim, she deserves every bit of this, but now it was too late for her. Thus, she was taken along with Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing to the nearby police station. At the station, Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing each provided their statements, while the woman was escorted to a separate interrogation room. She continued to cry and argue, attempting to evade responsibility. However, when the officer showed her the surveillance footage, she could no longer deny her actions. "I was wrong. I am willing to compensate for the damages." After a stern reprimand, she finally bowed her head and acknowledged her fault. Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing met with her again to discuss compensation. Ultimately, with the officers as witnesses, the woman agreed to reimburse Wei Qing for a new phone at the original price. Once all matters were settled, Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing left the police station and returned to the street where Tang Songyuan retrieved his secondhand motorcycle. He settled up with Wei Qing for her wages from handing out flyers and then took her to purchase a new phone. As they rode home on the motorcycle, with Wei Qing seated behind him. She remarked, "Brother, I'm so glad you came in time. Otherwise, I truly would not have known how to handle such a situation." Tang Songyuan smirked, saying, "All right, we can discuss it at home." Upon arriving home, Wei Qing nonchalantly tossed her small handbag onto the shoe cabinet by the door, changed her shoes, and stepped inside. Wow, why are there so many delicious dishes prepared, and it's not even a holiday? Looking at the bountiful spread Tang Songyuan had prepared, she couldn't help but feel her appetite awaken. Tang Songyuan, noticing the dishes had cooled, took them back to the kitchen to reheat, smiling, as long as there is food, that is all that matters. No need for further questions. Quickly wash your hands. I'll have everything ready shortly. Wei Qing obediently washed her hands, and when she returned, Tang Songyuan had set the warm dishes on the table. She wasted no time in grabbing her chopsticks and digging in heartily. Tang Songyuan served her a bowl of rice, saying, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Wei Qing grinned at him, playfully saying, "Thank you, brother." After finishing the meal, Wei Qing took the initiative to clear the table, while Tang Songyuan perused some information on his phone. "I plan to make a trip to the Magic City next Monday, and I'll be back in no more than a week." Once Wei Qing had tidied up, Tang Songyuan put down his phone and continued, "That piece of gold or from the dog head mine 1T find a market in a small place like Blue City. Even if it sells, it 1T fetch a good price. However, the Magic City is different. As the most economically developed city in the country. A small piece of gold or will hardly make a splash, but it will definitely sell for a better price." Wei Qing, surprised, exclaimed, "Ah, why are you going to the Magic City? Aren't you done operating the excavator?" Tang Songyuan smiled slightly, replying, "Well, my work there has concluded, and the wages have been settled, and my boss even gave me a 5,000 yuan bonus." "Oh, is that so?" Wei Qing quickly caught on to the crux of the matter, asking, "But you still haven't mentioned what you plan to do in the Magic City." Tang Songyuan had no intention of explaining further or revealing his secret ability to see through things. Although the gold ore was found, it was best to handle it swiftly, he simply stated, "I have other matters to attend to in the Magic City. Don't pry into it too much." He then took out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Take this 2,000 yuan for new clothes, and I'll transfer next week's living expenses to you via Alipay." Wei Qing was about to decline, saying that she didn't need so much for clothes, especially since she had just spent money on a new phone, but he insisted, saying, "From now on, do not take on any more part-time jobs. I've told you before, with me around, I can ensure you can complete your university education without worry. This is my wish, and it was also our parents' wish, brother." Remembering their deceased parents, Wei Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she nodded earnestly, "I understand. You can rest assured." Tang Songyuan lovingly ruffled her hair, smiling, "All right, don't overthink it. Go review your studies." The next morning, Tang Songyuan had initially intended to indulge in a bit of a lie-in. After working irregular hours at the sand factory, he sought an opportunity to adjust his routine. However, just past 8 o'clock, his sister Wei Qing pushed open his bedroom door. "Brother, are you awake?" Squinting his eyes, reluctant to fully open them, he glanced at his excited sister and lazily rolled over, mumbling, "What time is it? Can't a person get some rest? It's past 8. We agreed to go shopping together today." Wei Qing approached, shaking his arm insistently while cheerfully saying, "Hurry up and get up. I've already made breakfast, and we still need to go shopping afterwards." Typically, breakfast comprised whatever was left from the previous night, and Tang Songyuan knew that she had merely reheated the leftovers, yet she had the gall to claim she had prepared breakfast. "No, let me sleep just a little longer, just a bit more." However, perhaps it had genuinely been too long since he had last gone shopping, for Wei Qing had been eagerly anticipating today's activities. She tugged at Tang Songyuan's arm with all her might, pulling him upright. "A year's plan begins in spring, and a day's plan begins in the morning. You used to tell me that all the time." Tang Songyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking at his sister with a blend of exasperation and fondness. "I am utterly astounded by you. Typically, one would indulge in shopping during the afternoon or evening. Who in their right mind thinks of such pursuits so early in the morning? Perhaps grocery shopping, but not leisurely shopping. Regardless, I shall not concern myself with that." With a playful smile illuminating her petite face, Wei Qing whimsically remarked, "Brother, you know I haven't shopped in ages. The last time was during the New Year." Tang Songyuan, reflecting on this, found her sentiments quite relatable. He was about to reach out and tousle her hair, assuring her that he would soon rise. However, Wei Qing suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, brother. What is it?" Tang Songyuan inquired, bewildered. "Your muscles are absolutely impressive." Wei Qing pointed at his chest, her expression exaggerated and captivated. "And your skin is so fair. I can't help but want to touch it. You have no idea. I have a female classmate who is quite skilled at flirting and openly stated her preference for muscular boyfriends. How about I introduce you to her someday?" Tang Songyuan, unaccustomed to wearing pajamas, typically slept bare-chested. "What on earth? You're still so young and know so little." Hurry up and get dressed. I'm getting up now. After leisurely finishing breakfast, Tang Song dutifully accompanied Wei Qing for a shopping outing, purchasing her some new clothes and shoes. Yet, within less than an hour of shopping, his attention was drawn to a nearby lottery shop. Goodness, it seems almost too tempting not to buy some lottery tickets. With that thought, he pulled Wei Qing toward the lottery store, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Brother, are you going to buy lottery tickets? Tang Songyuan nonchalantly replied, just a few for fun. Wei Qing did not protest but cautioned, just a little fun is fine. You know lottery tickets can be deceiving. Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable, Tang Songyuan teased. Wei Qing wrinkled her nose at him, saying, it's common knowledge. They say the lottery is about statistics, not probabilities. Relying on a lottery win is less reliable than chasing after a dream. It's like us playing rock, paper, scissors. If you win, I'll give you 10 million, but if you lose, you only owe me $2. But you have to go first. Haha. Tang Songyuan was amused by her playful banter but said nothing further as he stepped through the lottery shop's entrance. Chapter 9. A small profit before entering. Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision, surveying the scratch-off lottery tickets available within the store, already familiar with which ones were likely to yield winnings. Some tickets offered a $10 prize, but that was their face value, making them unworthy of his consideration. However, others valued at $15 or $20 could win $500 or $1,000. Those were his prime picks. Scratch-off tickets are immediately redeemable, contrasting sharply with the delayed gratification of lottery draws. Yet they heavily rely on luck. Upon entering, he feigned interest while calculating how to procure the high-value tickets without leaving a trace. Wei Qing, feeling concerned, tugged at Tang Songyuan's sleeve and advised, brother, perhaps you shouldn't buy them. You work so hard for your money. It's not wise to waste it. Don't worry. It's just for fun. I know what I'm doing. Tang Songyuan glanced back at Wei Qing, adopting an innocent demeanor as he inquired. Excuse me, how much are these? The shopkeeper, a woman in her 50s with black-rimmed glasses and lightly curled, thinning hair, patiently explained. This one's 10. This one's 15. That one's 20. The morning crowd was sparse, allowing her ample time to elaborate. Tang Songyuan nodded and requested the shopkeeper to bring out a selection for him to choose from, to which she readily agreed. Shopkeepers earn commissions, so the more they sell, the greater their profit. And customers who win receive a 2% rebate, making it customary to allow customers to select their tickets. In Wei Qing's curious gaze, he picked out a few tickets and then pointed to a stack behind the counter, saying, could I take a look at that variety? He had already discerned that among the stack was the store's highest value ticket, which could yield $8,000. Oh, this is a new arrival. I haven't had the chance to display it yet. Without further ado, the shopkeeper brought the stack to him. Tang Songyuan pretended to browse and, fortuitously, selected the ticket with the highest prize. In total, he chose over 10 tickets, paying $400, then split the tickets in half, handing one portion to Wei Qing, saying, these are yours. Let's see who finishes scratching first. Wei Qing pouted, fine, but just this once. No second chances. She was concerned that Tang Songyuan might become addicted to scratching tickets and waste money, especially in these times when earning money is truly challenging. Tang Songyuan smiled in agreement. No problem. He requested 2 scratch tools from the shopkeeper, and the siblings settled at a small table to begin scratching. Tang Songyuan swiftly finished, revealing a single winning ticket worth $200. Wei Qing took a bit longer, as she had to scratch and simultaneously calculate if she had won and how much. After scratching 3 tickets without winning, she cast an annoyed glance at Tang Songyuan and lamented, see, I told you this was a waste. Now we've lost dozens with that. She indignantly tossed the losing tickets into a nearby trash bin, visibly displeased. Tang Songyuan fiddled with his tickets, saying, oh, I'm simply broadening your horizons to help you avoid social anxiety in the future. Wei Qing, scratching away, huffed, I am not socially anxious. If I were, would I be distributing flyers? Just then, her eyes widened in disbelief as she meticulously checked a ticket, murmuring, 50, 100, 500. Oh my heavens, this one is a winner. She grabbed the ticket with one hand and excitedly clutched Tang Songyuan's sleeve with the other, exclaiming, brother, this one won. The total prize is $1,050. Really? Tang Songyuan feigned astonishment. Wei Qing, beaming with pride, placed the winning ticket before him, saying, you see for yourself. Afterward, she eagerly returned to scratching the remaining tickets, hoping for further winnings. However, after scratching 5 more tickets, she was met with disappointment. only uncovering one worth $10. Initially, she had little hope, assuming that winning over 1,000 was already a stroke of luck. Until she scratched the final ticket. Brother. Wei Qing gasped, her breath quickening as she pulled at Tang Songyuan's sleeve. Tang Songyuan, amused, leaned in closer and asked, "What's up?" "This one won $8,000, Wei Qing whispered, as if afraid of being overheard. Tang Songyuan's eyes widened in exaggerated surprise. "No way, little sister. Your luck is phenomenal. Here I am, working tirelessly for a month to earn 8,000, and you just scratched a ticket and won that amount? Haha, when luck comes, it cannot be stopped." Wei Qing laughed joyfully and then inquired, "Brother, which of yours didn't he win?" Tang Songyuan sighed and waved his lone winning ticket. "Just this one. It won $200. Compared to yours, it's like comparing heaven and earth." Wei Qing chuckled heartily, gathering all her winning tickets, and tugging Tang Songyuan's hand, declared, "Let us go claim our prize." At the redemption counter, the shopkeeper expressed her admiration for their luck but promptly exchanged their winnings. Tang Songyuan smiled gently as he watched Wei Qing joyfully accept her reward. Yet, she immediately handed it back to him, saying, "Brother, this is for you." "Why would I take it? This is your prize." However, Wei Qing insisted, stuffing the cash into his inner coat pocket and pulling him toward the exit, exclaiming, "What's yours and mine? I'm still a minor. What do I need with so much cash? Hurry, let us go buy clothes." It's almost noon. Tang Songyuan understood her intent. Wei Qing felt he was the head of the household, responsible for managing the family's finances. The following day, upon returning to school, Tang Songyuan rode his bike to drop Wei Qing off at the school gate, then turned to find a lottery shop. Employing the same method, he earned over $4,000. He then visited 4 or 5 more shops and, utilizing his X-ray ability, amassed a total of over $26,000. Initially intending to continue his purchasing spree, he ultimately decided against it as evening approached, and the weekend crowds began to swell. To avoid drawing attention, Tang Songyuan reluctantly shelved his plans for further acquisitions. At 4 o'clock the next morning, he rose early, quickly freshened up, grabbed his packed belongings, and hailed a taxi, making his way to Yuzhou. Since the high-speed rail from Blue City had yet to open, he needed to transfer in Yuzhou. After a 2-hour and 50-minute journey on the highway, he arrived at the high-speed rail station, paid $300 for the fare, and entered the ticket hall, retrieving his ticket from the self-service machine using his ID. However, during the security check, a minor incident occurred. The gold nugget in his bag was detected, but since it did not exceed the weight limit, a brief inspection quickly led to his release. At 7:30 in the evening, after an 11.5-hour journey, Tang Songyuan arrived safely and smoothly at Hongqiao Station in the magical city. Chapter 10. Auction Pathways. That night, he sought refuge in a budget hotel for a brief respite. On the morning of Tuesday, Tang Songyuan, laden with a backpack weighing around 10 kilograms, began his search for an auction house in the magical city in order to consign his gold nugget. Such a quality gold nugget should be quite rare, and since Tang Songyuan lacked selling channels, it was imperative for him to find a reputable auction house for consignment. His first stop was Tianqing Auction House, which he had learned about during his online research. The information indicated that this auction house handled a wide variety of auction items and was scheduled to hold an auction soon. Tang Songyuan was eager to sell his gold nugget quickly, making Tianqing Auction House a commendable choice. Following the online directions, he arrived at the location. After inquiring at the front desk, the receptionist examined the gold nugget he presented and promptly made a phone call. Soon after, a middle-aged man in his 50s, with slightly graying hair, came out to greet him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Songyuan learned that the man's surname was Zhang, and his name was Zhang Shihua. "A truly rare gold nugget," Zhang Shihua remarked, his gaze intently scrutinizing the treasure Tang Songyuan had brought. He offered a candid assessment. Natural gold nuggets are not exceedingly rare. However, specimens like this one, with high purity and excellent appearance, are not often seen. What is even more remarkable is its resemblance to a crouching tiger, complete with head and tail, exuding an air of majesty befitting the king of beasts. "Young man, to have stumbled upon such a piece is indeed a stroke of good fortune." Tang Songyuan chuckled softly and inquired, "What price do you think such a gold nugget could fetch at your esteemed auction house?" "Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Shihua chuckled lightly, weighing the gold nugget in one hand as he responded. "Although our auction house has not previously dealt with this category, we have a vast clientele. With adequate promotion, if we encounter a discerning buyer, A sale of 10 million should not be out of reach. 10 million. While Tang Songyuan was aware of the considerable value of gold nuggets, he had never anticipated such a lofty price. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, as though he had anticipated this figure all along, and smiled gently. That would indeed be splendid. The ensuing conversation between the two was quite amicable, with Zhang Shihua praising Tang Songyuan's decision to consign this gold nugget. They then prepared to sign the consignment contract, but upon reviewing the document, Tang Songyuan expressed his dissatisfaction with the commission rate. "Mr. Zhang, this commission rate seems rather high." "Oh, high," Zhang Shihua remarked nonchalantly, glancing at the contract before continuing. "In truth, it is not high at all, young man. You must understand that to sell this gold nugget at a higher price, it needs to be categorized as an artwork. By international standards, the commission for art auctions is at least 10%. The contract specified exactly that, a 10% commission. This meant that if the gold nugget were sold for 10 million, Tianqing Auction House would take 1 million as commission. That is simply outrageous." Tang Songyuan mused silently, then stated, "I apologize, Mr. Zhang, but such a high commission rate requires careful consideration on my part. Just as one compares prices when purchasing, the same principle applies to selling. There is no reason to hang all hopes on a single tree." Zhang Shihua raised an eyebrow and replied, "I can understand your feelings, but to speak candidly, you might inquire further. Within the entire auction scene of the magical city, Tianqing is considered one of the top auction houses in the country. Our clientele and the quality of our customers are unmatched by other auction houses." No matter his arguments, Tang Songyuan had already made up his mind to hold off on selling for the time being. 10% commission. Why not just rob me instead? Seeing his resolve, Zhang Shihua continued, "You may also consider that while commissions at other places may be lower, the selling prices may not reach what we can achieve at Tianqing. For instance, while the commission elsewhere may be only 7 or 8%, you could be limited to a maximum sale of 10 million. Here, however, you have the opportunity to sell for 12 million. Or even 15 million. The difference is not trivial. No, I neither understand nor wish to understand. You are quite the crafty old man." Tang Songyuan smiled slightly, retrieving his gold nugget. "I will give this careful thought. For now, I shall take my leave." Zhang Shihua expressed his regret but did not insist on keeping him longer. After departing from Tianqing Auction House, Tang Songyuan hastened to his next destination, which he had also researched online. Initially intended as a secondary choice, it was the Shangda Auction House. "Hello, welcome to Shangda Auction House." Upon entering, Tang Songyuan was warmly greeted by the receptionist. "May I ask if you wish to consign an item or participate in our auction activities?" Setting down his backpack, Tang Songyuan replied, "I need to consign an item to." As he spoke, he opened his bag to reveal the resplendent gold nugget. The receptionist took a glance, made a brief registration of the item, name and phone number, and then ushered Tang Songyuan into a meeting room, offering him a glass of water. "Mr. Tang, please wait a moment while I fetch our appraiser." After approximately 5 minutes, the receptionist returned, accompanied by a tall, elegant lady whose poise captivated Tang Songyuan's attention. As for the appraiser, he dared not gaze too long, fearing it might seem impolite. The receptionist stood gracefully and said, "I apologize, Mr. Tang. Our appraiser responsible for miscellaneous items is currently unavailable. This is our vice president, who is also our finest auctioneer." Having the vice president personally attend to him left Tang Songyuan somewhat flattered. He stood to politely greet her, but the lady extended her hand first. Saying, "Hello, Mr. Tang, I am Yu Qingran." Yu Qingran was dressed in a well-tailored professional outfit, presenting a figure that was both proportionate and graceful, her features exquisite as if she had stepped out of a painting. Most commendable was her skin, fair and delicate, seemingly flawless. "Hello, Manager Yu." Tang Songyuan shook her hand, exclaiming, "I had no idea your expertise was so extensive." Yu Qingran gestured for him to sit, taking a seat opposite him, while the receptionist politely excused herself, saying, "You two may take your time. I will return to my post." As the receptionist departed, Yu Qingran, with eyes that seemed to speak volumes, looked at Tang Songyuan and said, "During the company's startup phase, I once worked in appraisal, so you need not worry." This was her response to Tang Songyuan's remark about her extensive expertise. After examining the gold nugget, Yu Qingran echoed sentiments similar to those of Zhang Shihua at Tianqing Auction House. The true rarity of natural gold nuggets lies in the form bestowed by nature. Yu Qingran further remarked, however, "Mr. Tang, your gold nugget is nearly perfect in both appearance and symbolism, yet I perceive a slight shortcoming." What might that be? Tang Songyuan inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. With a faint smile, Yu Qingran explained, Mr. Tang, you have misunderstood. I propose that our house's master carver create a dragon-shaped base from small-leaved red sandalwood for this crouching tiger. Together, it could embody the perfect symbolism of crouching tiger, hidden dragon. From my personal aesthetic perspective, jade would be the best material, but unfortunately, high-quality jade is exceedingly rare and valuable, making it difficult for our auction house to acquire such exquisite materials. This idea was splendid, and Tang Songyuan nearly applauded in admiration. Whether as crouching tiger, hidden dragon or crouching tiger, coiled dragon, merely adding a base crafted from precious wood or jade would indeed imbue the gold nugget with deeper cultural significance. While there might be concerns regarding post-processing, the pairing with a base would undoubtedly enhance the gold nugget's allure. Unfortunately, quality jade of such size was also scarce. Additionally, to carve a base for a gold nugget from fine jade seemed quite wasteful. As for the use of small-leaved red sandalwood, how would the costs be calculated? The idea was indeed commendable, but with the involvement of additional processing, Tang Songyuan remained concerned about the profit margins. Yu Qingran, revealing two charming dimples, smiled and said, the materials and processing costs are estimated to be between 100,000 and 500,000. The specifics will depend on the craftsman's thoughts. But we will cover the initial expenses and deduct them along with the commission after a successful auction. Mr. Tang need not worry. In the heart of the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire further. What, then, is the commission at Shangda? His previous experience at Tianqing Auction House had left him dissatisfied, particularly concerning the commission fees. Thus he hoped that Shangda's charges would not be exorbitant. Yu Qingren responded with poise. At Shangda, we operate on a dual commission model. Typically, we charge buyers a transaction fee of 2% of the final sale price, while sellers incur a commission of only 5%. Chapter 11. A major ticket A 5% commission was acceptable, and Yu Qingran had proposed an auction plan that greatly pleased him. This left Tang Songyuan with little reason to decline. After all, engaging an auction house to sell one's items could not be without compensation. After discussing further details, Tang Songyuan ultimately signed a consignment agreement with Yu Qingran, which naturally included Shangda's assistance in crafting a display base for the sale. In conclusion, Yu Qingran handed him a business card, stating, we will begin promoting Mr. Tang's treasure shortly, and it is scheduled to be featured in our auction on the 30th of this month. My assistant will call to inform you. The 30th of this month was still half a month away. Tang Songyuan accepted the contract and Yu Qingran's card, rising to bid farewell. I appreciate your efforts on behalf of your esteemed establishment. Yu Qingran smiled gently, revealing two shallow dimples. It is my duty. Exiting the Shangda auction house, it was nearly noon. Tang Songyuan quickly found a place to satisfy his hunger before preparing to take a taxi back home from Hongqiao Station. However, his gaze was drawn to a lottery shop. With the auction still more than 2 weeks away, and considering his limited savings, Tang Songyuan pondered whether he should take a chance at the lottery. Moreover, if he were to engage in such an endeavor, he resolved to aim high, seeking a substantial windfall rather than trifling amounts. Having made his decision, Tang Songyuan immediately set his plan into motion. The first step involved taking out his phone, feigning distraction as a passerby engrossed in scrolling through Douyin. Casually strolling past the lottery shop, in reality, he activated his enhanced vision, swiftly scanning the interior for a potentially winning ticket. After over 10 minutes, he discovered that the shop's largest prize was a mere 5,000 yuan. What a waste! Tang Songyuan silently criticized, then hopped onto a nearby shared bicycle to head to the next shop. While pretending to browse on his phone earlier, he had located the address of the nearest lottery outlet on Baidu Maps. Today, he exhibited a tenacious spirit, embodying a mindset of relentless pursuit until his goal was achieved. Thus, he traversed from one shop to another, and by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after investigating 17 lottery shops, Tang Songyuan finally arrived at his target for the day. It was a modest establishment, and within the counter lay a scratch-off ticket that precisely matched the grand prize he had been yearning for, a staggering 1 million yuan. Indeed, diligence pays off. Tang Songyuan felt a surge of joy but quickly restrained his excitement. Returning the shared bicycle and striding confidently inside. Boss, I'll take 10 of these. Upon entering, he mimicked the demeanor of an ordinary lottery player, observing briefly before pointing to a particular type. After paying and receiving the tickets, he sat at the counter and began scratching. Out of 10 tickets, only 3 revealed winnings, totaling a meager 40 yuan. This left him somewhat dissatisfied, prompting him to request, "I'll have 10 of these as well." "This one comes in 20, the owner kindly reminded him as he counted out 10 tickets from the counter. Tang Songwen wasted no time, scanning to pay, and once again collected 10 tickets, this time. Fortune smiled upon him. He scratched through them to reveal 200 yuan, just enough to break even. "Not bad," Tang Songwen remarked, then added, "I'll take 20 more." As expected, among those remaining 20 tickets, the one boasting the 1 million yuan prize was nestled within. Without claiming any winnings, Tang Songyuan merely paid 200 yuan and secured the coveted ticket. This time, he refrained from scratching it in front of the owner, opting instead to leisurely unveil it at a small table nearby. Indeed, it was the 1 million prize. The power of my enhanced vision has not betrayed me. Upon revealing the most valuable ticket, Tang Songyuan confirmed the winning amount according to the ticket's rules. His heart swelling with exhilaration. "I must keep this safe." He rubbed his cheeks to regain composure, then picked up the remaining winning tickets to claim his prize. The owner, setting aside his phone, scanned each ticket in turn. "You've won a total of 60 yuan, the owner remarked with a hint of disappointment. "Would you like to try again?" "Not today. Let us cash out." Tang Songyuan mildly shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied. The 1 million prize must be claimed at the lottery center. Thus, he had no intention of cashing out here. After exchanging his winnings and stepping outside, Tang Songwen discreetly pinched the ticket concealed in the inner pocket of his coat. Hailing a taxi to the lottery center, "Please." The taxi driver, a man in his 30s, started the meter and inquired, "Which lottery center?" After pondering for about 3 seconds, Tang Songwen replied, "The closest one." The driver chuckled knowingly, saying, "Ah, young man, did you win?" Connecting the dots since he had just exited the lottery shop, Tang Songyuan casually replied, "Just a small win. 1 million is a considerable sum for the average person, but in an international metropolis like Shanghai, it might indeed be seen as a mere drop in the ocean." Noting Tang Songyuan's reluctance to elaborate, the driver fell silent and focused on driving. At 5:05 in the afternoon, Tang Songyuan arrived at the lottery center's entrance. After a brief inquiry, he soon met the director of the welfare lottery center. "You've won 1 million from a scratch-off." The director examined the ticket handed over by Tang Songyuan with meticulous attention, then smiled. "Indeed, you've won 1 million. Young man, your luck is remarkable. May I ask which lottery shop you purchased this from?" Tang Songyuan truthfully stated the shop's name and then inquired, "Can I cash this out today?" "In principle, yes, you can redeem it today." The director hesitated momentarily, adding, "However, regrettably, our finance department has already closed for the day." Tang Songyuan glanced at the wall clock, surprised that it was only a little past 5. Questioning how the finance department could close so early. Moreover, how could the director be so certain without checking? This felt rather absurd. Sensing Tang Songyuan's discontent, the director maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, "How about this? Leave me your phone number and I will arrange for someone to assist you with the redemption first thing tomorrow." "How does that sound? I'm still not quite clear on why it must wait until tomorrow." Tang Songyuan expressed his dissatisfaction with this outcome. The director's smile remained intact as he returned the ticket to Tang Songyuan, offering him paper and a pen while speaking slowly. "It seems you may not fully grasp my intention. Allow me to clarify. It is not that I am deliberately making things difficult for you by withholding your redemption today. Our lottery center's policy is to honor any ticket presented for redemption, but you must understand that today is simply not convenient." The message was now crystal clear. Even if Tang Songyuan were dull-witted, he could discern the implications. Realizing the intricate nuances involved, it is important to note that the winnings redeemed at the lottery center represent a legitimate income. Such a relatively substantial legal income is not a common occurrence, and the director before him held the proverbial key to this opportunity. Given the manner of his speech, it seemed this was not the first time such a situation had arisen. Tang Songyuan raised his eyebrows and nodded, writing down his phone number on the paper. "I believe I understand now." Chapter 12. A familiar encounter in a foreign land as night descended. Tang Songyuan sat leisurely in a CAF not far from the lottery center, savoring dessert and sipping coffee. Just half an hour earlier, he had exited the lottery center when an unfamiliar call came through, expressing interest in purchasing the ticket he possessed. Tang Songyuan mused that his suspicions had proven correct. However, he initially intended to decline, as such a proposition seemed decidedly unreasonable, and he wished to avoid complications. Yet, the caller persisted, making several attempts, suggesting they meet to discuss further, and even selecting this nearby CAF to convene. sending him the address. The coffee had a delicate and smooth flavor, yet Tang Songyuan found it somewhat unappealing. Detecting a slight bitterness, just as he was finishing his dessert, a young woman clad in a gray-blue wool coat approached his table. She appraised him from head to toe, and upon meeting his gaze, she initiated the conversation. "Hello, are you Mr. Tang? Here so soon?" Tang Songyuan nodded, replying, "That's me. And you are?" The young woman continued. "We spoke on the phone earlier and my surname is Lu Qinglu. Lu Qinglu appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old. With thick brows and almond-shaped eyes, her hair styled in a bun, exuding both beauty and professionalism." Tang Songyuan gestured to the seat opposite him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, "Miss Lu, please take a seat." Lu Qinglu surveyed her surroundings. The position chosen by Tang Songyuan was semi-enclosed, affording a measure of privacy. She gracefully settled into the chair, summoned a waiter, and ordered a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. Turning her gaze directly toward Tang Songyuan, she straightforwardly inquired, "Mr. Tang, may I confirm the authenticity of that lottery ticket worth 1 million in your possession? You need not hand it over to me. Merely holding it will suffice." Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, retrieving the ticket from his coat pocket. Lu Qinglu swiftly verified its validity and continued, "All is in order. According to regulations, if Mr. Tang were to claim the prize himself, a 20% tax would be deducted, amounting to 200,000. Therefore, I propose that Mr. Tang consider selling me this ticket. I shall offer you the full prize amount. This way, you can perfectly circumvent the tax implications." Such a proposition indeed demonstrated her consideration for him. Tang Songyuan couldn't help but internally scoff, his lips curling into a slight smirk as he replied, "I maintain my stance. I decline." Lu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, pressing for an explanation. "Why? Do you believe the price is insufficient? I could certainly offer more." Tang Songyuan chuckled softly, saying, "It's not merely a matter of money. I just checked, and this venture carries significant risks. Should anything go awry, it could result in 1 to 3 years of consequences. I would be exchanging my clean funds for a batch of dubious assets. Such a transaction is hardly worthwhile. Moreover, if the other party is acquainted with the director of the lottery center, why would they struggle to acquire a winning ticket through the same method? Regardless of her ultimate intentions for purchasing this ticket, it bears no relevance to me. Additionally, there is no necessity. With my newfound ability to see through things, opportunities for profit will abound in the future. It is prudent to remain somewhat low-key during this nascent stage. Your coffee, enjoy." The waiter gently placed a steaming cup of coffee before Lu Qinglu, who delicately stirred it with a small spoon. Once the waiter departed, she furrowed her brow slightly and asserted, "I assure you, there will be no issues on that front." Tang Songyuan chuckled once more, replying, "Your assurances hold no value for me. I will be frank. While I may not be particularly wealthy, I prefer my money to be clean. Like many in the lower strata of society, we may be poor, but we possess our dignity." Lu Qinglu appeared momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of contrition as she said, "I apologize. I was a bit hasty. You are quite right. Your approach is indeed correct. I shall not impose further." Rising from her seat, she left, casually paying the bill on her way out. The following morning, Tang Songyuan returned to the lottery center to claim his prize. This time, Director Zhang did not present any obstacles and readily processed his winnings, deducting the 20% personal income tax. Thus, from the initial 1 million, he received a mere 800,000. Yet, combined with his modest savings and subsequent lottery winnings in Blue City, he was only a few thousand short of the monumental 1 million mark, with the potential to earn 10 million or even 100 million in the future. It was only with the advantage of his newfound ability that he dared to dream so audaciously. Otherwise, he would still be toiling for a living. Upon exiting the lottery center, Tang Songyuan sauntered through the bustling streets of the metropolis. Having made the effort to visit, he felt compelled to bring a gift for his sister, Wei Qing. After purchasing a thoughtful present, he decided to indulge himself that evening by staying in a hotel room that cost 1,380 per night. He had anticipated attentive and meticulous service, yet was met with none of it. The room, however, exceeded his expectations in terms of luxury. After a refreshing shower, he discovered a pink card slipped under the door. The card featured an alluring image of a provocatively dressed woman, and the thought that a simple phone call could lead to an adventurous night stirred excitement within the 23-year-old virgin. After much internal conflict, Tang Songyuan resolutely tore the card to shreds and discarded it in the trash. What if it were a scam? What if it were a trap? He had little experience in such matters and, weighing the potential negative outcomes, ultimately opted for caution. He would rather do nothing than risk a misstep. What would it be like to activate his ability at such a moment? To observe the intimate performances of neighbors up close. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire, and he was, after all, a normal man with normal desires. The next morning, Tang Song-yuan made his way to Hongqiao Station, ready to purchase the next available train ticket back to his hometown of Blue City. While he was scrolling through his phone, waiting in line to buy a ticket, a large hand suddenly shoved him from behind, nearly causing him to stumble. Irritated, he turned around only to find a familiar face. Li Yangqiu, what on earth are you doing here? Standing behind him was a face sporting a mischievous grin. This person, Li Yangqiu, was a high school classmate of Tang Songyuan. They had been close during their school days. But after graduating, Li Yangqiu's family faced difficulties, prompting him to pursue a career in excavation machinery. Meanwhile, Li Yangqiu had successfully entered university, and after several years apart, their paths had crossed unexpectedly. I was just exiting the station when I thought I saw you. It wasn't until I turned back to check that I realized it really was you, Li Yangqiu exclaimed, with hardly any change to his appearance over the years, that familiar smirk still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Reunited in a foreign city, Tang Songyuan was no longer in a rush to buy his ticket home. He clapped Li Yangqiu on the shoulder with enthusiasm. So, what brings you to the metropolis? I'm headed back to Blue City. What about you? Li Yangqiu replied with a smile. I'm here on a business trip for my company. If you're not too busy today, how about we postpone our return for a couple of days? I can accompany you back. Tang Songyuan considered that he had no pressing matters awaiting him and readily agreed. Sure. You've done well for yourself, starting work right after graduation. Li Yangqiu laughed heartily, pulling him along as they exited the station, exchanging light-hearted banter and catching up on each other's lives, as if they had returned to the carefree days of their youth. Tang Songyuan learned of Li Yangqiu's current situation. He was employed at a trading company and was accompanying his boss on business. This trip to the metropolis was part of his work. While running business was commonplace, Tang Songyuan was curious about the specifics of Li Yangqiu's job. Thus, he inquired, do you know about stone gambling? It involves cutting stones to see if they contain jade. Li Yangqiu suddenly adopted a mysterious tone, saying, it's quite the intriguing endeavor. Tang Songyuan was somewhat familiar with the concept of jade stone gambling. During his school days, he had read numerous novels on the subject, and with the rise of short videos, he had encountered many related clips. However, his knowledge remained superficial, a mere glimpse into the industry. Wow, you've really made a name for yourself? Stone gambling isn't something just anyone can dabble in, he remarked, surprised yet amused. Li Yangqiu chuckled. I certainly wouldn't consider myself an expert, but my boss has been in the stone business for decades. He is a distant uncle of mine. After I graduated from university, my father worked hard to help me get a position where I could learn the ropes. Leaning in closer, he whispered, tonight, there's a stone gambling appreciation event. How about I take you along to experience it? Tang Songyuan pondered his ability to see through objects. It was tailor-made for stone gambling. While other players relied on experience to judge the stones, he could simply see through them with ease. It was said that discovering a piece of top-grade jade could lead to instant wealth. Though he had little interest in stone gambling, the allure of profit was irresistible. And he began to anticipate the evening's event, wondering if his unique ability could lead to a substantial financial gain. So there's a stone gambling scene in the metropolis? Tang Songyuan inquired with curiosity. And your boss conducts business in Ruili, but comes to the metropolis to gamble on stones? It feels akin to transporting coal from Pingding Mountain to sell in Da. Li Yangqiu rolled his eyes. You just don't get it, do you? The stone gambling industry is all about circles. The jade scene is quite niche, with only a handful of true insiders. This gathering is essentially a favor among peers in the industry. And since the metropolis is the most prosperous city in the country, it naturally has its own stone gambling circle, though it's mostly privately organized, and participants are all high-stakes gamblers, which really tests one's eyesight and luck. Strike it lucky and you could unearth an imperial green jade, leading to overnight riches. Why must it be overnight wealth? Tang Songyuan smirked. If it were up to me, 10 nights would be just fine. Li Yangqiu paused momentarily, then regarded him with understanding, playfully thumping his sturdy chest. Rest assured, with your current physique, I won't let you miss such an opportunity. Ha ha. As evening descended, Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu had finished their dinner. After which Li Yangqiu guided Tang Songyuan to the site of the stone gambling appreciation event he had mentioned. This location resembled an industrial park, devoid of towering skyscrapers, instead featuring an array of factories and warehouses scattered about. Upon arrival, Tang Songyuan was introduced to Li Yangqiu's cousin and boss, Song Jinghua. "Cousin, this is my classmate Tang Songyuan. We happened to run into each other today, so I thought I'd bring him along for a taste of the experience," Li Yangqiu said to a middle-aged man with a rotund figure. Tang Songyuan followed suit, greeting with a polite hello, cousin, displaying a demeanor of propriety, neither glancing around nor engaging in excessive conversation. Song Jinghua, not particularly tall, wore a perpetual smile reminiscent of the Maitreya Buddha, a friend of Xiaoqiu. Song Jinghua remarked, surveying Tang Songyuan with the same warmth as Maitreya Buddha. "No worries, young man. It's quite commendable to broaden one's horizons. The threshold for such appreciation events is not high, and the chances of uncovering valuable items are uncertain. Feel free to explore at your leisure. It's all in good fun." Li Yangqiu chuckled and winked at Tang Songyuan, saying, "Thank you, cousin. I'll show him around shortly." Under Song Jinghua's guidance, the two smoothly entered the venue. Although referred to as a venue, it lacked even a single table. It was merely a spacious area where stones were positioned a couple of meters apart. These stones varied in size and shape, some weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds, while others were merely a few pounds, a cornucopia of variety. What was peculiar was that each stone was accompanied by a standing sign that provided basic information such as its origin and weight. At this moment, there were already plenty of attendees, seemingly unfazed, squatting on the ground to examine the stones that piqued their interest. Almost everyone wielded a powerful flashlight, frequently shining it on the stones or shifting angles as if attempting to see through them. Some even poured a small amount of bottled water over the stones, their expressions focused, brows furrowed in contemplation. Tang Songyuan also noticed about a dozen burly men in suits on the outskirts, each sporting identical walkie-talkies, likely the security personnel for the event. "Xiaoqiu, feel free to wander around. You know my rules." Upon entering the venue, Song Jinghua appeared to step back into a familiar domain, exuding confidence and composure. Li Yangqiu replied with a smile, "I know, cousin. I won't cause you any trouble." Song Jinghua's gaze had already drifted to the various stones, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Go on." Li Yangqiu exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Song, and the two began to meander through the appreciation event amidst the crowd. "Do you know where these stones come from?" Li Yangqiu inquired as they walked. Tang Song, somewhat exasperated, pointed to the sign in front of the raw stones, saying, "Burma, isn't it all written there?" Li Yangqiu replied, "Of course, I know it's from Burma. I meant the specific site. Do you understand what I mean by site?" This was something Tang Songyuan genuinely did not know, prompting Li Yangqiu to adopt a look of knowingness before continuing. "In fact, many places around the world produce jadeite, but only Burma can yield gemstones of this caliber. Specifically, only a town called Pakong can do so. The so-called site refers to the exact location of jadeite production, with each site yielding jadeite of distinct characteristics. Many seasoned stone gambling experts can identify a raw stone site of origin at a glance without needing any introduction." Feeling this was somewhat superfluous, Tang Songyuan retorted, "I have a friend who has been an electrician for over 20 years. He can tell whether there's electricity just by feeling it. I still don't understand why this appreciation event has to start at night." "You wouldn't understand?" Li Yangqiu chuckled, pulling out a small flashlight. "The low light at night allows for a better and more intuitive observation of how the raw stones perform under different lighting conditions. Look around. Aren't they all doing just that?" He gestured towards those examining stones with flashlights. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, pondering internally. "Is it really necessary to go through such trouble? I could figure it out even with my eyes closed." Chapter 14. The risks are great under the perspective view. The seemingly unremarkable stones laid out on the ground appeared significantly different. Go be precise. The interior of the stones exhibited dramatic variations from their exterior. Some stones, which looked pitch black on the outside, were incredibly lustrous within, occupying a substantial portion of their interiors, with only the outer shell remaining stony. Others were quite sizable, yet inside, a color band the thickness of a thumb extended all the way to the core of the stone. Still, some stones displayed vibrant internal colors, intermingling white and green, with a myriad of hues resembling a grassy field veiled in the delicate spring rain. Even with limited knowledge, Tang Songyuan recognized that such stones held little value. At this moment, Li Yangqiu had already taken his flashlight to examine a stone that was largely overlooked. This particular stone weighed around 4 to 5 pounds, with a predominantly dark greenish-black exterior. Resembling a layer of fine wax, glossy and translucent, a series of white numbers adorned the stone, and Tang Songyuan found it amusing that several concentric circles were drawn on some areas of the stone, presumably indicating predicted or estimated bracelet positions. The perspective view also provided an appraisal. Raw stone number XC857, originating from Owenjing, weighing 2.8 kilograms. It contained unrefined ice jade with greenish floating flowers, Mowenjing pine flower material. The image is for reference only. After observing for a moment, Li Yangqiu waved to Tang Songyuan, adopting a serious demeanor. Brother, take a look at this stone. It's covered in pine flowers, and see here. He pointed his flashlight at a sesame-sized, on the stone, saying, this is what we call jadeite quality. Tang Songyuan had already discerned that this raw stone indeed possessed jadeite quality. But the internal quality had yet to develop. Inside, it was merely densely packed with tiny green dots. He squatted down, preparing to offer a casual agreement, when a burst of laughter erupted nearby. Can that even be considered quality? As the saying goes, better to gamble on a thread than on a piece. If you cut open something covered in green flowers, just wait to weep. The speaker was an elderly man in his 60s, who had been examining a nearby stone but couldn't resist chiming in after hearing Li Yangqiu's commentary. Li Yangqiu glanced up, his eyes brightening in surprise. Boss and I, what brings you here? The tone suggested familiarity. Boss and I chuckled, saying, if you can come, why can't I? Your cousin must have brought you in, right? My cousin is right over there. Li Yangqiu pointed and then introduced Tang Songyuan. This is Boss and I de Hong. Like my cousin, engaged in jadeite trade in Rueli. Tang Songyuan greeted him, saying, hello, Boss and I. What jadeite trade? Boss and I countered. I'm just an old man who enjoys stones. I'm quite different from your cousin, who burrows deep into money. Indeed, indeed. Li Yangqiu quickly agreed. This is my old classmate. I brought him in to broaden his horizons. If I misspoke earlier, please don't take offense, sir. Boss and I shook his head. I won't take offense. It's no trouble to share some insights to keep you from falling into pitfalls. Li Yangqiu smiled awkwardly, saying, your words are golden. Then this stone can basically be sentenced to death. And even if I had the heart, I lack the ability. Boss and I regarded him with a look that suggested he could be taught, then returned to his examination of the raw stone in his hand. Tang Songyuan focused his gaze, noticing that the stone Boss and I held was predominantly grayish-yellow, its surface smooth with faint black speckled patterns. The stone's exterior also bore several concentric circles and numerical identifiers. Unfortunately, it displayed 2 distinct cracks. However, under the perspective view, the stone's interior revealed a substantial, nearly flawless jadeite, with a large crack running along the exterior splitting the jadeite in 2. Another crack, though it penetrated only an inch, did not compromise the jadeite's integrity. Even if split into 2 pieces, there remained sufficient material to yield 3 or 4 bracelets, an excellent specimen. The perspective view also provided an appraisal. Moxishawater stone, number XH218, weighing 3.6 kilograms. It contained 1.2 kilograms of ice jade and 0.9 kilograms of unrefined ice jade, transparent with floating green flowers. Seeing how intently Boss and I was observing, Li Yangqiu couldn't help but edge closer. Boss and I glanced at him, saying, want to learn? I can teach you. Li Yangqiu shook his head while replying, sure, as long as you don't pressure me to marry your granddaughter. Anything is negotiable. Tang Songyuan nearly burst into laughter, pondering what experiences this fellow had encountered. Old Man and I remained unfazed, gesturing with his flashlight for Li Yangqiu to direct his gaze towards a specific spot, saying, I wonder how your uncle taught you. When we assess the water quality of jade, it is precisely this glow that creates a halo effect. The clarity of this halo is a determining factor in judging the quality of the jadeite's internal water content. Remember this. A high-quality jadeite appears bright and clear, while a low-quality one is murky and indistinct. As he spoke, he directed the flashlight a bit further left of the jadeite and remarked, look here. Isn't it much clearer? This side appears rather muddled and chaotic, doesn't it? Li Yangqiu nodded in agreement, filled with admiration. Tang Songyuan, utilizing his own perspective ability, also observed the locations Old Man and I had pointed out, confirming that they matched the results he had seen through his own vision. It seems that the gambling stone trade, after hundreds of years of development, indeed boasts its share of skilled practitioners and well-guarded secrets. However, it should be noted that none possess the prowess of one's unique vision. Truly impressive, Li Yangqiu exclaimed. If what you say holds true, old man and I, then a quality difference of 1 point could mean a tenfold price disparity. This half-piece here should be valued at least 2 to 300,000 per kilogram, while that one over there is only worth 30 to 50,000. Old man and I nodded, adding, you are only partially correct. What about the cracks and inclusions? This side has 2 significant cracks, you know? Li Yangqiu laughed heartily, replying, cracks in water jade typically do not extend too deep. That's common knowledge. Old man and I grunted twice before placing the jadeite back at a distance, standing up with his hands clasped behind his back, stating, it should be around 12,000 to acquire this stone, with a potential profit margin of 1 to 2 times. Beyond that, the risks would be considerable. With that, he turned without a backward glance, moving on to the next stone, leaving Li Yangqiu bewildered. However, Tang Songyuan discerned a hint of meaning in old man Ni's words and teasingly remarked to his friend, that old man is encouraging you to earn more money so you can marry off his unmarried granddaughter sooner. To be honest, Li Yangqiu was quite handsome and exuded a certain shrewdness in his mannerisms. He chuckled helplessly. Come on, I already have a girlfriend. Not to mention, I have never even seen his granddaughter. Even if she were a beauty beyond compare, I cannot betray my principles. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly and replied, I fear that nothing escapes the true fragrance theory, Li Yangqiu retorted in annoyance. Oh, shut up. Chapter 15. 7 parts luck. After wandering for over an hour, Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu had thoroughly examined the jadeite stones displayed at the event and gained a basic understanding of the gambling stone appreciation gathering. However, no one else appeared to provide further insights. Relying on his unique perspective ability, Tang Songyuan was well aware of the jade material's condition on site. Ladies and gentlemen, please look this way. At that moment, a rosy-faced man in his 30s or 40s approached the center stage with a microphone. He was likely the host or a representative of the organizing party. He began, I am Feng Hongyi, and first, as the host, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all friends who have traveled from afar. Today, many old friends and acquaintances of mine are here, along with several new faces, which is delightful as I appreciate the influx of fresh blood into our industry. After an hour and a half of observation, I believe everyone has a general understanding of the jadeite stones we have provided. Therefore, as per our agenda, we shall now commence the auction of these jadeite stones. The purpose of the host organizing such a gambling stone appreciation gathering was clearly not just to invite everyone for a casual visit. Ultimately, they hoped to sell these stones. The crowd began to gather around the stage, when a plump middle-aged man cleared his throat and, smiling, addressed Feng Hongyi. Feng, this batch of stones is of excellent quality. I didn't expect the Feng family to discreetly procure so many fine stones this time. I am truly impressed. Feng Hongyi smiled in satisfaction and replied, Uncle Han, you flatter me. I look forward to your continued support. The Han surname gentleman nodded with a smile but did not elaborate further. Feng Hongyi surveyed the audience again and continued, before we begin the auction, I must assure all guests of 2 points. First, all these jadeite stones have been meticulously selected from various major mines in Myanmar, thus ensuring a certain quality. Secondly, we have provided ample security for this auction, allowing everyone to display their skills freely. Additionally, we have arranged transportation and accommodations for our guests. Feel free to ask if you require any rest. Lastly, I wish everyone an enjoyable evening. While Feng Hongyi spoke, Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu reunited with Song Jinghua. Uncle, I wish to participate in the auction. Li Yangqiu, having identified his target thanks to old man Ni's guidance, decided to take a gamble. Song Jinghua frowned slightly but, with a casual smile, said, It's fine to play around. Just make sure you know your limits. Li Yangqiu nodded. Then, accompanied by Tang Songyuan, paid a deposit of 50,000 and received a bidding number, which was a necessary step to participate in the auction. Tang Songyuan followed suit, also paying the deposit and receiving a similar bidding number. Li Yangqiu was taken aback, turning to him with surprise. You want to participate too? Tang Songyuan's eyes reflected determination as he replied, Yes. I've had good luck lately and intend to test the waters. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. This isn't just a matter of luck. Li Yangqiu urged anxiously. Newcomers are bound to get burned. I have some understanding of this, but you. Tang Songyuan smirked slightly, saying, Didn't you just say it's 70% skill and 30% luck? I've already assured you I know my limits. So you can relax. If you disagree, I'll just get another bidding number. Li Yangqiu relented. All right, you've worn me down. I never realized you had such a gambling streak. Tang Songyun chuckled. That's not quite right. As the saying goes, gambling stones aren't for gambling. Now stop talking and let us go. The auction is about to begin. The venue buzzed with activity as staff began to hustle about. Some set up chairs while others used carts to collect the jadeite stones previously displayed on the ground, moving them backstage. After about 10 more minutes, the area was cleared, chairs arranged, and guests began to take their seats. The eagerly anticipated auction was about to commence. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu settled beside Song Jinghua, who glanced ahead and noted that Old Man and I sat in the front row. The first piece of jadeite was presented, and Fang Hongyi briefly introduced it before signaling for bids. The starting price is 200,000. Each bid must increase by no less than 10,000. Please place your bids. This was a piece of jadeite from the Huika mining area, weighing over 30 pounds, featuring a surface densely covered with mottled patterns and a slight sandy texture. Many were interested in this stone, and as Fang Hongyi's words faded, the bidding quickly commenced with 21,000. 25,000 before long. The next bid jumped by 40,000, aiming to disrupt the bidding rhythm. 300,000. This bid came from Enai Dahong, a seasoned veteran who was evidently unfazed by the earlier bidder's tactics. The price continued to soar, and Tang Songyuan quietly observed. He had already assessed this stone with his perspective ability. Beneath its thin skin, there was indeed a glimmering core of jade, but its clarity was lacking. According to industry standards, the water quality was insufficient. The color only displayed faint green specks, rendering this jadeite unworthy of his interest. After a series of bids, the first piece of jadeite was ultimately secured by a man in his 40s for 580,000. This man, round-faced and conspicuous, stood up after winning, bowing to the crowd with a hearty laugh. Thank you, thank you. Some scoffed while others looked on disapprovingly. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Hongyi announced, Congratulations to M.R. Yu Peng for acquiring this piece of Huika jadeite. We have professional cutting machinery prepared for you, Mr. Yu. You may proceed to cut it at any time. Yu Peng, chuckling, settled back into his seat, saying, No rush, no rush. I'll wait a bit longer. The auction continued, with everyone focused and clear about their targets. After more than an hour of observation, the attendees had established a solid understanding of the jadeite stones offered by Fang Hongyi. Consequently, the bidding was swift, with participants refraining from exceeding their personal price limits. In just over half an hour, more than 20 pieces of jadeite were auctioned off in a whirlwind fashion. The piece that Li Yangqiu had set his sights on, starting at 80,000, was successfully acquired by him for 110,000. With a hint of glee, Li Yangqiu whispered, This is all my savings. If they raise the bid any further, I won't dare to follow. Tang Songyuan gave him a thumbs up and responded, Nice. At that moment, a commotion arose at the back of the venue. Tang Songyuan turned to see a long-haired beauty carrying an exquisite handbag. Calmly walking through the crowd after passing security checks, she moved with elegance, her pace leisurely, reminiscent of a high society lady stepping out of a film. Behind her followed a man and a woman. The woman donned professional attire and carried a briefcase, likely a secretary or assistant. The man, clad in a tailored suit and exuding an imposing stature, appeared to be a personal bodyguard. As a striking woman approached, she addressed Fang Hongyi at the podium. My apologies, Mr. Fang. I was unexpectedly held up by company matters and have arrived late. I hope you don't mind. It was Chiu Shue, a prominent figure of the new generation of the Chiu family. A gasp rippled through the crowd. It was said that she was currently engaged in short video live streaming for sales, raking in over 100 million in a single evening. Others chimed in. The Chiu family is indeed on a meteoric rise, not only dealing in jadeite but reportedly also venturing into several high-end domains such as jewelry and antiques. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves behind, and the former waves perish on the shore. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Chiu Shue had already reached the front. Fang Hongyi, beaming with a smile, said, It is my utmost honor to welcome Miss Chiu. Please, take a seat. He promptly arranged an extra seat for her in the front row. Chiu Shue settled down gracefully, and soon someone from the crowd rose to hand her a piece of paper. She smiled slightly, whispered something to the person, and discreetly tucked the paper away. Chapter 16. Testing the waters. Tang Songyuan, curious, activated his X-ray vision and peered through several rows of seats to glimpse the paper that Chiu Yingxue had received. It bore numerical codes and information such as high ice, young green, and price ranges. It turned out that the individual was an appraiser under Chiu Yingshue's employ, having come in advance to assist her, allowing her to make informed decisions. This also indicated that Chiu Yingxue was indeed very busy. Just as he prepared to retract his gaze, he inadvertently caught sight of Chiu Yingxue herself, with his X-ray vision engaged. The garments enveloping her figure seemed to vanish, revealing her exquisite form in all its glory. Chiu Yingxue was truly stunning, so fair. Oh no, one must not indulge in such sights. He reminded himself that merely glancing with appreciation would suffice. Lingering any longer might lead to an explosion of emotions. Tang Songyuan admonished himself quietly, then shifted his attention back to the stage, where another piece of raw stone was being presented. This rough material, numbered XJ404, weighed approximately 20 to 30 pounds. The entire stone exhibited a yellowish hue with a whitish tinge, its skin completely stripped of sand, and was dotted with a plethora of tiny, honeycomb-like holes. The appraisal provided by his X-ray vision revealed number XJ404, weighing 16.4 kilograms, containing a piece of ice to high ice jadeite, flawless and uncracked with streaks of sunny green. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptional piece. The 8 grades of jadeite, ranked from highest to lowest, are glass, ice, snow ice, glutinous, bean, dry white, lotus, and golden silk. The glass variety is indisputably the finest, yet ice to high ice is also quite rare, especially when devoid of flaws. Therefore, Tang Songyuan was very eager to acquire this material. This piece requires no further introduction, Fang Hongyi remarked, stroking the jadeite rough numbered XJ404, and cheerfully announced, the starting bid for this jadeite is 500,000 yuan. With each increment no less than 50,000, 800,000. Barely had the words left his mouth when Chiu Yingxue, seated in the front row, promptly raised her paddle to bid. Gasp. The audacity of her bidding left Tang Songyuan in shock. Was she truly this formidable? He had initially hoped to seize a bargain, but before he knew it, he was barely able to glimpse the rear lights of others' bids. His entire fortune amounted to just over 1 million. How could he possibly compete? 850,000. Came a cold snort from Ni Dahong, another front-row attendee, as he calmly announced his bid. 1 million. Chiu Yingxue immediately doubled the base price, raising it by a staggering 15,000. Her presence commanding, yet, the seasoned crowd, having weathered many storms, was not so easily intimidated, and those interested in the stone began to place their bids. 105,000. 110,000. 120,000. The exchanges continued, leaving Tang Songyuan unable to interject. Moreover, given his financial standing, this exquisite rough material was clearly beyond his reach. After 5 minutes of intense bidding and competition, the piece was ultimately secured by Chiu Yingxue for 2,200,000 yuan. She remained unfazed, as if over 200,000 was but a trifling matter, continuing to sit quietly as she awaited the next piece to be auctioned. Next up was a large rough stone, wheeled onto the stage by 2 staff members. Fang Hongyi took the microphone to introduce it. Weighing in at 240 pounds, this piece is considered average among the jadeite sourced from Masa. However, its skin is thin, and the weathered layers visibly show color, making it a reasonably good specimen. Come off it, Mr. Fang. Before he could finish his introduction, dissent erupted from the audience. While Masa's stones may have little to no skin, their quality is notoriously poor, and one of the most challenging aspects of gambling on stones is the risk of cracks, which Masa stones are infamous for. Are you treating us like novices by presenting such a large piece? Fang Hongyi, confronted with the backlash, merely chuckled, unperturbed, and replied, Mr. Jiang makes an excellent point. However, I believe that since we are at a stone gambling appraisal event, we ought to showcase a variety of categories. After all, there are merits to both large and small stones. Mr. Jiang, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier, snorted in disagreement, asserting, you still miss the point in stone gambling. Size is never the key factor. Quality is what truly matters. You mentioned that this stone exhibits color on its skin, but I've observed it closely. The color is raised, not recessed, and such coloration is 90% unlikely to penetrate. What good would it do to bid on it? Fang Hongyi's expression faltered, yet the proceedings must continue. He cleared his throat and chuckled awkwardly. Ultimately, nothing is guaranteed. Stone gambling thrives on the thrill of risk, As the old saying goes, big stones never lose. This piece from Masa, numbered MG 8023, has a starting bid of 30,000, with each increment no less than 1,000. Perhaps swayed by Mr. Zhang's remarks, or perhaps due to the general skepticism surrounding the stone, the hall fell silent, with no one willing to place a bid. Tang Songyuan, however, found promise in this stone. Under his X-ray vision, he could see that although the jadeite within was of low quality, it still possessed some value. And the thin skin, despite its numerous cracks, held potential. What truly captivated him was a core area of green, the size of a fist, reaching the level of true yang green. Furthermore, with such a low starting price, it was an ideal opportunity for him. Just as he prepared to raise his paddle, someone else beat him to it. 31,000. Turning to see who had bid, Tang Songyuan noticed it was a man sitting next to Mr. Jiang. After placing his bid, the man exchanged a fleeting glance with Mr. Jiang. Though he quickly shifted his gaze away, many in the crowd caught the interaction. Song Jinghua scoffed. This group hails from Pingzhou, specifically seeking out these low-quality large stones to craft bracelets. With such a large piece, they could easily produce 200 to 300 bracelets without issue. After a little acid wash, its translucency and appearance would be quite appealing. So, Mr. Jiang was just making a show of things. 35,000. Qiu Yingxue interjected, surprising everyone with her interest in this rough stone. Mr. Jiang's expression soured, and the man beside him twitched his lips before bidding 36,000. This time, Qiu Yingxue refrained from placing another bid, clearly showing a lack of interest in the stone. 40,000. Finally asserting himself, Tang Songyuan raised his paddle to bid. Are you out of your mind? Li Yangqiu looked at him incredulously. Everyone's saying this stone is of poor quality and won't yield anything worthwhile. Why are you so eager to bid? Tang Songyuan smiled slightly and turned to him. Quality matters little to me. I see potential value in this stone, and I'm merely participating for fun. I am not necessarily looking to win it. Though he claimed to be casual, he felt that if the stone went for less than 200,000, he could easily acquire it. Li Yangqiu sighed and remarked, "You'd best just play around. Even if you win it, there's little you can do with it. Those Pingzhou folks have their specialized workers and machines for crafting bracelets. Heed my advice and take it slow." At this point, the bidding had reached 45,000, and Tang Songyuan followed up with a bid of 46,000, then responded to Li Yangqiu, "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. 46,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid?" The organizers, eager to avoid a failed auction, were relieved to see someone interested in the unappreciated rough stone. 46,000 once. Fang Hongyi looked toward the man next to Mr. Jiang, inquiring, 46,000, will you be bidding? Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu's face turned pale as he glanced toward Tang Songyuan, then shook his head, indicating he would not continue. 46,000 twice. 46,000 three times. Sold. As the wooden mallet descended, this block of jade rough weighing over 200 jin was successfully auctioned off by Tang Songyuan. Chapter 17. The impetuous youth. The auction continued seamlessly, having progressed through more than 30 rounds. During this time, there were several pieces that caught Tang Songyuan's eye, yet most were snatched away by others at higher bids. The players in the stone gambling arena were seasoned gamblers, well versed in the nuances of jadeite rough, and they were determined not to let any potentially flawed pieces slip through their fingers. Expecting to find a hidden gem among them seemed rather optimistic. Furthermore, the jadeite rough available in this venue had undoubtedly undergone rigorous selection, and the experts present were not easily deceived. Naturally, some pieces went unsold, belonging to categories deemed undesirable by all, and no matter how fervently Fang Hongyi called for bids, the crowd remained unresponsive, resulting in the eventual failure to sell. Next, another piece favored by Tang Songyuan was brought forth. This was a block of Moxisha old pit material that I personally held in high regard. The host, Fang Hongyi, cheerfully introduced, item number MX9257. The rough weighs a total of 73 jin. The starting price is 200,000 RMB, with each bid increment not less than 5,000. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids. As he finished speaking, silence enveloped the room once more. The attendees exchanged glances, each displaying a different expression as they regarded Fang Hongyi on stage. Yet no one stepped forward to bid. Boss and I. Fang Hongyi's pleading gaze turned to an Idahong. You've already secured 2 pieces today. This rare Moxisha old pit material is not something you should overlook. An Idahong cast a knowing glance at the stone, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, "I appreciate it, Boss Fong, but I just examined this stone, and while it is indeed Moksha old pit material, however, its weathering structure does not meet my expectations, and the mixed salt sandskin and mud sandskin reveal a lack of density and compactness. A gentle touch causes sand to fall from the skin. Even if this material possesses some quality, it is likely to be quite tender. Moreover, the thick skin obscures the jade's features under the light, introducing too much uncertainty and gambling risk. I certainly do not wish to see my money evaporate so carelessly." What Boss and I stated resonated with the crowd, prompting immediate agreement. Though it is stone gambling, the performance of this material is indeed subpar. Let us move on to the next piece. Nods of consensus rippled through the attendees, uncertain whether they were admiring an Idahong's insight or simply eager to transition to the next item to avoid wasting time. Yet Fong Hongyi clearly wished to persevere, asking once more, "Moksha old pit material. Item number MX9257, starting price 200,000. Is there anyone willing to bid? 200,000 plus 5,000. Tang Songyuan's resonant voice echoed from the back of the hall, causing the crowd to turn and regard him with curiosity. Who was this fool, so stubbornly bidding on a piece that had been thoroughly dismissed by the experts? Did he have money to burn? This impetuous youth. Murmurs of disbelief circulated among the onlookers. Over 200,000, let him learn a lesson. Even Li Yangqiu could not refrain from critiquing Tang Songyuan. "Brother, are you all right? So many experts deem this material unworthy, yet you insist on buying it. Why put yourself through this?" He added, shaking his head in dismay. "That's 200,000 after all. By the way, where did you acquire such funds?" Li Yangqiu was aware of Tang Songyuan's humble background. He had lost his parents and grown up in poverty, so it was surprising that he could so casually produce 200,000 to gamble on stones. Tang Songyuan pressed his lips together, and though words were on the tip of his tongue, he ultimately replied, "I'll explain later." Fong Hongyi's expression brightened as he confirmed, "This gentleman has bid 205,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid?" Given the general disinterest in the rough, it was no surprise that no further bids were made. After 3 calls for bids, Tang Songyuan successfully secured the Moksha jade ruft. As Fong Hongyi's mallet fell, a weight lifted from his heart. In his discerning vision, the exterior of this jadeite indeed appeared lackluster. And as an Idahong had mentioned, it presented considerable uncertainty. First and foremost, the skin was thick, with a fog layer measuring over 10 centimeters. However, within that fog layer, the jade flesh exhibited an exceptionally rare icy quality. Icy jadeite is already considered rare in the industry, and those of better quality can fetch prices as high as 1 million per kilogram in the market. The downside, however, was that it was riddled with numerous fine internal cracks. The most critical area, which Tang Songyuan found most promising, was a region roughly the size of a rice bowl where the internal cracks abruptly ceased, giving way to a strikingly vibrant and lustrous emerald green. A rich expanse of this melting green connected seamlessly, resembling the very core of the rough, radiant and pure. "Nice," Tang Songyuan exclaimed, feeling as though he had struck gold. This was undoubtedly his greatest gain from this venture. "Did you really win that?" Li Yangqiu expressed his astonishment, still perplexed as to why Tang Songyuan would buy a stone that had failed to inspire interest among so many experts. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly. "Relax, until the stone is opened. Anything is possible, isn't it? Let us hope so." Seeing the matter was settled, Li Yangqiu continued, "I've often heard industry insiders boast about the miracles of stone gambling. So let us believe in miracles." "Haha," Tang Songyuan chimed in, picking up on his sentiment. As the auction concluded, several attendees had already departed, some having successfully acquired their desired pieces and heading to the workshop district for cutting, while others showed little interest in the remaining rough stones, knowing that competition would only intensify towards the end. Li Yangqiu belonged to the latter group. Having already made a significant purchase that evening, he informed Song Jinghua and then turned to Tang Songyuan. "I'm heading to the back to cut my material. Would you like to join me?" Tang Songyuan observed the competitive exchanges taking place in the hall, weighed his financial capacity, and readily agreed. Though his resources were still limited, with a bit more time, he envisioned himself as the protagonist in future auctions, confidently navigating the tumultuous waters of the jade world. The two proceeded to the management office beside the podium, settled their remaining dues, and collected their respective jade roughs and the workshop area at the back. Many individuals had already begun their cutting. And fortunately, Fang Hongyi's workshop was spacious with ample machines available, allowing for some free stations. Li Yangqiu's jade rough was modest in size, and under the master's advice, he opted for water cutting. Tang Songyuan's two rough pieces were significantly larger, particularly the one from Masa, weighing over 200 jin, which necessitated a line-cutting approach. As he watched several workers operate the machinery to place the rough stones into different cutting machines. Tang Songyuan noticed Li Yangqiu standing nearby with his hands clasped in prayer, murmuring to himself. "What are you doing?" Tang Songyuan asked, somewhat exasperated. Li Yangqiu turned to him, looking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Making a wish," Tang Songyuan retorted. "What good is making a wish at this moment? If you're going to gamble, then do it decisively, or you can wish on me, and I'll make that wish come true." Chapter 18. From glutinous ice to ice. As the two chatted, the auction smoothly came to a close. The remaining jade roughs found buyers, and the crowd gradually followed Fang Hongyi towards the workshop area. "Oh no, it collapsed, collapsed? This is called Wuji Di Ha. The first stone gambler had already begun cutting, and when the owner unveiled the cut stone, laughter erupted from the crowd, filled with a mocking tone. The rough split in two, revealing a pitch-black interior, the gray-black base lacking any aesthetic appeal, suitable only for propping up a fish tank. Li Yangqiu stood beside Tang Songyuan, shaking his head in lament. Collapsing is the norm, while a rise is a rare spectacle. Sigh. I too acted impulsively. Stone gambling carries risks. Investments must be approached with caution. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, unfazed as he responded. One cut can lead to wealth or destitution, before the result is revealed. No one dares to make rash conclusions, except for me, he added silently in his mind. Just then, the first cut of the jade rough purchased by Li Yangqiu was completed, with a mix of anxiousness and excitement. He cradled the material just removed from the cutting table. As the crowd caught wind of the event, they gradually gathered around, intensifying Li Yangqiu's nervousness. "Come on, unveil it quickly, stop dawdling," someone in the crowd urged. "Sticking your neck out is one cut, retracting is another. Hurry up, don't delay my chance to see the next piece." Irritated, Li Yangqiu shot a glance at the speaker but chose not to engage further. Slowly lifting the cover off the cut stone. Beautiful. The material was cut along the old cracks in the skin, perfectly dividing the jade rough. As Li Yangqiu cracked open a small gap, one sharp-eyed observer spotted a glimmering, translucent sheen, reminiscent of glowing jelly. "Wow, it's wet!" A cry of excitement stirred the surrounding crowd, elevating the atmosphere. The icy jadeite, adorned with color, indeed reveals that Moksha is a place where miracles are easily born. The norm is to see stones cut into pieces, yet today, witnessing someone unveil jadeite with a watery texture brought a wave of joy to the crowd surrounding Li Yangqiu. Prices surged, laughter echoing. Prices have soared. Li Yangqiu held two halves of the split raw stone, gazing at Tang Songyuan with overwhelming excitement, exclaiming. Tang Songyuan returned his smile, while Li Yangqiu retrieved a small flashlight from his pocket, directing its beam onto the cut surface, admiring it repeatedly. The old crack on the skin traversed the entire stone, while a smaller fissure halted right at the jade meat, posing little threat to the jade's value. A tall middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, smiling gently at Li Yangqiu, saying, "Young man, don't linger any longer. The rough material has already appreciated in value. Are you interested in selling it? I'll offer 150,000 for both." Li Yangqiu had purchased this piece for a total of 110,000, meaning a quick profit of 40,000 if he sold it for 150,000.150,000. That's absurd. At that moment, Song Jinghua finally squeezed into the throng, taking the open stone from Li Yangqiu's hands. After a brief inspection, he remarked, "The texture on this side has reached a glutinous ice quality, while the other side has attained icy jadeite. A hint of flour is visible to the naked eye, and from this angle, cracks are nearly imperceptible. You think you can secure it for 150,000? Are you trying to take advantage of a novice?" Li Yangqiu, still riding the wave of excitement, called out, "Uncle." Song Jinghua chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder with the other hand, saying, "Don't worry, cut a few more times. Even if it ultimately breaks, I will guarantee you a minimum of 150,000. With the assurance of a safety net, Li Yangqiu nodded vigorously and turned to find a worker to continue cutting the stone. Subsequently, various raw stones belonging to other vendors were cut, drawing numerous onlookers each time. They were not merely spectators but eager to seize any opportunity to gamble once more. When a stone opened to reveal good quality, they were quick to bid. All of them were seasoned experts, intimately familiar with market trends, yet each attendee possessed their own sales channels. Thus, even when good pieces emerged, they primarily intended to take them home for further study on how to best process them. Until Tang Song's MG 8023 was cut, that hefty piece weighing over 200 pounds from the masa quarry, as the enormous saw machine roared to a halt, the protective cover was lifted to prevent mud splatter, prompting several eager voices to shout, "Clear the way, the big goods are coming out." In reality, over 200 pounds is hardly considered a large quantity, as some of the newest sources in Pekin even boast stones as large as a mountain, requiring dynamite to break apart before flowing into various markets. Will the owner unveil it themselves, or shall we assist? The cutting technician inquired attentively. Given the considerable size of this rough material, even the weight of the open skin was substantial, and improper handling posed a risk of injury. Tang Songyuan felt confident in this piece, or more accurately, in his ability to perceive its potential, and thus replied with a smile, "Then I'll leave it to you." As the side cover was lifted, the true nature of the masa quarry's raw stone was revealed. Wow! What incredible luck! Jiang Mingxing, who had originally intended to witness a spectacle, cursed under his breath, realizing that he had also had an interest in this stone, but hesitated and was thus outmaneuvered by Tang Songyuan. Though the texture was still somewhat tender, there was indeed some translucence. Someone nearby exclaimed, "It barely reaches the bean variety, and given its extensive range, it can yield plenty of fine items even while avoiding the cracks." Old Jiang lamented his oversight, pondering why he hadn't pursued the price of over 40,000 at the time. Now, with the stone cut, its value had more than doubled. Frustrated, Jiang Mingxing huffed and glared but found himself at a loss for words. He thought to himself how regrettable it was for this piece to fall into Tang Song's hands. If it were his, he could undoubtedly extract far greater value. With over 200 pounds of weight, even after stripping the skin, it would still weigh around 180 to 190 pounds, enough to craft numerous bangles. He contemplated swallowing his pride to negotiate a sale with Tang Songyuan, yet before he could voice his thoughts, Li Yangqiu and Song Zhenghua, drawn by the commotion, rushed over to assess the situation. Li Yangqiu joyfully exclaimed, "Haha, brother, you're having such good luck today. It nearly rivals mine." "Haha, indeed it is luck." Tang Songwen chuckled in agreement, then resumed discussing with the worker about the next cutting steps. Typically, in such cases, one would open another window on the reverse side. Tang Songyuan mulled it over and concurred with the plan. The technician wasted no time, promptly repositioning the rough material, covering it again, and restarting the machine. During the waiting period, Tang Songyuan noticed that not all clients who purchased raw stones were cutting them here. He surmised that these individuals must possess their own cutting equipment, allowing them the freedom to slice as they pleased upon returning home. In this day and age, cutting machines are not exorbitantly priced, and most possess their own methods of processing and distribution. Only a small fraction, like Tang Songyuan, were leisurely gamblers. Yet, as midnight approached, most remained, clustered in small groups chatting, eagerly rushing over whenever a stone was cut. The elegant Xiao Yingxue had not left either. The jadeite rough material she had purchased was already packed for transportation. Likely destined for her own cutting. As Tang Songyuan kept an eye on his jade material being processed, he listened to the casual conversations among the industry insiders. "Back in 2019, I encountered a piece of glass-like material at the public auction in Myanmar. Can you guess its starting price? You wouldn't believe it. It was merely 5,000 euros. I directly multiplied it tenfold, investing 50,000 euros. But when the auction commenced, can you guess how much the final bid was? A staggering 120,000 euros. The speaker gestured with his hands. It was just about this big, probably a little over 200 grams, yet it fetched 120,000 euros. The public auction in Myanmar is divided into open and sealed bids. And this case was of the latter type. The majority of raw stones in the auction are openly priced. It's not surprising at all. Another individual chimed in. The same year, I was also at the public auction, and I came across a small piece of glass-like jade, around 3 kilograms, already cracked beyond recognition. At that time, we thought it held no value, and its starting price was only 20,000 euros. I was foolishly optimistic, betting on its future potential. and placed a bid of 210,000 euros on the spot, yet I ended up losing the bid. Later, I discovered that a guy from Jeong bought it for over 6 million renminbi. The gambling of jade is merely the source industry for jadeite. Once transformed into authentic finished products, their market value is expected to multiply significantly. Half an hour later, a beaming Li Yangqiu approached Tang Songyuan, asking, "So, brother, is it cut yet? I've wrapped everything up on my end." Tang Songyuan shook his head slightly, observing Li Yangqiu's exuberance with a smile. "Are you about to strike it rich?" "Haha," Li Yangqiu chuckled, saying, "Both pieces turned out perfectly after stripping. My uncle bought them for 300,000. Now that the work was winding down, he added, "Once you're done, we can head back to launching together." Generally, I see jadeite averages around 300,000 per kilogram, while glutinous ice runs several tens of thousands. Thus, pricing both pieces together at 300,000 seems reasonable. Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback, then teasingly remarked, "You've clearly benefited from Boss and I's goodwill. That money is practically a gift. I advise you to be mindful of social niceties." Li Yangqiu paused, adopting a pained expression. "What nonsense are you spouting? Old and I has only one granddaughter. Is he trying to marry me off?" Chapter 19. Designated to break. Tang Songyuan chuckled. "So what if it's a marriage proposal, brother? In this day and age, money is hard to earn, and opportunities like this, which save you 20 years of struggle, don't come by every day. Get lost." As the two bantered, the backside of the masa quarry piece was also cut open. It revealed green. The technician operating the machine, having uncovered the back, noticed a bright spot of green near the center and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's green, and a beautiful Zhengyang green at that. Zhengyang green?" The surrounding crowd fell momentarily silent before surging toward the cutting machine. Indeed, it was Zhengyang green. About a dozen people encircled the freshly cut masa jadeite, discussing and marveling at its rarity. Who would have thought the masa quarry could yield Zhengyang green? It's truly a rare sight. Yet, the texture was still somewhat young. Were it older material, this small hint of green could easily fetch 70,000 to 80,000 for a bracelet. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu also joined the throng, observing the cut section where a marble-sized green spot stood out strikingly. "Wow, Zhengyang green." Li Yangqiu pointed at the small green on the jade material, saying, "If this color penetrates deeper, the price of this piece could easily double." Despite its seemingly tender exterior, when viewed from the side, the texture of this material remains remarkably fine. He then retracted his finger, gesturing dramatically with both hands. "If this color fully diffuses after being cut, you, my friend, will strike it rich." Tang Songyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He was acutely aware of the internal changes and the trajectory of the colors within this material. He chuckled and said, "Then what are we hesitating for? Continue cutting for me." Wait. Just as Tang Songyuan instructed the workers to resume cutting, Jiang Mingcheng, who had been observing, hurriedly interjected, "Young brother, hold on a moment. Let me have a word." Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there something on your mind, sir?" Jiang Mingcheng forced a smile and explained, "You see, young brother, I had my eye on this piece as well. We were bound to compete during the auction. Now that this material has already been cut twice, no one can predict what changes may occur with further cuts. It could be for better or worse. Why not consider this? I'll offer 200,000, and you can let me have this piece. How about it?" Tang Songyuan chuckled twice and replied, "Selling it to you is certainly not an issue, but first allow me to make another cut, and then we'll discuss a suitable price." "Dreaming of 200,000 for this piece? You must be joking with that." He disregarded Jiang Mingcheng and instructed the workers to adjust their position for another cut. This time, instead of slicing the outer shell, he aimed for a spot slightly to the left of the center of the rough stone, intending to gain a clearer understanding of the color changes. Tang Songyuan appeared to casually draw a cutting line, skillfully avoiding the core of the color band to preserve the integrity of the colored section within. "Mr. Tang, your Moxisha 9257 has been cut." 9257 was the second rough stone Tang Songyuan had purchased. Before anyone else could act, he scanned it with his perceptive ability. The cut section revealed merely the skin of the stone, still a good 6 or 7 centimeters away from the inner jade flesh. "Let's go take a look," Tang Songyuan called out to Li Yangqiu with feigned nonchalance. The two led the way, drawing the attention of 4 or 5 onlookers. "There's no need to look further. This piece is destined to be a failure." Before they even reached the spot, Someone had spotted the stone on the machine and immediately doused their excitement with a cold reality check. As the rough stone was cut 4 to 5 centimeters in, a glimpse of yellow stone slurry was visible in the cracks. As Tang Songyuan lifted the cover of the rough material, a patch of gray-green, moss-like patterns emerged at the cut surface. However, the texture remained largely unchanged from the outer shell. I told you it would definitely fail. A chorus of sighs arose from the crowd, and Jiang Mingxing chimed in with a hint of mockery. A young fool is still a young fool. Consider this over 200,000 as tuition fees. It's well known that many materials have strong reflective relationships in their skins. Those who understand get it, and those who don't, well, it's hard to explain. The current situation indeed appeared to be a failure, and surrounded by critics. Tang Songyuan's expression subtly darkened. Faced with the undeniable reality, he found it difficult to refute their opinions. Nonetheless, he secretly chuckled to himself, waiting for the moment when the internal icy texture of this rough stone would astound them all. Even Li Yangqiu shared in the collective frustration, casting annoyed glances at the gossiping crowd. Don't worry, didn't you just say that cutting failures are the norm? Tang Songyuan feigned ease with a smile, inquiring whether the master could make another cut. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he gestured on the stone, indicating, this time, cut along this angle. The worker commenced without hesitation, and Jiang Mingxing began his sarcastic commentary again. I truly don't understand these youngsters. Do they really expect a miracle to happen with another cut? It's simply a waste of time. Tang Songyuan chuckled softly, replying, precisely because we are young. We have plenty of time to waste, don't we? Implicitly suggesting that Jiang Mingxing, half buried in the ground, was simply too verbose. You. Jiang Mingxing was momentarily taken aback, but as the roar of the machine filled the air, the surrounding crowd gradually lost interest and began to disperse, leaving him with few to engage. Just past noon, Tang Songyuan's Moxisha rough material was finally ready for a second cut. Had increased in value significantly. Following the incision, large swathes of green were becoming visible in the center. With the workers' careful operation, 2 pieces were revealed before the crowd. Wow, this piece has truly opened up such a vast expanse of vibrant yang green. It's astonishing, even though a few sections of the skin remained intact. The overall form of the material was becoming clearer. The substantial jade flesh beneath the skin had reached a level comparable to bean-grade quality, despite some internal cracks. However, the weight was substantial and the slight fissures would not impede future processing. Whether for bracelets or plaques, a plethora of finished products could be crafted. A single bracelet could fetch a price in the thousands without any trouble. Especially that patch of vibrant yang green. Its brilliant hue stirred a thrill in the heart. You've struck it rich this time, Li Yangqiu exclaimed excitedly, shaking Tang Songyuan's shoulder in delight. Just based on this bit of yang green, this piece is worth at least $1 million. Soon as he finished speaking, just as Tang Songyuan was about to ask the crowd if anyone was willing to place a bid, a melodious female voice rang out from behind. I'll offer 1.5 million. Can I buy this piece outright? Tang Songyuan turned to see that the speaker was Qiu Shue, who had approached unbeknownst to him. Chapter 20. Useful to oneself. Quality jadeite naturally attracts discerning buyers, and there is no shortage of individuals willing to pay a premium for it. The journey from rough jadeite to the final product can often involve numerous hands. Qiu Shue's initial bid set off a new round of auction competition. Miss Qiu is quite the shrewd one. She doesn't even inquire if they are willing to sell, remarked Song Jinghua from within the crowd. Qiu Shue's beautiful eyes flickered as she directed an inquiring gaze at Tang Songyuan. The latter, scratching his nose, replied with a smile, well, selling is certainly on the table, as I have no channels for producing or selling finished products. However, who it is sold to will be determined by the highest bidder. With so many people present, conducting a live auction would maximize the benefits. Song Jinghua chuckled and immediately made a counteroffer. I believe this piece has enough weight to yield over 100 bracelets without issue. Not to mention that large patch of yang green. I'll bid 1.6 million. Qiu Shue glanced between Tang Songyuan, Song Jinghua, and Li Yangqiu, pondering their relationships. She pursed her lips, poised to speak when another voice, slightly older, chimed in. 1.7 million. My old man also has his eye on this piece. The crowd turned to see an elderly gentleman, around 60 or 70 years old, leaning on a cane, supported by Fong Hongyi. The auction host from earlier, Old Master Fong. The crowd gasped in astonishment, not expecting a mere piece of jadeite from the Moxisha market to attract the attention of Fong Qinghua, who had not appeared in years. Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Fang Qinghua chuckled and waved his hand in greeting. This piece actually came from an old friend of mine. There are many stories and connections to it. He paused for effect, then continued with a laugh. Apologies, I tend to reminisce about the past at my age. This stone has yielded such good fortune, and I'm just as pleased today. Please don't mind my unsolicited bid. Originally, this rough jadeite was provided by the Fang family, and now that it has been cut, the Fang family members were considering repurchasing it. However, this industry often sees such situations. The difference between a rough piece and a cut one is monumental. And examples of selling raw stones and repurchasing premium jadeite abound. Old Master Fang is merely joking. There's no need for formality, Song Jinghua replied. However, as the owner has stated, the highest bidder will take it, and no one has any objections. Fang Qinghua chuckled, I naturally have no objections. What followed was quite amusing, as silence enveloped the room, with no one making a bid for a moment. Fang Qinghua turned his attention to Tang Song, who, feeling somewhat helpless, stated, Currently, Old Master Fang has bid 1.7 million. Is there anyone willing to offer higher? With no bids forthcoming, this piece would belong to Old Master Fang. Most attendees were industry professionals who, upon seeing high-quality materials, naturally did not wish to miss out. With the material nearly fully cut, there was generally little room for further changes. Moreover, they had processing and sales channels, so they had a good idea of how to cut the stone. Each person calculated their potential profits after deducting processing costs, all too aware of the figures involved. 1.75 million. Once again, it was Chiu Yingxue who placed the bid, glancing at Fang Qinghua with a slight smile. Grandpa Fang, I also have my eye on this piece. Fang Qinghua narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, Little girl from the Chiu family, how you've grown. How is your father? After Chiu Yingxue replied that he was well, Fang Qinghua raised his bid to 1.8 million. But I'm sorry, Miss Chiu. This piece is one I must have. Upon finishing her words, Fang Qinghua glanced at Fang Hongyi, who displayed a look of shame and lowered his head. This scene was fully observed by Chiu Yingxue, who, after a moment of contemplation, smiled gently and remarked, Since it is thus, I shall not follow along. Congratulations, Old Master Fang. Fang Qinghua nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze towards Tang Song. Purchased for 46,000, it was now being sold for 180,000, a price that had nearly multiplied by 40 times within just a few hours. Tang Songyuan was quite pleased. Yet he still inquired as a matter of routine, Old Master Fang, with a bid of 180,000, is there anyone willing to offer a higher price for this material? After asking 3 times in succession, there were finally no further bids. Thus, the material was effectively secured by Fang Qinghua. He promptly instructed Fang Hongyi to transfer the funds to Tang Songyuan, while also directing the workers to load the material onto a flatbed truck for transportation. Having spent 250,000 on the material, he was now receiving 180,000. To date, Tang Songyuan had already netted over 150,000, not to mention he still had a superior piece yet to be fully cut. The value of that was another matter entirely, and could be deemed an abundant harvest. With the tale of this material reaching a conclusion, some time passed before the second cut of the Moxisha 9257 was completed. This time, Tang Songyuan himself revealed the results. He naturally lifted the cover from the rough material, exposing the internal icy and lustrous jade flesh. The second cut, taken along the outer edge of the jadeite, presented to all was a mass of exquisite jade enveloped in a thick shell. Ice variety. Oh my heavens, this material has turned out to be ice variety jade. Li Yangqiu, standing nearby, exclaimed, President Song, come take a look. Is this material not of full color? Although somewhat taken aback and envious, he genuinely wished for Tang Songwen's success, hoping he could maximize his gains that evening. And no need to look, it is indeed ice variety. Standing together, Song Zhenghua and Enai Dehong exchanged glances before chuckling. Old Enai has also misjudged. This material has surprisingly yielded full-color ice variety, quite remarkable indeed. Old Enai, unperturbed by the teasing, merely displayed a glimmer of affection in his gaze towards the material, as if he were overwhelmed by the impulse to possess and appreciate it. He remarked, from my experience, this material's skin does not appear to have much gamble, but in the realm of gambling stones, nothing is ever certain. Instances of misjudgment do occur, so it is not uncommon. Hearing the commotion, Old Master Fang approached, with Chiu Yingxue bringing her secretary along. After surveying the situation, Fang Qinghua inquired amiably towards Tang Song. Young man, your luck seems to be quite good this evening. Are you planning to part with this material? Tang Songyun rose to respond. I apologize, Old Master Fong, but I do not intend to sell this material at present. I have other plans, however. I wish to utilize your esteemed venue to fully extract this material. A hint of regret flickered in Fong Qingxue's eyes, yet he replied, not a problem. Feel free to cut it as you wish. After a brief discussion with her appraiser, Qiao Yingxue stepped closer to Tang Songyuan and asked, Handsome, are you truly not considering selling? Based on the quality revealed, I could offer you 2 million beauty. Li Yangqiu glanced at Tang Songyuan with delight, yet Tang Songyuan resolutely declined. I'm sorry, beauty, but I genuinely plan to keep this material for myself. Chapter 21. Supplemental Agreement. This piece of jadeite, rich with top-tier ice variety jade, was something Tang Songyuan had initially intended to keep for himself. The hulu-shaped gold headpiece he entrusted to Shangda Auction House was precisely lacking a piece of natural jade to complement it. Just days ago, Yu Qingran had mentioned that jade was hard to come by, and top-quality jade was even more elusive. Yet, within less than 48 hours, Tang Songyuan had secured not just any jade, but exceptionally top-grade ice variety jade. He merely needed to cut this piece and then entrust the remainder to Yu Qingran for assistance. Tang Songyuan believed that his hulu gold headpiece and this exquisite ice variety jade would undoubtedly yield a result greater than the sum of their parts. One should not underestimate the purchasing power of the wealthy in the country, especially in the bustling metropolis. Such uniquely shaped and perfectly meaningful objects are bound to be highly sought after. Taken aback by the refusal, Qiao Yingxue expressed her surprise, for such occurrences were evidently rare. But wait, she pressed, perplexed, you just said you had no means for processing or selling. Do you truly intend to keep it for your collection? Tang Songyuan's lips twitched slightly as he replied, I am very sorry, but it is inconvenient for me to disclose the specific purpose. He then turned to the worker, gesturing on the rough material. For the next cut, I would like it to be done this way. Is that acceptable? The worker, taken aback and blinking in surprise for a good 3 seconds, thought to himself how this young man was indeed impervious to persuasion. Such a beautiful woman was speaking to him, yet this was his attitude. Ah, yes, the boss has said you can cut it however you wish, he quickly replied, adjusting the stone's position and preparing to make the next cut. Qiao Yingxue, slightly irritated, stamped her foot and let out a soft huff, but quickly regained her composure and, with a lackluster tone, suggested, It's getting late. Let us head back. As she departed, Li Yangqiu could not help but give Tang Song a thumbs up. Wow, you're quite the resilient one, not swayed by beauty. Tang Songyuan shot him a glare. Spare me. I genuinely have use for this material. It has nothing to do with beauty. Moreover, he had already seen every inch of such a beauty. He could even discern how many parasites were lurking within her. The heart yearns for beauty, but could a mere transaction involving a piece of jadeite truly bridge such a gap? That was evidently impossible. So you think you're remarkable, maintaining your integrity. I'm the one who has lost in desire, forgetting my principles. Li Yangqiu scoffed, rolling his eyes. Tang Songyuan crossed his arms, gazing towards the line cutter. I never said that. What I mean is, one must be strong enough to forge their own path. Beauty will always be present, but opportunity only favors those who are prepared. Li Yangqiu chuckled. So what you're saying is you're not strong enough yet. To hell with you. At least I'm harder than you. As night deepened, the cutting machines gradually became less occupied, and most of the stones being processed were finished. After a night of tumult, with some reveling in joy while others wallowed in disappointment, the crowd attending the stone gambling appreciation event began to disperse. Song Zhenghua prepared to leave, advising Li Yangqiu, I'll give you a 5-day vacation. Just return to the company afterward. Also, take care. Understood, uncle. Safe travels. It wasn't until past 2 in the morning that Tang Songyuan's last piece of jadeite was completely sliced open. The worker thoughtfully cleaned up all the edges of the jade slab, leaving only a stunningly transparent, lush green jade that stirred the heart. Truly beautiful, Li Yangqiu sincerely praised as he gazed at the jade Tang Songyuan held. The finished ice variety jade weighed around 4 to 5 jin. Tang Songyuan requested some packaging from the worker to securely wrap it up. Only then did he signal for Li Yangqiu to leave the venue together. The organizers had arranged for bodyguards and hotel accommodations, but Tang Songyuan preferred to find his own place to stay. After hailing a taxi, Tang Songyuan returned to the hotel where he had rested the previous night, sharing a double room with Li Yangqiu. It was wise to be cautious upon entering, Li Yangqiu tossed his luggage onto the bed near the door and sprawled out. By the way, now that you're keeping this piece of jade, what exactly do you plan to do with it? Tang Songyuan set down his few belongings and opened the bathroom door, saying, "You'll find out tomorrow. I'm going to take a shower now." "Shall we go together?" Li Yangqiu asked cheekily. "Come on." Tang Songyuan beckoned him without hesitation. The night passed in silence, and the next morning, the two enjoyed a buffet breakfast at the hotel restaurant. After checking out, they took a taxi to Shangda auction house together. "Are you planning to auction off this jade slab?" Upon disembarking, Li Yangqiu, seeing the sign at the entrance of the auction house, asked in confusion. Last night's gathering was the best jade trading circle. Those people understand the market and wouldn't hesitate to place bids. I never realized you could be so verbose. Tang Songyuan strode inside. "If you want to know what I plan, you'll find out shortly." Though they arrived early, Yu Qingran was already at work. In the antique-style reception room of Shangda, she once again greeted Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu. "Mr. Tang, you've returned. Is there anything else you wish to discuss, or is there something we at Shangda can assist you with?" Tang Songyuan wasted no time, directly opening his backpack and retrieving the exquisite, full green ice variety jade he had acquired the previous night. Before he could even begin to explain, Yu Qingran's luscious lips formed a perfect O shape in astonishment. "The exquisite icy jadeite, and it is fully colored." Yu Qingran exclaimed in astonishment. Such a jadeite raw stone is exceedingly rare in Modu. How did Mr. Tang manage to acquire it? Naturally, icy jadeite is not exceedingly scarce. However, most of it circulates within the realms of stone gambling or the jadeite community, subsequently transformed into finished products according to demand before entering the market. The rough stones that have been processed are indeed rather few. Tang Songyuan smiled slightly and inquired, "Miss Yu, do you think this material would be suitable as a base for Crouching Tiger? Hidden Dragon?" Yu Qingran gazed at the jadeite material Tang Songyuan had placed on the table, her eyes regaining their professional demeanor. "May I examine it closely?" After receiving Tang Songyuan's nod of agreement, she carefully and gingerly lifted it. Upon scrutinizing it, she remarked, "This material, in terms of texture and color, as well as its overall appearance, is exceptionally good. It would indeed be very fitting as a base for Crouching Tiger. However, such material, if it were in the jadeite community, would at least be valued at 4 to 5 million. Is Mr. Tang truly willing to make such a substantial investment?" The implication being that such fine material would be a pity not to use for crafting bangles. Tang Songyuan casually responded, "This is not a significant issue. My expectation is that this piece can create a synergistic effect when paired with that Crouching Tiger, resulting in an outcome greater than the sum of its parts. One must risk something to gain something. The question remains whether the carving process can keep pace with the timeline." The jadeite rough was not light, and Yu Qingran carefully set it back down, stating, "Mr. Tang, please rest assured. This is Modu, where the purchasing power is among the best in the country. Moreover, our Shangda craftsman skills are unparalleled. Since Mr. Tang has made this decision, we will need to sign a supplementary agreement." Chapter 22. The Mysterious Sphere. As for the timeline, there are still about 10 days until our next auction at Shangda. Yu Qingran said with a radiant smile, "This time frame is more than sufficient for our artisans." The supplementary agreement serves to protect the rights of both parties, and Tang Songyuan naturally had no objections, readily agreeing. "Please wait a moment. I will prepare it shortly." Yu Qingran gracefully stood up to draft the supplementary agreement. At this moment, Li Yangqiu seized the opportunity to inquire, "What exactly have you consigned here? What Crouching Tiger? Hidden Dragon jadeite?" Tang Songyuan cleared his throat and provided a brief explanation. "Oh, I stumbled upon a rather intriguing object. Aptly named Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Nothing of great significance, truly." Li Yangqiu regarded him with a skeptical expression. "Why do I get the feeling that you're hiding something from me?" Tang Songyuan immediately shifted a little further away, nervously stating, "Please do not look at me with such a resentful expression. Those unaware might think I have wronged you. I don't care." Li Yangqiu replied with a cheeky grin. "You must be responsible for how you treat me." Tang Songyuan scoffed, "You have successfully chosen to tread the line between legality and absurdity." The two continued their playful banter, and 10 minutes later, Yu Qingran returned, holding the prepared supplementary agreement. Tang Songyuan took it, meticulously reviewed it, and upon confirming its accuracy, signed his name. The agreement was made in duplicate, and after both parties had signed, Yu Qingran carefully stored her copy, then extended her delicate hand. "Does Mr. Tang have any instructions regarding the leftover scraps from the jadeite raw?" Tang Songyuan rose and shook her hand, stating, I have no specific demands. Let the artisans exercise their creativity. Make the most of what is available. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. I will return in half a month. Why Yu Qingran gestured invitingly. Allow me to see you off. Upon exiting the Shangda auction house, Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu walked side by side, with Yu Qingran ahead of them. As they passed by a slightly ajar office door, Tang Songyuan inadvertently glanced in and was instantly captivated by the scene within. Inside the office, several staff members were busily photographing an iron lump. Tang Songyuan's gaze was fixated on this iron lump, originally merely curious about what these individuals could find so fascinating about an iron lump. He activated his perspective ability to take a closer look. To his surprise, it turned out to be a meteorite from the M24 nebula, weighing 1.47 kilograms. Astonishingly, it was indeed a piece of extraterrestrial rock. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The highlight was the small sphere. Presumably made of metal, nestled within the meteorite, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the small sphere he had discovered while digging in the mud. Everything, from size to color, was identical. Moreover, while the perspective ability usually provided accurate identification of most objects, it failed to yield any information about this metallic sphere, revealing only two words, unknown. Since acquiring the metallic sphere and gaining the ability of perspective, Tang Songyuan had never encountered such a situation. This metallic sphere within the meteorite might share a common origin with the one he had found. Perhaps upon obtaining it, his perspective ability could be enhanced, and his physical attributes might further improve. Mr. Tang, do you have any questions? Noticing Tang Songyuan's distraction, Yu Qingran paused and turned to inquire. Li Yangqiu also halted, looking at him quizzically. Following his gaze, Li Yangqiu chuckled. The staff are merely taking promotional photos. What a curious sight. Tang Songyuan shot him an exasperated look, but turned to Yu Qingran. My apologies for being lost in thought. May I boldly inquire if that meteorite is also an item for your auction? Surprised that he recognized it as a meteorite, Yu Qingran glanced at him with intrigue before responding with a smile. Indeed, it is a piece of meteorite iron consigned by a client. Are you interested in it? Mr. Tang? I do have some interest. Tang Songyuan chuckled. I just haven't seen the actual object yet. May I take a closer look? If, as before, he could casually touch the metallic sphere and have it slip into his body unnoticed, it would likely not have any significant repercussions. Though this request might be somewhat excessive, considering Tang Songyuan was currently a valued client, Yu Qingran hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded in agreement. No problem. Taking a look won't hurt. With that, she personally opened the door, leading Tang Songyuan into the photography area. Good day, Mr. Yu. Several photographers greeted Yu Qingran, who nodded in acknowledgement before requesting them to pause their work and allow Tang Songyuan to observe. Of course, please proceed, Mr. Tang. Two staff members stepped back, gesturing for Tang Songyuan to approach. For the sake of the metallic sphere, Tang Songyuan was willing to set aside any pretense. This object was of utmost importance. And if it truly held the potential for enhancement, a little embarrassment was trivial. However, no matter from which angle he observed, he gleaned no additional information. Even when he shamelessly reached out to lightly touch it, there was no response. It seemed that only by cutting it open and extracting the metallic sphere could he delve deeper into its mysteries. The current situation, however, was not suitable for such actions, as it was still someone else's consigned item. What a stunning piece of extraterrestrial rock! After coming up empty-handed, Tang Songyuan reluctantly straightened up and forced a smile. It seems I am now even more intrigued by the upcoming auction. Initially, he could have skipped attending, but it was clear that he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Tang Songyuan would not allow such a treasure to fall into someone else's hands. After all, once it went to auction, he would find a way to acquire it. We are also delighted that Mr. Tang can participate personally. Yu Qingran responded with a polite smile. Upon leaving the Shangda auction house, Li Yangqiu couldn't help but voice his confusion. Why do I not recall you having an interest in meteorites before? I just looked at that meteorite and didn't find anything particularly special about it. You do not perceive it as special because you only see the surface, failing to look beyond appearances to grasp the essence. People change, after all. Tang Songyuan looked skyward and declared, in the past, I had no choices. Now, I am interested in all the treasures in the world. I plan to build a grand warehouse specifically to store such treasures. What an unrelated thought. Li Yangqiu paused briefly before saying, Let's go. We will miss the train back. Tang Songyun waved his hand dismissively. Why bother with the train? Let's take a flight back. I will book the tickets. Chapter 23. The Elmwood lump upon hearing Tang Songyun's intention to buy tickets for him. Li Yangqiu nearly jumped with joy, exclaiming, Really? Father of the righteous. The joy of being a young man is remarkably simple. Purchasing a $1,000 handbag or cosmetics for a girlfriend may not always elicit a satisfactory response. Yet, offering a brother a $5 treat can earn you the title of father. Tang Songyun had long since grown accustomed to the eccentric personality of this fellow, raising his hand to cover his face and saying, After we return, do not claim to know me. I cannot afford to lose face. There were no direct high-speed trains to Blue City, but flights were still available, as the newly constructed airport in Blue City had opened routes to numerous first- and second-tier cities across the country. At 11 in the morning, the two boarded a flight to Blue City at Hongqiao Airport. Would you consider this a triumphant return? Li Yangqiu quipped, as he settled into business class, glancing around while casting knowing glances at Tang Songyun. The night prior, Tang Songyun had made a profit of over 1,500,000 from a piece of jadeite rough. Such wealth in a small city like Blue City could indeed be considered affluent. This did not even account for the over 1 million he had previously won from the lottery. This is merely the beginning. Tang Songyun rolled his eyes at him and replied, There are plenty of wealthy individuals in Blue City, and my assets are but a hair on an ant's leg. Yet, Li Yangqiu stated earnestly, being discontented is commendable, but do not be overly modest. The money you earned last night is more than enough to buy a car and a home in Blue City with plenty left over. Moreover, having spent the last 6 months learning from my uncle, I have witnessed the ups and downs of the gambling stone industry, and I've seen countless tragedies, families torn apart and lives ruined. I do not wish for you to end up the same. I understand your intention. Tang Songyun replied, Having come from the most impoverished circumstances, I have seen the worst of times. I vowed to work hard to provide a better life for my sister. So do not worry. I am well aware of my limits in this regard, as a friend. Li Yangqiu hoped that Tang Songyun would not become complacent and disregard the risks associated with gambling stones. However, possessing the ability to see through stones was Tang Songyun's greatest secret, one he would never divulge. As long as you are mindful, that is sufficient, he remarked, though he had heard this phrase from Li Yangqiu numerous times over the past few days. Li Yangqiu's seriousness lasted barely 3 seconds before he began to tease again. Look over there at that beauty. Her figure is simply stunning. It was rare for two single men to gather without discussing women. And Tang Songyun reluctantly followed his gaze. Indeed, there stood a voluptuous beauty, dressed in a fashionably chic manner. Even with sunglasses and a mask, Tang Songyun could still clearly see her exquisite features. Lu Qinglu. What is she doing on this flight? Just 2 days prior, Lu Qinglu had attempted to purchase the $1 million lottery ticket from Tang Songyun, only to be met with a resolute refusal. He had thought they would never cross paths again. Yet here they were on the same plane, and not too far behind him at that. Although they were acquainted, Tang Songyun felt no need to greet her, and merely told Li Yangqiu, no matter how many beauties you see, she is not yours. Besides, don't you have a girlfriend? Having a girlfriend does not impede my appreciation of beautiful women, Li Yangqiu retorted defiantly. Moreover, I am not just looking for myself. He leaned in closer and whispered, I am merely trying to help you, seeing as you are still single. This is a golden opportunity. It takes 10 years of good fortune to share a boat, but whether you can share a bed relies solely on your own efforts. Tang Songyun scoffed. Old Mr. Zhang downstairs lived to 95 precisely because he never meddled in others' affairs. You are such a blockhead. Truly a hopeless case, Li Yangqiu exclaimed, exasperated. Yet, he quickly donned a mischievous grin. You are not secretly a closet romantic, are you? Saying one thing while your heart is waging a war within, too lazy to deal with you. I am going to sleep, Tang Songyun declared, shutting his eyes. He had stayed up late the night before and was now utterly exhausted. Approximately 2 hours later, Tang and Li exited Blue City Airport. The square outside the airport was bustling with various individuals soliciting passengers, asking where they were headed or if the ladies would be interested in a ride. The two casually hailed a taxi and settled into the back seat. I need to stop by home first. Let's meet up later for some barbecue, Li Yangqiu said. We'll discuss it tonight. Tang Songyun closed the car door, and the taxi driver started the vehicle. At that moment, Tang Songyun noticed Lu Qinglu, who had exited the airport just behind them, getting into a rather nice private car. He shut his eyes, choosing not to dwell on it. A Upon entering the city, he parted ways with Li Yangqiu and returned home, feeling a sense of relief. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. Although the house was old, it had been his home for over 20 years. Even though he now had a bit of money, as Li Yangqiu had said, it would be more than enough to buy a car and a house. Yet he had no immediate plans to purchase property. He envisioned earning even more in the future, perhaps trading up to a larger villa or a spacious apartment. Nonetheless, even if he were to find a better living situation later, he would retain this place, as it harbored countless childhood memories with his sister. Wei Qing in a daze, Tang Song lay on his bed and fell asleep again. When he awoke, it was already 8 in the evening, having been roused by Li Yangqiu's phone call. "What on earth is wrong with you? We agreed to meet for barbecue tonight, and I have called you several times without response," came Li Yangqiu's irritated voice on the other end. "I did not sleep well on the plane. I came home and took a nap," Tang Songyuan explained before asking, "Where are you?" "I will come right over." When Tang Songyuan arrived at the location Li Yangqiu had mentioned, he discovered that his friend was not alone. Next to Li Yangqiu sat a petite and attractive young woman. Given the distance between their seats, Tang Songyuan surmised that this girl must be the girlfriend Li Yangqiu had mentioned. As he parked his motorcycle and walked over, "This way," Li Yangqiu waved from a distance. Before Tang Songyuan could even sit down, Li Yangqiu hurriedly introduced, "This is my good brother, Tang Song. Lao Tang, this is my girlfriend, Huang Jia. We met back in college. You fool, you'll eventually get yourself into trouble with that mouth of yours." Tang Songyuan greeted Huang Jia politely, who graciously extended her hand. "Hello, Tang Gu. I have heard so much about you from Yangqiu." Tang Songyuan was pleasantly surprised by her pure Blue City accent. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he learned that Huang Jia had actually graduated from the same high school as them, albeit a year younger. "Then you cannot call me Tang Gu anymore. You must call me Shuizhang," Tang Songyuan said. Huang Jia covered her mouth and giggled, just as she was about to call him Shuizhang. Li Yangqiu quickly interrupted, "Call you what? In Blue City, we refer to each other as Xixiang. Should we start calling you Tang Xixiang? Or perhaps Tang Changlao?" Tang Songyuan cleared his throat. "Let us stick with Lao Tang then." With the topic opened, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. Tang Songyuan couldn't resist having a few drinks, even if it was just beer. "By the way, when are you heading back to Rueli?" he asked, placing his empty glass down. Li Yangqiu replied, "Having finally secured a few days off, I plan to enjoy myself for 4 or 5 days." Tang Songyuan nodded. "All right, I am currently unemployed, so I will join you for some fun." "Just for fun? What else do you want to do?" Chapter 24, Street Market Bargains. The barbecue continued until around 11 at night. The three of them consumed 7 bottles of beer, and Tang Songyuan felt unsatisfied after spending over 700. Fortunately, Li Yangqiu picked up the tab. The good thing about barbecues in Shudi is that they treat everyone equally. Locals also face the same prices. The following morning, Tang Songyuan awoke in the comfort of his familiar bed. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he walked into the bathroom, brushing his teeth while admiring the yoga routine of a young woman downstairs. Well, Li Yangqiu was not wrong. He was indeed somewhat shy. Yet, one could not deny that the woman had an impressive figure, an hourglass shape with a slim waist and long legs, and her 5-month pregnancy barely noticeable on her flat belly. After washing up, he headed downstairs for breakfast. Most Blue City residents favored noodles for breakfast, although there were also steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Still, noodles remained the most popular choice. Tang Songyuan's plan for the day was to visit various markets to observe the authentic pricing of different types of jade. Given the lucrative nature of gambling stones, he had no reason to forego it. Having acquired the ability to see through stones, it would be a waste not to leverage it for wealth. Understanding the market prices of finished jade products would allow him to comprehend the value of various types of jade. Prior to this, Tang Songyuan's insights into jade were limited to what he had gleaned from online novels, half understood and often misleading, with some details likely fabricated by the authors. After all, writing novels and gambling stones were entirely different matters. However, Tang Songyuan was mistaken. Blue City was merely a 4th-tier small city, and the jewelry shops lining the streets primarily displayed mediocre jade, with quality items such as ice jade products being exceedingly rare. Some sales staff could hardly explain the concepts of jade types and clarity. "Sir, you have been browsing for quite some time. Have you found any styles that catch your eye?" In the 3rd jewelry store of Tang, Song, and Yuan, a female sales associate clad in a black professional outfit politely inquired, "May I ask if you are intending to purchase a gift for your girlfriend or for family?" We can certainly assist you with recommendations to IT. Is often said that salespeople can gauge their customers' preferences, yet they undergo rigorous training and market practice, and even if they harbor disdain for the majority, they seldom express it overtly. Tang Songyuan, slightly embarrassed, touched his nose and replied, "Oh, I apologize, I'm just browsing casually, no need to trouble yourself." "Not a problem at all, sir," the sales associate continued courteously. "We have numerous styles suitable for men that you may wish to try on. Still, I must decline. I genuinely am just looking around. Please carry on with your duties." Tang Songyuan politely rejected once more, for ostentatious gold chains and watches were simply not his style. After surveying the offerings, Tang Songyuan gained a rough understanding of the market prices for jadeite jewelry. A jade pendant weighing less than 50 grams, accompanied by a silver necklace, was priced at an astonishing 1,500. Similarly, a jade Buddha statue of nearly the same weight, with slightly better quality and adorned with a gold rim, astonishingly reached 2,000. A bangle made of icy jade with floral patterns could even fetch 4 to 500,000. There were indeed cheaper options, yet they typically consisted of B-grade jade that had undergone acid treatment. While visually appealing, their quality was dubious. What began as an enjoyable outing ended in disappointment. Although he had only visited 3 or 4 stores, these were among the more reputable jewelry shops in the Blue City, yet they held little value in his eyes. With a glance at the sales associate's resigned expression, Tang Songyuan exited the store empty-handed and turned right. Not far ahead lay the East Gate Street of Blue City. Perhaps he could wander there and see if he could unearth a hidden treasure. East Gate Street was primarily known as a flower and bird market, yet many elderly individuals also set up stalls selling porcelain, coins, and various trinkets. In the past, Tang Songyuan would have dismissed these items as mostly counterfeit. However, now equipped with the ability to discern authenticity, he thought he might uncover a genuine find amidst the wares. With nothing else to do, Tang Songyuan strolled leisurely towards East Gate Street. The street was approximately 6 or 7 meters wide. With stone bollards installed at the entrance, a steady stream of pedestrians flowed by, yet few seemed interested in the plethora of antique stalls that lined half the street. As Tang Songyuan activated his discerning vision, he meandered past these stalls nonchalantly. The assortment of items was staggering. Various sizes of porcelain, gaudy jars, and vases, all seemingly authentic. There were corals, beaded necklaces, seals, gourds, incense burners, not to mention gold and silver ingots, a veritable cornucopia of offerings. Tang Songyuan surveyed the stalls with a sense of leisurely appreciation, hoping to unearth a hidden gem. Regrettably, he found that 99% of the items were new. Even those that appeared old bore unmistakable signs of artificial aging, lacking any true connection to antiquity or value. The information provided by his discerning vision regarding production dates and origins made Tang Songyuan shake his head in disappointment. Wait a moment, there was something genuine here. It resembled a small porcelain item akin to a garlic mortar, seemingly unremarkable with its white base and blue floral patterns. Yet the discerning vision indicated it was a porcelain incense burner. Produced in 1542, the 30th year of the Jiajing era, from Jingdezhen, measuring 6.66 centimeters in height and 3.33 centimeters in diameter at the base. Initially, Tang Songyuan had little hope, but to his surprise, he found a genuine treasure amidst the stalls. Maintaining his composure, he walked past the stall without drawing attention, then casually retrieved his phone to check the price of Ming Dynasty porcelain incense burners. The information revealed that such burners were used by ancient scholars for incense burning, characterized by the burning of a single stick, engaging in fragrant smoke while enjoying wine and tea while listening to music. Some places utilize this item for incense, categorizing it as a scholarly accessory in the antique market. These typically began at a price of 200,000. With a newfound determination, Tang Songyuan lingered for a few minutes before returning to the stall he had just passed. He crouched down, pointed at the items on display with a grin, and cheerfully said, "Xuanji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, Jiaqing." The 5 emperor's ingots, good sir." The stall owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, an age not commonly seen among street vendors, was absent-mindedly handling a string of darkwood beads. Noticing Tang Songyuan's interest, he quickly responded, "Indeed, authentic Qing dynasty silver ingots, unique in this market." The stall was filled with a diverse array of items, including the 5 ingots, plates, ink wash basins, old abacuses, and the small incense burner among them. Tang Songyuan picked up one of the ingots, weighing it in his hand, and remarked, "This feels quite heavy. How much for all 5? All 5? That is quite a significant deal." The seller's heart leaped with joy, and he casually replied, "If you take all 5, I can let you have them for 3,600 each. If you want just one, it would be at least 1,000. Tang Songwen silently scoffed, maintaining a neutral expression that seems a bit steep. "How many taels does that amount to?" The stall owner, seated on a small stool, replied without hesitation, "I haven't weighed them yet, so I can't say. If it were in the past, it would be at least 50 taels if I sell them to you. I want to be able to acquire more. This is all I have." Tang Songwen feigned a look of disappointment, lamenting, "Oh dear, 3,000 does seem rather high." The vendor's expression showed discomfort as he replied, "Brother, you must understand, these items are hard to acquire. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to gather 5 ingots from different dynasties? It is nearly impossible to find another complete set like this." This was utter nonsense. "Believe it or not, the moment I leave the market, you'll pull out an identical set from your pocket." Tang Songyuan returned the ingot to its place and asked, "What is the lowest you can go?" The stall owner hesitated briefly. "The lowest would be 2,005. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow. "Sir, I genuinely wish to buy, but your price is not reasonable. May I propose a counteroffer?" The vendor nodded. "Certainly, one offer is fine." Tang Songyuan retorted, "I might offer too little, so please don't take offense." The owner replied, "If it's too low, I might not sell. We can negotiate further. That is the spirit." Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly and suggested, "How about 50? I'll give you 50 for each." "What?" The stall owner appeared insulted, indignantly exclaiming, "50? Why don't you just rob me?" Adding a 0 wouldn't even suffice. Earlier, he had mentioned 2,005, but now adding a 0 was out of the question. Unmoved, Tang Songyuan remarked disdainfully, "You re not sincere in selling. How can I not be sincere? Your offer is far too harsh. For such large ingots, I assure you, I'm giving you a sincere price. I spent quite a bit to acquire them, and I haven't even opened for business yet today before encountering someone unreasonable like you. At the very least, give me a fair price. I trust you as much as I trust a snake oil salesman." "You sly old man." Throughout this exchange, Tang Songyuan had not even glanced at the small porcelain incense burner, continuing to haggle, "Sir, I truly like it and sincerely wish to buy. Think carefully and give me a fair price." The stall owner, visibly troubled, replied, "The very least you could offer is 1,800. Suddenly, he was conceding 700. Tang Songyuan scoffed, 1,800 is sincere? I'll give you 1,000 flat, take it or leave it. If not, I'll just look elsewhere." "Then go ahead and look," the vendor, internally delighted, feigned indifference. Tang Songyuan genuinely turned to leave, showing no signs of reluctance. Wait, wait. 1,000, you can take it," the stall owner hurriedly called out. "Let us just call it an opening deal that I'll begrudgingly make a profit of 980. Tang Songyuan silently scoffed, halting his steps. "So, it's a true 1,000? Indeed, a true 1,000. The vendor assured with a thump of his chest. Tang Songyuan frowned, "But I can't shake the feeling that 1,000 for these ingots feels like a loss." "Loss?" The vendor, not even bothering with his beads, grabbed a bag and stuffed the 5 ingots inside, handing it to him. "If this weren't an opening deal, would I let you take advantage of me like this?" "Oh, really?" Tang Songyuan feigned ignorance as he accepted the bag, pulling out his phone to prepare for payment. Upon successfully scanning the code and inputting 1,000, he hesitated at the last digit. Bending down, he picked up the small porcelain incense burner, stating, "I still feel like I'm at a disadvantage. How about you throw this in as a bonus? I'll take it home as a garlic mortar." Chapter 25. The sands of time reveal the blade at long last. The truth was revealed. The stall owner found himself in a quandary. On one side lay the prospect of a quick profit of 1,000, and on the other, a small item whose name he could not recall. How could he part with it? Regardless of its worth, the stall owner promptly declined. Tang Songyuan, dissatisfied, retorted, "What is so precious about a garlic mortar? I merely use it for crushing garlic." The vendor shook his head in distress. "That won't do. You'll need to add a bit more." "How much more?" "At least 250 deal." After a final stretch of negotiation, Tang Songyuan added 50 more to his bid, ultimately securing the delicate porcelain incense burner. Having completed the transaction, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he leisurely tossed the small incense burner into his bag. It was not until he had distanced himself from the stall that he took it out to examine it closely and, after some contemplation, discarded 5 Dachshund silver coins into a nearby trash bin. This particular item was made of a lead tin alloy, which posed a risk of poisoning with prolonged contact. He continued to wander about. Yet Tang Songyuan encountered no other valuable antiques. He did come across a few authentic pieces, 2 of which were porcelain from the late Qing dynasty, but their craftsmanship left much to be desired. And the vendors' prices were steep, leading him to abandon those pursuits. Nevertheless, having spent 1,050 yuan to acquire a porcelain incense burner valued at no less than 200,000, he deemed the outing worthwhile. The following day, Friday, Wei Qing returned home from school. "Oh, brother, you're back," she exclaimed upon spotting Tang Songyuan busily working in the kitchen. "Did you bring me a gift from the Magic City? Was it fun?" Tang Songyuan smacked his forehead and replied, "Oh dear, I got so caught up in everything that I completely forgot. How about I take you shopping tomorrow? Just teasing you." Wei Qing pouted adorably, saying, "I don't want any gifts. I just want you to come home safe. Ha ha." Tang Songyuan chuckled, "Actually, I was just teasing you. I've already left something in your room." With anticipation and excitement, Wei Qing dashed into her room and soon emerged holding a brand new tablet. "Wow, the latest Huawei MatePad Pro. This must be quite expensive. Have you struck it rich, brother?" The siblings typically led a frugal lifestyle, with no previous electronic purchases exceeding 1,500 yuan. "Not quite rich," he replied. "But we can afford to elevate our quality of life a bit." Tang Songyuan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate, and called out, "Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner's ready." His mindset was akin to that of many Southern parents. Even if their homes were overflowing with wealth, they would not easily divulge their financial status to their underage children. After all, they had only about 2 million in savings, which hardly constituted a wealthy household. "All right, thank you, brother." Wei Qing promptly returned the tablet, washed her hands, and helped set the table. After dinner, Tang Songyuan inquired about Wei Qing's academic progress at school and remarked, "The college entrance examination is approaching. I can't really assist you here. It all depends on your own efforts." Having taken the exam himself, he recalled that his scores had only allowed him to enroll in an ordinary undergraduate program. Furthermore, having neglected his studies in recent years, much of his knowledge had faded. Wei Qing, playing with her new tablet, nodded and replied, "I understand, brother. I won't let you down. Not just my hopes," he added, "but also those of our parents up in heaven. They silently wish for your success, you know?" This time, Wei Qing remained silent, biting her lip and nodding gently. "In a little while, I need to make a trip to Rueli. I may be there for an extended period." In the past, when Tang Songyuan had operated excavators far from home, he sometimes spent months away, and Wei Qing had grown accustomed to that reality. She nodded obediently, saying, "I know, brother, I will take care of my safety." 3 days later, on Monday, Tang Songyuan met up with Li Yangqiu, who was carrying a sports backpack. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan, he greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Have you settled everything at home?" Tang Songyuan retorted, "What do you mean by that? You make it sound like we're off to do something nefarious. Did you perhaps give me a relocation allowance?" Li Yangqiu rubbed his nose and replied, "Just checking in. Why are you getting so worked up?" Tang Songyuan raised his hand to signal him to stop talking nonsense. "Enough of that. Are you coming or not?" With pleasantries aside, after over 5 hours of travel, Tang Songyuan finally arrived in Rueli under Li Yangqiu's guidance. Li Yangqiu had rented a modest room, small yet equipped with a bed and a private bathroom. The two could squeeze in together. "It's a bit cramped, but you'll have to make do with me," Li Yangqiu said apologetically as they set down their luggage. Tang Songyuan shrugged it off, saying, "No worries. I'm perfectly normal. You don't need to worry about me intruding." Li Yangqiu flashed him a middle finger playfully before continuing, "Let us put our things away first. I'll take you out for a meal. After dinner, you can rest at home while I head to the office. I'll take you around later." Being in a new environment, Tang Songyuan had no objections to this arrangement. As evening approached, Li Yangqiu indeed returned, this time driving a car. It was then that Tang Songyuan learned more about Li Yangqiu's work there. In essence, he was doing odd jobs, assisting Song Jinghua with deliveries and acting as a driver. Song Jinghua had established a company there with over a dozen employees, overseeing everything from jade processing to sales. Rueli served as the largest gambling stone trading market in the country, with the Jiegao morning market and the Dalong night market being the most vibrant. In the car, Li Yangqiu took on the role of a knowledgeable tour guide, enthusiastically narrating the sights to Tang Songyuan. It's evening now. Let me show you around the Dalong night market. In no time, they arrived. and Tang Songyuan immediately felt the bustling atmosphere Li Yangqiu had described. The entrance to the night market featured a grand archway emblazoned with Delong International Jewelry City. The streets below were lined with stalls showcasing an array of stones, and the crowd was so dense that it was impossible to see the end of it. It was a true spectacle of humanity, with people jostling against one another. Various intriguing advertisements caught his eye: direct access to Burmese stone markets, high-quality gambling stones, free cutting for 500 yuan each, and another proclaiming high-quality gambling stones, wealth myths, free cutting for 100 yuan each. After parking, Li Yangqiu expertly retrieved 2 flashlights, handing one to Tang Songyuan with a grin. "What do you think? Quite lively, isn't it?" Tang Songyuan accepted the flashlight and replied, "It certainly is bustling, though it has the feel of sifting through sand for gems." He scanned the stalls and shops. He estimated that the jade roughs on display were worth tens of millions collectively. Li Yangqiu chuckled. "That's exactly it. For 100 yuan, how much treasure do you think you can find? To be honest, 99% of what's out there is just low-quality junk. It all comes down to whether you can uncover something truly valuable amid it all." Chapter 26. A lesson in buying gambling stones are not merely a game of chance. Yet, they are also the easiest avenue for gamblers to find themselves in dire financial straits. The saying "one cut can make you rich, another can leave you destitute" is not to be taken lightly. However, with his ability to see through everything, for Tang Songyuan, these jade roughs were as transparent as an unclothed beauty, laying bare all their secrets. Suddenly, he chuckled, declaring, "Let the sand shift. Tonight we shall take a gamble," transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. With that, he activated his vision, joining Li Yangqiu as they inspected stall after stall. In an instant, the rough materials within a 50-meter radius were laid bare before him, devoid of any blind spots. Yet, as Li Yangqiu had warned, 99% of these materials were indeed worthless. Tio put it plainly, most of what made it to the scene contained jade, but the majority of it failed to meet gem quality standards. Compared to the gambling stone appraisal events he had attended in the Magic City, this was a few tiers lower. Moreover, none of these stones bore identification numbers, leaving one to wonder whether they were simply unworthy or genuinely subpar. Nonetheless, there was a silver lining. The sheer volume was substantial. Many of the vendors here were the lowest-tier jade miners from Myanmar, and as they strolled, Li Yangqiu explained, they sift through abandoned mines or tailings, searching for potential jade roughs, which then find their way here through various channels. Selling even one piece a day is a significant income for them. This reminded Tang Songyuan of videos he had seen on Douyin, depicting crowds rushing to collect tools as trucks dumped mine stones, a chaotic scene reminiscent of wild horses running free. Given that the minimum price for a piece of rough was 100 yuan, an income of 3,000 yuan a month would be quite favorable for the underprivileged in Myanmar. Moreover, observing the unending flow of customers, it was unlikely that none of the roughs would sell by the end of the night. Though it was a game of chance, the market still offered plenty of jade roughs. After about 10 minutes of browsing, Tang Songyuan spotted a piece of promising jade rough. "Come on, let's check that out," he urged Li Yangqiu, leading him through the thronged the stall. The vendor was a woman in her 30s, and a few customers were already squatting in front of the stall, inspecting the raw jade with small flashlights. Although there were street lamps, their light was dim, perhaps intentionally so, as the market did not require overly bright illumination. In the subdued light, discerning the quality of the jade became much easier. The two individuals unceremoniously crouched down, each selecting a piece of rough stone for inspection. After a minute, Li Yangqiu discarded the piece he had just acquired, opting for another to continue his research, only to soon shake his head in resignation. The quality was abysmal. Even 200 yuan is still money. He glanced at the sign posted by the vendor, which indicated that each piece was priced at 200 yuan, and stood up with a hint of disdain, stating his thoughts aloud. However, Tang Songyuan remained unfazed, cradling a stone and inquiring with the vendor, "How much for each piece?" 200 each, and we can cut the stone for free." The vendor's Mandarin, though not entirely fluent, was still comprehensible. "I'll buy it," Tang Songyuan declared decisively. Li Yangqiu was momentarily taken aback, then without hesitation snatched the rough stone from his hand, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You just bought it." Subsequently, he pretended to scrutinize it earnestly with a flashlight. This was a piece weighing slightly over 2 jin, predominantly grayish-black, precisely the same one Tang Songyuan had spotted earlier, containing a section of jadeite with a glutinous, icy base. Tang Songyuan smirked slightly but remained silent, seemingly awaiting a response from Li Yangqiu. After several minutes of back-and-forth examination, Li Yangqiu finally remarked, I can't quite gauge this stone. Ultimately, it's just 200 yuan. Do as you see fit. Just like that, truly a novice in the art of stone gambling. Tang Songyuan paid for the stone without asking the vendor to cut it for him, intending instead to visit Song Zhenghua's company to utilize their cutting machine. If Song Zhenghua expressed interest, he could even sell it to him. However, this was merely a temporary measure. To engage in the jade stone gambling scene in Ruili long-term, Tang Songyuan believed he ought to invest in some cutting equipment and hire workers. Alternatively, he could establish a company similar to Song Zhenghua's, specializing in acquiring stones and selling jadeite. Stowing the rough stone in his backpack, the two continued to wander about. Deeper into the market were some established stalls, where the price per piece was notably higher, starting at 500 yuan and even reaching 1,000. The quality of jade rough at these stalls was slightly superior. Yet Tang Songyuan observed that even the higher-end pieces were not drastically better. During this time, Li Yangqiu took an interest in a black stone, with the vendor explaining that it was a type of black wuxia stone that had the potential to yield top-quality jade. Even the coveted imperial green. He added, wuxia is a significant source. Many jade stones with black skin have surged in value. Li Yangqiu held the stone up to Tang Songyuan, stating, this one has substantial translucence. Under the spotlight of the flashlight, the area illuminated appeared to possess a jelly-like texture, inciting a desire to touch it to ascertain its springiness. However, Tang Songyuan's perspective remained keenly attuned. He quickly discerned the internal conditions of the stone. He nodded slightly, commenting, indeed, it looks promising, but it seems there's a fracture here. Did the vendor cut it? Li Yangqiu flipped the stone over and noticed a small fracture on the side of the black stone. Not very conspicuous, with minimal signs of human intervention that would typically go unnoticed. The vendor, a middle-aged man with somewhat dark skin, immediately shook his head in denial. Young man, you mustn't make unfounded claims. A cut fracture would be smooth. This chipping is clearly from an excavator. Look here, you can even see the fog layer. This is undoubtedly a top-quality material. If it were genuinely good material, would you really resist giving it a cut and let it go for just 1,000 yuan? Li Yangqiu hesitated, glancing at Tang Songyuan with a questioning look. I think it's decent. How about I purchase it? Tang Songyuan turned his head away nonchalantly, replying, it's up to you. 1,000 yuan isn't a million. Consider it a lesson learned. Chapter 27. A grim demise. Li Yangqiu, gleefully paying for the stone he deemed acceptable, immediately requested the vendor to cut it. Amidst the intervals of cutting stones, Tang Songyuan also seized the opportunity to purchase 2 pieces of rough stone, one with icy seed and floating flower, and another with a glutinous icy blue clear seed, both regarded as reasonably good materials. Additionally, he purposely acquired 2 pieces of waste stone, adding them to his already heavy backpack, which weighed around 10 jin. Yet he showed no signs of discomfort. What a tragic demise! Before long, the rough stone purchased by Li Yangqiu was successfully cut open, revealing some translucence, nearly reaching icy quality. Unfortunately, the piece was riddled with too many cracks, densely packed with internal fissures, rendering it nearly unfit even for bead production. The vendor who sold it to him handed the stone back with a face full of regret, saying, what a pity. It has color and translucence. If this piece were free of cracks, it would be worth at least 500,000. Now, it can only go in the trash. Observing Li Yangqiu's despondent expression, he added in consolation, this is actually quite normal. In stone gambling, the 5 critical factors are texture, base, cotton, cracks, and impurities, with cracks being the most challenging to predict. Even the most experienced experts can falter on cracks. Li Yangqiu disdainfully tossed the stone to the ground, exclaiming in frustration, I'm done. I'm heading back. Are you coming? The last remark was directed at Tang Songyuan, who raised an eyebrow and replied, let us head back then. In truth, it was still early, barely past 9. However, Li Yangqiu had lost all enthusiasm, and Tang Songyuan felt it was merely a small trial, preferring to return and cut the stones he had purchased that day. Once his cutting equipment was in place and he had established his own team, he wouldn't have to worry about such considerations anymore. On the way back, Li Yangqiu curiously asked, since the stone cutting is free, why didn't you have the vendor cut it right there? Opting instead to go to Old Song's place, Tang Songyuan devised a rationale, explaining, even for cutting stones, I prefer a quieter environment. It was too noisy over there, and I have a bit of social anxiety. Although somewhat perplexed, Li Yangqiu accepted this explanation. After a little over 10 minutes, the vehicle stopped in front of a workshop, where lights glimmered and the cacophony of cutting blades filled the air. The two disembarked, with Li Yangqiu leading Tang Songyuan straight inside. They soon encountered Song Zhenghua, dressed casually. "What brings you back again?" Li Yangqiu promptly greeted President Song. Tang Songyuan followed suit, calling out, "Hello, President Song," and added, "I just bought a few stones at the Dalong night market and intend to borrow the machines at President Song's company for cutting." Song Zhenghua took it lightly, chuckling, "Then let Xiao Qiu take you. We're all from Blue City. No need for such formality. You youngsters should enjoy yourselves in Rueli." Tang Songyuan quickly expressed his gratitude. And Li Yangqiu, well acquainted with the layout, led him to an available cutting machine. He gestured, "Come, give me the stones. I'll cut them for you." "Are you sure you can handle it, you novice?" Tang Songyuan questioned skeptically. Yet he still retrieved the stones one by one from his backpack. "What do you mean? Can I handle it?" "In a man's dictionary, there's no such thing as can," Li Yangqiu scoffed, picking up a stone and asking, "So, how do you want it cut?" Tang Songyuan feigned ignorance and casually pointed out a method, and Li Yangqiu started the machine. Although his technique was not yet proficient, as long as he prioritized safety, he managed without significant issues. As expected, the first piece met a grim fate. Upon cutting, the rough stone surface appeared dark and gray, resembling a lump of cow dung. Li Yangqiu disdainfully tossed the two halves of the stone onto the table in front of Tang Songyuan. "I told you it was garbage. You wouldn't listen? How much did you buy this for?" Tang Songyuan rubbed his nose, responding nonchalantly, 200.200. Back in Blue City's Fengqing Street. You could have a good time for that much. Damn. This price is utterly outdated. 200 is an ancient price. Nowadays, you can't even enter without 680. Tang Songyuan glared, and "Stop rambling about that. Are we cutting or not? Why don't you mention how you wasted 1,000 on that worthless rough stone?" Li Yangqiu chuckled, continuing to cut. The second piece also ended up as waste. Shaking his head, Li Yangqiu sighed. "See? I told you gambling on stones isn't easy. We're both in the same boat now. And please don't remind me about that 1,000 yuan of wasted rough material." By the time they reached the third piece, Li Yangqiu had grown a bit careless. He had little hope for the stones Tang Songyuan had purchased that evening. The cutting machine's blade spun rapidly, with a thin stream of water flowing down to cool it, preventing overheating. Amid the splattering mud, Tang Songyuan's third piece was cut open for the first time. Holy cow! It actually yielded a profit. Upon slicing, Li Yangqiu caught a glimpse of a glimmering, clear blue hue at the cut. Lifting the cover revealed a lustrous blue-green color before their eyes. "I can't believe my luck. It's actually a profitable cut. This piece should be of a glutinous icy base, and blue-green is currently quite popular in Rueli." Tang Songyuan noticed the outcome as well and, meeting Li Yangqiu's astonished gaze, urged, "What are you staring at? Keep cutting." However, Li Yangqiu did not rush to cut the stone. Instead, he gestured with his hand on the rock, saying, "If this position yields a bottom, it could produce a pair of bangles. This piece of material is worth at least 300,000. 300,000. Upon hearing the commotion, a worker familiar with Li Yangqiu approached with interest. "Master Gao, come take a look. My brother found this stone for $100 tonight. It's a glutinous ice blue-green material," Li Yangqiu exclaimed with barely concealed excitement, handing over the cut side of the raw stone. Master Gao inspected the windowed surface, shining a flashlight from the table on it a few times, and remarked, "It is indeed blue-green. The clarity is excellent. If the quality were even older, it would be even better." Li Yangqiu chuckled. "Finding this for $100, if it turns out colorful, that would be quite remarkable. If you're not busy, Master Gao, could you help me cut it all out?" Perhaps feeling the thrill of the hunt, Master Gao readily agreed without hesitation and began cutting on the nearby machine. Li Yangqiu then selected one of the remaining two pieces and turned to Tang Songyuan, saying, "How about cutting from here?" Tang Songyuan replied irritably, "Are you addicted to cutting, or what?" "Haha, it's actually quite fun." Li Yangqiu laughed carefree and resumed operating the cutting machine. Chapter 28. The generous boss. An hour and a half later, all 5 pieces of jade rough material purchased by Tang Songyuan from the Dalong market had been cut open. Excluding the 2 that were ruined, 3 pieces with material were completely stripped of their outer shell. One was icy type with floating flowers, one was glutinous icy blue-green material, and one was glutinous icy with green floating flowers. These 3 gem-quality jade pieces were Tang Songyuan's harvest for the evening. At this moment, Li Yangqiu felt somewhat lost in life. Why is it that I spent 1,000, only to see it vanish into thin air? While this guy spent 1,500 on 5 pieces and managed to cut out 3 with good material, a number of workers who had finished their shifts gathered around. Some were responsible for cutting, while others were in charge of carving. Everyone laughed in unison. That's just fate. Xiao Qiu, you simply lack the luck. Don't think it's just you. Even Boss Song has his off days. Ha ha ha. Who has speaking ill of me behind my back? A robust voice rang out, and everyone turned to see Song Zhenghua returning. Just in time. Mr. Song. Master Gao chuckled, recounting how Li Yangqiu had wasted $1,000, while Tang Songyuan had spent 1,500 on 5 pieces of rough material, yet managed to cut out 3 good jade pieces. Song Zhenghua noticed the 3 pieces partially cut on the table, casting a surprised glance at Tang Songyuan and said, Xiao Tang, impressive. Cutting 3 quality pieces from 5 night market materials. Your luck is truly extraordinary. Tang Songyuan scratched his head and smiled modestly. It was indeed luck. I originally thought I would just be playing around here for a few days, never expected such gains. Song Zhenghua chuckled lightly. Luck is also a part of strength. Look at Xiao Qiu who went with you. Why doesn't he have that kind of luck? Li Yangqiu interjected. Mr. Song, please spare me. Why rub salt in my wounds? He added with a hint of regret on his face. If only I had resisted my greed, that 1,000 could have treated everyone to a nice supper. It's not too late for you to treat us now. Master Gao laughed heartily. Ahem. Song Zhenghua cleared his throat, walked over, and patted Li Yangqiu on the shoulder, saying, You, my friend, still lack experience. I suspect the piece you bought has likely been cut once before by the seller. And upon seeing unsatisfactory results, they used a hammer to disguise the cut, making it appear as if it was broken by a machine. Such tricks are not uncommon. Li Yangqiu felt as if a fog had lifted. Realizing, I thought, how could such a remarkable stone be found in that place? Under the light, it sparkled brilliantly, but when cut open, it indeed had some clarity, yet the fissures were as dense as a spider's web. Ha ha, Song Zhenghua chuckled. That's not unusual. I've seen cases where, after being cut, the seller was dissatisfied and brushed it with special materials to make it resemble the exterior of genuine jade rough. A novice wouldn't even be able to tell. He then turned to Tang Songyuan, still smiling. Xiao Tang, what do you plan to do with these stones? This question hit the nail on the head. Tang Songyuan was at a loss for words. He put on an earnest smile and said, These pieces are quite a windfall, but as you know, I have no channels in this area. Could you help me think of a way, Mr. Song? Ha ha ha. Song Zhenghua, an old hand in the business, laughed heartily. That's perfect. I had planned to bid on a few pieces when I went to Modu last time. But as you saw, the competition was fierce, and there simply wasn't enough to go around. I managed to move just 2 pieces, and it nearly stalled the machinery. How about this? I'll buy these 3 pieces from you. And you can let Uncle Song earn a bit from the processing? He understood that in a place like Rueli, where there are plenty of sellers of rough material, there are naturally many who buy fully cut jade pieces. Although the 3 pieces Tang Songyuan had weren't the absolute top-tier jade, their quality was still quite popular in the mid-range market, and he needn't worry about selling them. Rather, the issue was the lack of supply. Jade sourcing is essentially a gamble. From the mine to later processing, it is fraught with risk. This involves not just vision and experience, but also luck and financial strength, among other factors. Even after 2 decades in the industry, he still felt there was much to learn. Then let Uncle Song give a price. Tang Songyuan glanced at Li Yangqiu and addressed Song Zhenghua. Having previously referred to him as Mr. Song, he now called him Uncle Song, indicating a closer relationship. Song Zhenghua laughed heartily again, resembling the Buddha of contentment. Rest assured, we are all from Blue City. I maintain my principles in business. I will not engage in any deceitful dealings. For these stones, I will offer you a price close to the market value. How does that sound? Saying this, he picked up the first stone on the table, stating, This glutinous icy blue-green material has bangle positions, and it can easily yield a pair. The remaining bangle can still make several pendants. I'll give you 300,000. What do you think? To be honest, Tang Songyuan wasn't entirely sure about the market price. The previous market in Blue City was far too limited for proper reference. However, seeing the surrounding people nodding in agreement, he felt the price was reasonable and smiled, nodding. That works, Uncle Song. Next, Song Zhenghua estimated the prices of the remaining 2 pieces. The glutinous icy with green floating flowers for 120,000. And the icy type with green floating flowers for 460,000 IN total. that amounted to 880,000. Wow. Having totaled the prices, Song Zhenghua suddenly realized and clapped his hands in joy. Xiao Tang, as I said, you deserve to strike it rich. Such luck, 880,000. What a fortuitous number. Although it was somewhat forced, Tang Songyuan still found it quite charming, responding with a smile. I must thank Uncle Song for his guidance. With the transaction settled, Song Zhenghua instructed someone to temporarily store the 3 pieces for later discussion with the workers on how to proceed with the cutting process. Although it was after hours, Song Zhenghua still used his phone to transfer the money to Tang Songyuan. Received it. Thank you, Uncle Song. Tang Songyuan grinned at the notification on his phone. Song Zhenghua then turned to the crowd. Didn't everyone just say they wanted to grab a late-night snack? Xiao Qiu, find a spot on P Street. Tonight, I'll treat as a welcome for Xiao Tang. Yay, the boss is generous. The crowd laughed and began animatedly discussing whether to have barbecue or grilled pancakes. Chapter 29. Deception and Intrigue. The following morning, in Li Yangqiu's rental apartment, the shrill alarm clock jolted the 2 good friends still fast asleep. Tang Songyuan, barely opening his eyes, nudged Li Yangqiu's body. What time is it? I feel like I haven't slept enough. Last night, Song Zhenghua had taken a group out for drinks and barbecue, returning only in the early hours. At this moment, he was sound asleep, showing no inclination to rise. Li Yangqiu picked up his phone to check the time and mumbled, It's 7. Didn't you want to go to the Jiegao morning market? I set the alarm early. Jiegao town is the first checkpoint for Burmese jade entering the country, and its morning market is quite popular in the industry. Tang Songyuan, helpless, rubbed his sleepy eyes and kicked Li Yangqiu's rear. Move over. I need to pee first. Together. Li Yangqiu flipped over, sat up, and dashed to the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air, accompanied by Li Yangqiu's voice expressing utmost comfort. Ah, this feels great. He then squinted and casually remarked, That's quite a hefty investment. Tang Songyuan chuckled knowingly, replying, Likewise, upon descending the stairs, Li Yangqiu led Tang Songyuan to indulge in the exquisite breakfast delicacy of zeomixian, a specialty of Rueli. The vibrant, red, and glistening zeomixian was visually tantalizing, adorned with several pieces of marinated tofu, crushed peanuts, and sauteed white sesame seeds, complemented by the establishment's signature braised beef and beef meatballs, along with a sprinkling of minced beef and mixed sauce. A small dish of pickled vegetables was provided free of charge. Tang Songyuan gently slurped up the red oil-coated rice noodles, savoring the delightful experience. How does the flavor suit your palate? Li Yangqiu inquired with a hint of pride, as he too picked up his chopsticks to enjoy the noodles. Without lifting his gaze, Tang Songyuan mumbled in response. It's decent enough. After their breakfast, the duo resumed their journey in the car. Jiegao boasts 3 prominent jade trading markets: Yuqing Shirya, Jimao Jewelry Jade City, and Shuanjue Jewelry City. Asa guide. Li Yangqiu was relatively competent. With his hands clasped behind his head, Tang Songyuan leisurely asked, So, where do we head first? Li Yangqiu replied, Naturally, we shall start at Yuqing Shirya, as it is the earliest and retains the best traditional practices. Perfect for someone like you who enjoys gambling on rough materials. He then added, Of course, I am not implying that other places are inferior. It's just that my uncle's shop is located there. Tang Songyuan nodded in understanding and remarked, I get it. Once you drop me off, you can head to work. The distance of 3 to 4 kilometers was covered in less than 10 minutes. Upon arrival, Li Yangqiu did not rush to his workplace but instead guided Tang Songyuan for a brief exploration. The trading hall of Yuqing had already opened its doors, and upon entry, one could see neatly arranged display counters reminiscent of a bustling market. The comparison to a market was far from exaggerated. On counters over a meter high, various jade Buddha statues, ring faces, bead strands, bracelets, and egg-shaped jade products were displayed directly. Unlike typical jewelry stores that require glass display cases, customers could directly handle the items as if selecting fresh produce. The raw stone trading area was situated at the rear of the Yuqing market, noticeably darker than the finished product market. The display tables were less densely packed, resembling stalls where each vendor occupied a space, with larger areas behind designated for storage and cutting. Tang Songyuan observed that some merchants had displayed cut materials and semi-transparent stones. With small windows for showcasing, I won't say much more. Li Yangqiu led the way, adding, The only thing to be cautious about is that there are many scammers around, and their tricks can be quite insidious. Just keep an eye on your wallet and avoid succumbing to greed. There won't be any forced sales. Tang Songyuan smiled slightly and replied, That is certainly the case. They can take my life. But taking my money would be even more unbearable. Ha ha, Li Yangqiu chuckled and said, all right then, feel free to wander around. I'll join you once I finish my tasks. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Subsequently, Tang Songyuan began to explore the market on his own, primarily focusing on the raw stone area. Activating his X-ray vision, he scrutinized each piece of rough jade before him. Hey there, interested in some jade? This is glass grade. A man in his 30s approached him within minutes of browsing. The man had dark skin and spoke with a strong Burmese accent. Although Tang Songyuan wasn't entirely familiar with what a Burmese accent sounded like, he recognized it immediately. He raised an eyebrow and, without a moment's hesitation, declined, saying, no, thank you. Just moments earlier, Li Yangqiu had warned him about the prevalence of scammers, and here he was, already being approached. If it were truly glass grade, I wouldn't even consider it. If I weren't in such a hurry to return home, I wouldn't give you this opportunity. The man, sensing Tang Songyuan's unfamiliarity, was reluctant to let go of a potential customer. Tang Songyuan, with a wry smile, said, well, let me take a look. The man's expression brightened as he quickly retrieved a finely crafted Buddha statue from his bag, presenting it to Tang Songyuan. This is a premium glass-grade jade carving of a Buddha. Just look at its fluorescence and the texture. Only the highest quality glass-grade jade can achieve such effects. Tang Songyuan did not reach out to take it but rather observed the statue thoughtfully, remarking it's a fine piece. But what? The man inquired, puzzled. Listen, the current glass-grade jade is exceedingly rare. If you miss this opportunity, you'll surely regret it. Tang Songyuan nodded, feigning interest, and eagerly pressed. How much? 800,000. The man gestured innate with his hand but quickly altered his tone to one of sincerity, saying, however, you're in luck today. I have a pressing matter to attend to. If you give me 80,000, I'll let you have this Buddha statue for a steal. Tang Songyuan chuckled and said, that does sound tempting, but I only have $200 on me. How about this? You wait here while I go borrow some money from my brother? The man's expression brightened even more as he immediately replied, can I accompany you? Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow, responding, you don't understand. My brother is quite shrewd and stubborn. If he finds out I'm buying something from you, he might refuse to lend me money. He then firmly stated, I trust you, and you must trust me to wait here. I'll be back soon. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the man in a state of indecision. Tang Songyuan blended into the crowd, disappearing amidst the throngs of people in the bustling market. Even without his ability to see through illusions, he could deduce that a glass-grade jade Buddha statue could not possibly be priced at 80,000. The excuse of having urgent business to attend to was utterly ludicrous. If he truly had urgent matters, he wouldn't linger in the market seeking a gullible buyer. This brief encounter did not dampen Tang Songyuan's enthusiasm for exploring the market. If the man wished to wait, so be it. Excuse me, may I take a look at this piece? Finally, Tang Songyuan found a rough jade material that caught his eye and inquired with the stall owner, who was a middle-aged man with a shaved head and a somewhat intimidating appearance. You've got a good eye, young man. The bald man chuckled, his features jiggling as he smiled. He pointed to a color band on the piece, explaining, this material weighs 28 gene, has excellent surface quality, and features this color band. He highlighted the selling points, showcasing the material's appealing characteristics. Through his X-ray vision, Tang Songyuan noted that the jade's internal quality reached ice grade, with a significant amount of color banding present. However, the green inclusions appeared wispy and did not achieve a fully saturated effect. Nonetheless, it was certainly of higher value than the pieces he had purchased at the Dalong night market. In fact, the quality of the rough materials throughout the Yuqing market surpassed that of the Dalong night market. This is quite decent. Listening to the owner's enthusiastic pitch, Tang Songyuan pretended to inspect the stone with a flashlight. He had observed this routine often enough to mimic the actions convincingly. What's the asking price? He finally asked calmly after a prolonged moment. Ha ha. The bald man grinned, gesturing innate with his fingers, stating, since we hit it off, brother, I'll let it go for 1,080,000, wishing you great fortune. What a bold price. Tang Songyuan remained silent, scrutinizing the stone's interior. His X-ray vision indicated that the jade's net weight was only about 3 kilograms, with the rear section transitioning toward high ice quality. Yet, the asking price of 1,080,000 suggested the vendor was either overly ambitious or out of touch with reality. Was he hoping for a windfall after years of silence? Tang Songyuan contemplated negotiating, attempting to counter with, I'll offer a maximum of 200,000. What? 200,000? The bald man reacted as if he had heard a joke. Laughing exaggeratedly, brother. You get what you pay for. 200,000 for this kind of material. I'm starting to doubt whether you know anything about stones. Indeed, Tang Songyun was not well versed in the intricacies of jade, but his superpower of X-ray vision allowed him to seek out bargains for profit. Realizing the bald man was confident in this piece, he opted to walk away. He shook his head and departed from the bald man's stall. Knowing there were countless stones in the market and not wishing to dwell on a fleeting opportunity, soon, he arrived at a conclusion he had mulled over. Within this market, whether finished or rough, vendors typically displayed what they considered the best materials at the front to attract customers. Conversely, those deemed less valuable were often haphazardly piled in the back storage. Understanding this, Tang Songyun adjusted his strategy, shifting his focus to the various storage areas within the market. Before long, he had zeroed in on a target. The rough jadeite from Muna weighs 12.3 kilograms, containing 2.1 kilograms of icy violet jadeite and 0.7 kilograms of high icy violet jadeite. Within sight, the hue of the violet jadeite is relatively faint, resembling the delicate purple of a hazy violet flower, with a sprinkling of granular snowflake cotton in the center. This was the one. Tang Songyun approached the stall where the rough stone was located, exchanged pleasantries with the owner, and conveyed his intentions. The stall owners were two individuals, one a middle-aged man with a square face, and the other a young man with a round face and slightly protruding eyes. The young proprietor smiled and said, "No worries, feel free to browse and select. Once you have made your choice, we can discuss the price." Tang Songyun did not hesitate and stepped forward to begin his selection. He certainly would not target his goal immediately. Instead, he first illuminated a piece of black skin material to inspect the waterway. He then shone the light on a piece of white sandy skin material, taking his time for over half an hour. Ultimately, he chose a piece of green-black skin material alongside another piece with a surface of yellow sandy skin that contained violet jadeite inside. Having made his selection, he inquired, "How much for these two pieces, boss?" Tang Songyun brought the stones out one by one and placed them at the feet of the two proprietors. The square-faced man did not respond immediately. Instead, he crouched down and shone a flashlight on the two rough stones several times. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Tang Songyun and stated, "This piece from Hojiang is priced at 20,000, and for this piece from Muna, the lowest I can offer is 100,000, a total of 120,000. Tang Songyun felt an involuntary sigh of relief. If the negotiation were anything like the previous bald man, who opened with exorbitant prices, he might as well return to the long night market to bargain. A piece of rough material priced at 1 or 200 could, upon his scrutiny, turn into 2 or 300,000 after being cut. Little by little, gathering wealth from small beginnings. "Let us settle at 100,000. Tang Songyun attempted to haggle. "Boss, you seem like a straightforward person, and I'm not one to be overly coy. Although this is our first transaction, we could have more dealings in the future, and I will certainly frequent your stall when purchasing rough stones." The two stall owners exchanged glances, and eventually, the young round-faced man spoke up, reducing it by 20,000 is too much. I can only offer you a 10,000 discount, just to make a friend. A reduction of 10,000 is still money, and Tang Songyun decided not to quibble further, fearing that a cooked duck might fly away. Leaving him with regret, he promptly took out his phone and made the payment, also adding the young round-faced man as a WeChat friend. "My surname is Yuan. Yuan Jia. Please add me." Tang Songyun added the note on his phone and introduced his name. Yuan Jia further inquired if Tang Songyun needed assistance with the cutting, but the latter politely declined. Weighing over 20 kilograms, Tang Songyun did not find the stone particularly heavy. He stuffed the small piece from Hojiang into his clothing pocket while shouldering the larger piece of Muna rough material as he walked towards the spot where Li Yangqiu had parked. Just as he was about to exit, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance, none other than an Idahong, whom he had met at the stone gambling appreciation event in Modu. "Hey, young man, wait a moment." An Idahong had also spotted Tang Songyun, yet his attention was primarily drawn to the rough material on Tang Songyun's shoulder. His eyes brimmed with curiosity and uncertainty as he pointed to the stone and asked, "May I take a look at this piece?" Chapter 31. Extraordinary fortune. Tang Songyun was momentarily taken aback, but placed the rough material on the ground. "If Elder and I wishes to see it, it would be an honor for this piece." he said, and I Dahong then recognized Tang Songyun and pointed at him, exclaiming, You are the young man who was with Xiao Qiu and Modu last time. What brings you to Rueli? After a brief pause. As if realizing something, he added, Oh, I remember now. You picked up 2 pieces of material in Modu, and I mentioned that I had misjudged them. Just luck, Tang Songyun chuckled, saying nothing more, and I Dahong nodded, crouched down, and began to examine the Muna rough stone, occasionally flipping it over to scrutinize every detail. Is there any water? Bring me some. And I Dahong did not even look up, merely gesturing for Tang Songyun. Tang Songyun shrugged and replied, All right, just a moment. I'll fetch a bottle. Within a few minutes, Tang Songyun returned with a bottle of mineral water and handed it to I Dahong, saying, Here, the water you requested. Open it. I Dahong glanced at it, spoke curtly, and then resumed his focus on the Muna rough stone. Tang Songyun grimaced as he opened the cap and handed it back to him. To his surprise. I Dahong took the bottle and poured half of it directly onto the rough stone, soaking half of it instantly. Tang Songyun was puzzled by this watering process, wondering if there were some industry secrets involved. He refrained from asking. After about 2 or 3 minutes, I Dahong finally stood up and looked at Tang Songyun, asking, What is your surname, young brother? Tang Songyun promptly replied, I am honored to be surnamed Tang. Tang Songyun, do you have any instructions, elder and I? I Dahong chuckled and said, I merely wish to know who your master is, as your eye for jade is quite remarkable, and I would like to establish a connection. Tang Songyun responded, Elder and I, you may have misunderstood. I do not have a master, and my selection of stones is not guided by any principles. It is all based on luck. 1 or 2 pieces can be attributed to luck. I Dahong candidly remarked, But if you claim it is merely luck time and again, I cannot believe that in the stone gambling business, I have been in this field for many years, and I have had my share of failures. Are you telling me it is just luck? Tang Songyun laughed and said, It truly is luck. You might not know, but I used to operate an excavator, and my foray into stone gambling has only been over this past week. An excavator? I Dahong remarked with mild surprise, scrutinizing Tang Songyun more seriously before stroking his chin and saying, I do not deny that luck plays a part in stone gambling. But your luck seems extraordinarily exceptional. A person with even a modicum of experience would not select this piece. Yet those who are seasoned or, like me, who enjoy research, would particularly appreciate it. How about selling this piece to me? Tang Xiaoga? Ah, Tang Songyun exclaimed, astonished. Elder and I also likes this piece? I Dahong replied, somewhat annoyed, What do you think? If I didn't like it, would I have stopped you? Will you sell it or not? Just give me an answer. Tang Songyun hesitated, saying, I'm sorry, Elder and I, but I intend to keep this piece for myself. He felt genuinely apologetic. It was not that Tang Songyun did not wish to sell, but his purpose in purchasing jadeite rough material was to generate profit. Even if Elder and I offered him 3 or 5 times the price, he found it unappealing. He was uncertain about the market price for icy to high icy violet jadeite. It seemed more prudent to cut it and ascertain its true value. I Dahong pondered for a moment and nodded. I see I was mistaken, being a bit hasty. How about this? Since you intend to cut it anyway, why not come to my place for the cutting? I want to charge you for the cutting fee. My only request is to personally wield the knife. I think I'll pass. Tang Songyun instinctively declined. He was not well acquainted with Elder and I, having only met once in Modu, during which they had not even exchanged a word. Are you afraid I will deceive you? I Dahong said, somewhat exasperated. Do you know that while I may not possess hundreds of billions in wealth, I have spent my life in the stone business? The stones in my collection are coveted by jade merchants throughout Rueli. Would I trick you, a mere novice? Tang Songyun hastily clarified, that's not what I meant. Before he could finish, I Dahong interrupted, You are a friend of Xiao Qiu, right? I will call her out right now. Without further ado, the old man pulled out his phone and dialed. Once the call connected, he raised his voice, saying, Song Jinghua, have your cousin come out for a moment. I'm right in front of Yuqing Industry. Yes, right away. After hanging up, I Dahong shot Tang Songyun a sidelong glance, then calmly resumed his examination of the Muna rough stone. In no time, Li Yangqiu came hurrying out, and upon approaching, exchanged glances with Tang Songyun before grinning at I Dahong, saying, Elder and I, what is the Russian summoning me? I Dahong pointed at the rough stone on the ground, explaining, The rough stone your friend bought caught my attention when he was leaving. He doesn't want to sell, and I had no intention of pressing him, but since he plans to cut it anyway, I suggested he come to my place for the cutting. However, he was reluctant. You should persuade him. That's the case, Li Yangqiu sighed, turning to Tang Songyuan. How about this? Wherever you decide to cut it, you'll have to cut it anyway, and since Elder and I has extended the invitation, I'll accompany you. What do you think? Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement, picking up the rough stone from the ground as he prepared to head toward the location where Li Yangqiu had parked. Old and I called out to him, "Where are you going?" "My car is over there." Tang Songyuan glanced in the direction indicated by Old and I and was taken aback to discover that the vehicle was an extravagant Mercedes-Benz. Specifically the model he had long coveted, the G-Class. Goodness, this old man is as youthful in spirit as ever. Old and I, noticing Tang Songyuan's expression, let out a soft hum of amusement before briskly striding over to open the driver's side door and settling into the seat. He waved at the two, saying, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get in." Chapter 32. Another price increase. Old Ni's residence was situated not far from the outskirts of Rueli City. A standalone 3-story villa, adorned with a distinct Dai architectural style, surrounded by lush greenery and blooming flowers, evoking the essence of a secluded paradise. And Idahong drove into the underground garage, and just as Tang Songyuan was marveling at the automated garage door, Old and I halted the vehicle and declared, "We've arrived. Let's get out." The garage was spacious, accommodating only a rugged Ford F950 pickup truck. Leading the way, and Idahong was followed by Tang Songyuan, who carried the raw wood material, and Li Yangqiu, who was curiously looking around. Upon rounding the corner of the underground garage, they entered a large room resembling a warehouse. The space was filled with various machines, water saws, wire saws, and several devices that Tang Songyuan had never encountered before. All neatly arranged against one wall. In the center stood a long workbench, equipped with an assortment of tools. Tang Songyuan's admiration for Old and I grew. It was evident that in his youth, he must have been a man of action and exceptional craftsmanship. Moreover, when Old and I spoke of working with stones, it was clear he was no stranger to the art. "Where shall I place this? Isn't it tiring to carry?" Old and I remarked, turning on the lights and gesturing towards the workbench. Tang Songyuan gently set the stone down, and Old and I continued, "There's water, coffee, and tea over there. Help yourselves if you're thirsty. Feel free to eat as well." With that, he disregarded the two and began examining the wood material on the workbench. Holding a flashlight in one hand and resting the other on the stone, his expression was one of intense focus, akin to a lover gazing upon their beloved. His strong fingers moved delicately, inch by inch, not missing a single detail, as he absorbed the myriad of information reflected on the stone's surface. Li Yangqiu, being quite sociable despite it being his first visit, quickly followed the direction pointed out by Old and I and soon unearthed a kettle, filled it with water, and set it to boil. He then busied himself with the tea set, casually asking Tang Songyuan whether he preferred tea or coffee. Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes and replied, "Orange juice, do you have any?" Emphasizing his unconventional nature, Li Yangqiu shot him a middle finger but proceeded to pour him a cup of tea regardless. "You two, come here for a moment." After about 10 minutes, Old and I beckoned them over. The two approached, and Old and I turned to Tang Songyuan, asking, "What made you decide to purchase this piece?" Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback. How could he explain that he possessed the ability to see through the stone? This piece has a tight skin." Tang Songyuan's mind raced, searching for the limited vocabulary he had in this field. "And it has significant sand shedding on the surface, which appears quite transparent under the light." Old and I scoffed, "It is indeed tight, but that light is utterly nonsensical." As he spoke, he picked up a powerful flashlight from the table and illuminated the stone. Beneath its yellowish skin, only a hazy, murky white light was visible. "Is this what you call transparency?" Old and I casually switched off the flashlight and placed it aside, then tapped the raw stone, stating, "The light shows that this piece has a thick fog layer. The sand shedding you see on the jade skin is merely the exposed surface of the fog layer." He then flipped the stone over, pointing to a specific area. "From this angle, the internal quality of the material seems quite promising. Shall we make a cut to take a look?" The last sentence was directed at Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan felt that Old Ni's observations aligned closely with what he had perceived through his own vision. Indeed, this old man possessed an impressive ability to gauge jade through the stone's exterior. He nodded, "Let us cut it." They placed the material into the wire saw machine, adjusted the cutting position, tightened the clamps, and finally closed the lid. Once the machine was operational, Old and I turned to Li Yangqiu and said, "It should take about an hour to cut. Since we have some time to spare, shall I show you my collection?" "Absolutely," Li Yangqiu replied with a grin. After all, Old and I has traversed the world for many years. His collectibles must be of the highest caliber, something most people wouldn't even have the opportunity to see. Old and I huffed with pride and said, "Follow me," before turning towards a sturdy-looking door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by darkness. Old and I fumbled along the wall until he illuminated a yellow light with a switch. The moment the light flickered on, the two were astonished to see an array of stones, large and small, neatly arranged on rows of steel shelves. The scale of the collection was staggering, with no fewer than 300 pieces of raw material, black, yellow, white, and green, dazzling the eyes. Some weighed a couple of 100 kilograms, while others were merely fist-sized, all uncut and shrouded in mystery. The various colors and sizes were arranged so meticulously that Tang Songyun couldn't help but suspect Old and I had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Activating his perspective vision, Tang Songyun found that these raw materials transformed before his eyes. Most contained valuable material within, some even high-quality ice jadeite. However, there were also pieces with promising textures and colors but riddled with cracks, and a few that were entirely chaotic in their composition, with neither texture nor color properly developed. Nevertheless, the sheer quality and quantity of the materials in this warehouse would undoubtedly outshine all the raw material merchants in Yuqing. This experience broadened Tang Songyun's horizons immensely. He envisioned a future where he would possess a similar warehouse, filled with various treasures, stunning glass jade, imperial green jadeite, billion-dollar antiques, and rare, priceless curiosities, all brimming in his collection. "Are all of these your collectibles?" Li Yangqiu asked, puzzled. "Why are they all uncut?" Old Ni's lips curled into a slight smile, pride evident in his tone. "I'm not short on money. If these stones are in good condition, why should I cut them? I see it better to preserve their original beauty." His reasoning was sound, though it carried a distinct air of ostentation. The two were thoroughly engrossed in their exploration, while Old and I swept his appreciative gaze over the stones, remaining silent as he pondered something unknown. After a thorough tour, they returned to the cutting area, where the stone was nearly finished, as they turned off the machine and opened the lid. A thin slit had been cut into the wood material. Tang Songyun unlatched the clamp and carefully removed the stone from within. "Open it up." "What with all that fuss?" Old and I urged. Tang Songyun gently lifted the cover off the raw material, producing a sound akin to metal scraping. Li Yangqiu's eyes lit up. "Wow, you've struck gold again." Chapter 33. Seizing the opportunity, the cut section displayed vibrant colors. A thick layer of yellow skin encircled the outside, while the interior revealed a hint of water-laden white fog layer. Yet, it was evident that this slice had not yet reached the true jade flesh. "It's violet!" Old and I shone his flashlight on the cut surface, noting the deep purple glow emanating from beneath the fog layer. In the past, green jade held the highest esteem, but in recent years, other color jades have also fetched good prices. When meeting discerning clients, these vibrant hues are often more desirable. "Color jade is always better than colorless jade," Li Yangqiu interjected. "Violet jade is not just a mixed color." Old and I should know that nowadays, women have far greater purchasing power than men. If this is indeed violet jade, its price could sometimes double or even more. Old and I scoffed at this conclusion. Continuing to shine the flashlight, looking at it now, the quality of this material is quite mature, possessing the essence of aged ice oil, indicating excellent oiliness. If it's put to use, it should be ice to high ice quality. Turning to Tang Songyun, he asked, "Shall we continue cutting?" "Of course, let us keep going. Theo, you have any suggestions?" Tang Songyun replied, and Idahong stroked the fog layer on the cut surface, advising, "I suggest cutting vertically along the edge of this fog layer. Don't underestimate it. In some instances, this fog layer can even create patterns during the cutting process." Li Yangqiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the transition from the fog layer to the jade flesh can yield unexpectedly beautiful effects during later processing. After over an hour of meticulous work, they finally stripped away the entire skin of the wood material, leaving behind only the clean material that glowed with a soft white luminescence. Through his perspective vision, Tang Songyun discerned that the violet jade flesh weighed only 2.8 kilograms, and with the additional centimeter of fog layer, the total weight reached 4.5 kilograms. And Idahong's keen eyes fixed upon the rough stone and remarked, "Simply exquisite. There isn't a single crack within." This side has essentially achieved the effect of high ice jade, while the other side, though it only possesses ice jade with a touch of snowflake cotton, does not detract from the overall quality of the piece. He then lifted his gaze towards Tang Songyuan and inquired, "Would you mind sharing how much you spent when you purchased it?" Tang Songyuan cleared his throat, retrieved the piece from Ho Jiang, and replied, "Along with this small piece, it cost a total of 110,000. What? Did you just say it was only 110,000 for both?" Li Yangqiu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Tang Songyuan. "Do you have any idea how much that piece is worth now?" Tang Songyuan, still somewhat naive regarding the value, promptly asked. "How much is it worth?" Li Yangqiu grunted a couple of times, stating, "A full-colored violet of this size could yield around 7 or 8 bangles, conservatively estimating, let's say 7. Each bangle could fetch between 300,000 to 400,000. The remaining bangle circles and scrap can still be fashioned into a dozen or so exquisite pieces, conservatively worth at least 500,000. This doesn't even account for the premium on the high ice jade. So this piece could easily sell for 2 million. That's nearly a 20-fold profit." While Li Yangqiu was focused on the profit, and Idahong's attention was primarily on the small piece from Ho Jiang. He examined it briefly before discarding it onto the workbench without a second glance. "Have you really never dabbled in stone gambling before?" he asked, eyeing Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan responded candidly, "I truly haven't. I have only read about it in novels and no little else," and Idahong subtly nodded, then fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly spoke, "In all my years of stone gambling, you are the first person I've encountered who is purely fortunate, yet utterly ignorant about the craft. Why not become my apprentice? I am growing old and find it increasingly challenging to engage in this pursuit. When you are ready to graduate, you may choose any piece from the collection in that room." Seeing Tang Songyuan frozen in place, and Idahong raised an eyebrow and added, "You should know that there are pieces of glass jade in there." Indeed, Idahong's collection included sizable glass jade roughs. And there were more than one. Tang Songyuan had noticed this during his earlier visit with Li Yangqiu. Before Tang Songyuan could respond, Li Yangqiu, growing impatient, nudged him and urged, "What are you dawdling for? Such an opportunity is rare. Many would give anything to apprentice under an I Lao Lao." However, Tang Songyuan's thoughts were not so straightforward. While possessing the ability to see through stones, he understood that developing his skills gradually could lead to success. Yet, apprenticing under an I Lao Lao would undoubtedly streamline that process, granting him access to valuable connections. But what could an I Lao Lao gain from him? Could he possibly usurp his ability? This was something even an I Lao Lao had yet to fully grasp. With these reflections, he brightly declared, "I would be absolutely delighted to become your apprentice, but I am curious if you have any additional requirements?" And Idahong replied, "At my age, I have no concerns regarding food, shelter, or enemies. What could I possibly require from you? I am not one to fuss over formalities, but I must clarify that I once had a son who passed away 20 years ago. Thus, I am taking on an apprentice in his stead. You may call me master, but in essence, you are my son's disciple. Now, if you kneel and bow to me, we shall establish our master-apprentice relationship." Tang Songyuan did not hesitate. Disregarding the implications of being an apprentice in lieu of a son, he promptly knelt and offered 3 respectful bows. Li Yangqiu, grinning, rushed over with a cup of tea and handed it to him. Saying, "Here, offer tea." Tang Songyuan shot him a glance but accepted the cup, presenting it respectfully. "Master, please enjoy this tea." And Idahong accepted it with a smile and took a sip, only to swiftly spit it out with a scowl directed at Li Yangqiu, exclaiming, "Damn it, it's cold." Li Yangqiu awkwardly scratched his head while Idahong reconsidered, taking another sip and addressing Tang Songyuan, "Arise." Tang Songyuan patted his trousers and stood up, as Idahong set down the teacup and asked, "Where are you residing now?" Upon learning that he was sharing a rented room with Li Yangqiu, Idahong calmly suggested, "You should tidy up and move in here. I have ample space, and you are welcome to use the machines and equipment here." Chapter 34. The exquisite senior sister with meals and lodging provided at no cost. Along with such a splendid residence, the conditions were far superior to Li Yangqiu's shabby rental. Moreover, the cutting machines available to him for free made the prospect almost unimaginable for Tang Songyuan. Yet, he still declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, master, but I believe it would be more convenient for me to find a place nearby to rent." He genuinely wished to leverage his ability to make money through stone gambling and aspired to a better material life. However, Tang Songyuan harbored a secret desire for solitude in his living arrangements. Inai Dahong did not press the issue, nodding, "That is acceptable, but tonight, we shall host a feast in your honor. You must not be absent." "Understood?" "Understood, master." Tang Songyuan replied earnestly, and Inai Dahong nodded again, saying, "I know you are eager to sell jade. I was the same in my youth, having been poor and desperate to fill my pockets. Go on for now. But remember to come early tonight." Tang Songyuan was overjoyed. Exchanging glances with Li Yangqiu, he bid farewell to Inai Dahong and grabbed a bag to encase the jade, preparing to leave the underground chamber. At that moment, a melodious voice with a Yunnan accent echoed from the garage entrance. "Grandpa, I've made some flour cakes. Would you like to try one?" The three turned to see a pair of dainty slippers first, followed by slender calves, bare knees, and a flirtatious short skirt. Tang Songyuan's gaze traveled upwards to a slender waist and a full bosom, finally resting on a remarkably charming face. The young woman appeared to be in her early 20s, and her tone suggested she was Inai Dahong's granddaughter. She held a delicate plate in her right hand, laden with steaming cakes. However, upon noticing Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu, she seemed startled, covering her mouth and reproaching. "Oh, Grandpa, you have guests and didn't say a word," Inai Dahong sighed. "Come over. They are not outsiders." He then turned to Tang Songyuan and asked, "How old are you this year?" When Tang Songyuan replied, 23, Inai Dahong casually introduced, "Then you should address her as senior sister. This is my wayward granddaughter, Inai Cici. But do not let her quirky demeanor deceive you. This girl loves to play tricks on people." Tang Songyuan was initially taken aback. Why must he call her senior sister? Could it be that the rumors were true? He exchanged a stunned glance with Li Yangqiu and promptly exclaimed, "Hello, senior sister." Inai Cici playfully stomped her foot and pouted, "Grandpa, how can you say such things? Here I am, kindly making you flour cakes, and you say such hurtful things. I'm not talking to you anymore." With that, she placed the plate on the workbench without glancing at Tang or Li and turned to leave. Yet, Tang Songyuan, utilizing his ability, saw her eyes darting around as she walked away, as if plotting something mischievous, and Inai Dahong cleared his throat and remarked, "Do not overthink it. This girl has been spoiled since childhood and is unwilling to inherit my craft. I cannot take my skills to the grave. After all," he looked at Tang and Li, adding, "Thus, I have been in search of a suitable candidate for years. When I found Xiao Qiu, I never expected him to refuse." Li Yangqiu responded with an "ah," his expression becoming a bit awkward as he scratched his head. He had previously worried about becoming a son-in-law to the Inai family and did not wish to abandon his girlfriend. So, when Inai Dahong proposed taking Tang Songyuan as a disciple, he had urged him on. Meanwhile, Inai Dahong picked up a piece of flour cake from the workbench, took a bite, and chewed while saying, "However, this girl does have quite the culinary skills. You should each take a piece to try. If you like it, feel free to take some home." Indeed, Tang Songyuan found himself somewhat hungry and grabbed a piece without hesitation. The flour cake, made from wheat flour, butter, and honey, was flaky and delicious, and he was pleasantly surprised by the filling inside. The filling, made from overlapping, multi-petal rose blossoms, is bursting with floral fragrance, delightfully sweet and palatable. An additional touch of honey elevates it to a level of sweetness that resonates deeply with Tang Songyuan. Old Inai has already finished his portion and, lifting the cup of tea he hadn't finished earlier, remarked with a slight smirk, "It's quite good, though a tad overly sweet. Aren't you two leaving? I need my afternoon nap." Tang Songyuan hastily picked up the bag containing the jade and exclaimed, Oh, master, we're leaving right away." Meanwhile, Li Yangqiu, as he departed, couldn't resist sneaking an extra piece of flour cake. Not far from the exit, they reached the main road and soon hailed a taxi. Once inside, Tang Songyuan curiously inquired of Li Yangqiu, "You mentioned earlier that my master is looking for a son-in-law. Who told you that?" Li Yangqiu scoffed, saying, "It was one of our company's workers. When my uncle asked me, they spoke of it with such conviction. But had I known Inai Cici looked like this and that I don't have a girlfriend, I would have prostrated myself to become his disciple long ago. You wouldn't even stand a chance." Tang Songyuan let out a dismissive sound, choosing to gaze out the window while remaining silent. However, Li Yangqiu continued to chatter, "But how did your identity shift so rapidly? I mean, are you really willing to become a son-in-law to the Inai family?" Tang Songyuan hadn't considered this before, but when Li Yangqiu brought it up, he couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm an orphan, raised by the Wei family, and they have a younger sister to carry on the bloodline. What is wrong with that?" Li Yangqiu was momentarily taken aback, but soon became slightly irritated, saying, "Well then I wish you both 100 years of harmony." "What nonsense! And Ai Dahong has never explicitly stated he wants a son-in-law to enter through the back door. It's all mere rumor and your own imagination," Tang Songwen thought to himself, while provocatively saying, "Once, a sincere and beautiful love was placed before me, yet I failed to cherish it," Li Yangqiu retorted. Get Lost Chapter 35. A new transaction. Upon returning to Song Jinghua's company, Tang Songyuan entered the office alongside Li Yangqiu, carrying the jade wrapped in a black plastic bag. "Have you eaten?" "The cafeteria still has food," Song Jinghua casually asked upon seeing their expressions. The two greeted him, and Li Yangqiu cheerfully replied, "Not yet, uncle. I brought something good to show you." With that, he gestured to Tang Song, who placed the jade material on the coffee table before Song Jinghua. As he opened the bag, Song Jinghua was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the jade inside. Overcome with excitement, he grabbed a flashlight and began examining it closely by the window. "Violet!" Song Jinghua exclaimed, slightly shocked, and looked up at Tang Songyuan, asking, "Did you acquire this through gambling, Xiao Tang?" Tang Songyuan nodded, responding, "Yes, Master and I has taken me as his disciple, and this piece was cut from a stone he had." Here, he intentionally obscured the sequence of events, wanting to attribute the credit to an Ai Dahong, thus avoiding suspicion of consistently gambling good jade. This is the advantage of being a disciple of an Ai Dahong. In the future, he could continuously gamble for exquisite jade, even pieces worth billions, and attribute the success to him. With the name of a master behind him, what was wrong with producing some exceptional jade? Song Jinghua looked at Li Yangqiu with a mix of surprise and regret, then chuckled. "I once tried to encourage Xiao Qiu to become his disciple, but he refused. Truly foolish," he then added. "In truth, it's quite beneficial. Master and I's expertise in stone gambling is unparalleled, ranking among the best in Rueli and even nationwide." He examined the jade further, noting its excellent quality, clear to high clarity, flawless, and uniformly colored, with violet being a trending hue in recent years. After measuring it with calipers and comparing it to bracelet molds, he looked up at Tang Songyuan and said, "We are both from the same hometown, so I won't hide anything from you. If this material were to be crafted into finished products, it could fetch around 4 to 5 million. However, I still need to factor in processing, design, labor, and other costs, so I can offer you 2.4 million. What do you think?" After speaking, he anxiously awaited Tang Songyuan's response, hoping that if he disagreed, he could perhaps negotiate a slightly higher price. Li Yangqiu, sensing the moment, said, "I'll check the cafeteria for more dishes. You two take your time discussing." After contemplating for a few seconds, Tang Songyuan chuckled and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Song. This exceeds my expectations." The price of 2.4 million indeed fell within his anticipated range. Furthermore, he lacked other sales channels at the moment, and Song Jinghua had been quite accommodating throughout their dealings. Once the transaction was agreed upon, Song Jinghua promptly called for the finance department, and soon Tang Songyuan received the transfer of 2.4 million. With this fresh influx of funds, Tang Songyuan felt elated. Song Jinghua, in a good mood, caressed the newly acquired jade material and said, "Xiao Tang, you should go eat first. We can continue our chat after your meal." After a simple lunch, Tang and Li returned to Song Jinghua's office. At this point, the violet jade was nowhere to be seen, likely taken to be sliced for bracelets. Song Jinghua motioned for them to sit and poured each of them a cup of tea, leisurely stating, "Xiao Tang, I've watched you grow step by step. You've finally entered the field, and your wealth is steadily increasing. However, striking it rich overnight is a novelty in the stone gambling industry." Tang Songyuan quietly lifted his teacup and took a sip. Showing no intention to speak, Li Yangqiu, grinning, feigned attentiveness. Song Jinghua continued, pointing to the floor, "I've been in this field for nearly 20 years, but do you know how many owners this factory has had?" Tang Songyuan shook his head, and Song Jinghua chuckled lightly, revealing the answer. 11. "I'm the 12th owner of this factory. In this seemingly lucrative industry, fierce competition lurked behind the scenes, with countless veterans having met their demise. Thus, as well, I suppose I can reluctantly call myself your senior. I'll share a few words." Although Tang Songyuan possessed extraordinary insight and rarely fell victim to deception in stone gambling, he humbly responded, "It's fine, Uncle Song. Please, go on. I'm all ears." Song Jinghua nodded in satisfaction, saying, "I know you're fortunate, but you must always maintain a sense of reverence for the market. The business world is full of ups and downs. You must cultivate a mindset that is indifferent to gains and losses. Lastly, I have one more matter to discuss with you. Tang Songyuan replied earnestly, "Please, go ahead." Song Jinghua smiled gently. "What you are currently experiencing, whether it's the night market or various other markets, is merely the entry-level circle of the stone gambling industry. Beyond this, there are more established and refined circles of experts and masters that you will gradually encounter after becoming master and IS disciple. Therefore, my earlier remarks were merely a request. When you come across good materials in the future, please don't forget about Uncle Song." Tang Songyuan quickly assured him, "Uncle Song, you're too kind. I'll certainly keep your words in mind. More friends mean more pathways. More enemies mean more walls." Li Yangqiu chimed in. "Uncle, please continue discussing the expert and master circles. I'm not familiar with those." Song Jinghua refilled their cups, took a sip himself, and continued. "The so-called expert circle includes the Myanmar Nephrite public auction and the 4 major public auctions in the country. These public auctions generally do not involve outsiders. They are essentially battlegrounds for industry players. For instance, the Nephrite public auction presents half-clarity materials, yet still offers profit margins of tenfold or even dozens of times. Moreover, over half of the materials are subject to secret bidding, and there are many intricacies involved." Tang Songyuan pondered, realizing that although he possessed the ability to see through jade raw materials, he might not outmaneuver the seasoned veterans of the industry during secret bids. But wait, in secret bidding, he could still have a chance to see others' bids. Song Jinghua, growing more animated, continued, "As for the Master Circle, it encompasses major stone gambling intermediary companies in both China and Myanmar. Although they are intermediary companies, even raw materials from public auctions are interconnected with these intermediaries. The resources they aggregate range from tens of millions to billions, and some specialized intermediaries even possess better quality resources than public auctions, occasionally revealing extraordinary materials outside the established rules." Chapter 36. A day as a disciple. Tang Songyuan thought to himself, no wonder he rarely encountered high-end materials like glass type or imperial green jade. They had already been cut off at the source. From the culture of stone gambling to the current ecology of the industry, Song Jinghua shared insights with minimal reservation, interspersing tales of legendary experiences he had either undergone or heard about. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu were both engrossed in listening to Song Jinghua casually chat about the insider information that outsiders could hardly fathom. They found the conversation quite fascinating. After engaging in discourse for over an hour, Tang Songyuan took his leave from Song Jinghua. He intended to rent an apartment in Ruili and also sought to lease a workshop for stone cutting, planning to acquire some cutting machines for his future endeavors in stone processing. "Do you need me to accompany you? I am somewhat familiar with this area," Li Yangqiu inquired enthusiastically after they stepped outside together. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly and replied, "That's unnecessary. It's merely a matter of renting a place. You should return to work. I will inform you once I have secured a place." "That works too," Li Yangqiu smiled and added, "My uncle mentioned that you should look after each other in the future. Given our relationship, I need not elaborate. You understand." Tang Songyuan chuckled and responded, "Of course, one must not forget their friends in times of wealth and prosperity." He approached Li Yangqiu, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Brothers fight together, and fathers and sons charge into battle point one day. When I achieve great success, I will certainly enlist your help. Get lost." Li Yangqiu playfully scolded as he hailed a taxi and departed. The process of renting a place was straightforward. Tang Songyuan downloaded a rental app on his phone, logged in his personal information and location, and after a brief browse, he settled on an apartment located on Ruijing Road, within a community named Shidai. The apartment boasted 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, with an anticipated rent of 1,800 per month. He then contacted customer service, and they promptly sent someone to show him the property. After inspecting various aspects, including the furnishings, air conditioning, television, and refrigerator, he found everything to be in order, allowing for immediate move-in. Tang Songyuan's standards were not particularly high in this regard, so he was quite satisfied. He opted for a 3-bedroom layout, considering that Wei Qing would soon be preparing for her college entrance examination and would inevitably need to come over during her break. This arrangement would allow for leisure while also facilitating his care for her. After negotiating the rent with the agent, they finally settled on 18,000 for the year. Tang Songyuan paid 20,000, with the remainder covering the agency's fees. With his accommodation resolved, the next issue was transportation. At present, he needed to travel to several markets and to an Idahong's residence, and while taking a taxi was convenient, having his own vehicle was preferable. However, he did not yet possess a driver's license. After much contemplation, Tang Songyuan decided to purchase a motorcycle. This was even simpler. He wandered into a nearby motorcycle shop, spent half an hour, and placed a deposit of 3,000 for a Xinjiang motorcycle. The shop owner would handle the registration and other formalities. As the clock approached 4 o'clock, Tang Songyuan hailed a taxi and headed straight for Yuqing Market. In Idahong had invited him for dinner that evening. Having formally recognized him as a disciple, and although he referred to it as a family gathering, it also served as a ceremony for accepting him as a student. Tang Songyuan deemed it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Thus, he planned to purchase a piece of rough jade to present to an Idahong. Knowing his fondness for the craft, he returned to the stall run by the Yuan family, selecting a piece weighing over 5 kilograms. When he inquired about the price, Yuan Jie quoted 200,000. However, Tang Songyuan was no longer the same person he had been in the morning. After his earlier discussion with Song Jinghua, he had learned that 90 of rough stone merchants would inflate their prices. As a buyer, one should not concern themselves with the seller's quoted price. Rather, one should negotiate based on their own assessment of the item's value. Unlike that morning when a bald merchant had quoted 180,000, Tang Songyuan could have offered even 10,000 without inciting any genuine anger. If the seller feigned outrage, it was merely an act. Song Jinghua had also remarked that most sellers of rough stones were skilled actors who relished the performance. Reflecting on his earlier purchase of 2 pieces from the Yuan stall, where the asking price had been 120,000, but the final agreed price was 110,000, Tang Songyuan now felt somewhat cheated. The price should have been lower. However, this experience served as a lesson for him, and he resolved to avoid such situations in the future. 200,000 is utterly outrageous, Tang Songyuan exclaimed. Yuan boss, do you really think I'm so easily fooled just because I'm a newcomer? Yuan Jie chuckled. Tanggu, please don't say that. In business, we rely on repeat customers. After all, you get what you pay for. The piece Tang Songyuan had selected was indeed unique. It contained some jade, albeit limited, with a 1 to 2 centimeter wide water vein located only on one side. The quality was merely icy, with colors that only showed slight patterns and lacked concentration. He had no intention of presenting a flawless gift. Something overly perfect would not suit the taste of the elderly and I, while something too extravagant might raise suspicions about his own financial standing. This piece, with its minor imperfections and educational value, was just right for an Idahong to work with. Tang Songyuan chuckled and proposed, how about I suggest a price? If you find it reasonable, I'll purchase it. If not, I'll simply look elsewhere. Yuan Jie responded with a smile, you may propose your price. If we cannot reach an agreement, at least we part on good terms. Tang Songyuan stated, 2,000. What? Yuan Jie feigned shock, 2,000? How could that be possible? At most, I could let you take a look for that. Tang Songyuan replied, let me explain. I hardly haggled this morning. Did you truly think I was a fool? He asserted, this piece is worth no more than 2,000. I wouldn't pay a single cent more. Seeing Tang Songyuan's resolute stance, Yuan Jie switched to a more agreeable demeanor, saying 2,000 is far too low. Just a few days ago, someone offered me 5,000, and I didn't sell it. Tanggu, could you please increase your offer? Now that's absurd. Someone offered 5,000, and you quoted 200,000. Tang Songyuan scoffed, honestly, you should have sold it at 5,000. Here's the deal. I want to be unreasonable. I'll add 100, 2,001. If that works, great. If not, I'll turn and walk away. He gestured as if ready to leave at any moment. You enjoy playing games, so why shouldn't I? 2,001 it is then. Yuan Jie reluctantly conceded, I must admit, I'm quite intimidated. After completing the payment and securing the rough stone, Tang Songyuan left Yuqing Market in high spirits and took a taxi to an Idahong's home. Upon arrival, an Idahong had already changed into a more formal outfit and was sitting upright in his living room. Master. Tang Songyuan greeted warmly, presenting his gift to an Idahong, accepted it with a smile. Weighing it thoughtfully, did you select this specifically from the market? He inquired. Tang Songyuan nodded, yes, master. I am an orphan, and my adoptive parents have also passed away, leaving only my sister. However, my adoptive parents taught me the principle that once a person has been a teacher, they are like a father for life. Please do not take this small token lightly. Idahong nodded with a smile, gesturing for Tang Songyuan to take a seat beside him. I lack nothing here, and I shall graciously accept your gift, but you must not feel obliged to do so in the future. Chapter 37. The enigmatic senior sister and Idahong examined the piece of rough jade that Tang Songyuan had presented. scrutinizing it closely with a flashlight, turning it over repeatedly. Soon, a smile began to emerge on his face. "Come here for a moment." Tang Songyuan approached, and Inai Dahong pointed to a specific area, saying, "What do you observe about this spot? It seems cleaner than the surrounding areas." Tang Songyuan replied, somewhat uncertain. Inai Dahong chuckled and remarked, "It's not merely a cleanliness issue. In such cases, the seller has brushed the surface with a hard iron brush, a practice known in the industry as brushing the skin. However, after doing so, they likely regretted it, as the surface did not yield the expected quality." He then illuminated another area with the flashlight, explaining, "Notice how only this small section reflects the light clearly, while the rest appears murky. What does this indicate?" Tang Songyuan, realizing the implications, exclaimed, "It means that only this area contains water, while the rest is uncertain." Inai Dahong's smile widened. "Exactly. In such situations, some sellers create a small window in this area, allowing you to see the scant water contained within, thus enhancing its deceptive allure. However, it seems they were unable to act quickly enough, and you found a bargain." Tang Songyuan felt his cheeks flush. His master was teasing him. He had originally intended to gift something of higher quality, but it had turned into an embarrassing mishap. "Perhaps you could return this piece to me, and I can present you with a better one later." Inai Dahong waved his hand dismissively. "This piece is quite satisfactory. I will keep it safe until the day you officially become my disciple." Following this, Inai Dahong took the opportunity to impart a wealth of knowledge about the art of gambling with stones, discussing aspects such as the impact of lighting, how different colors of light reveal various qualities of the rough stone, and the classifications of water quality and color differences. Much of this information was new to Tang Songyuan, and he felt an urge to take notes. "Grandpa, dinner is ready." Just as their conversation reached an exciting juncture, a delicate voice floated in from the adjoining room. The sound of high heels clicking against the hard floor echoed as. Shortly after, an ICC entered, gracefully clad in a white floral qipao. She paused momentarily and announced, "Grandpa, little junior brother, dinner is prepared, and we can commence the feast." An ICC's appearance now was markedly different from earlier that day. Her hair was elegantly styled in an updo, her face adorned with subtle makeup, and her eyebrows clearly had been meticulously groomed. Adorning her ears were jade pendants of a vivid green hue, which accentuated her fair and delicate complexion, rendering her appearance refreshingly elegant. She presented a striking image of a mature, sophisticated woman, quite removed from the youthful visage she had displayed just hours earlier. Inai Dahong, with a decisive clap against the armrest of his chair, rose and declared, "Let the banquet commence. Songyuan, let us proceed together." However, upon their arrival at the restaurant, Tang Songyuan noticed the absence of a fourth guest. A robust round table was laden with over a dozen exquisite dishes that were sure to whet the appetite, accompanied by a bottle of wine that bore the marks of age. Inai Dahong took a seat at the head of the table and gestured to the space on his left, saying, "Songyuan, please take this seat. Today's culinary delights have been prepared by your senior sister, who, having learned of your origins in Suzhou, has specially crafted several Sichuan dishes for you. I hope they suit your palate. Do sample them shortly." Tang Songyuan's gaze fell upon the fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, and spicy hot pot, momentarily taken aback. Turning to express his gratitude to an ICC, he remarked, "Thank you, senior sister. The presentation of these dishes alone attests to your exceptional culinary skills. It is a pity that Michelin only awards 3 stars. If it were up to me, I would certainly bestow upon you a resounding 5-star rating." Seated to his right, an ICC rolled her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze, and muttered, "Flatterer," before casually placing 2 pieces of a herb into her mouth, producing a satisfying crunch. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly, while Inai Dahong poured a glass of wine and inquired, "Do you drink, Songyuan?" "I typically refrain from alcohol and lack a particular fondness for it," Tang Songyuan replied. "But today, I must raise a toast to my master." As he spoke, he poured himself a glass and lifted it, stating, "I am deeply grateful to my master for accepting me as a disciple. I promise to heed your teachings and dedicate myself to mastering my craft." Inai Dahong waved his hand dismissively, smiling gently. "No need for excessive pleasantries. Feel at home and act freely." Yet, despite the encouragement, Tang Songyuan remained somewhat reserved. Fortunately, Inai Cc's culinary prowess was indeed commendable. Each dish was not only visually appealing but also flawless in taste. Once the meal concluded, and ICC began to clear the table in silence. Tang Songyuan offered to assist, but was restrained by Nai Dahong. "This is not your responsibility. Bring that piece of material and follow me." This sudden shift left Tang Songyuan somewhat bewildered, as he was accustomed to washing dishes and caring for his sister at home. Stepping into the role of a hands-off manager was a novelty for him. "Well then, senior sister, I shall accompany my master now." Without lifting her eyelids, Nai Cici replied coolly, "Go ahead." Following Nai Dahong into a tea room, they settled into their respective seats. As Nai Dahong prepared water for tea, he remarked, "I am a native of Ruilidai in my youth. I once ventured to Myanmar to mine, scouring the mountains for stones much like those of Mushi. As I matured, I gradually developed my own understanding of jade appreciation, becoming self-taught." Listening intently, Tang Songyuan pondered a question that lingered in his mind. Logically, with such a substantial family fortune, why was Nai Dahong's household limited to only Nai Cici as a granddaughter? Their conversations had never alluded to Nai Cici's parents, and although Nai Dahong had previously mentioned he had no enemies, Li Yangqiu had suggested that Nai Dahong might be seeking a son-in-law. Yet, he dared not inquire further. Nai Cici's affluent background, combined with her striking physique and ever-evolving character, should have drawn suitors from afar. Surely, there should be a queue stretching to France for those wishing to propose. An hour later, Tang Songyuan stood to take his leave, stating, "It is getting late, master. I shall take my leave now." Nai Dahong did not insist he stay, merely nodding, "Very well, be at my doorstep tomorrow morning. I will take you somewhere." That evening, Tang Songyuan moved out of Li Yangqiu's rental apartment, carrying only his modest belongings to settle into his own rented accommodation. The following morning, he arrived bright and early at Nai Dahong's residence, only to discover that the grandfather and granddaughter had risen even earlier. In their expansive garden, Nai Dahong was practicing a set of martial arts forms that Tang Songyuan could not comprehend in the southeast corner, while Nai Cici, clad in form-fitting yoga attire, balanced on one leg in a pose reminiscent of the golden rooster standing on one leg in the northeast corner. Songyuan has arrived." Nai Dahong continued his movements. Speaking nonchalantly, Tang Songyuan greeted him, "Master, you rise so early. It is a habit cultivated over decades." Nai Dahong maintained a serene demeanor, transitioning into a concluding posture, finally standing firm. "This is Bajiquan, a practice for health. Would you care to join?" Having only heard of Bajiquan as a form of exercise beneficial to the middle-aged and elderly, Tang Songyuan thought to himself, "At my age, must I already begin focusing on health?" Nai Dahong, seemingly reading his thoughts, smiled gently, "This is a health-promoting qigong. Beyond physical benefits, regular practice can also help one regulate their emotions and transform a negative mindset. Thus, it is not age-dependent." Tang Songyuan found this perspective reasonable. After all, gaining knowledge never harms. The ancient practice of qigong, steeped in thousands of years of tradition, might indeed contribute to longevity. He agreed to participate, and under Nai Dahong's guidance, began practicing. Bajiquan proved not difficult to learn. With Nai Dahong's live demonstration and hands-on corrections, within half an hour, Tang Songyuan was able to perform all 8 movements seamlessly. Typically, novices might experience symptoms such as chest tightness, shortness of breath, and difficulty in breathing after their first practice. Nai Dahong noted, however, such reactions are normal. The key is to practice diligently, ideally twice a day. "I will later teach you Wu Qingxi and Tai Chi." Tang Songyuan felt no adverse effects, only a pleasant warmth coursing through his body. With a slight perspiration on his palms and soles, he realized that Nai Dahong indeed possessed genuine expertise. Not only was he adept at jade appraisal, but at over 60 years of age, he appeared to possess the vitality of someone in their 50s. This alone was remarkable, and the fact that he also practiced Wu Qingxi and Tai Chi suggested there was much to learn. After enjoying breakfast at the Nai household, Nai Dahong brought forth his Ford pickup truck, inviting Tang Songyuan to join him. "Can you drive?" Nai Dahong inquired as he started the engine. Tang Songyuan replied, "I have not had the opportunity to learn, but I am preparing to take the driving test." Nai Dahong nodded. "You should take the test as soon as possible. Driving is a basic skill for young people today. What sort of harmonious society can we talk about if one cannot even drive?" As Tang Songyuan observed the scenery outside the vehicle receding, he realized they were not heading toward the market or the city center. Prompting his curiosity to ask, "Master, where are we headed today?" Nai Dahong responded, "We are going to a stone gambling brokerage, a visit to an old friend." This establishment was typically inaccessible to ordinary folk. But once Tang Songyuan honed his skills, he would be welcome to frequent it. Having heard about stone gambling brokerages from Song Jinghua the previous day, Tang Songyuan still found himself with lingering confusion. Some of these brokerages strictly prohibited outsiders from participating, often requiring connections and clout. He queried. Is it not said that gambling stones is not for gambling, and there are no restrictions on it within the country? Why must such brokerages operate so clandestinely? And Dahong chuckled softly. There are numerous reasons for this, but it ultimately boils down to one word: profit. Tang Songyuan remained puzzled, prompting Dahong to glance at him and continue his explanation. Simply put, the jade industry constitutes over half of Myanmar's revenue, yet the mining areas lie within the territories controlled by local warlords. Before the 1990s, these warlords were embroiled in conflict. It was only 3 decades ago, following peace negotiations, that the Myanmar government began regulating the jade produced in these mines. The legal trading process requires first paying taxes to the Kachin army, after which the government categorizes the raw stones into 4 grades based on quality. The top 2 grades of premium resources are managed and marketed by the government, which also gives rise to the public auction in Nanjing. To clarify tax obligations while seizing opportunities, premium jade must be sliced to assess its base value before it can legally enter trade channels. With this explanation, Tang Songyuan finally grasped the situation. These so-called stone gambling brokerages held high-quality gambling materials that fell outside the established rules, effectively leveraging their channels to exploit the profits of the Myanmar government. Consequently, they were understandably reticent to disclose their operations. Otherwise, they risked attracting various forces, leading to unforeseen complications. Thus, they limited their clientele to those who could adhere to their rules and maintain a tacit understanding for long-term cooperation. As he spoke, the Ford Raptor came to a halt before a 3-story townhouse with an iron gate. A man in a security uniform approached, glanced at Dahong behind the wheel, and without uttering a word, opened the gate to grant them entry. Upon entering, they found themselves in a parking lot where Dahong casually parked the vehicle and exited with Tang Songyuan. Alas, Master and I, it has been quite some time since our last encounter. Upon alighting from the vehicle, a middle-aged gentleman, approximately in his 40s and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, eagerly extended his hand towards Dahong, exclaiming, "A fresh batch of exquisite materials just arrived last night. Still sealed and awaiting your esteemed appraisal." Master Dahong raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards his newly accepted disciple, Tang Songyuan, and remarked, "This is my recently accepted disciple, Tang Songyuan. I've brought him along today to broaden his horizons. If you have no objections." A gleam of excitement flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes as he swiftly produced a business card from his pocket, presenting it to Tang Songyuan with a smile. "Of course, we warmly welcome Master Ni's esteemed pupil. Let us keep in touch." Tang Songyuan accepted the card with both hands, casting a quick glance at it. The card bore the name Zhou Hongyang, along with a telephone number and the name of his establishment, Hongyang Jade. "Greetings, Mr. Zhou. I look forward to your guidance." Tang Songyuan courteously responded after stowing the card away. No need for such formality, Zhou Hongyang replied with a beaming smile, then gestured for Dahong to enter. "Master and I, please, after you." Zhou Hongyang then personally led the duo into a relatively spacious yet dimly lit room. The floor was strewn with an array of bulging white snakeskin bags, numbering no less than 100, each sealed with lead seals marked with English letters and numerical codes. After rummaging through the bags, Zhou Hongyang carefully unsealed one, pouring out 4 or 5 pieces of jade rough. After emptying 7 or 8 bags, nearly 20 pieces of raw stones lay stacked together. He even procured a small stool, placing it at Dahong's feet, saying, "These are all top-quality materials. Take your time to examine them. I shall step outside to attend to other guests." Dahong, unreserved, seated himself and called out to Tang Songyuan as soon as Zhou Hongyang exited. "Songyuan, come take a look." Tang Songyuan approached and inadvertently activated his perspective vision for a glance. Wow, glass grade. As soon as he activated his perspective vision, Tang Songyuan's eyes immediately landed on the piece of jade rough in Dahong's hand, which was undoubtedly of glass grade. There was no need to rely on the appraisal results provided by the perspective vision. He could ascertain it himself. The grade of jade refers to its texture and structure, while water pertains to its transparency. Although these are 2 distinct concepts, they are interdependent. Generally, a good grade corresponds with good clarity, and a high-clarity grade is rarely of poor quality. The jade material in Dahong's hand weighed about 3 to 4 jin, its white skin tinged with green, already stripped of sand. To the naked eye, Its thin outer layer resembled the calloused skin of a human, appearing rough yet possessing a substantial gelatinous feel. Under the light, the rough material exhibited a more enchanting state, glistening like a serene lake. This is undoubtedly glass grade, and I Dahong asserted. Song Yuan, come over and take a look. Tang Song leaned in closer as Enai Dahong shone a flashlight on the raw stone. Continuing, with a material of this grade and clarity, there's no need to gamble. The large area is completely sand-free, reaching the glass-grade core. Thus, the primary gamble with this material lies in the inclusions. He then proceeded to explain to Tang Songyuan the specifics regarding the inclusions found in jadeite. Concluding, he expressed with a hint of regret, you needn't harbor any hopes for this piece. Its foundational quality is too high. Conservatively speaking, it likely won't go for less than 20 million. If it can be snagged for 15 million, there might be a bit of profit. Tang Songyuan was taken aback. Was this truly the realm of jadeite gambling? Such a modest piece could easily reach 7 figures. It seemed imperative for him to expedite his earning potential, so he could possess sufficient resources to secure valuable items in the future. Enai Dahong, without a trace of sentiment, set aside the glass-grade rough and picked up another slightly smaller stone. An azure piece with hints of grayish-black. Under the light, it subtly revealed an intense green glow. This was known as color material, sourced from the Hausan market, and the snake-like patterns were referred to as the python of the raw stone. Enai Dahong pointed to a specific spot on the rough material, explaining, it is distributed across the weathered shell of the jadeite, generally presenting as raised, serpentine veins. Does it not bear a resemblance to a snake's skin? Tang Songyuan listened intently, akin to a parched sponge absorbing precious moisture. At that moment, Zhou Hongyang returned with 4 individuals in tow, 2 of whom Tang Songyuan recognized from the jadeite appraisal event in the bustling metropolis, Fang Hongyi and Xiaoying Xue. The other 2 were men in their 50s or 60s. One had graying hair and a slender build, while the other had prominent cheekbones and donned a pair of spectacles. Upon seeing Enai Dahong, the bespectacled elder immediately greeted him warmly. Ah, Master Enai, it has been far too long. Enai Dahong rose to acknowledge him, but then turned his attention to the other elder. Old He, come take a look at my new disciple. The elder named he regarded Tang Songyuan with mild surprise. Chuckling, not bad, not bad, your eye for talent seems quite discerning. After Enai Dahong's introduction, Tang Songyuan learned that the elder's name was He Tai, a renowned master carver with numerous disciples and several jadeite retail establishments in Rueli. Greetings, Master He, I look forward to your guidance. Tang Songyuan politely greeted. Realizing this must be the old friend Enai Dahong had previously mentioned, He Tai nodded with a smile. No need for such formality. Old Enai has but one disciple, so make sure to learn well. You needn't call me Master He. For courtesy's sake, just refer to me as Uncle Tai. While the trio conversed, Fang Hongyi and Xiaoying Xue had already commenced inspecting the rough materials under Zhou Hongyang's guidance. As time passed, a steady stream of individuals entered the room, led by Zhou Hongyang, though the attendance remained sparse, never exceeding 20 at any given time. Truly, as Enai Dahong had previously stated, it was both discreet and understated. Some individuals selected their materials, engaging in hushed discussions with Zhou Hongyang about pricing before sealing a few pieces and departing. Others, like Fang Hongyi and Xiaoying Xue, who were purchasing in larger quantities, meticulously selected pieces that accumulated in the corners of the room, resembling small hills. Naturally, Enai Dahong had zeroed in on the glass-grade rough, summoning Zhou Hongyang to negotiate a price. Zhou Hongyang, his eyes glinting with amusement, remarked, Master Enai, you truly live up to your reputation. Your discerning eye is unparalleled. This piece has already caught our boss's attention and is priced at no less than 28 million. Enai Dahong, however, scoffed, 15 million. I want to discuss anything more. Though he stated 15, everyone understood he meant 15 million. Zhou Hongyang's expression shifted to one of concern. Master Ni's offer was indeed quite steep, especially for a glass-grade material where the price would barely cover the costs of this endeavor. Enai Dahong replied coolly, spare me the theatrics. While this material may appear favorable, the inherent uncertainties are considerable. Furthermore, it is entirely glass-grade. The side and rear portions have a lesser quality, merely bordering on glass-grade. You know well that a minor drop in quality can lead to a tenfold price difference. Zhou Hongyang recognized that he could not counter Enai Dahong's expertise, and each point raised by Enai Dahong resonated with the characteristics of the material. He reluctantly stated, I truly cannot make that decision. Perhaps you could wait a moment while I consult with the boss. I Dehong nodded slightly, and Zhou Hongyang hurriedly exited the room. Shortly thereafter, he returned. Wearing a broad smile, the boss said that while we need not consider others, we must honor Master Ni's request. If you say 15 million, then it shall be 15 million. This piece is now yours. Without hesitation, I Dehong retrieved his mobile device and transferred the funds. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Songyuan inquired about the price of the smaller piece from House Han, and upon learning it was merely 50,000. He promptly paid for it. This piece possessed both grade and color, with a thin layer of jade skin concealing ample flesh beneath, and the color reached the coveted yang green level. Moreover, I Dehong had examined it and provided clear insights regarding its merits. Hitai also proceeded to purchase 4 or 5 pieces of rough, after which I Dehong inquired, I am nearly finished. How about you? Hitai replied, what, do you expect me to treat you to a meal? I Dehong retorted, what I mean is for you to take Songyuan to your place to have a look, and perhaps cut this piece as well. Hitai glanced at Tang Songyuan, pondering for a moment before chuckling. You rarely accept my invitations, yet now you are the one to propose. I sense something amiss, I Dehong, slightly irritated, responded, quit your nonsense. I merely wish for you to guide him through the specifics of the finished product market, so he can understand the quality-price correlation. Where on earth did your mind wander? With this clarification, Tang Songyuan finally grasped I Dehong's good intentions. While he indeed possessed the ability to see through jadeite roughs, he remained an outsider when it came to understanding the market value of various jades. The primary reason being that numerous factors influence jade's worth. Grade and clarity are merely the basics. Yet, even within grade and clarity, numerous subtle distinctions exist, and colors can vary extensively. Undoubtedly, imperial green holds the highest value, but encountering such a color is no simple feat. Hitai, suddenly enlightened, remarked that S merely a minor issue. Let us depart at once. As they made their way to Hitai's workshop, Tang Songyuan remained in the same vehicle as Nidng. I Dehong remarked, the prominent figure behind Zhou Hongyang is named Song Kai, a military leader of moderate influence in Myanmar. I guided him some years ago. Chapter 40. A color worth a fortune. Tang Songyuan couldn't help but gasp slightly, yet felt a sense of gratitude. This is the advantage of having I Dehong as a mentor. Such hidden connections are not something everyone can possess. Moreover, this might only be the tip of the iceberg. He even noticed that Hitai's vehicle was a Range Rover, and the old man was not driving but rather seated comfortably in the back. After a brief drive, they arrived at Hitai's carving workshop, I Dehong stepped out of the car with poise, while Tang Songyuan assisted Hitai in unloading the purchased materials and transporting them inside. Within the workshop, numerous workbenches were occupied by various machines rumbling away, some for cutting, others for polishing, and designers meticulously sketching on jade materials. Shall we cut this piece first? Hitai inquired, eyeing a piece of glass-like jadeite material with evident desire. I Dehong shook his head, stating, there's no rush for this piece, and cutting something so thin is futile. We'll discuss it later. He then turned to Tang Songyuan, instructing, bring out that material from Hojiang. The piece, weighing less than a pound, was extracted from Tang Songyuan's pocket and handed to I Dehong. With the raw stone in hand, I Dehong smiled, you are quite astute. This material is indeed very distinctive. Under the light, it exhibits a colored quality, and from this angle, you can see it has some cracks, which makes it quite risky for color betting. He paused for a moment, then continued, however, if we manage to bet on a piece the size of a fingertip, Hitai interjected, such a high-quality piece would start at least at 600,000. A flicker of delight crossed Tang Songyuan's eyes, but Hitai added, yet if the color is slightly weaker, the price might drop by a digit. A minor difference in color can lead to a tenfold difference in price. Enough of that, let us get to work, I Dehong declared, then busied himself with a small grinding tool, starting to grind the jade material. After approximately 10 minutes, a window the thickness of a fingernail was ground into the edge of the Hojiang material. Through a slender crack, a glimmer of spring-like green light emerged. Ha ha, look at this, I Dehong exclaimed with joy, presenting it to the Toot. The typical characteristic of Hojiang color material is that wherever there is color, it can penetrate, which starkly contrasts with water material. Hitai raised an eyebrow, commenting, this is quite remarkable. Weave struck a pinnacle of color and texture. The hue is exquisitely rich. It could indeed be worth a fortune. Yet the gamble remains substantial, I Dehong chuckled. With a price like that, what is there to fear? It's a small gamble for a big return. If we can clean this up, a saddle ring will suffice. You take Song Yuan to explore. I will continue grinding here. He Tai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Tang Song Yuan began to expand his horizons as He Tai elaborated on the standards for identifying various types of watercolors, detailing what colors correspond to which price levels. For instance, the most esteemed green is subdivided into numerous shades, and the grading system is meticulously defined, and Idahong spent over 4 hours alternating between grinding tools and sanding machines until he finally removed all the jade skin from the Hojang material, leaving behind a luminous green jade slab. However, regrettably, although it was fully green, the intensity varied. Some areas were deep green while others appeared lighter. Most critically, there was a subtle crystalline crack in the center, small yet detrimental to the value and future processing potential. After a simple lunch, Idahong resumed working on the jade material. He cut away the greenest section, first performing a coarse grind, which took over an hour. Next, he adhered the rough piece to a wooden stick with 502 glue, securing it with a hairdryer, followed by sanding and polishing it to reveal a smooth, lustrous, and dazzlingly green gem. Done? Idahong proclaimed. Presenting the rounded gem to He Tai and Tang Song Yuan for their admiration, He Tai asserted, "This is close to imperial green. Old Ni's craftsmanship remains exceptionally refined." Tang Song Yuan expressed his admiration, acknowledging that Idahong not only possessed a unique ability to appraise jade but also excelled in practical skills. While sorting through the remaining scraps, Idahong commented, "It's just a ring face. No need to show off in front of you. Old He, would you prefer to keep it for yourself, or shall we have Old He assist with its processing?" Tang Song Yuan smiled and replied, "Then I shall trouble Uncle Tai." He Tai chuckled while contemplating the exquisite ring face, finally stating, "This ring face is valued at 1 million. The remaining scraps and colors are still viable, so we can extract some smaller pieces. Overall, let us consider it 80,000. What do you think, Song Yuan?" Tang Song Yuan had no reason to disagree, thus finalizing the transaction. In the following days, Tang Song Yuan dedicated his mornings to learning about stone gambling from Idahong, while his afternoons and evenings were spent with He Tai, exploring the workshop and market, leading a busy yet fulfilling life. In his spare moments, he also enrolled in a local driving school in Ruili, downloading a driving test guide in preparation for his theory exam. As time passed, it was nearly time for the auction at Shangda Auction House. Tang Song Yuan had long anticipated this event, hoping for the Wohu Panlong to fetch a good price, as well as the mysterious meteorite containing a small ball, which he believed could be related to his clairvoyant abilities, something he could not afford to overlook. Thus, on that morning, after practicing a set of Bajuanjin with Idahong, he explained his situation. He refrained from elaborating, merely stating that he had matters to attend to in Modu that would delay him for a few days. Idahong did not inquire further, pausing for a moment before agreeing, yet he made a request that Nicc accompany him. "Your senior sister has been feeling cooped up. Let her join you in Modud. Consider it a little getaway." Tang Song Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and hadn't he spoken when Nicc, fresh from yoga and glistening with perspiration, approached, softly lamenting, "What's wrong? Does junior brother not want senior sister to accompany you?" He felt a headache coming on. While he had been frequently visiting the Ni family, Nicc had always maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards him, albeit with her usual playful spirit. Her sudden closeness felt somewhat unfamiliar. "Of course not," Tang Song hurriedly replied. "If senior sister wishes to go, then by all means. I merely worry about impacting your schedule." "I have no schedule. I'm just going to have fun." Nicc tilted her head and chimed, followed by a playful grin. Then it settled. The next morning at 10:30, Tang Song Yuan, accompanied by Nicc, boarded a direct flight from Mongshir to Modu. Shortly after takeoff, Nicc requested a glass of orange juice from the flight attendant. Casually crossing her legs and looking at Tang Songwen beside her, "Junior brother, do you find learning about stones from my grandfather tedious?" Tang Songwen replied, "Not at all. My master is highly skilled and a revered figure in the industry. It is a tremendous fortune to learn from him." Nicc chuckled lightly. "Do you know why my grandfather took you under his wing?" Tang Song slightly furrowed his brow, recalling the circumstances of his apprenticeship. "At that time, my master mentioned my good fortune, thus deciding to accept me as a disciple, curious to see how luck and skill might intertwine to create subtle changes." "Ha ha ha, do you actually believe that?" Nicc covered her mouth with a laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Do you not know that my grandfather, Inai Dahong, takes in disciples primarily to find suitable sons-in-law for the Inai family? Ah, Tang Songyuan's mouth fell agape, astonished beyond measure. He had indeed heard such rumors before, finding them somewhat absurd when Li Yangqiu had mentioned it. Yet, hearing it directly from Nicc transformed the notion from absurdity to sheer enchantment. Gazing at Nicc's stunning visage, he swallowed nervously, stating, I have heard some things, but I believe with such excellent conditions, coupled with your remarkable culinary skills, there should be an endless stream of suitors eager to seek your hand in marriage. From Inai Dahong's collection, it was evident that while the Inai family may not be extraordinarily wealthy, their assets were certainly in the hundreds of millions, casually spending 15 million on a piece of jade material. Suddenly, Nic's expression turned alluring, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on Tang Songyuan. So, junior brother, do you think I'm beautiful? Tang Songyuan earnestly nodded. In terms of both appearance and figure. Senior sister is exceedingly beautiful, Nicc blinked her captivating eyes playfully and asked, then specifically, what makes senior sister beautiful? Ah, this has truly left Tang Songyuan at a loss. He racked his brain and finally exclaimed, senior sister's beauty is akin to that of a celestial being cast down to the mortal realm, reminiscent of the moon eclipsing the sun and flowers bowing in shame. Surely she must be the most exquisite in the world. Oh ha ha, how sweetly spoken, dear junior brother. Nicc instantly blossomed into a smile, but her expression soon turned serious as she said, if that is the case, why do you think I remain unmarried? Indeed, this question had also been pondered by Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu. The Inai family is immensely wealthy, and Inai Dahong possesses unique talents. Nicc herself is both beautiful and charismatic. Such a stunning beauty and affluent family should attract suitors aplenty. I do not know, Tang Songyuan replied candidly. Nicc's expression grew slightly cold, and in a melancholic tone, she said, because I am ill. What? Tang Songyuan was taken aback, and then he activated his perceptive vision, scanning Nicc's body as if with X-ray vision. He examined her from head to toe, scrutinizing her organs, yet found nothing amiss. In fact, Nicc appeared healthier than most. Why then did she claim to be unwell? Noticing the astonished and confused look on Tang Songyuan's face, Nicc took a sip of orange juice and tilted her head, asking, what? You don't believe me? Tang Songyuan shook his head, saying, I genuinely do not believe it. To me, your health seems impeccable. Surely this is not a ploy to frighten me. He then added earnestly, I came to learn, and if you are displeased with this matter, I can ask Master and I to expel me from the sect. Do I need to scare you? Nicc set down her cup, adjusting her posture to lean slightly towards Tang Songyuan, and said, if I tell you the truth, you still do not believe me. I truly am ill. Every full moon, I lose my senses, becoming a completely different person, crying and shouting in despair, even brandishing a knife and threatening those around me. Thus, whenever I feel an episode coming on, my grandfather locks me in bed, tied up until dawn before he releases me. Tang Songyuan had encountered those with mental illness before and understood a bit about emotional instability, but hearing such a systematic account from Nicc was a first. Yet, he was not a doctor and could not make any definitive judgments, nor could he discern truth from falsehood. Have you tried any medication? He asked tentatively, and Nicc shook her head with a hint of frustration. Her brows furrowing slightly as she spoke forlornly, it's useless. The best tranquilizers have no effect during an episode, but once the time passes, I am, as if nothing happened, able to live normally. She then added earnestly, but you need not worry. The last full moon was 3 days ago, so for nearly a month, I will not have any episodes. A trace of sympathy surfaced on Tang Songyuan's face as he reassured her. Senior sister, you need not fret. Medical technology is advancing rapidly. I believe a treatment will soon be available for you. Nicc asked, now that I've shared this with you, would you still wish to marry me? Would you still consider becoming a son-in-law to the Inai family? Nicc's eyes shimmered with a hint of mist, her hopeful gaze fixed on Tang Songyuan. He found himself momentarily stunned, his expression revealing conflict, struggle, and hesitation. Nicc was indeed beautiful, with a whimsical personality, yet Tang Songyuan could not claim to have any deep feelings for her. The notion of marriage was too sudden for him to fully embrace. Moreover, her previous words were difficult to discern as truth. A flicker of disappointment crossed Nicc's eyes, followed by a look of disdain, before she burst into laughter, her expression mischievous as she said, "I was just teasing you. You really believed me? How gullible you are. I'm going to sleep now. You can entertain yourself with that." She pulled out an eye mask, donned it, reclined her seat, and soon fell into a state of steady breathing. Tang Songyuan was left in a mixture of amusement and exasperation, having never expected the dramatic conversation to be a prank by this girl. He looked at an ICC lying beside him. Wearing her eye mask and headphones, he felt a peculiar blend of beauty and disregard for others' well-being. He smirked slightly, leaned back against the seat, and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep at T3 in the afternoon. The plane landed smoothly at Hongqiao Airport. Tang Songyuan carried a sports backpack while NICC pulled a small suitcase. She produced a pair of sunglasses from seemingly nowhere and donned them. A slight smile gracing her lips as she turned to Tang Songyuan, asking, "Junior brother, this is my first time in the Magic City. Is there anything I should be cautious about?" Chapter 42. Senior Sister. No. Tang Songyuan smiled wryly and replied, "Senior Sister, let us keep a low profile. If we do that, we should be fine." ICC let out a playful giggle, hailed a taxi, and turned back to Tang Songyuan with a smile, saying, "Is this your survival rule? Hop in." Reluctantly, Tang Songyuan got into the car and closed the door. NICC then instructed the driver, Pudong Lijiang Hotel. Naturally, the hotel was booked by an ICC, who had plans to check out the popular infinity pool. Shortly after they set off, an ICC suddenly inquired in a sweet voice, "Driver, do you think we make a good couple?" The driver paused for 2 seconds, seemingly taken aback by the question. He glanced at the two through the rearview mirror before uncertainly responding, "I think that you two are quite compatible." NICC's eyes sparkled with delight as she bounced in her seat, turning to Tang Songyuan and exclaiming, "See, even the driver thinks we're a perfect match. What's wrong with me being with you? Speak up, brother-in-law." Tang Songyuan nearly choked, while the driver slammed the brakes in shock. "Wow, are young people today really this bold?" Tang Songyuan, flustered and anxious, hastily clarified to the driver, "Please disregard her nonsense. She is, in fact, my senior sister." And ICC feigned sorrow, tremblingly pointing at Tang Songyuan as she said, "All right, I admit I was joking. Our matters shouldn't be known to the elder sister." Tang Songyuan turned his face away in resignation, ignoring her. Upon finally reaching the hotel, they each placed their luggage in their respective rooms. NICC then, unusually energetic, dragged Tang Songyuan out to shop, as if nothing had transpired earlier. "Junior brother, now that you have a net worth of several million, you should at least look more polished, even if not decked out in designer brands." Essentially, she was implying that Tang Songyuan looked uncouth. He replied nonchalantly, "I think it's perfectly fine. Clothes serve to cover and keep warm, and I find them satisfactory." ICC raised an eyebrow, insisting that one do. As the future son-in-law of the NI family, "You cannot appear this way. Come on, let us go." Tang Songyuan's mind buzzed. This girl truly played by her own rules, saying one thing and doing another. Hadn't she just claimed it was a joke? Why was she bringing it up again? It seemed he could not escape this predicament. Following an ICC into the streets, Tang Songyuan soon learned the meaning of terror. As soon as they entered the shopping district, an ICC acted as though she had returned home, diving into a world of women's clothing, shoes, and cosmetics. Her mantra was simple: buy, buy, buy. Aside from jewelry, an ICC appeared utterly defenseless against these temptations. Anything she fancied was swiftly charged to her card. With the sales associates already packaging it for Tang Songyuan to carry, he had no objections to carrying her bags, but every item an ICC tried on necessitated her asking, "Does it look good? What looks good about it?" Naturally, Tang Songyuan would affirm its beauty, but upon sensing her impatience, she would immediately switch to another outfit, repeating the cycle. And it wasn't just women's clothing. An ICC also selected 2 exquisite outfits for Tang Songyuan: a Hermes belt, a pair of handmade shoes crafted from fine lambskin, and a watch, all charged to her card. Tang Songyuan initially intended to offer her the money, but an ICC shot him a glare and commanded, "Silence." She then smiled sweetly, looking at him as he was squeezed between various bags, saying, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry to burden you with all this. Are you tired? Would you like me to help lighten your load?" Yet all Tang Songyuan could think was, "Can you even handle it, you little rascal?" Clearing his throat, he replied, "No problem, senior sister." His physique had been enhanced by the mysterious orb, granting him strength and resilience beyond that of an ordinary person. Carrying these items was no trouble at all, though they did take up space, and ICC shot him a mischievous grin before turning back to her shopping spree. After a solid 4 hours of shopping, she finally acknowledged her hunger and decided to pause her retail therapy to find a place to eat. Tang Songyuan seized the moment and suggested, Senior sister, could we return to the hotel first to drop off these items before dining? And ICC glanced at his pitiful expression, her lips curling into a smile as she replied, That's fine. But you must treat me to dinner, and you know my standards. If the food isn't good, you'll be in for it. And ICC's culinary skills are among the most exceptional witnessed during the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, though this may be somewhat attributed to his limited exposure. However, this does not pose a challenge for him. In this age of advanced information, locating a restaurant renowned for its exquisite flavors is hardly a daunting task. After a brief return to the hotel, Tang Songyuan selected a restaurant near the Qinghuang Temple. He presented the menu to an ICC, who merely glanced at it before swiftly ordering a serving of stir-fried crab meat soup dumplings, 2 portions of crab meat zilong bao, a lotus leaf-wrapped 8-treasure duck, black pepper scallops, red braised lion's head, and oil-splashed river shrimp. Finally, she handed the menu back to Tang Songyuan and asked, Is this enough? After a quick look, Tang Songyuan added a clay pot of braised chicken, bringing the total to 8 dishes. While waiting for the food to arrive, an ICC curiously inquired, Junior brother, you haven't told me yet. What brings you to the Magic City this time? After a moment's thought, Tang Songyuan replied, Actually, I am here to attend an auction. Would you care to join me, senior sister? An ICC pursed her lips and said, I have no interest in such matters. If it were a thirst-quenching event or a comic convention, I might consider participating. This woman certainly takes an unconventional path. I wonder if she is attending the comic convention as a spectator or as a cosplayer. After their meal, an ICC commented, it was quite satisfactory. The stir-fried crab meat and lion's head were decent, but the 8-treasure duck fell short and barely passes muster. Following dinner, Tang Songyuan anticipated that an ICC might propose something unexpected. To his surprise, she directly requested to return to the hotel, justifying it as a means to ensure a good night's sleep and an early start for health. As Tang Songyuan glanced at his watch, which indicated it was just past 8 o'clock, he fell into contemplation. You simply do not understand, and ICC observed his puzzled expression and explained, Indeed, it is only a little past 8, but if we walk back to the hotel, it will be around 8:30. Then I will apply a face mask, steam my face, do some beauty exercises, and take a shower, and before I know it, it will be 10 o'clock. Sleeping at 10 is quite late for me. You know, her reasoning was so sound that I found myself at a loss for words. To be so health-conscious. Does she intend to live to 200? The night passed in silence. The following morning, Tang Songyuan rose early. He began his day with a session of Wukingxi in his room, followed by a practice of Baduan and Idahong, had informed him that these 2 exercises could be practiced together as long as he felt no discomfort. Wukingxi helps to mobilize the waist and joints, strengthening the kidneys, while Bajuanjin aids in shaping the body and eliminating internal heat. Practicing both effectively complements each other, promoting longevity. Over the past week of practice, although he had yet to experience a distinct sense of qi, he could noticeably feel an enhancement in his physical condition. His bones felt sturdier, and his limbs more robust. Though the progress was not substantial, the effects were indeed evident. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Tang Songyuan arrived at the auction venue of Shangda Auction House, sitting patiently as he awaited the commencement of the auction at 9:30. He casually picked up the auction brochure from his seat, which contained images and auction numbers for each item. There were over 40 items for auction, including porcelain and famous paintings. The item he submitted, the Wahyu Panlong, was listed in the 18th position. However, when he flipped to the last page, he discovered a grave issue. The brochure did not include the extraterrestrial meteorite. Last time, Yu Qingran had clearly stated that it would appear at this auction. Why then was it absent from the promotional material? The meteorite, seemingly unremarkable and resembling a rough iron lump, concealed within it mysterious metallic spheres that Tang Songyuan was determined to acquire. He immediately stood up, bypassed the auction hall, and made his way to the office area, seeking out Yu Qingran, who was preparing for the auction. Mr. Tang, you've arrived quite early. The auction is about to commence. I kindly ask for your patience. Yu Qingran was dressed in a form-fitting qipao, exuding grace and poise. Yet, Tang Songyuan had no interest in her attire. His ability to see through her made her appearance inconsequential. His focus was solely on why the confirmed auction item, the meteorite, was missing from the auction lineup. He composed himself and inquired, "Pardon me, Monsieur, but I must ask about the meteorite I am quite fond of. Why is it not listed in your auction?" "The meteorite?" Yu Qingran pondered briefly before smiling. "Ah, I recall now. This meteorite was indeed meant to be auctioned, but the consignor unexpectedly requested its withdrawal over a week ago, even paying a fee of 30,000 yuan to do so." "What?" Tang Songyuan exclaimed, feeling a mix of shock and frustration. "How could this happen? How can you allow a consignor to withdraw an item that was clearly confirmed for auction?" Yu Qingren quickly reassured him, "Mr. Tang, please remain calm and allow me to explain. According to our regulations, as long as the item has not been auctioned off and the transaction is not finalized, the consignor may withdraw it by simply paying the FEE.AS for the reason behind the withdrawal. We are not privy to that information." Chapter 43. What the? Tang Songyuan's mood plummeted. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. The procedure of allowing clients to withdraw their auction items was standard practice for their company, reasonable in nature, leaving him with no grounds for complaint. It was merely his own disappointment at missing out on the meteorite that left him feeling dejected. "I apologize for my earlier outburst." Tang Songyuan regained his composure and asked, "But I would still like to know who entrusted your company with the auction of that meteorite." A troubled expression crossed Yu Qingran's face as she replied, "Mr. Tang, is this information of great importance to you? Generally, when a consignor requests confidentiality regarding their identity, our company has both the obligation and necessity to protect that information. If there was no such request, then it is not required." Tang Songyuan nodded. "Yes, I truly have a strong desire for that meteorite, and I believe it is essential for it to belong to me." He had already attempted to acquire the hidden metallic spheres merely by contacting the meteorite. Cutting it open was the only way to obtain them. Now that the meteorite had gone missing, he felt a mix of anxiety, unease, and a sense of dread. He did not wish for the secret of the metallic spheres to fall into another's hands. Yu Qingren glanced at her watch and said, "How about this? The auction will commence shortly. After it concludes, I will contact the consignor on your behalf. Whether they are willing to meet you is entirely up to them." Given the circumstances, Tang Songyuan had no other options and reluctantly agreed. He returned to the auction hall, where every seat was filled, and the attendees were impeccably dressed, exuding an air of success. Had it not been for NICC's thoughtful purchase of a new outfit for him the previous evening, he might have felt out of place. Reflecting on this, Tang Songyuan acknowledged that his true desire was simply for these affluent individuals to bid generously on his Huaipanlong. Soon, Yu Qingran approached the podium with a subtle smile. Gracefully holding a small wooden hammered, as the chief auctioneer of Shangda, she began with a brief introduction, followed by an overview of the 40-plus items available for auction. The first item presented was a landscape painting from the Ming Dynasty, which she elaborated on for over 3 minutes. Yu Qingran's voice was soft and melodious, captivating the audience and drawing them into her narrative. However, Tang Songyuan's focus remained solely on the 18th item, the Huaipanlong. As he pondered how much it would fetch, he hoped for a swift conclusion to the auction, so he could seek out Yu Qingran for information regarding the meteorite's consignor. Once located, he would stop at nothing to secure it. Furthermore, disregarding any financial constraints, he had yet to determine a suitable place to store the antique landscape painting. As for future matters, he resolved to address them later. The auction officially commenced, and the attendees began to bid on the landscape painting, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. Before long, the antique landscape painting was sold for 1.3 million yuan. Various items continued to come up for auction, while Tang Songyuan remained silent, shifting his focus onto Yu Qingran. Her skin was remarkably fair. Unlike the naturally pale complexion of Westerners, Yu Qingran's skin was the envy of many girls, tender and smooth like that of a newborn, reminiscent of a freshly boiled egg, evoking a desire to caress her delicate skin with rough hands, longing to feel her warmth through the lines of his palm. Next up is our 18th item of the day. Just as Tang Songyuan's thoughts began to wander, it was finally time for his Huaipanlong to make its entrance. With a gentle smile, Yu Qingren revealed her charming dimples and spoke in her melodious and soft voice. This is an exceptionally unique piece of art. Firstly, the upper part is composed of naturally formed gold in the shape of a dog's head, untouched by any form of human craftsmanship. Even more remarkably, its purity reaches an astonishing 91%, which is quite rare in nature. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the large screen. It resembles a reclining tiger. Naturally formed doghead gold is already uncommon, and to find one with such a perfect shape and fitting symbolism is exceedingly rare. The large screen to the left of the podium presented a close-up of reclining tiger, coiled dragon, showcasing this piece of doghead gold from various angles. The doghead gold retains its original appearance, and while it lacks the finesse of intricate carving, it is precisely this essence of natural creation that captivates the beholder. Why Yu Qingran continued. It is said that gold has a price while jade is priceless. For this piece, the client specifically sourced an exquisite icy jadeite, entrusting it to the nation's finest jade carving master, resulting in this splendid reclining tiger, coiled dragon. Below, someone remarked, "This piece is quite intriguing. It exudes a low-key elegance, perfectly suited for my study." Another added, "Doghead gold is indeed rare, especially in such fine condition." The promotional brochure didn't evoke much feeling, but seeing the actual piece has ignited a compelling desire to acquire it. Yet another chimed in, "Haha, I find the name reclining tiger, coiled dragon rather unappealing. If I were to win the bid, I would certainly rename it to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon instead." The crowd buzzed with enthusiasm, and Yu Qingran achieved her desired effect, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she announced, "It appears everyone is quite optimistic about item number 18. So let us commence the auction. The starting bid for this reclining tiger, coiled dragon is 10 million RMB, with increments no less than 100,000 RMB. Please place your bids. 10,100,000. As soon as she finished speaking, someone raised their paddle, calling out 10,100,000 RMB with an air of determination. 10,500,000, 10,200,000, 15 million. Tang Songyuan noticed the heightened focus in the room. Sensing the vibrant atmosphere of the auction, which he believed was how an auction should truly feel. Listening with delight to the rising bids for their reclining tiger, coiled dragon, he imagined the numbers dancing above his head like in a game. Money 100. 000. Money 1. 000. Eventually, when the bidding reached 20 million, the pace began to slow. Originally, more than 10 participants were vying for the piece, but now only 3 or 4 remained. However, these were undoubtedly the most formidable contenders present. 25 million. Suddenly, a slightly portly man in a suit raised the bid sharply. Chapter 44. High-stakes competition. Hiss. It's merely a piece of doghead gold paired with icy jadeite. Does it warrant such an exorbitant price? 25 million could purchase a substantial amount of gold. 26 million. The room fell silent for 10 seconds before the man who had previously suggested renaming the piece immediately refreshed his bid. 26 million. Yu Qingran, her eyes sparkling with surprise, echoed the figure, saying, "Bidder number 188 has offered 26 million. Is there anyone willing to place a higher bid?" Bidders began to raise their offers, a scenario every auctioneer relishes. At this juncture, her role was to subtly encourage the momentum, driving the price even higher. The man in the suit who had previously bid 25 million furrowed his brow, calculating his own resources while also assessing his competitor's potential. Yu Qingran scanned the room, finally settling her gaze on the suited man, saying, "Mr. Wang, bidder number 16, bidder number 188 has offered 26 million. Are you willing to raise your bid?" The sweet and soft tone of her voice overwhelmed Tang Songyuan, seated below, not to mention Mr. Wang. The man in the suit could hardly contain himself, promptly bidding, 28 million. "Ladies and gentlemen, please be gracious. This reclining tiger, coiled dragon holds significant meaning, and I genuinely desire it, hoping for your support." Yet, some were unwilling to grant him this favor, as another voice chimed in, 28,500,000. The suited man glared at the challenger, gritting his teeth. "Are you deliberately trying to thwart me?" Li, the man numbered 42, surnamed Li, looked at the suited man with a smirk. "You re the one who is obstructing me. Last month, you sent an undercover agent into my company, secretly boiling water that scalded our fortune tree at the entrance. And you even dismantled the fortune cat that I had invested heavily in. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." The suited man, incensed, rolled up his sleeves. "And you dare bring that up? Last year, during our competition for a project, you spent lavishly to hire 2 male models to seduce our project manager. Why don't you mention that?" The man surnamed Li, with a mocking smile, retorted, That project manager was your mistress, wasn't she? Otherwise, why are you so embarrassed? Wow, is it really that explosive? Tang Song-yuan, seated in the back, was taken aback, realizing that high-stakes business warfare was this straightforward and raw. Wasn't he this akin to a catfight? Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Yu Qingran stifled a laugh and interjected, "All right, bidder number 42, Mr. Li, has offered 28,500,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" 29 million. The suited man shouted angrily, raising the price. 30 million. Mr.Li countered defiantly, refusing to yield. 31 million, 32 million, 35 million, 36 million. The two men, locked in a fierce standoff, escalated their bids. Even the previously interested bidder number 188 found it difficult to interject. 40 million. The suited man bellowed, his fury palpable as he fixed his gaze on Mr. Li. "Li, I'm bidding 40 million. If you can outbid me, I'll gladly relinquish this reclining tiger, coiled dragon to you." But Mr.Li merely smiled smugly, spreading his hands. "I am no fool. 40 million could buy 100 kilograms of gold. You might as well take it home and cherish it." He finished with a derisive grin towards the suited man. It seemed the two were about to start bickering again. Yu Qingran quickly interjected, "Bidder number 16 has offered 40 million. Is there a higher bid?" She then looked inquiringly at bidder number 188, who sighed and shook his head, indicating his withdrawal. The price of 40 million had far exceeded expectations. And Yu Qingran did not press further. Item number 18. Reclining tiger, coiled dragon, going once for 40 million, going twice for 40 million. Yu Qingran's gaze swept across the room, where nearly all eyes were fixed on her, watching the auction hammer in her hand. Once it fell, the auction would conclude. Yet, an aged voice suddenly disrupted the atmosphere. 41 million. Gasps filled the room as everyone turned to the source, a gray-haired elder dressed in a traditional Tang suit. Unremarkable in appearance, akin to an elderly man strolling in a park with his birds. Mr. Wu, President Wu. The crowd gasped in recognition. Despite the differing titles, Tang Song-yuan, an outsider, could tell that this Wu was no ordinary figure. The elderly man remained steadfast, ignoring the murmurs and gasps around him, seemingly waiting for Yu Qingran to speak. Yu Qingran maintained her smile, cleared her throat, and continued with the proceedings. Bidder number 1, Mr. Wu, has offered 41 million. Is there anyone willing to continue bidding? This time, no one responded, not even those who had previously been keen. After 3 rounds of asking, Yu Qingran lowered the hammer. Sold. Congratulations to bidder number 1, Mr. Wu, for successfully acquiring the reclining tiger. Coiled dragon. Phew. Tang Song-yuan, who had merely been a listener, let out a sigh of relief. Despite the tumultuous process, the outcome was a delightful surprise for him. 41 million. He never expected his first windfall would amount to such a sum. This piece of doghead gold was the first valuable treasure he discovered after gaining his extraordinary ability, and while it was paired with icy jadeite, the doghead gold remained the focal point. With jade serving merely as an embellishment, he found little interest in the subsequent auctions, as he could hardly appreciate antiques, cultural artifacts, and calligraphy compared to the guests who casually tossed around tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Finally, once the auction concluded and the guests departed, Tang Song-yuan seized the opportunity to approach Yu Qingran's office. He knocked on the door and said, "Miss Yu, is this a convenient time?" Yu Qingran, upon seeing Tang Song-yuan, could not help but smile and remarked, "Congratulations, Mr. Tang. The auction of the crouching tiger, coiling dragon has fetched an astonishing 41 million, making it the second highest sale of the day, far exceeding our expectations." She then added, "However, please bear with us a moment longer. We will require at least half an hour for the calculations, and the funds will be slightly delayed in reaching your account." Tang Song-yuan pursed his lips and replied, "There's no rush. My primary concern at this moment is the matter Ms. You previously assured me about. I hope to obtain the contact information of the individual who entrusted you with that extraterrestrial meteorite." Yu Qingran paused for 2 seconds, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Let me make a quick call to them first." Chapter 45. Striving relentlessly indeed, there was no use in fretting. Tang Song-yuan could only nod helplessly. Yu Qingran retrieved a document from the filing cabinet, rifled through it, and began dialing on her mobile phone. A few minutes later, She hung up and looked at Tang Songyuan regretfully, saying, I just spoke with the client, and they are not averse to you reaching out. However, there's unfortunate news. The meteorite has already been sold. Sold. The very outcome Tang Songyuan feared had come to pass. Anger and frustration surged within him, yet he had no one to blame but himself. This situation had nothing to do with Yu Qingran or her handling of matters. He could only chastise himself for not being decisive enough at the outset. Upon discovering it, he should have contacted the client immediately, sparing no effort to secure its purchase. Now, he faced an entirely different set of complications. Sold. Tang Songyuan controlled his emotions and stated he would rather withdraw from the auction, even pay the breach of contract fee. Yet the outcome remains the same. Yu Qingran nodded apologetically. That is indeed the case. I am truly sorry, Mr. Tang. The client mentioned that a very close friend of theirs needed it, and they covered the breach of contract fee. Who could possibly require such an unremarkable extraterrestrial meteorite? Tang Songyuan found himself at a loss for an answer, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat before the matter reached its conclusion. He said, Please, Ms. Yu, provide me with the client's contact details. I shall see if I can salvage this situation. Yu Qingran did not express any dissent but handed him the phone number. After lingering at the Shangda auction house for over half an hour, the proceeds from the Crouching Tiger, Coiling Dragon auction finally arrived. With a final bid of 41 million, the auction house's 5 commission amounted to 2.05 million. Consequently, Tang Songyuan's total earnings from this auction amounted to 38.95 million. Combined with his previous assorted incomes, his assets had swelled to over 45 million. From starting with nothing to becoming a millionaire in less than a month, he should have felt elated. However, he could not shake the disappointment of not having secured that extraterrestrial meteorite. Carrying the leftover jade carving scraps, Tang Songyuan exited the Shangda auction house and sought a quiet spot to call the mysterious client. After dialing 3 times with no response, he found the line disconnected. Just as his irritation began to mount, he received a call from NICC. Junior brother, have you finished over there? As soon as he answered, her soft voice chimed through the receiver. Tang Songyuan replied, The auction is concluded. There's something you need. Senior sister? NICC chuckled lightly and said, Nothing much. But are you sure you don't want to come experience the infinity pool at the Lijiang? I am wearing a rather alluring swimsuit today. What a temptress. Yet, whether you wear it or not, it makes no difference in my eyes. No. I think I'll pass. Enjoy yourself, senior sister. He truly had little appetite for leisure. His mind was solely focused on locating the client to inquire after the meteorite. NICC seemed to catch the dissonance in his tone and teased. What's wrong, junior brother? Feeling down? Or is there something else on your mind? You can share it with me, you know. Tang Songyuan neither affirmed nor denied her observation, merely stating, If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. You're definitely off. NICC's tone suddenly turned serious. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. It's nothing. Tang Songyuan began to deflect, but NICC interrupted him. Location? Now. Her commanding tone resembled that of a queen, poised on her throne, clad in black stockings and high heels. With no choice, Tang Songyuan sent her his location via WeChat. After examining the coordinates, NICC quickly instructed, There's a Starbucks right across from you. Go inside and wait for me. Order an iced Americano for me in 25 minutes. I'll arrive in half an hour. After hanging up, Tang Songyuan complied, all the while continuing to attempt calling the elusive client, but to no avail. Before long, NICC, dressed casually and carrying a small bag, appeared before him. Without a word, she pulled out a chair and sat down, sipping on the coffee that had just been served, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Songyuan. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Tang Songyuan asked, puzzled. NICC pouted slightly and replied, Spill it. What troubles you? Tang Songyuan countered. How do you know I'm in trouble? Contrast. NICC shot back without hesitation. Yesterday, you willingly accompanied me shopping and carried my bags, treating me to dinner. Yet now you seem impatient when asked to say a few more words. Only a fool wouldn't he notice your change. You re-attending an auction today, right? Was it not smooth? Her tone bore a hint of concern, yet her demeanor remained that of a spoiled princess. After reflecting on her words, Tang Songyuan recognized their truth, but replied, It's nothing major. There's no need to trouble you, senior sister. NICC raised an eyebrow and said, Do share. Perhaps I can help you brainstorm some solutions. Junior brother, do you not consider going all out in your endeavors? Tang Songyuan retorted, I have gone all out. NICC smirked, You've never considered seeking help from your senior sister. So what does that count as going all out? When undertaking a task, one must exhaust every means. Do not cease until the goal is achieved, understand? Ah, Tang Songyun was momentarily taken aback, saying, "Is it really that serious?" "It's honestly not a big deal." He then recounted his desire to acquire an item at the auction, only to have the client withdraw their commission, deliberately omitting specific details about the extraterrestrial meteorite. Now that the client was unreachable and his whereabouts unknown, Nicc rolled her eyes and said, "I thought it was something serious. You have the client's phone number. Are you really worried about not being able to find them?" Tang Songyuan responded, "What can you suggest, senior sister?" Nicc huffed. "Most people's mobile numbers are registered under their real names. The fact that the client sent something to the auction implies they are also registered. You can visit the nearest telecom service center for that number range. Tell them you want to recharge, and they'll usually disclose the name. Then you can feign confusion or concoct some reason to glance at their screen, and voila, you'll have the client's address. At the very least, you'll uncover their registered address." Wow, is that even possible? Chapter 46. A journey together. The effectiveness of this method relied on being at the service center, possessing basic acting skills, and having a thick skin. Tang Songyun marveled at how Nicc's mind worked, conjuring such a clever scheme. Nicc, still holding her unfinished iced Americano, stood up and said, "If you can't bring yourself to do it, I can help you ask. That won't be necessary. It's a simple matter I can handle myself," Tang Songyun replied, rising alongside her. As Nicc walked out, she remarked lightly, "It's no trouble for me. After all, I'm a bit of a madwoman, with a doctor's note to prove it." Tang Songyuan acknowledged, "Your suggestion has been immensely helpful, but I'll manage this on my own." With the number confirmed, Tang Songyuan followed Nicc's advice and effortlessly obtained the client's registered address from the telecom service center. He didn't even need to sneak a peek at the screen. His enhanced vision allowed him to clearly discern information within a 50-meter radius. However, he acted the part to maintain appearances. "You sure, Zhejiang Province." Nicc furrowed her brow and said, "That's just over 100 kilometers from Modu." "Are you planning to head over now?" Tang Songyuan replied, "Let us at least have lunch first." "What does senior sister feel like eating?" No longer feeling lost, Tang Songyuan's spirits lifted, and he began to engage more actively. Nicc, showing no pretense, busied herself with her phone to select a nearby restaurant. During their meal, she contacted a car rental service, stating she would personally drive Tang Songyuan there. In that fleeting moment, Tang Songyuan felt genuinely touched. From a young age, he was an orphan. After the demise of the Wei family parents, he took it upon himself to care for his younger sister, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Although Nicc was often quirky, in that moment he could still sense a warmth that could be described as consideration. "Does the senior sister have a driver's license?" Tang Songyuan casually inquired. Nicc scoffed. "What's so remarkable about that? Driving is quite simple. I obtained my license when I was 18. However, within less than 3 months, I totaled the first car my grandfather bought for me. I even earned the moniker Road Killer, but I haven't driven since. And you dare say driving is easy? Do you have any idea how perilous it can be?" Tang Songyuan tugged at the corner of his mouth and replied, "Well then, senior sister, shall we just hire a car to get there? I'm still quite young." "Just teasing you." Nicc laughed lightly, covering her mouth. After their meal, Nicc instructed him to wait outside the restaurant. Shortly after, she arrived in a car, stopping in front of Tang Songyuan, and with a flourish while wearing sunglasses, she commanded, "Get in." Tang Songyuan glanced around nervously before climbing into the vehicle, diligently fastening his seatbelt while gripping the overhead handle tightly. Nicc, noticing this, felt a flicker of irritation and remarked, "That's enough. This gesture severely undermines my trust. It's not distrust. Isn't this just standard protocol for riding in a car?" Tang Songyuan retorted. Nicc huffed but chose not to elaborate further. Smoothly starting the car and setting off, to be fair, Nicc's driving skills were commendable. She maintained a steady pace, and once they hit the highway, Tang Songyuan felt his racing heart finally begin to relax. "How's it going, little junior brother?" Nicc shot him a challenging glance. Tang Songyuan nodded repeatedly. "Senior sister is impressive, truly formidable." Hemph. By 3 in the afternoon, the two finally arrived at the registered address of the client they were seeking. The location was a village town, and after confirming the house number, Tang Songyuan called out to the open door of a 3-story building, "Hello, is anyone there?" Soon, A middle-aged man in his 50s emerged to respond. "Who are you looking for?" Tang Songyuan hastily replied. "I apologize for the intrusion, but is Ning Kongsheng residing here?" Ning Kongsheng was indeed the name of the client. The man looked puzzled. "That's me. What do you want?" "You are Ning Kongsheng?" Tang Songyuan momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure, saying, "My apologies. I've received your information from Shangda Auction House. I tried calling you several times this morning, but you didn't answer." Ning Kongsheng showed no intention of inviting him inside, standing at the door as he casually replied, "Oh, my phone might have been on silent. What do you need?" His Mandarin was tinged with a local accent, and he spoke rapidly, making it somewhat challenging for Tang Songyuan to comprehend. He explained, "I heard that you recently consigned a meteorite for auction at Shangda Auction House, but for some reason, you withdrew it. I'm curious about the current whereabouts of that meteorite." Ning Kongsheng frowned and asked, "Why do you want to know about it?" Tang Songyuan fabricated, "I'm an astronomy enthusiast who enjoys collecting meteorites, and I'm quite interested in that particular one. Is there any chance you could provide me with some information, Brother Ning?" Ning Kongsheng replied, "That's no problem. I found that meteorite a few years ago while traveling back to Xinjiang and have kept it at home. Recently, my child wanted to buy a house in the city to get married, so I thought about selling it. A distant relative of mine heard about it and insisted that I sell it to him, even offering me a finder's fee." Tang Songyuan's heart sank, and he inquired, "If it's not too intrusive, may I ask how much you sold it to him for? Did he mention what he intended to do with it?" "Just over 200,000, I believe," Ning Kongsheng replied without hesitation. "His name is Huang Xingda, a well-known swordsmith in the Yushu area. I've heard he even appeared on CCTV'd. A swordsmith named Huang Xingda. Could it be that he intended to forge a sword from that meteorite?" Tang Songyuan patiently probed further for Huang Xingda's address, which Ning Kongsheng provided. Thanking him profusely, Tang Songyuan returned to the car. And ICC, observing the furrow in his brow, asked, "What's wrong? Did things not go smoothly?" Tang Songyuan took a deep breath and replied, "It's nothing. Let us just do our best. Sorry for the trouble, senior sister." Let us head to the next location. Chapter 47. The recluse Master Huang Xingda's residence was called Huanxi. A name that evoked images of a picturesque locale. It was roughly 10 kilometers away, and it took Tang Songyuan and NICC about half an hour to reach. The mountain road wound intricately, and NICC halted the car at the road's end. Surrounding them were undulating hills, and a slender stream cascaded down the mountainside, its clear waters revealing countless small fish frolicking beneath. "Sword Cottage?" NICC mused as she glanced at the simple stone tablet marking the entrance. "This place is indeed quite secluded. Are you sure it's here?" Tang Songyuan exited the vehicle and surveyed the surroundings. "The gentleman I spoke to mentioned that the one who purchased the meteorite is a swordsmith. It must be this place, to him. Such a master would likely be a recluse, living a life akin to that of a hermit. Who are you looking for?" As they stood contemplating, a middle-aged man appeared on the pebble-paved path, seemingly drawn by the commotion. "May I ask if this is Master Huang Xingda?" Tang Songyuan politely inquired. "Are you here to buy a sword? Come on in." The man, identified as Huang Xingda, gestured for them to enter. Just as Tang Songyuan was about to clarify that they were not there to purchase a sword, Huang Xingda had already walked away, leaving him no choice but to follow. NICC, however, strolled leisurely, appreciating the surroundings as they entered the sword cottage. The pebble-paved path was relatively even, though still winding. At the end of the path stood a row of 10 or so simple blue brick houses, devoid of excessive decoration, exuding an ancient charm. At the back, leaning against the mountainside, was a tall chimney. Huang Xingda stood at the door of one of the rooms, and as Tang Songyuan approached, he pointed inside, saying, "These are all handcrafted masterpieces. Choose one that catches your eye, and I will quote you a price." With that, he picked up a sword and began sharpening it on a large whetstone. The open room had swords of various colors and elegantly designed sheaths hanging neatly on 3 walls. It was obvious that they were unsharpened. Regrettably, Tang Songyuan had no knowledge of swords and had no intention of engaging in swordplay. Clearing his throat, he spoke up, "Excuse me, Master Huang, we are not here to buy swords." "Not buying swords? Then what are you here for? This place is not open to the public, and photography is prohibited." Huang Xingda continued his work, a hint of impatience in his tone. Tang Songyuan hurriedly explained, "I heard that Master Huang recently acquired a meteorite from a friend, and I am quite interested in it. That is indeed the case." Huang Xingda slightly furrowed his brow, pausing his work, however, I intend to keep this meteorite for a purpose. I plan to forge it into a sword using ancient techniques. If you forge it into a sword, how will I retrieve the mysterious small orb inside? Tang Songyuan's mind raced, and he suddenly proposed. Master Huang, the swords you forge are ultimately meant to be sold, correct? How about this? He was about to suggest that since Huang Xingda intended to sell it anyway, he could simply offer a higher price to buy the meteorite directly. Huang Xingda, however, coldly interrupted. I'm not short on money. My swords are not all for sale. Only those truly worthy of legacy are not something just anyone can even lay eyes on. His declaration of not being short on money effectively curtailed any further points Tang Songyuan intended to make. Most issues in the world can be resolved with money. If they cannot, it usually means one simply does not have enough. That moment, Tang Songyuan found himself in the latter predicament. Just then, an ICC approached, having caught up. She stepped past Tang Songyuan into the room where the swords were displayed, examining them with casual interest, occasionally pulling one out to inspect. I just took a quick look, and it seems the world has no shortage of meteorites, an ICC remarked nonchalantly, then turned to Tang Songyuan, puzzled. Glass meteorites are slightly more expensive, but iron meteorites and stony iron meteorites are only around 100,000 per kilogram. Why are you so fixated on this one? Having accompanied him throughout this journey, she found it hard to understand why he would exert so much effort for a mere meteorite. What value did it hold? It lacked the unique beauty derived from geological evolution that jadeite possessed, and certainly did not approach the high value of jade. She had little regard for the piles of bedding stones at home that had been confirmed by Ni Dahong, let alone for a lump of iron resembling a meteorite. Tang Songyuan replied earnestly, I apologize, senior sister, but there are reasons I cannot disclose. It absolutely must be this one. ICC pouted, feeling somewhat helpless. She sighed and remarked, money is not an issue for others. Now you have two choices. Either you concede or find a way to procure another meteorite to exchange with him. Naturally, Tang Songyuan would not choose to concede. So he turned to Huang Dexing, who was once again sharpening his sword, and said, Master Huang, what do you think of this? The meteorite in your hand weighs just over a kilogram. That might not suffice for forging a genuine Xian iron sword. If I can procure a larger iron meteorite, would you be willing to exchange with me? Huang Dexing paused his work, contemplating for several seconds, and frowned as he replied, the weight is indeed somewhat lacking. I initially intended to add some other materials, but your words have made me realize that to forge a true Xian iron sword, it must be entirely made from meteorite, including the scabbard. Tang Songyuan clapped his hands and exclaimed, Master Huang is absolutely correct. In modern times, with the plethora of new materials and alloys, they ultimately remain mere mortal iron. Huang Dexing snorted and said, don't be so verbose. Since you've proposed this plan, I have no intention of taking advantage of you. As per our agreement, I will start the furnace on the 5th day of the 5th month. If you can find at least 4 kilograms of iron meteorite before then, I will exchange it with you. The 5th of May? Tang Songyuan checked his phone's calendar and noted there was still over a month left as long as he could find a larger iron meteorite before that date. There was still hope. Then it's settled. However, Master Huang, you must assure me that during this period, you will not transfer this meteorite to anyone else. Humph. Rest assured, no one dares to meddle with my belongings. Huang Dexing's gaze sharpened, and he resumed his sharpening. Tang Songyuan, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, then we won't disturb Master Huang any longer. I shall visit again before the 5th of May. Leaving Huang Dexing's sword workshop, an ICC drove leisurely and inquired, are we returning to Magic City, or do you have other plans? Tang Songyuan asked, sister, do you have any suggestions for acquiring iron meteorites? For some reason, he instinctively sought an ICC's advice. Chapter 48. The Art of Deception. An ICC pondered for a moment and replied, I believe there are 2 methods you might try. Point 1 is to offer a reward online. As long as you are willing to pay, many will be eager to assist you. The other is that I have heard there are many meteorite enthusiasts, or meteorite hunters, in the Gobi Desert of Xinjiang, who use metal detectors to search for meteorites. Perhaps you could seek one out yourself. Tang Songyuan recalled his ability to see through objects, which allowed him to perceive a radius of 50 meters underground to a depth of 5 meters. Seemingly tailor-made for treasure hunting. Perhaps I could combine both methods, posting a reward online while also searching myself. The goal is to find over 4 kilograms of iron meteorite before the 5th of May. Sister, could you tell me which website I should use to post such a reward? And ICC smirked. one hand on the steering wheel while the other playfully tapped her cheek, saying, "Kiss me, and I will tell you." "Ah, really? Is there such a delightful offer?" Tang Songyun hesitated for 3 seconds before leaning in, thinking that he had nothing to lose. "You truly intend to kiss me?" And ICC dodged playfully and laughed. "I'll send it to you later, Dado. What is that look in your eyes?" After being teased once more, Tang Songyun glared at her with a murderous gaze, using his energy vision to scrutinize her from head to toe. It was evident she had trained since childhood. Her muscles, bones, and ligaments were all stronger than those of the average girl, making her the fittest woman Tang Song had ever encountered. "Sister, is there anything in this world that you fear?" Tang Songyun inquired, and ICC asked, "Why the sudden question?" Tang Songyun chuckled, "Just a casual inquiry. You need not answer," and ICC narrowed her eyes, contemplating before replying, "Insects. I am particularly afraid of insects, especially cockroaches and spiders. Just the sight of them gives me goosebumps." Tang Songyun nodded slightly but remained silent, gazing blankly at the retreating landscape. After about 5 minutes, he suddenly tensed and said, "Sister, please stop the cart. I need to relieve myself." Surrounded by lush forests and with no one else in sight, and ICC, trusting his word, pulled over. Tang Songyun exited the vehicle, rummaged around at the back, and quickly returned to the passenger seat. He extended his half-clenched right fist towards an ICC, stating, "Thank you, sister, for accompanying me all afternoon. Allow me to gift you something." Clang, clang, clang. Before an ICC could react, Tang Songyun opened his hand, which was less than 5 centimeters from her face. In his palm lay a small insect, approximately 5 centimeters long, with a dark green body and a plump head adorned with 2 red antennae. "How immature!" And ICC displayed no fear. Instead, she smirked and said, "Have you never heard of the 18 oddities of Yunnan? 3 insects make a dish. These high-protein insects, when battered in egg and fried, taste divine. Should I fry a plate for you next time? Or you could eat them raw. 1 bite and they burst in your mouth. With plenty of undigested insect remains inside, the chicken flavor is delightfully crunchy." He fell for it again. Tang Songyun dejectedly tossed the insect out the window, muttering, "What the books say is true. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is." Dan ICC chuckled. "All right, I'll take that as a compliment. I promise I won't trick you again today. I trust you as far as I can throw you." Tang Songyun internally scoffed, closing his eyes and ignoring her. Upon returning to Magic City, an ICC returned the rental car, and the two headed back to the hotel. During dinner, an ICC shared the website with Tang Songyun, advising him to register and post the reward announcement himself. Back in his room, Tang Songyun logged onto the website an ICC provided and browsed briefly. He discovered it was indeed a reward platform. There were substantial rewards for locating lost children or providing leads, with bounties ranging from 200,000 to 1 million. Some sought help for ride-sharing services, offering 2,000 for merely giving a neighbor a beating without causing him trouble. Others wanted assistance in connecting with Ma Yun, offering 10,000 for a meal with her. Even certain official entities posted bounties for information on suspects, offering rewards for tips, regardless of the outcome. Tang Songyun registered his personal information and posted a reward for iron meteorites, spending an additional 1,000 to have his listing pinned for a week. After a long day of running around, he felt fatigued, and after a quick wash, he collapsed onto his bed to sleep. The next day, an ICC dragged Tang Song around the shopping district of Zijiawi, purchasing an array of clothes and shoes, all from top-tier brands, while treating herself to 2 stylish handbags. That evening, upon returning to the hotel, an ICC booked a flight back to Rueli for the next morning. At that moment, Tang Songyun received a call from someone who had seen his reward posting online and was currently in Magic City. If Tang Songyun was genuinely interested, they could meet for a discussion. Checking the time, Tang Songyun noted it was already 10 o'clock at night. "You can go yourself. I want to get to bed early." An ICC chuckled softly. "You expect me to go out at this hour? Not a chance." Tang Songyun shrugged in resignation. "All right, I'll call you in the morning." The meeting place was a CAF, a 30-minute journey from the hotel. The other party, a middle-aged man in his 40s named Xia Yongyuan, arrived over 10 minutes early. After confirming each other's identities, Xia Yongyuan pulled a box from beneath the table and opened it before Tang Songyun. "You really have good fortune, my friend. A few days ago, a friend gifted me this iron meteorite, and tonight I saw your reward posting," he said. "This must be worth quite a bit." Inside the box lay a dark rock glinting with a metallic sheen. resembling a piece of iron meteorite that had been scorched by atmospheric friction. However, when Tang Songyuan activated his vision, the assessment revealed something quite unexpected. This was not an iron meteorite at all, but rather a worthless lump of unrefined iron ore. It was unclear whether Xia Yongyuan had been deceived by his friend or was attempting to swindle Tang Songyuan with counterfeit goods. With a skeptical expression, Tang Songyuan questioned, "Mr. Xia, are you suggesting that this lump of iron is an iron meteorite?" Xia Yongyuan's face displayed a mix of embarrassment and anger as he retorted, "How could this not be an iron meteorite? My friend just brought it back from Xinjiang. It can't possibly be fake. As for you, at such a young age, have you ever seen what an iron meteorite looks like?" Chapter 49. The mysterious man Tang Songyuan and the others were both amused and infuriated by the audacity of Xia Yongyuan. This man, with an unfounded confidence, insisted that a mere piece of scrap metal he presented was an iron meteorite. Since returning from Huang Dexing's sword pavilion, he had diligently sought information about meteorites. In truth, scientists have estimated that a multitude of meteors visit Earth each year, yet most disintegrate upon entering the atmosphere due to their tremendous velocity and the resultant heat. Nevertheless, around 400 to 500 meteorites manage to land on the surface each year. Undestroyed, however, without witnessing a meteor's descent firsthand, locating such a meteorite is exceedingly challenging. Yet, Tang Songyuan, disinterested in engaging in further debate, merely scoffed, all right, you are right. Happy now?" Xia Yongyuan huffed, "Since you acknowledge my correctness, then it is time for you to pay up." "Pay you?" Tang Songyuan chuckled, rising from his seat. "I apologize, but I rushed out earlier and forgot to bring any money. Perhaps we could arrange another meeting." If it were a genuine iron meteorite, Tang Songyuan would have readily parted with his money without a second thought. However, knowing that what Xia Yongyuan had presented was anything but a meteorite, he had no intention of being taken for a fool. "You," Xia Yongyuan exclaimed in frustration, "you were the one who posted a bounty online seeking to purchase an iron meteorite. I thought I could sacrifice my pride to sell it to you. You are utterly lacking in integrity. Say what you will. There is no point in arguing with such a person," Tang Songyuan retorted. It was no wonder that many online lamented the presence of individuals devoid of any sense of boundaries. Ignoring Xia Yongyuan's tirade, Tang Songyuan made his way outside. However, a torrential downpour suddenly began. Forcing him to take refuge at the entrance, he pulled out his phone, intending to amend his bounty post, ensuring that clients could verify that it was indeed an iron meteorite before contacting him again. There was no way he would allow himself to be fooled by worthless trinkets. Just as he opened the app, he received several internal messages, revealing that individuals had commented on his bounty post. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that they were all chastising him for being ignorant and lacking integrity. There was no need to guess. Tang Songyuan knew it was the handiwork of Xia Yongyuan from earlier. "What a world we live in, where every type of person exists," he sighed, deleting the bounty post to avoid further entanglements, resolving to seek out an iron meteorite another way. After waiting a short while, as the rain began to lessen, Tang Songyuan flagged down a taxi to return to his hotel. Once inside the passenger seat, he informed the driver of his destination, the Regal Hotel. However, after traveling only a few hundred meters, they were halted by someone waving for a ride. The driver inquired, "Hey there, on such a rainy day, would you like to share a ride?" The man, dressed in a thin windbreaker, was gaunt and completely drenched. Adhering to a principle of kindness and recognizing the struggles faced by people in all professions, Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement. The taxi came to a stop, and the man hurriedly hopped in, immediately instructing the driver, "Take me to Huadong Road, high-tech industrial zone." The driver, starting the engine, replied, "Sure, but the high-tech industrial zone is in the opposite direction. It will take us 2 blocks to get there. Would you mind if I drop this gentleman off at the Regal Hotel first?" To Tang Songyuan's surprise, the man ignored the driver entirely, producing a thick wad of cash from his pocket and throwing it into the driver's lap. "What are you babbling about? Just take me where I need to go." "Money is no object. Another person devoid of boundaries?" Tang Songyuan thought, raising an eyebrow. "If you are so important, why are you drenched and unable to hail a cab?" He frowned, voicing his frustration. "There ought to be some order. I saw you flagging down the taxi first. The driver asked me if I wanted to share a ride. I let you in out of pity for your soaked appearance. Just because you have money doesn't mean I look like someone in need." Having already been aggravated by Xia Yongyuan's antics, Tang Songyuan's mood soured further at this man's behavior, and his tone grew increasingly harsh. "What business is it of yours where I come from?" The man shot back, glaring at Tang Songyun. He then insisted to the driver, "Do as I say. I am in a hurry. Once we arrive, I will give you a generous tip." "Not happening," Tang Songyun countered. Firm in his stance, "I got in first, so I should be the one to be taken back to the hotel. Just because you are in a rush doesn't mean I am not. If you are unhappy, you can get out and find another ride." The man narrowed his eyes at Tang Songyun, then replied, "Young man, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. The world does not operate on your logic." As he spoke, he raised his left hand to check the time on his wristwatch and then patted the driver on the shoulder. "Brother, step on it. I truly am in a hurry. You may be in a hurry, but I need to return to my hotel first." Tang Songyun replied coldly, "It's only a few minutes to my hotel, while your high-tech industrial zone will take at least half an hour with the detour. Are you suggesting I accompany you for a leisurely ride?" The man scowled, clearly growing impatient. Suddenly, he reached into his windbreaker and produced a handgun, aiming the dark muzzle at Tang Songyun. He then looked at the driver, asking, "Can we go to the high-tech industrial zone now?" "Shit, this is a real gun," Tang Songyun thought, recognizing the Browning M1903. Activating his enhanced vision, he confirmed that the weapon was indeed genuine. He had not realized until now that this man was armed. The driver hesitated, his speed decreasing. "Hurry up and drive," the man urged again. The driver complied, and the man sneered at Tang Songyun. "What's the matter? You were so vocal just now. Why the silence now?" Initially taken aback, Tang Songyun felt a growing sense of dread. The type of gun this man wielded was not domestically produced. He wondered what kind of person he was and why he carried a firearm. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind as he kept a vigilant watch on the man's movements, contemplating his escape strategy. If all else failed, he might have to jump from the moving vehicle. However, with the car traveling at such high speed, he knew the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, the man seemed content with the current situation and ceased talking, instead keeping an alert gaze out the window. After more than 10 minutes, the taxi finally arrived at the location specified by the man. It was now past 11 at night, and the street was relatively quiet, with a spacious area by the roadside where a white van was parked. The man instructed the taxi to stop behind the van, tossing a stack of money to the driver and commanding, "Hand over your phone." The driver, drenched in cold sweat, complied without protest. The man patted his shoulder, saying, "Keep your mouth shut when you get back. Otherwise, you know what will happen." The driver nodded repeatedly, Yes, I understand." "Oh no, I know nothing." The man paid him no further heed but turned his gun towards Tang Songyun. "Now, get out of the car, don't try anything funny." Tang Songyun's mind raced with panic. The reality of being threatened with a real gun was unsettling. What was this man's purpose? Why was he carrying a firearm? With these pressing questions in mind, Tang Songyun exited the vehicle. The taxi driver shot him a sympathetic glance but said nothing as he sped away. The man pointed towards the nearby white van, instructing Tang Songyun, "Go open that door for me." Using his enhanced vision, Tang Songyun observed that the van contained two men in their 30s, one driving and the other sitting in the passenger seat. He confirmed that neither of them appeared to be armed. Approaching the van, he opened the rear door, only to hear the two front passengers chuckle, addressing the man. "Zhang Gaoliang, why are you being so cautious?" "The boss sent us to pick you up." Zhang Gaoliang's face twitched in a forced smile, but he appeared relieved as he walked towards the van, not neglecting to order Tang Songyun to follow him inside. The driver shot Zhang Gaoliang an incredulous look. "Who is this guy? Why are we bringing him along?" Zhang Gaoliang slammed the door shut with a huff. "That's none of your concern. Just take me to Xiangqian." As the vehicle set off, Tang Songyun, still under the threat of the gun, felt increasingly restless. He had done nothing wrong. He had merely hailed a taxi, yet here he was, entangled in this chaotic situation. What was this man's true purpose? In a circumstance like this, any rational person would have refused. The occupants of the van remained silent, the windows tinted dark, leaving Tang Songyun unable to discern the outside world. He maintained his enhanced vision, constantly observing Zhang Gaoliang's movements, searching for an opportunity to retaliate. However, Zhang Gaoliang was exceptionally wary, his muscles taut, his gaze fixed on the others in the vehicle, ready to react violently at any moment. Just as Tang Songyun began to sweat from anxiety, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. "We've arrived." Two individuals in the front seat exited the vehicle, while Zhang Gaoliang pressed the muzzle of his gun against Tang Songyun's waist. Sternly commanding, "Get out of the car." With no other choice, Tang Songyuan complied. It appeared to be a fishing port, with a vessel poised for departure nearby. Ahead stood 5 men. Aside from the 2 who had just assisted Zhang Gaoliang, the other 3 turned their attention towards them. The leader of the group glanced over Tang Songyuan's shoulder and remarked, "Zhang Gaoliang, we need to make a hasty exit. Why on earth did you bring this stranger along?" Zhang Gaoliang let out a cold snort and retorted, "Why didn't you inform me sooner about the need to flee? If it weren't for He Chang's phone call, I would still be in the dark. As for this kid," he shot a sinister look at Tang Songyuan, adding, "he insisted on arguing with me while I was taking a cab. I had no choice but to pull my gun. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled to keep pace with boss Xiangqian." Xiangqian chuckled lightly and said, "Handle it yourself. The boat is about to set sail. Handle it? Set sail?" A jolt of fear coursed through Tang Songyuan's mind. Could they be planning to silence him? His nerves tensed, preparing for a counterattack. "Stop." Suddenly, a melodious female voice emanated from the direction of the fishing boat. Everyone turned to see a strikingly beautiful and composed woman descending from the vessel. "Zhang Gaoliang, you cannot harm him, Lu Qinglu." Tang Songyuan was astonished to realize he recognized her. She had previously approached him in an attempt to purchase the lottery ticket worth 1 million that he possessed. What was she doing here? Could she be in cahoots with these men? "Lu Qing, what business do you have here?" Zhang Gaoliang inquired, his gun still trained on Tang Songyuan, his tone unfriendly. Lu Qinglu stepped forward, unwavering, and declared, "I said, do not harm him." Zhang Gaoliang's face twisted in disdain as he demanded, "Why not? Give me one good reason. He has seen all of us. He must be silenced." Lu Qinglu replied coolly, casting a brief glance at Tang Songyuan before continuing, "Because he is my boyfriend, I intended to take him with me, but it seems you have apprehended him for me." The surrounding men gasped in astonishment, while Zhang Gaoliang's expression morphed into one of both anger and amusement. "Lu Qing, what a ridiculous claim. You can't just assert that anyone is your boyfriend. Do you even know his name? Stop spouting nonsense here." Lu Qingliu's lips curled into a slight smile as she countered, "His name is Tang Songyuan. He is 23 years old, hails from Suzhou, and his home address is 188 Xining Street, East Bay District, Lan City." Zhang Gaoliang, of course, was skeptical and demanded Tang Songyuan produce his identification. Although Tang Songyuan was baffled by how Lu Qinglu knew his personal details, he hastily retrieved his ID and presented it to Zhang Gaoliang. "Damn," Zhang Gaoliang confirmed the information but still had no intention of letting Tang Songyuan at that moment. Xiangqian interjected, "Enough. There's no time to waste. Hurry up and get on the boat." Zhang Gaoliang shot Tang Songyuan a venomous glare, but ultimately holstered his weapon and made his way toward the fishing boat. Lu Qinglu, however, lightly looped her arm through Tang Songyuan's, saying, "Let's go." Tang Songyuan whispered a quiet thank you, to which Lu Qinglu replied softly, "Keep quiet and follow my lead if you wish to survive." Tang Songyuan, feeling helpless, quickly took out his phone to send a message to an ICC, explaining that he had an urgent matter and needed to leave Modu for a while, instructing her to manage things on her own. Before he could await her response, he swiftly locked his screen. However, just before boarding, Zhang Gaoliang once again intercepted Tang Songyuan, demanding he surrender his wallet and phone. Tang Songyuan handed over his wallet, but he decided to toss his phone into the sea. He suddenly recalled the sensitive information stored on it. Even though he had set a password, what if Zhang Gaoliang could somehow access it? If he did, it could easily prove that he and Lu Qinglu were not in a romantic relationship. Creating a new crisis for them, it was better to dispose of it entirely. "Oops, my hand slipped." Tang Songyuan feigned regret. Zhang Gaoliang glared at him, his teeth clenched, his eyes sharp as if he wished to carve a piece of flesh from him. Chapter 51. A shot from behind. Haha, Songyuan. Xiangqian, the boss, chuckled heartily, extending his hand to shake Tang Songyuan's, while patting his arm with the other. "Welcome aboard. From now on, we are all in the same boat." Following Lu Qingliu's introduction, Tang Songyuan learned the names of the others present, which included He Chang, Ma Yi, Zhang Lei, and Qin Bo, in addition to Xiangqian and the unfriendly Zhang Gaoliang. Once aboard the cabin, the fishing boat slowly set sail, and Xiangqian casually chose a spot to sit, remarking, "This mission has gone rather well, especially thanks to Lu Qing's significant contribution. The boss has everything arranged. We will first head out to international waters. Then a helicopter will pick us up for Hawaii, and finally, we will fly to Los Angeles to meet the boss." The man named Ma Yi chimed in cheerfully, "I bet the bonus from the boss will be quite generous this time." Rest assured, Shangqian replied with a grin. Each of you will receive at least $50,000, enough to keep you going for a while. After distributing the cabins, Tang Songyun naturally found himself sharing one with Lu Qinglu. The space was limited, barely accommodating a small bed, leaving little room to move. Lu Qinglu closed the cabin door and said, "Let's rest for a while. It will be quite some time before we reach international waters." Tang Songyun was about to voice his concern over the cramped space when Lu Qinglu suddenly pushed him onto the bed, following him down and resting her arm beneath his. The two ended up in a position where Tang Song lay on his side, intimately holding Lu Qinglu as if they were a sweet couple. Lu Qinglu's hair brushed against Tang Songyun's nose, exuding a faint fragrance. "Thank you for saving me," Tang Songyun whispered his gratitude once more. Although Lu Qinglu's identity remained a mystery, she had indeed rescued him at a critical moment. However, Lu Qinglu kept her eyes closed, her lips slightly parted as she instructed, "No talking. This is not the time for conversation. We must act according to the situation." Yet, after all the commotion, Tang Songyun found it nearly impossible to sleep, his mind swirling with numerous questions. But as Lu Qinglu had said, it was not the time for discussion. He swallowed his inquiries. Not long after, Lu Qinglu, perhaps due to her specialized training, drifted off to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, He Chang knocked on the cabin door, calling the two for a meal. What was labeled as dinner turned out to be instant noodles with hot dog sausages. Tang Songyun didn't mind, and he and Lu Qinglu settled down side by side, eating heartily. Shangqian had already finished his meal and was smoking, puffing out clouds of smoke when he suddenly spoke. "So, Songyun, you're from Shuzhou." Recalling the new identity Lu Qinglu had provided, Tang Songyun replied, "Yes, from Ningqing, Shuzhou." Shangqian beamed, "Haha, I'm from Linqing, Shuzhou. Our hometowns aren't far apart." Tang Songyun noted that the distances between Lan City, Ningqing, and Linqing were not significant, and the accents were quite similar. Shangqian had spoken in their local dialect. "Oh, really?" Tang Songyun said softly, taking a bite of his noodles. "I remember the noodles from Linqing are quite good. But the real highlight is the liquor from Linqing. You've forgotten to mention something else." Shangqian reminisced, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. "The spicy chicken from Linqing is also exceptional, but alas, I may never have the chance to return." He spoke with a pitiful tone, yet Tang Songyun recognized that such a person was hardly deserving of pity. Given the circumstances of their escape, it was clear they had engaged in some unsavory dealings. Several hours later, the fishing boat reached international waters but would still require a day of travel before the helicopter arrived. Lu Qinglu suggested taking a stroll on the deck, and Tang Songyun naturally accompanied her. Activating his enhanced vision, he scanned the area, confirming that no one else was present and that there were no listening devices. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Tang Songyun finally asked, "Who exactly are these people? And what is your identity? Hold me." Lu Qinglu did not answer but instead made another excessive request. Tang Songyun complied, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, at which point she began to speak. "We need to maintain a closer proximity to avoid raising suspicion." She then glanced towards the entrance of the deck, lowering her voice to add, "They belong to an international intelligence trafficking organization. As for my identity, I cannot disclose it. Even if you guess, do not speak it aloud." But, although Tang Songyun had his suspicions, there remained many unanswered questions. He pressed on. "Why did you approach me about the lottery in the first place?" Lu Qinglu raised an eyebrow and replied, "I approached you about the lottery to gain their trust. To put it simply, they intended to extract intelligence from someone but returned empty-handed. Meanwhile, I managed to acquire that intelligence through the lottery, thereby making my entry into their ranks more plausible. Rescuing you last night was a fortunate coincidence. More importantly, because Shangqian suddenly needed to flee, I found myself without support. I thought you could assist me in this matter. More hands mean more strength. By the way, what did you do to provoke Zheng Gaoliang?" Tang Songyun, with a hint of irritation, had ventured out that evening to prepare for the acquisition of a meteorite. However, while hailing a taxi, he encountered a series of events involving Zhang Gaoliang. Lu Qinglu furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, "Iron meteorite? What do you need that for?" Tang Songyun lied, "I'm just fond of it. I've recently developed an interest in this area," Lu Qinglu replied. "I do have a lead on an iron meteorite. Once this matter is resolved, I can introduce you to someone who possesses one." Tang Songyun exclaimed with joy, "That would be wonderful. Rest assured, I will cooperate fully with you to accomplish your so-called task." Yet, he soon raised a new question. "You mentioned they are information traffickers. but I can't shake the feeling that they seem rather discordant. Last night, Tang Songyuan had sensed that the group leader, Xiang Qian, and Zheng Gaoliang appeared to have some conflict. It seemed Xiang Qian was preparing to abscond without informing Zheng Gaoliang, which led to his own coerced boarding of the ship due to a mere exchange of barbs. This indicated that the scoundrel was indeed quite anxious at that moment. Liu Qinglu calmly surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Have you heard of the Nine-Dragon Sword?" Chapter 52. The Nine-Dragon Sword. What? The Nine-Dragon Sword. Despite Tang Songyuan being merely an excavator operator, he was still somewhat familiar with the legendary Nine-Dragon Sword. His adoptive father, during his lifetime, enjoyed watching anti-Japanese dramas, and thus he had absorbed some knowledge from a young age. Aside from the information gleaned from film and television, he had also specifically researched the subject online. Historical records state that the Nine-Dragon Sword was the favorite of Emperor Qianlong during his reign. The sword's blade is approximately 5 feet long, with an exceptionally long hilt, and the scabbard is intricately carved with 9 flying golden dragons, symbolizing supreme authority. Consequently, this sword has come to be known as the Nine-Dragon Sword. Legend has it that Qianlong cherished this sword, viewing it as a symbol of his achievements in quelling the Zhenghars and Hezhuo rebellions, often taking it out to admire and wield. Ultimately, he even designated the Nine-Dragon Sword to accompany him in death. In modern times, the Nine-Dragon Sword resurfaced, only to be embroiled in the turmoil of the nation's fate, changing hands repeatedly, eventually meeting its end in a plane crash alongside a certain nameless major spy, resulting in its destruction. Tang Songyuan remarked, "I've heard a bit about it, but I seem to recall that the book mentioned it was burned down to iron scraps." Liu Qinglu scoffed coldly. During the wartime, the Nine-Dragon Sword circulated among several prominent traders, enduring countless plots and betrayals. None of its last 4 owners met a favorable end. The intelligence I have indicates that the true Nine-Dragon Sword has been hidden away. The story of it being burned to scraps is merely a ruse to mislead the public. Now, the Nine-Dragon Sword has re-emerged, only to have fallen into the hands of Xiang Qian and his associates ahead of us. Tang Songyuan chuckled, "You say they are information traffickers, yet they have taken to the illicit trade of cultural relics as well? Aren't these two endeavors contradictory?" "Not at all," Liu Qinglu countered. "Selling information and smuggling artifacts can both yield substantial illicit profits for them. For the sake of money, these individuals would forsake their conscience, willing to betray national interests, let alone priceless cultural relics, especially since they possess the necessary channels." Tang Songyuan suddenly realized. So, Xiang Qian intends to monopolize the sword, while Zheng Gaoliang wishes to claim a share. Hence, their conflict is irreconcilable. Xiang Qian is preparing to flee without even notifying Zheng Gaoliang. He further deduced, "This means, as long as we confirm the sword is in Xiang Qian's possession, we need not venture to the Western nations. Things are not as simple as you envision," Liu Qinglu interjected. After obtaining the sword, Xiang Qian and his group had already arranged an escape plan. He would certainly not take the sword with him. Even if we capture them domestically, it would undoubtedly alert the snake, potentially causing us to lose the trail of the sword forever. Such a national treasure must not be lost again. Especially not under my very watch. And by the way, my current alias is Lu Qing. Do not mistake it. Tang Songyuan nodded slightly and then activated his perspective vision, scanning the entire fishing vessel. He focused particularly on the cabin occupied by Xiang Qian and his group, and as Liu Qinglu had predicted, there was no trace of the Nine-Dragon Sword. Just then, he noticed someone approaching. It was He Chong from the 6-man group, who was holding a fishing rod. Was he planning to fish? The two quickly ceased their conversation and turned their gazes toward the leisurely striding He Chong. "Am I interrupting?" He Chong casually remarked while arranging his fishing rod. "I was getting bored in the cabin, so I asked the captain for a fishing rod. If I catch a couple of fish, we won't have to resort to instant noodles for dinner tonight." Tang Songyuan focused on the water's surface, his perspective vision effortlessly penetrating the seawater. Within a 50-meter radius centered around him, no fish could escape his notice. His heart began to race. He asked He Chong, "I've heard that sea fishing requires a lot of skill. Isn't it quite challenging?" He Chong had already organized his tackle, skillfully baiting it with a whole shrimp, then casting it into the sea. He smiled and said, "Generally speaking, saltwater fish have to contend with the strong currents and tides of the ocean. So most saltwater fish possess significantly greater strength than their freshwater counterparts of the same size. Sometimes, even a small saltwater fish can provide a thrilling struggle when hooked." Noticing Tang Songyuan's eager demeanor, Liu Qinglu suggested, How about I borrow a rod for you too? Tang Songyuan's eyes lit up. Is that allowed? But I've never fished at sea before. Chong chuckled. No worries. Just fished. I have over 10 years of fishing experience and will guide you along the way. Soon, Lu Qinglu procured a fishing rod for Tang Songyuan, and Chong helped him set up the tackle and bait before Tang Songyuan cast it into the water himself. Lu Qinglu quietly stood beside him, as demure as a devoted wife. Chong added, the boat is currently in motion, making it difficult to gauge the water flow, and what fish inhabit this area remains unknown, so it's all a matter of luck, but consider it a way to pass the time. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan was immensely focused, activating his perspective vision. Upon spotting fish within his field of view, he adjusted the bait closer to them. He alternated between reeling in and letting out the line, resembling a novice clumsily fumbling about. Initially, he lacked experience, and the complex water currents made it difficult for the bait to behave as he intended. However, as time passed, he began to gain confidence. He could manage the bait more adeptly and attempted to entice a few passing fish. Unfortunately, none took the bait, leaving Tang Songyuan to wave his fishing rod on the deck for quite some time without success. In contrast, Chong appeared composed and relaxed, even though he too had not hooked any fish. Brother Songyuan, you seem quite impatient, Chong remarked with a grin. Many novices are like this. It's remarkable to catch anything at all under such circumstances. He then shared some of his knowledge and techniques for sea fishing. Once I save enough money, I plan to buy a fishing boat and go out to sea every day. Who cares about the mundane world when fishing is far more important? At that moment, Tang Songyuan felt a sudden tug on his fishing rod. The line tightened sharply, bending the rod into a bow shape and emitting a high-pitched whine. Chong's eyes widened in excitement as he shouted, Holy cow! You've hooked a fish! Chapter 53. Novice benefits. Though Tang Songyuan had never fished before, he had watched numerous fishing videos on Douyin. When a fish bites, one must pull sharply to ensure a solid hook set. Chong leaned in closer, anxiously watching Tang Songyuan's movements while murmuring, Yes, yes, just like that. Reel it in, keep reeling. Tang Songyuan gripped the rod tightly with one hand while rapidly cranking the reel with the other. Lu Qinglu, intrigued, observed his actions, silently cheering him on. Soon, a somewhat flattened sea fish was pulled from the water, its bright yellow fins glimmering in the sunlight. It was a yellow sea bream. Chong shouted excitedly. Such a large yellow bream is rare. This one must weigh at least 3 to 4 pounds. Songyuan, have you truly never fished before? Tang Songyuan continued to reel in, bringing the fish onto the deck. The sizable yellow bream thrashed violently, slapping its tail against the deck, bouncing futilely. Tang Songyuan leaned down, grasped it, unhooked it, and tossed it into the water bucket that Chong had brought. He then responded with delight. Indeed, this is my first time fishing. I never expected such a generous novice benefit, catching such a big one right off the bat. Chong, feeling a kinship with Tang Songyuan, chuckled. Keep it up. Today's dinner relies on you. In the following half hour, Tang Songyuan managed to catch 3 more fish, a 6-pound flower grouper, a 3-pound red snapper, and a 4-pound yellow croaker. Beside him, Chong, despite having caught nothing, was still exuberantly flailing his arms in excitement. Songyuan, your luck is simply too unbelievable, he exclaimed, his face radiant with a smile akin to a blossoming flower. I've been fishing for over a decade and have never encountered a fisherman as fortunate as you. In such a challenging fishing area, you've managed to catch so many. Truly, it would be a loss for the fishing world if you didn't pursue a professional career. Tang Songyuan chuckled. Brother Chong, you're joking that it's merely pure luck. I might not have such fortune next time. With enough fish for a satisfying meal, Tang Songyuan felt he had enjoyed himself thoroughly and began packing up his fishing gear. Ready to return to the cabin with his catch, Chong, however, insisted on continuing to fish for a while longer, perhaps spurred on by Tang Songyuan's success, as a veteran in the fishing community. He hadn't anticipated being schooled by Tang Songyuan today. Upon entering the cabin, the bountiful hall immediately drew the attention of the other members of their group. This was a communal space, relatively spacious, and Ma Yi, Chen Bo, and Zhang Lei, who had been engaged in a card game, were pleasantly surprised and rushed over to take a look. They hadn't expected Songyuan to be such an adept fisherman. Lu Qing was indeed right about him. The team leader, Xiang Qian, generously praised, You're quite the angler, Songyuan. Tang Songyuan humbly smiled and replied, Brother, he is the true expert. I'm just fortunate today, at best. Enjoying a beginner's luck. Chen Bo, who lived by the coast and was well-versed in various seafood preparations, eagerly offered, Song Yuan, how about I handle these fish? I guarantee you'll feast well tonight. Tang Song Yuan readily agreed. Absolutely, I was just pondering how to cook them. That's fantastic, Chen Bo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. After a moment's thought, he continued, the grouper is best steamed, the red snapper should be served as sashimi, and the yellow croaker and large yellowfish should be pan-fried. What do you all think? The others enthusiastically approved. Chen Bo added with a hint of awe, this season, yellowfish over 3 pounds can fetch at least 6,000 a pound. If we were dining in a restaurant back home, we could easily be looking at 30 to 50,000 for this meal. That's exorbitant. Tang Song Yuan exclaimed, slightly taken aback, regretting his choice to catch the yellow fish. Tio thinks such precious and valuable fish would be consumed by these treacherous traders. It feels like such a waste. He consoled himself with a touch of humor. Well, let's just consider it a lavish meal for them. Just then, as Lu Qinglu returned the fishing rod, she chimed in, we do have a large pot. I just saw it earlier, along with all the seasonings. Chen Bo, lifting the fish bucket, declared, then I shall go now. Zhang Lei seized the opportunity. I'll join you. I'll help with their departure. The ongoing card game fell apart, and Xiang Qian invited Tang Song Yuan to join in, but Tang Song Yuan politely declined. I'm truly not good at cards. Perhaps you could fetch Zheng Gaoliang to join you? Xiang Qian grimaced. That fellow hardly ever leaves the cabin. He won't emerge until we docked on MAE of the group added. Yes, we might as well play casually, no stakes involved. Yet, Tang Song Yuan genuinely had no interest in playing cards and continued to smile as he declined. Xiang Qian, not wanting to press further, patted the space beside him and said, everyone has their own interests. If you're not playing, come sit with me, fellow townsman, and let us have a good chat. Left with no choice? Tang Song Yuan complied and sat down beside him. Mei stood up, stating he would take a stroll on the deck. The spacious communal cabin was soon left with just Xiang Qian, Tang Song Yuan, and Lu Qinglu. Xiang Qian, grinning, asked in a Sichuan dialect, what did you do for work back home, Song Yuan? Ah, just some small business. Tang Song Yuan responded evasively while discreetly observing his surroundings with a keen eye. He noted with relief that this cabin had no listening devices, likely due to its communal nature. Business isn't as easy these days. Xiang Qian lamented, launching into a tirade against various societal issues, including systemic corruption and the broader environment. Tang Song Yuan half-heartedly agreed, while Lu Qinglu beside him remained expressionless, fiddling with her fingers. Suddenly, Xiang Qian's demeanor shifted to one of caution and seriousness. He glanced around, leaned closer to Tang Song Yuan, and whispered, Brother Song Yuan, I have a secret to share. Tang Song Yuan paused in surprise, forcing a chuckle. What does Brother Xiang wish to discuss? Xiang Qian smirked, his smile lacking warmth. I've discovered that there's a traitor among us. Tang Song Yuan's expression faltered, his scalp prickling with unease. Chapter 54. The infighting begins. Xiang Qian alleged that there was a traitor among them. Instinctively, Tang Song Yuan feared that he and Lu Qinglu had been exposed. Yet, a moment later, he reconsidered, realizing the nuance in Xiang Qian's words. He mentioned a traitor, singular. There were 2 of them. They were not traitors, but rather undercover agents. He steadied himself. Brother Xiang, I've only just joined. I haven't done anything yet. As he spoke, he casually glanced at Lu Qinglu, who remained impassive, her composure remarkably strong. Xiang Qian produced a knife seemingly from nowhere and placed it lightly on the card table, declaring, I'm not saying it's you. I'm referring to Zheng Gaoliang. He is the traitor in our midst. What? Zheng Gaoliang? Tang Song Yuan's heart raced, realizing that Zheng Gaoliang was indeed not on their side. However, had it not been for Zheng Gaoliang, he wouldn't have boarded the ship with them. You seem skeptical. Xiang Qian maintained his disingenuous smile, casually asserting, I have ample evidence proving that Zheng Gaoliang is the one betraying us. Now, I need your help with this matter. Eliminate him. Ah? Tang Song Yuan stared at the knife on the table, sensing the gravity of the situation. Was he being asked to pledge allegiance through bloodshed? Just as he prepared to accept the task, Lu Qinglu snatched the knife, exclaiming, I'll do it. I'll go deal with him right now. With that, she stood up, determined to confront Zheng Gaoliang. However, Xiang Qian swiftly intervened. Lu Qing, don't rush. I believe it's more fitting for Song Yuan to handle this. His tone left no room for dissent. Lu Qinglu turned to Tang Song Yuan, who hesitated briefly before grasping her hand. reclaiming the knife from her grasp and turning back with a relaxed smile. I also believe I should handle it, Brother Xiang. When do you want me to act? These were all treacherous traitors, willing to sell their country for personal gain. They should already be prepared for a fate devoid of burial. Tang Songyuan felt no moral qualms about taking action, especially since he had a grudge against Zheng Gaoliang. Theo put it bluntly. Any conscientious citizen would stand opposed to such traitors, and swift retribution was warranted. Xiang Qian's face revealed a barely perceptible smile. Just wait a moment. During dinner, position yourself beside him and wait for my signal. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, Chan Bo, with Zhang Lei's assistance, finally prepared the grand seafood feast. The 4 fish, previously lively and swimming, were now arranged beautifully in bowls. The steamed grouper was generously drizzled with hot oil and garnished with ginger slivers, while the pan-fried yellowfish and yellow croaker were visually tantalizing. The sashimi from the red snapper was artfully arranged in the shape of flowers, though lacking wasabi. Chan Bo improvised with a garlic dipping sauce, which added a unique flavor. Come on, everyone, dig in. Haha. Chan Bo placed the last bowl on the table, laughing heartily. This feast is thanks to Song Yuan. Otherwise, we'd still be stuck with instant noodles and hot dogs. Tang Song Yuan replied, It's purely luck on my part. If anyone should be thanked, it's the heavens. He Chong, picking up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, remarked while chewing, Truly, it must be a blessing from above. Look at me. I fished all afternoon without a single catch, yet wasted quite a few shrimp. It's been ages since I've had such a barren day. The group savored the fish and fortunately, with the ample quantity, even 8 people would have more than enough to eat. Midway through the meal, Xiang Qian commented, What a shame we lack wine. If we had a drink to accompany this, it would be sublime. He Chong laughed, Boss, when we reach Hawaii, I'll treat you to a drink and perhaps even arrange for a lovely companion. Zhang Lei added, By tomorrow noon, the helicopter arranged by our boss will arrive. And by evening, we'll be partying in Hawaii. Indeed, that sounds splendid. With narrowed eyes, Xiang Qian uttered a remark before turning to Zheng Gaoliang, saying, Gaoliang, during our training years, your performance was the best, wasn't it? Zheng Gaoliang was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a blank expression, Why bring this up all of a sudden? Xiang Qian chuckled softly and continued, With your capabilities, there was no reason for that girl to leave Professor Wang's house alive. Was there? This fragmented dialogue left Tang Songyuan in a state of confusion, as it seemed Xiang Qian was revisiting a particular action of Zheng Gaoliang. However, sensing that the moment for the truth to emerge was near, he instinctively tightened his grip on the dagger concealed in his sleeve. Zheng Gaoliang furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, I told you, it was merely a mistake. A fine mistake indeed, Xiang Qian scoffed, adding, Then why did both institutions receive the exact same blueprint? It's impossible. You're slandering me, Zheng Gaoliang exclaimed in frustration, rising to glare at him. Yet, Xiang Qian remained unfazed, leaning back nonchalantly as he stated, Zheng Gaoliang has betrayed the organization. He deserves to die. Executed immediately, you son of a bee, Zheng Gaoliang shouted in rage, flipping the table over, preparing to charge at Xiang Qian and strike first. However, he was caught off guard when a dagger swiftly plunged into his chest. Tang Songyuan had acted decisively, executing the surprise attack with lightning speed. He then stepped back into a defensive stance, his face slightly pale from his first kill, his heart racing as adrenaline surged through him. The others reacted in various ways, all stunned by the scene before them, never expecting Tang Songyuan to be the one to strike. Blood gushed from Zheng Gaoliang's chest, his complexion paling in an instant, lips trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to raise his hand, pointing at Xiang Qian, uttering, You are ruthless. The expressions of the onlookers varied, particularly He Chong, whose face was etched with disbelief, leaving him at a loss for words. Xiang Qian waved his hand, commanding in a tone of authority, He Chong and Chen Bo, dispose of Zheng Gaoliang's body. Zhang Lei, Ma Yi, secure the scene. The 4 executed the orders expressionlessly, remaining silent, their minds undoubtedly consumed with thoughts. He Chong and Chen Bo carried Zheng Gaoliang's body out of the common cabin, heading towards the stern of the ship. Together, they heaved the corpse overboard with a splash. Dio, you have a smoke? Chen Bo sighed at He Chong, gazing at the churning waves under the night sky, feeling a tumult of emotions, pulled out a cigarette for himself, then tossed the pack to Chen Bo. Chen Bo picked one up and asked, Do you have a light? Chang grimaced but still struck a match for Chen Bo.as. Chen Bo raised his hand to shield the wind. He suddenly redirected it towards Chang's carotid artery. Between his fingers, he wielded a blade, silently leaving a distinct cut on Chang's neck. Chang grasped his wound, looking at Chen Bo in shock. The latter offered no opportunity for a response, swiftly kicking Chang overboard. Chapter 55. Plans change after completing this. Chen Bo gazed at the waves illuminated by the evening glow, finishing the cigarette Chang had given him. Flicking the butt into the sea, he returned to the common cabin, smiling at Xiang Qian. Brother Xiang, everything has been taken care of. Meanwhile, Ma Yi returned alone, with Zhang Lei nowhere to be seen. They exchanged a knowing smile. Tang Songyuan was bewildered. Pondering the situation, Zheng Gaoliang was a traitor, but what was the reason for Chang and Zhang Lei's involvement? Xiang Qian raised his hand to check his watch, chuckling softly. All right, the helicopter is almost here. Everyone gather your things. We meet on the deck in 10 minutes. This statement startled Tang Songyuan further. Wasn't it supposed to arrive by noon tomorrow? Why was it arriving so much earlier? Before he could contemplate further, Lu Qinglu spoke up. We won't need 10 minutes. 5 will suffice. With that, she headed straight for the cabin where they had rested the previous night, prompting Tang Songyuan to hurriedly follow. Upon entering the room, Lu Qinglu swiftly packed her belongings, speaking in a low voice yet with rapid urgency to Tang Songyuan. Plans have changed. I suspect Xiang Qian intends to monopolize the treasure. He likely aims to keep the Julong sword for himself. Or perhaps he has found a new buyer to exchange it for vast riches. How does that relate to his desire to eliminate Zheng Gaoliang and the others? He could simply wait until he acquires the Julong sword before devising a plan. No, there may be more to it. Are you suggesting that Zheng Gaoliang is affiliated with their big boss? Tang Songyuan blurted out. Then what about Chang and Zhang Lei? Lu Qinglu shook her head, responding, I can confirm Zheng Gaoliang is linked to the organization S-Boss. As for the other two, I'm uncertain. However, our danger level has significantly increased. Xiang Qian may very well include us on his kill list. Tang Songyuan narrowed his eyes, inquiring, what do you plan to do now? He activated his observational skills, packing his belongings while keeping a watchful eye on Xiang Qian and the others. He noticed Xiang Qian discreetly stowing 2 daggers in his calves and concealing a handgun beneath his jacket. Meanwhile, Lu Qinglu remarked, it seems Xiang Qian isn't heading to Hawaii. The next destination is likely somewhere in Southeast Asia. This might be our opportunity to seize the Julong sword. Xiang Qian had split his forces into 3, intending to disrupt their rhythm and stealthily transport the Julong sword out of the country. Now that he had eliminated the eyes and ears around him, he would undoubtedly seek to rendezvous with the true bearer of the Julong sword. Tang Songyuan nodded. All right, we'll adapt as circumstances unfold. We'll take it one step at a time. Even with Xiang Qian armed, Tang Songyuan felt no fear, having anticipated this scenario. Quickly packing their belongings, the two made their way to Zheng Gaoliang's cabin to retrieve Tang Songyuan's wallet and other belongings. Lu Qinglu examined Zheng Gaoliang's possessions, but found nothing of particular note. A few minutes later, the 5 convened on the deck. Xiang Qian was the last to arrive, a faint smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the 4 prepared individuals, saying, Lu Qing, you are a clever one. Do you have anything to say? Lu Qinglu raised an eyebrow slightly, stating, as for the big boss Lu Yixi, I have neither met him nor received his favors, thus I will follow your lead, brother Xiang. Xiang Qian then turned to Tang Songyuan, asking, and you, my fellow townsman? Tang Songyuan shrugged, I'm indifferent. I'll follow Lu Qing wherever she goes. Xiang Qian laughed heartily, rest assured, the world is vast. We can go anywhere. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the distant sound of a helicopter began to resonate in the sky. The noise grew louder, and soon they could see a helicopter rapidly approaching their fishing boat. A powerful searchlight illuminated the area, casting a circle of light around the 5, while the rotor blades stirred up a fierce wind that whipped their clothes. A rope ladder was dropped from a distance of several meters, and Xiang Qian was the first to grasp it and ascend. Lu Qinglu gestured to Tang Songyuan, who immediately understood. As Xiang Qian was about to board the helicopter, he hurriedly took the lead and grabbed the rope ladder. Climbing up second, with swift movements, he approached the helicopter's door and executed a plank position, flipping himself inside. Xiang Qian cast a meaningful glance at him, loudly inquiring, not bad. Have you practiced? The roar of the helicopter drowned out the response, prompting Tang Songyuan to awkwardly smile and shout back, practice? I did climb trees and raid bird nests a lot as a child. Xiang Qian raised an eyebrow but chose not to respond further. The third to board was Lu Qinglu, who quietly took a seat beside Tang Songyuan. Finally, Ma Yi and Chun Bo boarded in succession, securing the rope ladder and closing the door. The group donned headsets affixed to the cabin walls, both to muffle the noise and facilitate conversation. Yet, it seemed none were in the mood for dialogue, silently absorbing the ascent of the helicopter as it accelerated away. Tang Songyuan closed his eyes. Though his body remained tense, vigilant for any potential threats, Liu Qinglu leaned against his shoulder, her gaze seemingly lost in thought. Yet Tang Songyuan knew she remained ever alert. After approximately an hour, the glow of lights on land became visible outside the window. Yet, the helicopter continued onward. Half an hour later, it landed in an open area. Xiang Qian smiled calmly, saying, "We arrived. Let us disembark." One by one, they exited the helicopter, with Xiang Qian being the last to step out. Tang Songyuan quickly surveyed their surroundings, which appeared to be a wooded area with a small path where two vehicles were parked, flanked by two blonde, blue-eyed foreigners. Judging by their features, they seemed to be of European descent. Xiang Qian instructed, "Wait here for a moment until I give the signal." He then approached the two foreigners, shaking hands before engaging in brief conversation. Afterward, he gestured for the others to come forward. The four individuals hastily made their way forward, urging, "Get in the car. We shall first settle down at the next location." Half an hour later, the vehicle brought the five to an inn, where Xiang Qian assigned a room to Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu. Upon entering the room, Lu Qinglu swiftly conducted a thorough search, remaining vigilant against any potential listening or surveillance devices. After concluding that none were present, she remarked, "It appears that the flight path has long been deviated." Xiang Qian must have had this planned from the start. Tang Songyuan glanced at the room, which contained only a single bed, and inquired, "How shall we sleep tonight?" Lu Qinglu replied, "We will take turns resting, as we need to be cautious of any moves Xiang Qian might make against us, in addition to preventing him from seizing the opportunity to escape." They anticipated that Xiang Qian's next step would involve acquiring the Nine-Dragon Sword, which would undoubtedly lead to a fierce confrontation. Tang Songyuan nodded, activating his enhanced vision to monitor Xiang Qian's movements, saying, "Then you should rest for a while. I will keep watch." Liu Qinglu shook her head, saying, "No, you should rest first. I need to ascertain our surroundings, and if necessary, I must contact my superior." Seeing her determination, Tang Songyuan made no further objections and lay down on the bed fully clothed, soon drifting into slumber. However, not long after, he turned over and sat up, stating, "Do you think it's possible that Xiang Qian doesn't need to handle the transaction himself? Judging by those two Westerners earlier, he might have arranged for his agents to conduct the trade on his behalf." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qinglu responded, "That possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, yet it is not very likely. Given Xiang Qian's cautious nature, the Nine-Dragon Sword is his final bargaining chip of great significance. He would surely want to oversee the transaction personally." Tang Songyuan chuckled and added, "What do you suppose the market value of the Nine-Dragon Sword might be?" "It is not a treasure that can be measured in mere currency," Lu Qinglu replied. "However, within our ranks, we estimate that this sword, with its exquisite design and intricate craftsmanship, possesses exceptional collectible value, perhaps even surpassing that of the 12 zodiac heads from the old Summer Palace. If introduced to the market, its worth would be at least $500 million. $500 million. Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback, understanding why Xiang Qian would betray his comrades, even resorting to murder. Such a sum could obliterate any shred of conscience. Moreover, as a turncoat, Xiang Qian's moral compass had long since been devoured by dogs. Tang Songyuan lay back down and soon fell asleep once more. He was roused after an indeterminate time by Lu Qinglu gently shaking him awake. "What time is it?" he asked, rubbing his bleary eyes. "It's around 4 o'clock local time," Lu Qinglu replied. Tang Songyuan sat up, slipped on his shoes, and asked, "Has Xiang Qian made any moves?" Activating his enhanced vision, he confirmed that the three were all asleep in their respective rooms, each having set up rudimentary traps to alert them should anyone enter. Lu Qinglu shook her head, stating, "No, I just contacted someone. We are in Papua New Guinea, and reinforcements will take at least 3 to 4 days to arrive." Such an obscure name, he had never heard of it before. However, upon reflection, he realized that the relative weakness of various factions in such a forsaken locale made it an ideal place for Xiang Qian to operate undetected. "Then you should rest as well. I will keep watch here, and there should be no issues," Tang Songwen said, to which Lu Qinglu nodded gently, lying down fully clothed, and fell asleep within moments. As dawn broke, Tang Song practiced several rounds of Bajuanjin and Wukingxi, feeling an overwhelming heat within him, prompting him to take a cool shower. By the time Lu Qinglu awoke, the sun was already shining brightly. She sat up alertly and looked over at Tang Songwen, immediately asking, "Has there been any activity?" Tang Songwen shook his head, replying, "No, you can sleep a little longer." Without responding, Lu Qinglu got out of bed, stretched her limbs, and tidied her hair, stating, "I won't sleep anymore. Let us go out and take a look." Upon exiting, the two discovered a typical small town, with the innkeeper, a local native, preparing breakfast for them. However, they found no trace of the two Westerners they had seen the previous night. Perhaps it was not yet time for Xiang Qian to conduct his scheduled transaction. Xiang Qian's three companions gradually rose, and after a quick wash, they gathered to have breakfast together. Once the meal was finished, Xiang Qian showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he invited the four to play cards. The timing to leave here isn't ripe. It would be better to pass the time with a game. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu naturally declined, and Xiang Qian shrugged, commenting that it was dull, before summoning Qinbo and Ma Yi to his room. "Let us return to our room," Lu Qinglu said to Tang Songyuan as the three disappeared behind the door. A vague sense of unease stirred within him, though he could not pinpoint its source. Once back in their room, he asked, "Xiang Qian seems too composed. Does he have some scheme waiting for us?" Lu Qinglu fell into contemplation, replaying past details in her mind. When I first received news of the Nine-Dragon Sword, Xiang Qian had already dispatched it. Clearly, he had devised a plan to split into three groups, and then he had you eliminate Jing Gaoliang. As Tang Songwen activated his enhanced vision to continue monitoring Xiang Qian, he suddenly grasped a crucial point. "You mentioned yesterday that Zheng Gaoliang is affiliated with the Big Boss Eye. In other words, if Xiang Qian aimed to possess the Nine-Dragon Sword, the first step would be to eliminate Zheng Gaoliang, whether by using our hands or others." Then he incited Qinbo and the others to eliminate He Chong and Zhang Lei, if Qinbo and the others are indeed his confidants. The next step would only require him to dispose of the two of us. Conversely, if he intends to monopolize the sword, both us and Qinbo and Zhang Lei would undoubtedly be his targets for elimination. Only by ensuring our deaths would he feel secure enough to retrieve the Nine-Dragon Sword. Lu Qinglu interjected, "Your analysis is quite astute. Xiang Qian's nature likely inclines him toward wanting to keep it all for himself." She moved to the window, opening it and declaring, "You must leave the inn immediately, go into hiding, and keep a close watch on Xiang Qian. You must secure the Nine-Dragon Sword." Tang Songwen paused, curious as to why she would devise such a plan. "Wouldn't we function better as a team?" Lu Qinglu, seeing his confusion, quickly explained, "We overlooked one critical detail, the two Westerners who came to our aid last night." Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow, asking, "What about the two Westerners?" "This is the independent state of Papua New Guinea, a member of the Commonwealth. Xiang Qian may very well leverage local official power." With her words, Tang Songyuan instantly understood. This was why Xiang Qian proposed playing cards. He knew that the two of them, being the strongest, would not engage in such a pastime. All he needed to do was eliminate Qinbo and Ma Yi, then frame it on the two of them, carefully timing his actions to achieve his escape. Tang Songyuan had already witnessed Xiang Qian's knack for timing aboard the fishing vessel. Realizing this, he no longer hesitated or dwelled on doubts. Promptly climbing through the window to flee the inn in a modestly furnished inn room, Xiang Qian, Ma Yi, and Qinbo were leisurely engaged in a game of landlord. Unlike the constant anxiety they experienced back home, the three were now quite relaxed, free from the daily fear of exposure and the ensuing wrath of the masses. Qinbo played a pair of threes and laughed. "Xiang Qian, do you really intend to take Lu Qing and those two along with you? Will you share some of the money with them?" Xiang Qian chuckled dismissively. "What is the big deal about bringing them along? Money is a transient matter. One cannot take it with them in death. Besides, wealth disperses while people gather, and people disperse while wealth gathers. I'll just give them a small cut. I don't see Lu Qing as someone particularly greedy." He immediately chimed in. "Whatever Xiang Qian says goes. We will absolutely comply." Xiang Qian continued, "That's why I'm so determined to bring you two along. I can never abandon my brothers. Once we secure the funds, we'll head to Australia, where I plan to purchase a farm and relish the lifestyle of a capitalist. Qinbo joined in the daydreaming, then I'll build a grand villa right next to yours and marry a foreign beauty, having 10 or 8 mixed-race children. Haha. Mai laughed. I'll do the same. When the dirty work arises, we'll have Lu Qing and that Song Yuan handle it. It's a pity that Lu Qing's stunning face is not only sharp but also deadly. Xiang Qian burst into laughter. I've told you before, don't provoke her, yet you wouldn't listen. Just then, he was suddenly seized by a fit of violent coughing. His face flushed as though he were struggling to breathe. Qinbo immediately stood up with concern, anxiously watching him. Xiang Qian, are you all right? Ma Yi, quickly fetch a glass of water. Ma Yi promptly rose, but Xiang Qian waved him off, gesturing towards the tissues on the table, looking utterly pained. Just as Qianbo turned to retrieve them, Xiang Qian seized the opportunity to swiftly draw out a pre-prepared handgun, and with a bang, shot Qianbo squarely in the forehead. Pity the wretched dog traitor, foolishly yearning to wed a magnificent mare, who perished without uttering a final word, as the gunfire erupted. Ma Yi felt a prickling unease wash over him. Yet, he dared not glance back. Instead, he rolled on the ground and surged towards the door, knowing that fleeing this room was his only chance for survival. However swift he might be, he could never match the speed of the bullets in the gun before him. Bang, 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 bang. Several shots rang out in Ma Yi's direction until the magazine was emptied. His body was riddled with gaping wounds, crimson blood gushing from these orifices, pooling on the floor as he lay there, despair and defiance etched upon his face. Xiang Qian swiftly reloaded, chambered another round, and mercilessly delivered a fatal shot to his head before calmly opening the door. Liu Qingliu's estimations were accurate. At the hotel entrance stood 4 or 5 armed native officers, ready for action, with the 2 blonde, blue-eyed Westerners trailing behind. Xiang Qian pointed towards Liu Qingliu's room, and the officers immediately rushed over, kicking the door open with a swift kick. But the room was devoid of life. Where were Tang Songyuan and Liu Qinglu? Just moments earlier, Tang Songyuan had clambered out the window, but, from the other side, anxiously remarked, "This place is no longer safe. Xiang Qian is ruthless. Your presence only heightens the danger. We should leave together." Liu Qinglu shook her head in response. "No, only by my staying can you have a chance." "What chance is there?" Tang Songyuan exclaimed urgently. "I'm a stranger here. The language is foreign. How can I manage? Hurry out, let's go together." After a moment of indecision, Tang Songyuan's expression shifted drastically as he urged, "Quickly, I sense someone is coming." Through his keen vision, he spotted 2 police cars arriving outside the inn, with several native officers leading the 2 Westerners he had encountered the previous night into the hotel. Liu Qinglu steeled herself, no longer hesitating, and executed a graceful roll to escape through the window. The 2 fled, sprinting towards the dense woods behind the hotel. Xiang Qian's face turned ashen as he surveyed the empty room, muttering darkly, "They were just here. Where have they gone?" Frustrated and enraged, he turned to one of the Westerners and said in English, "Alex, have your men searched the vicinity? Send more personnel." "They cannot have gone far," Alex replied. "Xiang, I can have them assist in the search, but they are the only law enforcement in this town. I cannot guarantee their success. They must be found. Otherwise, the deal is off," Xiang Qian insisted. Alex scoffed, "Xiang, you currently lack the leverage to negotiate with us. I will do my utmost to assist, but you must complete the transaction immediately." At that moment, Xiang Qian felt a twinge of regret. If only he had eliminated Liu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan on the helicopter. Yet, upon reflection, even with a gun in hand, given Liu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan's agility, he doubted he could have taken down all 4, including Qinbo and Ma Yi, even with a surprise attack. "Very well," he replied solemnly, "have them commence the search immediately, and I will escort you to the transaction site." Meanwhile, in the dense woods, Tang Songyuan had already witnessed the tragic fates of Qinbo and Ma Yi, exclaiming, "I fear Qinbo and Ma Yi have met their demise. What shall we do now?" Liu Qinglu was also rapidly assessing the situation, stating, "This place is no longer safe. We need to secure a vehicle. Indeed, we need a car." Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "But how do we go about that?" Liu Qinglu rummaged through her belongings and produced a roll of green bills, saying, "I initially anticipated traveling to Hawaii and had prepared $10,000. The official language here is English. I should be able to manage." Indeed, money speaks volumes. The 2 swiftly emerged from another direction, returning to the town. Soon, Liu Qinglu spotted a small car parked by the roadside. Its owner, a native young man, was on the phone. Liu Qinglu approached him confidently, testing the waters with, "Hey, buddy, nice car. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan stood guard, vigilant of their surroundings. The car owner, captivated by the beautiful woman, beamed as he hung up the phone, grinning. "Sure, wanna hop in? I can take you for a ride." Without hesitation, Lu Qinglu slid into the passenger seat, cutting to the chase. $5,000 for your car. As she waved the green bills tantalizingly before him, Tang Songyuan, peering through his keen vision, noted that this was merely a worn-out vehicle and that $5,000 represented nearly 2 years of the young man's earnings. "Really?" the car owner exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Qinglu nodded. "Absolutely. Just step out and the money is yours." Chapter 58. Direct assault. $5,000 for a dilapidated car felt like a windfall from the heavens, especially since US dollars were considered a valuable currency here. The native young man readily agreed, snatching the money and sprinting away, fearful that Lu Qinglu would change her mind. Lu Qinglu then took the driver's seat, revving the engine to check its condition. Everything seemed fine. "Quickly, get in." Tang Songyuan jumped into the car, and Lu Qinglu turned the vehicle around, soon returning to the street where their inn was located. From a distance of about 100 meters, they observed Xiang Qian and the others. They watched as Xiang Qian exited the inn and entered a car with the 2 Westerners. The remaining officers had vanished, likely scouring the area for the 2 of them. Lu Qinglu maintained her composure, gripping the steering wheel tightly and waiting for Xiang Qian's vehicle to move before leisurely following behind. The old car weaved through traffic, and after a kilometer or so, Tang Songyuan noticed Lu Qinglu's adeptness at tailing. Rather than closely following Xiang Qian's car, she kept a distance of 5 or 6 car lengths, maintaining a steady pace to keep the vehicle in sight. Soon, they exited the town, merging onto a wide road. Lu Qinglu again increased the distance between them, sometimes lagging by 200 or 300 meters. After all, Xiang Qian was a cunning fox. Following too closely would surely arouse his suspicions. After trailing for half an hour, Lu Qinglu, glancing at the roadside signs, concluded, "This road leads to Moresby, where Papua New Guinea's largest port and international airport are located." Xiang Qian must intend to complete the transaction swiftly and depart post-haste. Finding him again will be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Tang Songyuan pondered. "You're right, I also believe both parties in the transaction are likely anxious, which might present us with an opportunity. Such a scenario, where one organization intercepts another, requires secrecy and swiftness. Since Zheng Gaoliang went missing, his former employer would quickly catch on, and Xiang Qian's betrayal could not remain concealed for long. Time was not on his side." Suddenly, Lu Qingliu's expression turned serious as she said, "Don't be too optimistic. They may have reinforcements." Tang Songyuan sensed something amiss as well. The vehicle Xiang Qian had been traveling in, initially alone, was now accompanied by a black car that had appeared behind them at an intersection. The proximity of the second vehicle and its rhythm of movement suggested protection rather than pursuit. "What do we do now?" Tang Songyuan asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Lu Qingliu's mind raced as she prepared for the worst. "I don't have a better plan for now. We must follow them." The roadside buildings began to multiply, and the number of intersections increased as they likely entered the outskirts of Moresby at this moment. They witnessed the 2 cars ahead suddenly turn at a junction, driving into a row of structures resembling row warehouses, ultimately halting in front of a large warehouse. "They've stopped," Tang Songyuan exclaimed. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Qingliu's eyes as she drove past the intersection, stopping before a nearby convenience store. Spending approximately 3 minutes amidst Tang Songyuan's puzzled gaze, Lu Qinglu gathered various items, including several screwdrivers and various powder compounds, specifically black fertilizer, sugar, and matches, while also selecting a crowbar for Tang Songyuan. Afterward, the 2 abandoned the car and swiftly circled around. Indeed, this was a row of warehouses, but most were locked tight, with 2 armed guards stationed at the entrance of one. It seemed Xiang Qian and his associates had disembarked and were likely conducting their transaction inside the securely closed warehouse. A direct assault would be unfeasible, as their eastern appearances would easily attract suspicion. "Wait here. I'll bring the car around." Lu Qinglu swiftly altered her strategy and dashed back to the old car. Tang Songyuan instantly understood her plan, driving in and confronting them head-on. This girl is a bit reckless, but Tang Songyuan felt his blood rush, his heart racing. In less than half a minute, Lu Qinglu returned with the car, and Tang Songyuan hopped into the passenger seat once more. With a whoosh, the old car surged forward, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. "Duck down!" Lu Qinglu let out a sharp shout, followed by a sudden turn, crashing into one of the guards at the entrance. The guard's hair stood on end as he raised his firearm, preparing to shoot, but it was too late. The front of the vehicle collided directly with the guard's abdomen on the left. Before slamming into the door with a thunderous crash, glass shards from the windshield flew everywhere, and Lu Qinglu had long been poised for action. The moment of impact saw her flinging open the car door and rolling out. In quick succession, 2 screwdrivers were launched, and the remaining guard fired only 2 shots before one of the screwdrivers struck him squarely in the forehead. Tang Songyuan similarly rolled out of the vehicle, wielding a crowbar that he brought down upon the head of the guard on the left. The man found himself trapped between the car and the warehouse door, dazed from the collision. And before he could recover, he met his demise. The 2 swiftly seized the guard's weapons, and Lu Qinglu conducted a rapid inspection before declaring, "Give me 10 seconds when I say to open the door. You must pull it up quickly." With that, she gathered the chemical materials to begin her concoction. Tang Songyuan activated his enhanced vision to scout the interior of the warehouse. However, the warehouse was somewhat expansive, exceeding the 50-meter range of his sight, and within that radius, he only spotted 2 gun barrels pointed toward the entrance at the edges. "Open the door." Lu Qinglu ignited the prepared compound, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Tang Songyuan struggled to lift the somewhat deformed shutter door, while Lu Qinglu swiftly tossed in the smoke bomb. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire erupted from within the warehouse, with bullets raining down on the partially opened shutter. But Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu had already taken cover to the side. The smoke at the entrance was so dense that neither side could see the other. The gunfire ceased, likely due to a magazine change. Lu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan exchanged a glance, inhaled deeply, and simultaneously charged into the warehouse, weapons drawn. The smoke bomb continued to burn, but Tang Songyuan did not need visibility. He quickly located a cover. The 2 concealed themselves behind a large wooden crate. This brief advance allowed Tang Songyuan to finally encompass the entire warehouse within his enhanced vision. There were 6 individuals in total, 4 with Western features and 2 of Eastern descent. Xiang Qian was among them. Most crucially, on a table lay a beautifully adorned sword within a boxed IT was the very target they had desperately pursued. The Nine Dragon Sword, Chapter 59. The National Treasure, the Nine Dragon Sword. The verification from the enhanced vision confirmed its authenticity at last. The treasure that Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu had traversed countless miles to seek was right before their eyes. A rush of excitement surged through Tang Songyuan as he glanced at Lu Qinglu, asking, "Is it possible to prepare another smoke bomb?" It was this very smoke bomb that had provided Tang Songyuan with a solution. While the adversaries could not see him, he could clearly observe them through his enhanced vision. Without any barriers. "Yes, but it will only yield one in weight." Lu Qinglu replied as she squatted down to prepare it. Seizing the moment, Tang Songyuan examined the assault rifle in his hands. L85A1 assault rifle, manufactured in Britain, caliber 5.56 millimeters. The weapon was loaded, with 29 rounds remaining in the magazine. Recalling his experiences playing shooting games, Tang Songyuan quietly encouraged himself. With a crackle, flames erupted as Lu Qingliu's second makeshift smoke bomb ignited, releasing a large volume of smoke that once again obscured both parties' line of sight. Through his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan observed that 5 of the 6 individuals across the way were armed. There were 2 rifles and 3 handguns, all reloaded, yet they did not concentrate their fire. Instead, they stood on high alert, wary of an ambush emerging from the smoke. Xiang Qian, holding a handgun, pointed toward the entrance while angrily reproaching Alex. "I told you those 2 would bring disaster. Now look, we arrived first, and they followed right after to kill us." The British man named Alex scoffed, "And what of it? Such a crude smoke bomb will eventually burn out. When it does, they will find no refuge and will be nothing but lambs to the slaughter." Just as he finished speaking, gunfire erupted from the smoke as Tang Songyuan fired his weapon. Concealed behind the wooden crate, he exposed only half his head, aiming at one of the riflemen and firing 2 quick shots. Bang, bang. To his dismay, he missed. The bullets struck the wall at the rear of the warehouse. A distance away, the sudden gunfire startled the 6 individuals on this side, prompting them to quickly find cover. Xiang Qian continued to shout in frustration, "They've stolen the guns from the guards at the door. Are they all complete fools?" Bang, bang, bang. Alex also opened fire, but the smoke was so thick that they could not locate a target, and their shots merely vented into the air. Tang Songyuan adjusted his aim and fired again. Still, his 2 rounds went astray. Without time to ponder, he made a slight adjustment and fired again, this time unleashing a 3-round burst that took down one of the riflemen. Liu Qinglu, unwilling to wait, dropped to the ground, crawling along the floor toward the opposite side of the warehouse. She prepared to launch an attack in tandem with Tang Songyuan, creating a crossfire angle. Having downed one man, Tang Songyuan felt a surge of joy, choking back the smoke sting as he fired once more. Bang, 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 bang. 5 rapid shots were fired, and this time, he adjusted his angle while shooting, taking advantage of the smoke bomb's cover to drop another rifleman. The man fell backward, letting out a desperate scream before he perished. How is this possible? Xiang Qian exclaimed in shock. Amidst the swirling smoke, they could see nothing, yet their adversaries had just taken down 2 of their own. Alex fired 2 shots in the direction from which the earlier gunfire had originated, but under the enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan discerned his movements with ease. Just as Alex raised his weapon to shoot, Tang Songyuan quickly ducked back behind the crate. He then swiftly poked out his rifle, aiming at Alex's position. Aligning his shot, he fired rapidly. The 5.56mm rounds penetrated the wooden cover, instantly killing Alex and one of the other British men. At that moment, Liu Qinglu emerged from the other side, charging out of the smoke like a war deity, firing as she advanced with steady, powerful strides, a wisp of smoke trailing behind her. Tang Songyuan followed closely. Though his ammunition was limited, 1 bullet was sufficient to claim a life. His fire was not overly dense, but it was fierce enough to keep Xiang Qian and another Eastern-looking man under cover behind a crate. In the blink of an eye, Tang Songyuan and Liu Qinglu closed the 50-meter distance. Tang Songyuan opened fire again, unleashing a barrage across the crate. Splinters of wood flew, and blood spattered as he silenced Xiang Qian before he could utter a word, turning him into a sieve. The other Eastern man met a similar fate, never even having the chance to reveal his name before he too fell. Well done, Liu Qinglu commended, proceeding to ensure the remaining foes were thoroughly dispatched. Only then did she examine the password box on the table. There could be a bomb. Under the enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan saw that there was no bomb inside the box, but should it be forcibly opened or mishandled, it would trigger the layers of thermite wrapped around the 9-dragon sword. Should it ignite, the long-sought treasure would be reduced to mere scrap metal. Liu Qinglu furrowed her brow and searched through the bodies of Xiang Qian and his companions, indeed finding a remote control. Yet, it only bore a single activation button. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan approached the box with his enhanced vision, magnifying the lock's position, and tentatively turned the first gear of the combination. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. Combining the feedback from the enhanced vision, he quickly adjusted the remaining gears. With a click, the box sprang open. How did you know the password? Liu Qinglu asked curiously. I guessed. Tang Songyuan rubbed his nose, stating, indeed, there was a bomb. Liu Qinglu moved closer, raised an eyebrow, and swiftly disarmed the thermite's trigger mechanism before removing it from the 9-dragon sword. It truly is the 9-dragon sword. The glimmer of excitement shone in Liu Qinglu's eyes. After all their hardships, risking their lives, they had finally retrieved this national treasure. She carefully placed the 9-dragon sword back into the box, saying, we must leave quickly. Let's find a place to hide and wait for reinforcements to take us away from here. Tang Songyuan glanced at Xiang Qian's lifeless body, requesting, hand me a screwdriver. Liu Qinglu, without questioning his intent, tossed him one. Tang Songyuan gripped the screwdriver firmly, crouching down beside Xiang Qian's corpse. He raised his hand and with a swift motion, stabbed the screwdriver into Xiang Qian's forehead, the immense force driving it deep as if piercing through tofu, embedding it into the warehouse floor. He murmured softly, in your next life, do not be a traitor, fellow countrymen. Chapter 60. The return of the national treasure. The shooting incident at Moresby drew the attention of the police. The deaths of 2 British men in the outskirts of the capital constituted a major scandal. Yet, regrettably, this area lay outside the surveillance range, and both parties had chosen such a remote location for the transaction to ensure discretion. By the time the police arrived, the perpetrators had long since fled. After escaping the scene, Liu Qinglu applied a hasty disguise on both herself and Tang Songyuan, altering their skin tones to resemble those of indigenous people. They then managed to flag down a passenger vehicle at the roadside. Departing from the vicinity of Moresby in the afternoon, Liu Qinglu stumbled upon an indigenous village, where the 2 of them disguised themselves as tourists and settled in. This native village, situated by the seaside, bore a striking resemblance to an ancient tribe, with its inhabitants residing in thatched huts. The locals carved canoes from a colossal tree trunk to venture out to sea for fishing. Yet the absence of even basic roads rendered the place markedly primitive. The indigenous people were not particularly hospitable, and it was only after Lu Qinglu spent nearly $500 in local currency that they were granted temporary lodging in a modest straw hut. The hut, though small, measured about 7 or 8 square meters. Lu Qinglu contacted someone using a satellite phone that she had seized from a previous encounter and then informed Tang Songyuan. We must remain here for at least 2 days before departing by sea. By sea? Could it be by helicopter again? Tang Songyuan pondered, while Lu Qinglu opened the coated box and began to admire the Julong sword within. Suddenly, she remarked, "Your skills are quite impressive. After we complete this task, have you considered joining us?" Tang Songyuan, momentarily distracted by the sight of the Julong sword, paused before chuckling. "No, this time was merely a stroke of luck. Why would you still be thinking of me? Weighing around 100 kilograms? I would rather you expedite my quest for the iron meteorite." Lu Qinglu unsheathed the sword, meticulously examining its blade for any damage, and continued, "I once had an informant, an external associate of ours, who possessed an iron meteorite. I had seen it in his possession before." Tang Songyuan, filled with excitement, inquired, "Where is he? How large is the meteorite?" Lu Qinglu calmly sheathed the sword, stating, "It weighs at least 4 kilograms, and the location is in Los Angeles." Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow. "I had assumed it was within the country. Los Angeles is so far away. Do I really need to fly to the west to complete the transaction?" Lu Qinglu replied, "That's not out of the question. Alternatively, he could send it to you." Tang Songyuan, feeling a tad dejected, shrugged, "Forget it. Let us discuss it once we leave here." On the evening 3 days later, the two prepared their belongings and made their way to the seaside to await their departure. Approaching the appointed time, Lu Qinglu ignited a bonfire. Approximately 10 minutes later, a speedboat raced towards them. After confirming their identities with the secret code, Lu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan boarded the boat, which swiftly carved a graceful arc across the water, racing back from whence they came. The speedboat was piloted by 2 young men in plain clothes. Noticing their cropped hair, Tang Songyuan began to speculate. The vessel sped along, and after more than an hour, they arrived before a colossal maritime fortress. To Tang Songyuan's astonishment, it was an enormous warship. Forgive his naivety. It was his first encounter with such a grand vessel, and he was taken aback by its size. "Welcome aboard the 108th ship. I am Captain Gung Pingbo." Upon boarding, a military officer adorned with 2 shoulder stars warmly greeted them. Lu Qinglu, one hand grasping a suitcase, extended her other hand for a handshake. "Thank you for your assistance, Major Gung." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gung Pingbo arranged separate private cabins for them, explicitly instructing that no one should disturb them. Following another 2 days of navigation, the 108th ship docked at a small island. They boarded a plane, and upon landing, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Finally back in the magic city, Tang Songyuan sighed as he disembarked. At that moment, a man approached Lu Qinglu, saying, "Team Leader Lu, the minister is waiting for you inside." Lu Qinglu nodded, clutching her suitcase. "Lead the way." The two followed him into the airport's office area, where Tang Songyuan encountered Lu Qinglu's minister. The man appeared to be in his 50s, possessing a square face and a lively demeanor, albeit with thinning hair. Accompanying him were 2 elderly gentlemen, both exuding an air of refined elegance. They were the former curator and deputy curator of the Palace Museum, as well as honorary presidents of the Beijing Antique Association. One was named Chu Shiji, and the other, Zhuo Mingyuan. "Minister, I have returned as ordered. Team Leader Lu reporting for duty." Lu Qinglu stood at attention and saluted. The minister regarded her with a mix of reproach and affection, stating, "We will discuss your actions later. You brought the items, correct?" Lu Qinglu stepped forward, placing the suitcase on the table and revealing the Julong sword in pristine condition. As soon as the box was opened, the previously stoic elderly men erupted with excitement. Tears shimmered in Chu Shiji's eyes as he rose unsteadily, hesitating to reach out. Zhuo Mingyuan mirrored his astonishment, murmuring, "The Julong sword. Is this truly the Julong sword?" After 70 years, it has finally re-emerged. The minister cleared his throat, prompting, "Chu Lao, Zhuo Lao, would you kindly confirm?" Chu Shiji, finally regaining his composure, gently lifted the Julong sword from the box as if cradling the most precious treasure. Fearful it might dissolve in his hands, with unwavering certainty, he proclaimed, "It cannot be mistaken." His hand glided over the exquisitely adorned scabbard, brushing against the embedded rubies, sapphires, and diamonds, followed by the vivid depiction of 9 golden dragons. He then drew the sword, and a cold gleam illuminated the room. Producing a magnifying glass from somewhere, he began to scrutinize it closely. Sua Mingyuan nodded, feeling deeply gratified to witness the Julong sword in this lifetime. I could die in peace. Wonderful! The minister clapped his hands with excitement, turning to Lu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan. Recovering the Julong sword is a monumental achievement for both of you. You must be Tang Songyuan, correct? Hello, minister. Tang Songyuan greeted with a smile. The minister nodded with a smile. Please follow me. Leading them into an adjacent office, the minister instructed Lu Qinglu to close the door and said, You both performed admirably in this mission. Qinglu, please prepare a detailed report for me later. He then turned to Tang Songyuan. Due to certain special circumstances, Mr. Tang, your contributions cannot be made public. Hence, we can only offer you a material and spiritual reward. Tang Songyuan noticed the words certain and spiritual reward and raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Team leader Lu promised me additional conditions. The minister smiled. That is not a conflict. Here is the plan. You return home for now, and I will have Qinglu deliver your rewards to you later. As Tang Songyuan stood to leave, the minister's expression darkened. Looking at Lu Qinglu, upon your return, submit a written reflection on your unauthorized actions along with the mission report. Chapter 61. Beware of the Enchantress. Tang Songyuan exited the room and dialed an ICC. Hello, who is this? Came an ICC's sweet voice from the other end.its me, senior sister. This phone was provided by Lu Qinglu, so it was understandable that an ICC didn't recognize the number. Tang Songyuan hurriedly clarified his identity, then asked, Where are you now? Could you come to the airport to pick me up? You scoundrel! You vanished for so many days without a word. Where on earth have you been? An ICC's initial tone was somewhat displeased, but it softened with a hint of apology. If it weren't for the last text you sent, I would have thought you were kidnapped. I'm currently in Sanya. I've even canceled my reservation at the Regal Hotel. You should have said something sooner. You've been missing for a week? And I only decided this morning. Tang Song quickly apologized and asked, When will you return? An ICC chuckled lightly. I just arrived yesterday. Or you could come here to play. I'll take you surfing. The image of an ICC frolicking in a sexy bikini amidst the sun and waves flashed in Tang Song's mind. He cleared his throat and replied, All right then, I'll fly to Sanya to find you. An ICC giggled. I'll be waiting for you, little junior brother. Shortly after hanging up, Lu Qinglu emerged from the office. She handed Tang Songyuan a box, and he asked, What is this? Lu Qinglu gestured for him to open it. Inside the box was a medal, a certificate, and 100,000 yuan in cash. The medal bore the inscription Longan Special Contribution Medal. Tang Songyuan surmised that this might be the so-called spiritual reward. But he still inquired, What is the purpose of this? Lu Qinglu explained, At certain times, it can provide you with special assistance. Although not directly stated, Tang Songyuan understood her implication. The additional 100,000 yuan also alleviated his current financial predicament. Lu Qinglu bit her lip and added, I've purchased a plane ticket for you. We'll fly to Los Angeles together at 9 tonight. I will certainly fulfill my promise to help you secure the iron meteorite. She intended to provide Tang Songyuan with a channel to acquire the meteorite, but he hadn't expected it to be so urgent. Just returning from a whirlwind adventure, and now he was to hastily fly to the west. Tang Songyuan remarked, Are we in such a hurry? However, I have never been to the western country, nor do I possess a passport or anything of the sort. Lu Qinglu raised an eyebrow and said, I will assist you with the passport matter. She then gestured towards the cash in her hand and asked, Shall I help you exchange this for US dollars? Tang Songyuan nodded, handing the money over to her, saying, That would be a great help, but I have heard it takes at least 10 days to process a passport for the western country. Lu Qinglu scoffed and replied, You need not worry about that. As long as I accompany you, I will ensure your safe passage through customs. Her implication was that she intended to procure a counterfeit document, and judging by her tone, it was not her first endeavor of this nature. The iron meteorite was an urgent matter for Tang Songyuan, who was eager to acquire it swiftly to exchange for the mysterious orb from Huang Xingda. Thus, he called an ICC, informing her that he would not be visiting Sanya for the time being, promising to notify her upon his return. An ICC expressed her disappointment, saying, Really? I was going to invite you to that splendid feast. What a wonderful opportunity. Next time you seek me out, you may not find an opportunity like this again. This female enchantress, Tang Songyuan silently scoffed, quickly responding, I apologize, senior sister. Next time, I shall treat you. And Icc retorted with a dismissive tone. Oh, leave me be. What would an unmarried young woman like myself be doing in such a place? At 7:50 p.m., Lu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan boarded a Delta Airlines Boeing aircraft. After a layover in Tokyo and nearly 18 hours of flying, they finally arrived in Los Angeles, California. As they approached customs, Tang Songyuan felt a twinge of anxiety while holding the passport provided by Lu Qinglu. Yet, they passed through without incident. Upon exiting the airport, Lu Qinglu disdainfully remarked, "Even the CIA often engages in such practices. And their forgeries are not as convincing as ours. At least the chips we use are authentic." Tang Songyuan remained noncommittal, as due to the time difference, it was only 4 a.m. local time in Los Angeles. They found a motel to rest for a while, and around noon, Lu Qinglu roused Tang Songyuan. After sharing lunch, she took him to an antique shop located in Torrance. Despite being labeled an antique store, Tang Songyuan felt it was quite chaotic upon entering. The items for sale were astonishingly diverse, ranging from grandfather clocks and pianos to clothing, shoes, hats, and even the mundane baskets, shovels, scissors, and buttons that would be overlooked back home. He couldn't help but internally scoff. Is this really considered antiques? Or is it simply because the entire history of the Western country is a mere 246 years? Ah, welcome, my dear friend. I have been awaiting your arrival. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged man greeted them in somewhat halting Chinese with enthusiasm. He was a slightly portly middle-aged Caucasian, and upon seeing Lu Qinglu, he opened his arms, preparing for an embrace. However, Lu Qinglu declined, extending only her hand for a handshake, saying, "Long time no see, Franco Li." She then introduced Tang Songyuan, and after some pleasantries, Lu Qinglu conveyed the purpose of their visit, to purchase the iron meteorite in his possession. Franco Li beamed and said, "That is no ordinary iron meteorite. It is the heart of Cupid. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it for you." With that, he ventured into the storage area of the shop, returning with a lump of iron, declaring, "Here it is." Franco Li spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "It hails from the asteroid belt near Ceres, weighing 4.15 kilograms. I have named it the Heart of Cupid." Tang Songyuan activated his vision to confirm, determining that this chunk of iron was indeed an iron meteorite, with an iron content of approximately 80%, along with several other metallic elements. This was it. Tang Songyuan felt a sense of certainty and asked, "Franco Li, is this meteorite for sale?" "Of course." Franco Li chuckled, patting the meteorite. "Although I have a fondness for this Heart of Cupid, I look forward to seeing it in the hands of someone who truly appreciates its value." If only he knew that this meteorite's fate was to be forged into a sword by Huang Xingde, his optimism might wane. Tang Songyuan silently grumbled, "I believe I am that person who truly values it. Name your price." Franco Li gave him a knowing glance and said, "Typically, lunar or Martian meteorites fetch prices ranging from 4,000 to 5,000 per gram. However, this is merely an iron meteorite from Ceres, worth only a tenth of that. Considering my regard for Lu Qinglu, I will offer it to you at 300 per gram." Tang Songyuan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. "I think I no longer desire it. This price makes me feel like a complete fool." After a thorough explanation from Lu Qinglu, Franco Li finally comprehended the meaning of complete fool. With a serious expression, he said, "I apologize, Songyuan, but I have not deceived you. Did you know that scientists estimate that the total weight of asteroids visiting Earth daily can reach around 50,000 tons? Yet, only a minuscule fraction actually reaches the ground. Most perish in the friction with the atmosphere, consumed entirely, with only a rare few making it to Earth's surface in a minimally burnt state. Moreover, finding such a meteorite is no easy feat. It requires courage, daring, and a touch of luck." His theory seemed to hinge on the notion that rarity begets value, implying that a meteorite weighing over 4 kilograms is not commonly found on Earth. Charging you 300 per gram, totaling over $1 million, is not exorbitant. Recalling his earlier blunder that caused him to miss out on the first meteorite, Tang Songyuan decided not to dwell on it further. He promptly said, "How about this, Franco Li, 1 million. What do you think?" Franco Li looked somewhat bewildered and glanced at Lu Qinglu, who offered him an encouraging look. "Oh, Songyuan, your bargaining is quite aggressive," he said, half annoyed and half in jest. "This is a meteorite with a well-documented provenance. Even an ordinary stone-iron meteorite averages 500 per gram." Tang Songyuan smirked and finally gritted his teeth. Conceding, "Very well, Franco Lee, let us proceed as you suggest. Bargaining was instinctive. Who knows, it may just work. Franco Lee, smiling broadly, extended his hand and wished him a pleasant transaction. As they shook hands, Tang Songyuan realized a pressing issue. He seemed to have only a little over 10,000 in cash on him. Though he was not short on funds, his domestic bank cards could not directly transfer money abroad. To send money to a foreign bank account, one would need to apply for a remittance through the bank and wait for approval, meaning he would need to visit the Bank of China branch in Los Angeles to complete the transaction. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head and turned to Lu Qinglu, saying, Do you have any money on you? Could you lend me some for now? I will pay you back later, Lu Qinglu scoffed. Do you really think a public servant like me would have over $1 million in cash? Just then, two tall, dark-skinned men entered the shop, dragging a suitcase behind them. One of them, a hefty man adorned with a large gold chain and sunglasses, burst in, exclaiming, Hey, Franco, come out and see what treasures we've unearthed this time. Franco Lee raised his hand, signaling for Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu to wait a moment, and approached the newcomers with a warm smile. Yuri in case, hurry and show me. I'm curious about your haul today. As he spoke, the hefty Yuri Jean opened the suitcase, revealing an assortment of eclectic items on the counter. There were old books with worn covers, what appeared to be jewelry, and several boxes of various sizes, presumably containing valuable treasures. Keisjian excitedly chimed in, We just bought 3 suitcases today, and look at what we found. Franco, you're the expert. Help us appraise the value of these items. Tang Songyuan, not particularly fluent in English, cast a pleading glance at Lu Qinglu, who promptly translated the gist for him. He finally understood that Yuri Jean and Case Jean were likely the fabled professional treasure hunters. Speaking of treasure hunters, Tang Songyuan was somewhat familiar with the concept. A popular short video platform claimed there were 5 main types of male slow-motion content: bladesmithing competitions, African muscular men performing feats with bicycles, wilderness survival, and the blind box auctions of luggage and containers. If Tang Songyuan guessed correctly, these 2 were likely involved in the latter, acquiring unclaimed luggage left behind at airports. After a certain time, airports auction off these bags to alleviate storage pressures. Treasure hunters can bid to acquire ownership of the luggage and thus the items within. The value of these bags is unpredictable. Some may contain luxurious goods worth a fortune, while others might only hold mundane clothing, leaving the treasure hunter facing financial losses. Upon this realization, Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu embarked on a journey of discovery, scrutinizing the treasures unearthed by the 2 brothers. An ancient tome, the Bible dated 1908, and a jewel bracelet, a diamond chain. Meanwhile, Franco Lee had already rendered his appraisals, offering the brothers quotes. This Bible once belonged to a renowned bishop of the last century, valued at $200. The diamond chain was of average quality, estimated at $50, and the ruby ring was appraised at $1,200. In total, the suitcase brought by the 2 portly brothers was worth an impressive $2,250. Oh! The brothers erupted in excitement, leaping joyfully, thumping their chests in celebration, and feeling so exhilarated that they pounded their fists together, producing a rhythmic thud. Yuri Jian twirled around in the shop, exclaiming in delight. Keith Jian laughed heartily at Franco Lee, saying, Do you know, Franco, we collected these treasures from 3 suitcases and spent only $250. Oh my goodness, we've struck it rich. Franco smiled, counting the cash before handing it to Yuri Jian, saying, Congratulations. I hope you enjoy such good fortune every day. Yuri Jian beamed, accepting the cash, and in a moment of exuberance, kissed the bills, proudly declaring, Absolutely, we are professionals. Goodbye, Franco. We shall return tomorrow. As they departed, Keith Jean waved at Franco Lee, who smiled back and gathered the items he had just appraised. He then returned to Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu, saying, Let us proceed. Yet, at that moment, a different thought stirred in Tang Songyuan's mind. He too yearned to explore the world of blind box challenges, such as container blind boxes, warehouse blind boxes, and suitcase blind boxes. He inquired, Franco, may I ask if anyone can participate in such treasure hunting activities? Chapter 63. Registration for the competition. It is said that the venerable Rockefeller once remarked, Even if you cast me into the desert, as long as there is a caravan passing by, I can establish a commercial empire. Tang Songyuan shared this sentiment. Though he possessed just over $10,000, he wielded the extraordinary skill of perceiving the essence of all things. This blind box challenge seemed tailor-made for him. While others relied on luck and experience, he could see through it all at a glance. Franco Lee regarded him with mild surprise and replied, "Of course, anyone can participate. Los Angeles International Airport sees nearly 100 million passengers annually. And inevitably, some careless travelers misplace their suitcases. The airport has no choice but to handle it this way. As luck would have it, in 3 days, the Los Angeles television station will host a suitcase treasure hunt competition, with the ultimate winner receiving a staggering prize of $1 million. What do you say, Song Yuan? Are you planning to join?" Tang Song Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, when faced with such an opportunity, "Of course, I intend to participate. You know, Franco, back in my homeland, I was also a seasoned treasure hunter. Selecting jade from countless raw stones can certainly be considered treasure hunting." Franco's eyebrows lifted in surprise, and he chuckled. "I never would have guessed. So, what are you planning to do with this iron meteorite?" Tang Songyuan responded, "Let us keep the meteorite here for now. You need not worry. We Chinese are people of our word. In 3 days, after I finish the treasure hunt competition, I'll return to complete the transaction." Franco Lee wore a mysterious smile as he remarked, "Oh, I meant to say, I too have been invited to the treasure hunt competition, but I will serve as a judge. Rest assured, I will be completely fair and impartial." Tang Songyuan replied with delight, "That is splendid." Upon exiting Franco Lee's antique shop, Lu Qinglu wore a puzzled expression. She asked, "For this meteorite, you risked an adventure with me, but now that it is within reach, you seem unconcerned." Tang Songyuan replied, "After so many days of delays, what else another 2 or 3 days? Besides, I only have the reward of over $10,000 given by your minister. How can I afford that meteorite? It requires over $1 million, and that's in dollars." Lu Qinglu frowned and said, "So your plan is to earn money through this suitcase treasure hunt competition?" Tang Songyuan affirmed, "Exactly. Did you see those 2 chubby brothers? They merely opened 3 suitcases and made nearly $2,000. If I were in their place, I might earn even more." "You're just boasting," Lu Qinglu kindly cautioned. "I think this is no different from gambling. Don't just focus on those who profited. You must also consider those who ended up with nothing." "Relax," Tang Songyuan replied nonchalantly. "This is merely a treasure hunt game of chance, and when it comes to luck, I excel. Have you forgotten about the lottery tickets I bought?" However, Lu Qinglu remained quite resistant, saying, "If you want to go by yourself. I won't accompany you. Once you've lost all your money, I'll fly you back." "Don't." Tang Songyuan quickly grasped her hand, grinning. "My English isn't great. Isn't it a bit unkind to leave me here like this?" Lu Qinglu recalled their shared struggles from days prior, pursing her lips. "Fine, but you must promise me to know when to stop. You absolutely cannot get carried away." Her intention was for her to keep an eye on him, so even if Tang Songyuan lost some money, it wouldn't escalate to total ruin. Tang Songyuan readily agreed. "I promise." "I swear that's sufficient." Lu Qinglu rolled her eyes at him. "Can you let go of my hand now?" Tang Songyuan gently released her, chuckling as he hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at Los Angeles International Airport, guided by Lu Qinglu, Tang Songyuan located the registration area for the suitcase competition. In fact, this was also a venue for regular suitcase auctions, and beside the registration point, an auction was still in progress. Additionally, Tang Songyuan spotted Yuri Jean and Keith Jean, who had surprisingly returned after their recent earnings of nearly $2,000. Using a fake passport, Tang Songyuan registered. This document passed through customs without issue, and registration was a breeze. However, he was taken aback by the registration fee of $300. He asked Lu Qinglu to check if it was still possible to participate in the auction today. A blonde, blue-eyed girl with black-framed glasses responded, "Of course. There are still 28 suitcases left to auction today. Just take this paddle and head over there to participate." As she spoke, she retrieved a paddle from a drawer and handed it to Tang Song, wishing him, "I hope you have a wonderful haul." Number 188, a fortuitous number. Tang Songyuan took the paddle and smiled with his limited vocabulary, saying, "Thank you." He and Lu Qinglu took their seats in the auction area, where the lively bidding echoed like a bustling marketplace back home. The auction was presided over by a plump, fair-skinned man, accompanied by a female assistant in a white shirt. At their feet stood a suitcase, clearly the object of contention among the crowd. $260, $265, $268. Bids flew rapidly, accompanied by swift speech, with the auctioneer often repeating the bids for clarity. Thus, the atmosphere was lively, filled with animated chatter akin to an argument. Tang Songyuan activated his perceptive vision, scanning the suitcase currently up for bid. After a meticulous observation of over 10 seconds, he decided on the next one. Inside were merely ordinary clothes, shoes, socks, and some cards, with the highest valued item possibly being a tablet from 2016. Wait. Tang Songyuan pulled his gaze back. Those were no ordinary cards. They were trading cards of basketball stars. Moreover, one featured a signature from Curry himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Songyuan raised his paddle, clearly enunciating in his broken English. $350. Chapter 64. The super treasure after placing his bid. Tang Songyuan felt a twinge of regret. He was uncertain of the actual value of the trading cards, or which types could fetch high prices. Yet, the other treasure hunters around him perceived the suitcase as rather mundane, and his bid of $350 exceeded their expectations. Consequently, a brief silence ensued, with curious, mocking, and derisive glances directed at the Asian face among them. The stout auctioneer, noticing the lull, prompted for bids 3 times before declaring the suitcase Tang Songyuan's. Having reached this point, Tang Songyuan chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. Instead, he feigned excitement, raising his fists and exclaiming, "Hooray!" Beside him, Lu Qinglu was both perplexed and resigned. She remarked, "Is there anything particularly special about this suitcase? I hardly believe these discarded pieces of luggage would contain any valuable treasures." Tang Songyuan chuckled heartily and replied, "Ah, that is the allure of opening blind boxes. The quest for the unknown is fundamentally what has propelled humanity from primitive existence to its current status as the dominant force in the world." After successfully bidding for the first suitcase, Tang Songyuan did not choose to cease his efforts. He did not immediately search for a place to open the box, as the assistant to the host would record his number and final bid. Allowing payment to be made at the conclusion of the auction, he activated his X-ray vision to conduct a thorough scan of the remaining 27 suitcases, determined to acquire the most valuable one. The auction continued, and the air was filled with a cacophony of bidding. $80, $80. I bid $85. All right, Yuri bids $85. Whether it was the treasure hunters participating in the bidding or the auctioneer, their words flowed like rapid fire, leaving listeners overwhelmed. This rapid pace often resulted in identical bids, but the auctioneer would typically pinpoint the first one to call out. Ultimately, this suitcase was successfully secured by the Yuri brothers for $122. Meanwhile, the once exuberant Tang Songyuan had scanned 7 or 8 suitcases through his X-ray vision, only to find the results rather lackluster. Most of the suitcases contained either worn undergarments, outdated electronics, or a few coins. Even when a couple of them yielded some jewelry, X-ray inspection revealed them to be of inferior quality or, quite simply, counterfeit. It seemed that Lu Qingliu's assertion held true. These discarded suitcases truly contained little of worth. Suddenly, Tang Songyuan's gaze was drawn to a glimmering silver watch. Beyond its exquisite and opulent exterior, the X-ray vision provided an extraordinarily luxurious appraisal. Patek Philippe Celestial Moon Phase Tourbillon Ref 5002P. Serial number 5002P Platinum. Brand Patek Philippe. Movement diameter 38 mm. Case diameter 42.8 mm. Furthermore, a comprehensive introduction was provided regarding the materials and functions, including the case material, dial color, shape, and the material of the crystal and crown. This was undoubtedly a remarkable find. Tang Songyuan could hardly believe his eyes. Are the wealthy truly this extravagant now? Could a suitcase containing such a valuable watch possibly be lost? Yet, his X-ray vision had never deceived him. This was indeed a watch of considerable worth. He was resolute that this suitcase must be secured. Tang Songyuan silently resolved to pull out his phone and search for the market value of the Patek Philippe Celestial Moon Phase Tourbillon. At that moment, Lu Qinglu inquired, "You were so enthusiastic just now. Why are you holding back now?" While the treasure hunters around them were fully immersed in the vibrant atmosphere, Lu Qinglu maintained her composure. From their visit to Franco Li's antique shop to the auction for these suitcase blind boxes, Tang Songyuan's behavior exuded an air of confusion. His gaze flickered unpredictably, his expressions shifting from joy to uncertainty, and then to seriousness, as if he were a different person from the calm and composed Tang Songyuan she had fought alongside in Papua New Guinea. Tang Songyuan paused momentarily before chuckling. "This is my first time participating in such an auction. I find it rather intriguing, so. You bid $350 right from the start?" Lu Qinglu pressed. Tang Songyuan fibbed. "I thought I would just throw out a random number." And with my poor English, I never expected to actually win. His English was indeed lacking. After 5 years of operating an excavator, most of the words and grammar he had once learned had long since faded from memory. Currently, he could only muster a couple of hundred simple words. Liu Qinglu nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. She then shared her observations. The old man in sunglasses with the slicked-back hair is quite shrewd. He raises his bids by small increments. The white man in a cap with a little mustache is just the opposite. He doesn't bid often, but when he does, he tends to do so at critical moments. And he loves to outbid others. Several times I've seen him intent on winning, only to back down at the last moment. And then there's that obvious couple over there. Tang Songyuan attentively considered her insights. Realizing she was largely correct, very professional, he remarked with a smile before asking, "And what about those two burly brothers? What are your thoughts?" Liu Qinglu rolled her eyes and replied, "They may seem brash, but they are actually quite astute. If you observe closely, you'll see that their bids are very strategic." As they conversed, Tang Songyuan refrained from participating in the bidding. The suitcases on stage were swiftly auctioned off or went unsold. At last, the suitcase he had been yearning for made its appearance. The one containing the genuine Patek Philippe watch IT was the sixth-to-last suitcase of the day, appearing somewhat aged, perhaps hiding a significant treasure within. Starting bid is 50. Everyone, seize this opportunity. Following a brief introduction from the host, the auction commenced once more. $400. The mustachioed man raised his paddle first, confidently calling out his bid. Gasps of surprise filled the room. Goodness, this man has come out of the gate with a price that leaves most others daunted. Tang Songyuan noticed that his bidding style differed somewhat from Liu Qinglu's earlier analysis. Just as he was preparing to place a bid, the old man in sunglasses raised his paddle. $450. Chapter 65. Infuriated to the core, Mark was the owner of a thrift shop in Los Angeles, thriving on the profits earned from buying low and selling high. However, his true passion lay in participating in various auctions at Los Angeles Airport, particularly blind box auctions, which provided him with an exhilarating rush of adrenaline while also allowing him to earn a bit of extra cash. The slicked-back man was named Billy. He had previously worked in advertising, but after striking gold with his first find, he acquired an antique shop in Los Angeles, even hiring someone to manage it while he scavenged at the airport. Before each blind box auction at Los Angeles International Airport, treasure hunters were afforded an hour of observation time, during which they could register any items of interest and later compete with their peers during the bidding process. Various electronic gadgets were typically sold individually, while jewelry could be bundled for a semi-blind box experience, leaving the outcome reliant on sheer luck. During the observation period before the auction, Mark had taken note of a leather suitcase. The bag featured a mechanical combination lock, and he felt a box-like object through the leather, leading him to surmise that this suitcase was worth a gamble. Of course, there was an element of risk involved. If fortune favored him, he might turn a modest investment into a windfall. $450. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer called out enthusiastically. Mark shot a seething glare at Billy. Previously, when he had inspected the suitcase, Billy had been right next to him, and he suspected the old man might have discerned something. Laughing heartily, old Billy was unfazed by Mark's murderous glare. They were longtime rivals, having raised bids against each other on numerous occasions. $500. Mark gritted his teeth and begrudgingly raised his bid, struggling to suppress his irritation. All right, $500 from bidder 134. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer, incentivized by commissions, naturally hoped for higher bids, as the more they sold for, the more they earned. After a brief silence, it was finally Tang Songyuan's turn to speak. He raised his paddle, his English still marked by a distinct Sichuan accent. $510. Perhaps due to the peculiarity of his accent, over 100 treasure hunters in attendance turned to see who dared defy Mark's authority. Upon recognizing the familiar Eastern visage, they displayed expressions of mockery and derision. Mark, consumed by fury, felt affronted. While it was one thing for Billy to challenge him, what was this clueless, impudent Eastern fellow doing here? A neon person? Mark inquired cautiously. Chinese. Tang Songyuan responded with a clear and assertive tone. His pronunciation impeccable this time. The man in the cap and mustache curled his lip in disdain, turning to the auctioneer to raise his paddle. $600, with his X-ray vision activated. Tang Songyuan witnessed the contemptuous expression on Mark's face. The man's insinuation that he was akin to the Japanese infuriated him. He was a proud descendant of the Yellow Emperor. How could he be compared to those invaders? He snorted in disdain and countered with $700. He met Mark's gaze with unwavering defiance, his eyes brimming with challenge. This suitcase was a must-have for him. He was willing to spend every last cent of the more than $10,000 he carried on his person. As Tang Songyuan's new bid echoed through the room, a wave of commotion rippled among the treasure hunters present. This unremarkable suitcase, devoid of any prominent brand insignia or the marks of masterful craftsmanship, begs the question, what justifies its staggering price of $700? Billy, wearing a look of schadenfreude, revels in Mark's discomfort, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction at his expense. Meanwhile, the brothers Yuri and Keith King furrow their brows, contemplating whether to intervene and, if so, at what moment to do so. Brother, those two individuals we encountered at Franco's shop earlier, could they have received guidance from Franco? No, brother, trust me on this. $700 is no trifling sum. The host, brimming with excitement, exclaims, Lot 188 is bid at $700. Mr. Mark, we have been old friends. Can you offer a higher bid? Already irked, Mark, provoked by the host's direct address, promptly raises his paddle again, calling out, $750, $800. Tang Songyuan swiftly counters, hinting at a rivalry point, $850. Mark grinds his teeth, thinking to himself that if the box does not contain items valued at over $850, he would personally take a chainsaw to that suitcase. $900. Tang Songyuan stands up, raising his paddle and shouting. His gaze, filled with mockery and derision, is fixed on Mark. Mark glances back at him but ultimately decides to forego further bidding. After 3 rounds of questioning the price, the host declares the suitcase belonging to Tang Songyuan. With his goal achieved, Tang Songyuan feels an overwhelming sense of joy. He considers whether to unbox it right there and reveal the Patek Philippe watch, certain it would infuriate the little mustached Mark to the point of explosion. However, he ultimately opts for discretion, planning to return to Franco Lee's antique shop to unveil it there and possibly sell it directly to Franco if the opportunity arises. Indifferent to the remaining suitcase, Tang Songyuan leaves his seat with Lu Qinglu to complete the transaction with the auction assistant, a total of $1,250 in cash exchanged for 2 suitcases. Just as they prepare to exit the auction venue, the Plump brothers rush over to intercept him. Hey brother, we saw you at Franco's shop earlier. Yuri King grins, revealing a set of pearly whites. Go be frank. Tang Songyuan harbors no prejudice based on skin color. He merely disdains those who loiter domestically. Hey there, nice to meet you. Tang Songyuan responds politely that I'm Yuri King, and this is my brother, Keith King. As Yuri introduces himself, he continues, we've been displeased with Mark for quite some time. You did a splendid job today. Heh. Tang Songyuan offers a perfunctory smile, having not fully understood, and casts a pleading glance at Lu Qinglu, who instinctively acts as his translator. He replies, I also just disliked how he called me Ainai Hanjin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken it so seriously. Yuri praises a fantastic approach. He then shifts the conversation. Tomorrow morning, there's an auction for a batch of expired warehouses on Santa Monica Street. Are you interested? Tang Songyuan is already familiar with warehouse auctions in the West. Many people rent storage units for various reasons, such as temporary storage during travel or for unused household items and old furniture after purchasing new ones. Typically, these rentals are short-term, and if the lease is not renewed or concluded upon expiration, the contents automatically become the property of the storage company, which usually auctions them off without inspecting the contents beforehand. During the auction, the auctioneer will use a large pair of pliers to cut open the padlock, allowing treasure seekers to stand at the entrance for a brief 3 to 5 minutes before bidding begins. Some auctions operate on a blind box model, directly pricing the units for a straightforward transaction. Santa Monica Street? Tang Songyuan ponders the name but asks, are there any restrictions on participating in the auction? Restrictions? Not at all. Keith King laughs heartily. As long as you bring money, you're good to go. Tang Songyuan nods enthusiastically, saying that's splendid. I'll have Franco contact you on my behalf. After bidding farewell to the Plump brothers, Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu haul their 2 suitcases back into a taxi. Returning to Franco Lee's antique shop, oh my heavens! Franco exclaims upon seeing the 2 men enter with visibly worn suitcases. You really went to the suitcase auction? Tang Songyuan smiles slightly and replies, I initially intended to register for the competition, but since the auction was still ongoing, I decided to try my hand at winning a couple for the experience, he adds. Please help me see if there's anything valuable inside. With pleasure, Franco chuckles, heading to the storage room for tools, preparing to forcibly dismantle the 2 suitcases. Tang Songyuan selects a pry bar and strikes the combination lock on the first suitcase with a few vigorous blows, rendering the lock utterly useless. As he opens the case, a wave of stale sweat odor wafts out. Inside are a few worn jerseys and, beneath them, some sneakers. Franco furrows his brow and curiously asks, "How much did you pay for this suitcase?" As Tang Songyuan tosses aside the clothing, he responds, $350. Franco shakes his head, remarking, "It appears to be nothing but old clothes. You wouldn't get much selling them at a second-hand market. And the sneakers aren't special editions either. Oh, there's a tablet. Let me see." Tang Songyuan retrieves a tablet nestled among the clothes, and Franco inspects it, declaring, "This tablet was originally priced at $600. But now it's only about 30% new. You'd be lucky to sell it for $100. After emptying the contents of the suitcase, Tang Songyuan finally discovers a complete set of NBA champion trading cards. "Wow, this is quite good," Franco praises, examining the trading cards Tang Songyuan hands him. He adds, "In recent years, trading cards have skyrocketed in value, though there has been a slight dip lately. Nevertheless, both single cards and box sets have significantly increased in price. However, this set isn't particularly rare. Only this card signed by Curry is worth a bit more. I could offer you $17,000 for the entire set. How does that sound? Purchasing it for $350 and selling it for $17,000. Haha. You had me startled there." Tang Songyuan responds with delight, "Franco, your manner of speaking made me think it was worthless." Franco glances at Lu Qinglu beside him and remarks, "You must understand, Chinese is not my native language. I haven't yet mastered your tonal nuances." Tang Songyuan gives him a thumbs up, saying, "Compared to my English, yours is already quite impressive." Franco admires the well-packaged trading cards, adding, "Songyuan, if you ever need to check the price of such items, you can easily look it up on Amazon or eBay. It's quite convenient." Tang Songyuan nods in understanding, and the two happily finalize their transaction. He then opens the second suitcase. This one also contains mostly clothing, but compared to the previous suitcase, the garments appear to be of significantly higher quality. They are neatly folded, lacking any unpleasant odors. "This shirt is quite nice. It must be custom-made." Franco points to a shirt and explains, "In the West, professional men have high standards for shirts. For instance, those in finance prefer fitted styles, and shirts cannot bear any conspicuous brand markings." He then feels the fabric of the shirt and continues, "This shirt could fetch $150. What? A second-hand shirt worn by someone else can still be worth $150. This is certainly rare in his home country, yet Franco's tone renders it quite ordinary. The surprises do not end there. In addition to the shirt, Franco evaluates the trousers and jacket, providing different prices, totaling an impressive $1,050. This is merely Franco's buying price, indicating that these second-hand garments could easily be worth double in the market. "Oh, there's a box here." Tang Songyuan feigns surprise as he grabs the watch box at the bottom of the suitcase, exclaiming, "Let us see what treasures await inside." With a flourish, he opens the box to reveal a beautifully crafted watch gleaming with silver light. Lying quietly within, "Oh my goodness," Franco, who had maintained composure until now, loses his cool entirely. His eyes widen like saucers, his mouth agape as if he could swallow a whole dragon fruit, his expression transitioning from astonishment to shock, then to delight and excitement. The hairs at the corners of his mouth quivered uncontrollably, and even his speech reverted to his mother tongue. Upon catching sight of his watch, he exclaimed without hesitation, "Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon Ref 5002p. His trembling hands slowly reached towards the box held by Tang Songyuan, only to retract swiftly midway. With a hint of nervousness, he gazed at Tang Songyuan and inquired, "May I take a look at that Patek Philippe?" Tang Songyuan exchanged a subtle smile with Lu Qinglu, and the former replied, "Of course, Franco." Chapter 67. Worth $1 million. Franco Li treated the watch box as if it were a rare treasure. Delicately accepting it from Tang Songyuan's hands, he gently lifted the exquisitely crafted timepiece, caressing the crown-pattern texture on the case. After meticulously winding the mechanism a few times, he held the watch up to his ear. Listening intently to the rhythmic ticking of the hands, as if he had heard a melodious note, a look of rapture spread across his face. Each tick of the second hand resonated like a heartbeat within him. Patek Philippe? How utterly astonishing! This was indeed a genuine Patek Philippe. Franco Lee's expression was one of disbelief as he produced a small microscope from seemingly nowhere and placed it over his left eye for a closer examination. He scrutinized every detail, from the case to the crystal and even the strap, counting the embedded gems with utmost precision. Liu Qinglu found Franco's demeanor and actions somewhat exaggerated and couldn't help but ask, "Is this watch truly that valuable?" In her understanding, how could a treasure of significant worth be concealed within such an unremarkable suitcase? Franco explained, "It's not merely a question of value. The Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon series is handcrafted and globally limited in production. Sometimes, one must possess a certain status to even acquire one. A few years ago, the platinum version of this series fetched an astronomical price of $2 million at auction. $2 million. This revelation left Liu Qinglu astonished. She had been present for the entire acquisition process, and the suitcase's appearance had seemed rather ordinary. In fact, when Tang Songyuan had spent $900 on it out of spite towards Mark, she had been somewhat dissatisfied. Who could have guessed that within such a mundane suitcase lay a watch valued at $1 million? The notion that a watch could be worth such a sum was difficult for her to comprehend. Even though the existence of such a reality was undeniable, Franco's initial excitement began to wane. Yet his affection for the Patek Philippe remained palpable. His fingers gently caressed the case as he remarked, "In contrast to the myriad of luxury items available to women, jewelry, cosmetics, handbags, and so forth, there are relatively few luxury items that signify a man's status. This watch not only utilizes rare and precious materials with impeccable craftsmanship, but its historical significance, prestige, brand value, and artistic merit are also reasons for its exorbitant price." He then turned to Tang Songyuan, his expression earnest, and asked, "Songyuan, are you willing to part with this Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon?" "Certainly," Tang Songyuan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, "as long as you offer a reasonable price." Franco raised an eyebrow, maintaining a contemplative demeanor for a moment before stating, "This watch is in impeccable condition, with no signs of wear or damage. Given that this model is virtually priceless in the current market, I believe it is worth at least $2 million. What do you think?" Tang Songyuan, not particularly knowledgeable about watches, recognized that even online, accurate pricing for such a piece was elusive. Based on his limited understanding of Franco, he considered him relatively fair in business dealings. "I trust your judgment." "Franco, let's proceed as you suggest," Tang Songyuan said with a smile. Franco was overjoyed, preparing for the transaction. However, Tang Songyuan lacked a bank account in the West, yet this posed no challenge for Franco. Within 10 minutes, he had arranged for Tang Songyuan to have an account with a Swiss bank. After providing the account number and password, he added, "You can change the password later. They only recognize the password, not the person." Tang Songyuan, however, couldn't help but smirk internally. Ever since the incident involving the Swiss banking giant seizing the assets of a wealthy individual from Snow Country, he had held a certain disdain for the institution. Nevertheless, he accepted the new account for the sake of the transaction, planning to transfer the funds back home once he returned. The deal concluded, and including the $17,000 from a sports card, Tang Songyuan's total earnings amounted to over $221,000. After deducting expenses, his net profit exceeded $220,000, translating to more than 15 million yuan at the current exchange rate. Earning millions daily was something Tang Songyuan had never dared to imagine, yet he had achieved it. Tang Songyuan then mentioned that the Black and Fat brothers had invited him to participate in a warehouse auction the following day. Franco pondered for a moment before responding. The vicinity of Santa Monica Boulevard is home to many of Los Angeles' affluent residents. The warehouse auction there is indeed appealing. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll have my employees oversee the shop for the morning, and I'll personally drive you there." Tang Songyuan replied enthusiastically, "That would be fantastic." Upon returning to the hotel, Liu Qinglu followed Tang Songyuan into his room. After closing the door, she remarked, "We agreed this trip was solely for acquiring iron meteorites. And now that you have sufficient funds, why are you so keen on participating in this warehouse treasure hunt?" "Unless I possess the gift of foresight, I can't divulge my thoughts," Tang Songyuan mused internally. But outwardly he replied, "Look, we're earning money from Westerners and then bringing it back home to spend. Doesn't that contribute to the national economy?" Liu Qinglu countered, "By that logic, you have a point, but can you guarantee that you'll always profit?" "I can indeed, though I can't disclose how," Tang Songyuan chuckled. "All right, I admit I have a weakness for such treasure hunting games, but you can't place the blame solely on me. Let us blame it on the evils of capitalism. His reasoning held some merit. Whether it was a blind box from a suitcase or a warehouse, such exhilarating treasure hunting games were almost non-existent in their home country. The only somewhat related activity was stone gambling, which inherently bore an air of mystery, laden with complexities and the allure of wealth that not everyone could navigate. Liu Qinglu pursed her lips and said, "All right, but we must return to the country within 3 days." Tang Songyuan nodded with a smile, agreed. After we participate in the suitcase treasure hunt competition, we will head back home. With their terms settled, Liu Qinglu intended to return to her room to rest. Just as she was about to open the door, she paused and added, "I heard that the treasure hunt competition is being recorded. Do you need to perhaps make a few changes to your appearance?" Tang Songyuan sat cross-legged on the bed, contemplating before responding, "Sure, but I hope to look a bit more dashing." The following morning, Franco Li arrived at the hotel in a pickup truck to pick up Tang Songyuan and Liu Qinglu. Today, Liu Qinglu had made subtle adjustments to Tang Songyuan's appearance. His nose had been slightly augmented, and his eyes now held a faintly blue-tinted contact lens. Of course, to the untrained eye, the differences were nearly imperceptible. Once in the vehicle, Franco started driving and remarked, "I've participated in such expired warehouse auctions before, and overall, they are quite intriguing. Is that so?" Tang Songyuan responded, seemingly excited to discover common ground, and engaged in cheerful conversation. "I heard that someone found a Picasso painting in a warehouse. Is that true?" Franco confirmed, "Indeed, some have discovered Picasso's works, and not just one, though they aren't particularly famous. Those who found them are generally unwilling to sell, opting to keep them for their collections. It is said that the artistic genius, the renowned painter Picasso, left behind 37,000 pieces of artwork. It's quite normal for a number of them to circulate among private collectors. However, it's unfortunate when they end up in warehouses, abandoned. Fortunately, treasure hunters can help them regain appreciation. Properly preserving them is also a form of protection." After a 30-minute drive, the trio arrived at the site of the warehouse auction. Over 20 diverse treasure hunters were already gathered there, including the Black and Fat brothers, Yuri and Keith King. Tang Songyuan also spotted Mark, who had clashed with him the previous day, now accompanied by a striking blonde with captivating features. Additionally, there was the slick-haired Billy and the elderly white couple. As soon as they disembarked, the Black and Fat brothers greeted Franco warmly, with Keith King even winking at Tang Songyuan. Clearly, Franco was recognized by more than just the Black and Fat brothers. As a somewhat prominent antique dealer in Los Angeles, he had a considerable number of acquaintances within the treasure hunting community. Franco engaged in casual pleasantries with the crowd, while Keith King leaned towards Tang Songyuan, whispering, "Hey, buddy, your old rival Mark is here today." After Liu Qingliu's translation, Tang Songyuan perceived that this fellow was attempting to instigate him, hoping he would take action against Mark, or perhaps simply viewing him as cannon fodder. He smiled slightly, responding in a relaxed tone, "Isn't he also your adversary?" Keith chuckled and replied, "Of course, our goal today is to take down Mark. This guy recently got himself a new girlfriend. See her standing right beside him? He's brought her along to showcase his illustrious treasure hunting achievements. He wants to flaunt how exceptional he is at finding treasures and making money." While the reasoning was sound, Tang Songyuan was resolute in not becoming cannon fodder for the Black Fat brothers. His primary objective remained treasure hunting and profit. Maintaining his composure, he smiled gently and said, "I understand your intent. You two brothers must coordinate well." After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the auction administrator finally arrived on site. There were two individuals, a bald Caucasian wearing glasses and carrying a satchel, holding a folder in his hand. His name tag read Jamie. The other appeared to be an assistant or worker, holding a large pair of pliers, clearly designated to cut the locks before the auction commenced. Soon, the treasure hunters gathered around to register, and with Liu Qingliu's assistance, Tang Songyuan completed his registration, only to discover that Franco was also in line. A slightly portly Franco explained, "You needn't worry. I'm merely here to soak in the atmosphere and won't be competing with you." Tang Songyuan smiled and replied, "No worries, Franco, I never fret about competition, for I believe in the goddess of fortune." Franco responded with a smile, "Then I wish you good luck." Once all registrations were complete, Jamie led the treasure hunters to the first warehouse. This was a row of warehouses with a spacious driveway and parking area, clearly designed for tenants to easily drive in and out. As the assistant cut through the lock with the pliers, the roll-up door of the warehouse was drawn open, revealing its contents to the eager crowd. Jamie announced loudly, Everyone has 3 minutes to observe. Once the time is up, the auction will commence. The interior of warehouse number 1 was a chaotic jumble, cluttered with furniture covered by tattered cloths. Yet, it was precisely these somewhat antiquated furnishings that sparked excitement among the treasure hunters. Mark, upon seeing a medieval-style chair, recognized that this warehouse was no ordinary one. If the antique furniture inside was genuine, he could easily make a tidy profit of $10,000 to $20,000. In the corner stood a wall clock, only half visible from the doorway, yet it was exquisitely ornate. Such an antique clock could fetch at least $5,000 in the market. Whispers began to circulate as everyone deliberated whether to band together or go solo. While Mark took out a small telescope to scrutinize the furniture from various angles, Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision to assess the items within the warehouse, and soon a smile crept onto his lips as he arrived at his conclusion. As the 3 minutes elapsed, Jamie called out, "For warehouse number 1, the opening bid is $100. Let the bidding begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yuri King immediately bid $200, prompting Mark to quickly counter with an additional $100. The auction atmosphere erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market, with voices rising and falling, and prices rapidly surpassing $1,000. Mark, visibly displeased with the Black Fat brothers, felt the pressure to maintain his image. Especially since he had brought his girlfriend along. With a boastful tone, he declared, "I bid $1,200. Who's next?" There was a brief moment of silence. After all, it was merely $1,200. Tang Songwen scoffed softly and countered, $1,350. After brushing up on his numerical English with Lu Qinglu the night before, he found himself speaking much more fluently today. Mark, enraged by this new challenge, turned to see the Oriental youth from yesterday who had thwarted him. Further inciting his ire, through gritted teeth, he enunciated clearly to the auctioneer, $500. I must secure this warehouse. Chapter 68. Calculating against each other unexpectedly, as the bidding for the first warehouse commenced, the treasure hunters were already brimming with fervor. Frustrated by the collective targeting and unwilling to lose face in front of his girlfriend, Mark impulsively bid a high price of $1,500. Tang Songyuan crossed his arms over his chest, scanning the interior of warehouse No. 1 with his X-ray vision. He still hadn't spotted anything of high value and decided against further bidding. After all, what if he got stuck with it? $500 once. After Mark's bold proclamation, there was a brief lull in the bidding, prompting Jamie to conduct a final inquiry. $600. The next bid came from Billy, the slick-haired competitor who had a history of rivalry with Mark. Knowing Mark was intent on winning, he decided to drive up the price. Mark, incensed, muttered a string of expletives before raising his bid to $1,800. Billy hesitated momentarily, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, clearly torn. But in a bid to undermine Mark, he declared $2,000. Surprisingly, Mark refrained from countering, expressing disappointment as he shrugged. "All right, since you like it so much, I'll let you have it." It turned out that while peering through the telescope earlier, he had noticed signs of corrosion on the old furniture, and the seemingly antique wall clock had a broken base, revealing visible internal components. A sense of foreboding settled over Billy. As Jamie announced that no further bids were forthcoming. After 3 inquiries, he declared that the rights to warehouse number 1 for the next 24 hours belonged to Billy. Within that time frame, he had the authority to manage all items within the warehouse. "Congratulations, Billy!" Yuri King exclaimed loudly, while others chimed in with their own congratulations. Billy merely scoffed, pulling down the roll-up door with a dismissive expression, declaring, "All right, now it's mine." The crowd responded with a chorus of jeers as Jamie collected the $2,000 from Billy and led everyone towards the next expired warehouse. With the snip of the scissors severing the lock, the assistant yanked open the roll-up door, and the treasure hunters collectively gasped in astonishment at the sight within warehouse No. 2. The items were still piled in disarray. At the entrance lay several cardboard boxes, inside which were a few storage bins brimming with items and several office chairs. Peering deeper, they could see a few standing wooden crates. The contents at the back were nearly obscured, mostly hidden behind the wooden boxes. Externally, the boxes and storage bins were tightly wrapped, rendering it nearly impossible to discern what lay inside. Additionally, there were various miscellaneous items and bulging black plastic bags. Mark, peering through his telescope, strained to see inside and clearly spotted a large safe nestled among the contents. He also noticed that 2 cardboard boxes bore handwritten labels reading fragile. Yuri King leaned closer to his brother Keith, whispering, "I just found out that this warehouse belongs to Adel. He was arrested 2 months ago for selling flour. I believe there must be some valuable items in here." Keith's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "That's fantastic, brother. There might still be goods that Adel didn't sell. Even just a kilogram could yield us a fortune." Standing behind the black fat brothers, Tang Songyuan overheard their exchange and couldn't help but scoff. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. It was unclear whether their conversation was earnest or merely a ploy intended for Mark's ears. He had previously scanned the warehouse with his X-ray vision, discerning that the majority of the cardboard boxes contained discarded trash, broken toys, and other refuse. The wooden crates were filled with old clothes and miscellaneous items, while the large black plastic bags held stained bed linens. In fact, in Europe and America, there are detailed waste classification laws, and disposing of trash can be costly. Many families in Western countries rent warehouses specifically to store garbage, allowing their leases to expire without renewal, thereby offloading the responsibility onto the storage companies. Consequently, over 90 of auction warehouses contain worthless items, with some even incurring costs for trash disposal. According to the rules, once a treasure hunter successfully bids on a warehouse, they are obliged to clear out all contents, including trash, and cannot simply take the valuable items while leaving the refuse behind, lest they find themselves blacklisted by the storage company. As the observation time concluded, Jamie rallied the crowd once more. "All right, the second warehouse is now up for auction, with an opening bid of $100. The black fat brother Yuri was the first to raise his bid, $200. Surprisingly, the next bid came from the attractive woman beside Mark, who chimed in, $250. It is evident that Mark is aware of being targeted today, prompting him to enlist the assistance of a stunning young woman to place bids on his behalf. However, this warehouse, largely obscured in its contents, presents a gamble too significant for most treasure hunters, resulting in minimal participation. Yuri, seemingly unwilling to concede, boldly raises his voice, declaring, $350, $500. Encouraged by Mark's glance, the alluring woman swiftly increases the bid by $150. The two parties engage in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield. The price rapidly escalates to a remarkable $950. The formidable brother, exuding confidence, challenges, $1,000. Can you keep up, beauty? Surpassing $1,000 equates to approximately 7,000 yuan in domestic currency. The enticing woman appears uncertain, contemplating the madness of purchasing a warehouse's 24-hour ownership for such a sum. $1,100. Mark, having inadvertently overheard the brothers' conversation, is already privy to rumors that this warehouse belongs to the flour merchant Adel, leading him to believe that there is more to this storage unit than meets the eye. Undoubtedly presenting a lucrative opportunity, the bidding intensifies once again, with Mark personally entering the fray, significantly increasing both the speed and magnitude of his bids. In less than a minute, the price soars to $2,000. $2,500. Yuri surprisingly raises the bid by $500 in a single stroke. Without hesitation, Mark counters with $100 more, $2,600. The brother displays a triumphant grin, spreading his hands in surrender. Ultimately, Mark secures unit number 2 for the impressive sum of $2,600. Soon, the third warehouse is opened, and Tang Songyuan once again activates his enhanced vision. His gaze sharpens as he discovers valuable items within the warehouse. Chapter 69. The masterpieces of the warehouse. Upon the opening of the warehouse, the crowd quickly realizes the vastness of the space, filled to the brim with an array of items, some even stacked to the ceiling. Though it initially appears to be a hodgepodge of clutter, seasoned treasure hunters like Dongxing see endless potential. At the entrance, an assortment of tables and chairs, along with several open boxes, lie strewn about. Further inside, an old wooden cabinet displays a few worn household appliances, such as fans and lamps. Various storage boxes and paper containers are haphazardly piled in the corner. At the far end, a massive cow horn rests alongside a vintage surfboard, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Given the warehouse's size, one cannot rule out the presence of more valuable items hidden within. Unfortunately, per the rules of treasure hunting, participants may only observe from the entrance, unable to lean in, utilize tools, or enter the premises. Even touching the items inside is strictly forbidden. However, Tang Songyuan's enhanced vision reveals far more. Inside the storage boxes, he spots a plethora of star player cards, with over 1,000 still sealed in their original packaging. The paper boxes contain various sneakers, predominantly from Nike and Adidas, some adorned with signatures. Notably, 2 pairs bear the autographs of Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal. This suggests the warehouse's owner is likely a devoted fan of the Los Angeles Lakers, while Tang Songyuan may not be an avid fan. He is certainly familiar with the legendary figures of Black Mamba and the Big Shaq. Behind the obstructing wooden cabinet, he discovers several large plastic bins filled with meticulously wrapped toys, some still unopened. Dating back to the 1980s yet, what truly captivates Tang Songyuan are a few paintings located in the left rear corner of the warehouse. Point 1 depicts a 3-eyed bovine creature alongside several distorted figures, while another portrays a grotesquely contorted woman. Despite lacking expertise in art, Tang Songyuan is informed by his enhanced vision that both paintings are authentic works by Picasso. This Spanish master produced an abundance of art during his lifetime, with many pieces circulating in the world. However, Picasso's artwork is among the most valuable, alongside Van Gogh's. Even acquiring one would warrant all of Tang Songyuan's efforts, let alone 2 works from different periods of Picasso's career. Time's up. Jamie interrupts the crowd's fervent observation of the warehouse, announcing in a clear voice, "The starting bid for the 3rd warehouse is $200. We shall begin now." And no sooner had he finished speaking than the elderly white couple raised the price to $400. The brother promptly followed suit with a bid of $500. Bids began to flow freely, as participants were convinced that this warehouse held a treasure trove of valuable items, particularly given its location in a wealthy area of Los Angeles, promising unexpected returns. The price quickly surpassed $1,500, at which point participation began to dwindle. Yet, the brother, the white couple Billy, who had already won unit number 1, and the ever-curious Mark remained in the fray. $1,800, the elder white declared, seemingly determined to win. Billy scoffed, raising a finger to announce, $1,820. While his increment was modest, it effectively disrupted the elder's rhythm. $2,000, the elder countered effortlessly, refusing to be outdone. $2,100. Mark made his presence known, casually joining in, but he would not mind winning the warehouse for that price if others chose not to follow. $2,500. The elder clearly intended to invest heavily. This figure caused the brother, Billy, and Mark to hesitate, ultimately opting to withdraw. The elder's face broke into a satisfied smile as he anticipated the imminent acquisition of the warehouse. Yet Tang Songyuan interjected, $2,600. Wow, the mysterious young man from the East, the brother exclaimed excitedly. The elder's smile faltered, as he promptly raised his bid by $100. Tang Songyuan, maintaining his composure, stated, $2,800. Given the immense value of the 2 Picasso paintings, he was unfazed by the prospect of spending $10,000 to secure the warehouse. $3,000, the elder exchanged a glance with his wife, inhaling deeply before making his offer. $3,001. Tang Songyuan's increments remained modest, yet they exerted considerable pressure on the elder couple. This handsome Chinese man exuded an air of calmness that unsettled them. $3,300. The elder's forehead began to glisten with sweat, clearly feeling the strain of his bid. Tang Songyuan, unflustered, replied, $3,400. With a sigh of relief, the elder looked at his wife and shook his head in resignation, choosing to withdraw. After 3 rounds of bidding, Jamie declared the warehouse belongs to Tang Songyuan. With a gentle smile, Tang Songyuan glanced at the quietly observing Lu Qinglu before approaching Jamie to settle the payment. He then imitated Mark and the others by publicly closing the rolling shutter door. Once all the warehouses had been auctioned off, he would return to commence his treasure hunt. 3005 is undoubtedly a bargain. Franco, who had yet to participate in the bidding, approached Tang Songyuan and whispered. Tang Songyuan chuckled softly, responding, "Great minds think alike. I see potential in what they see, and I am no exception." As the 4th warehouse opened, a foul stench immediately permeated the air. Once the door fully swung open, the crowd recoiled, eager to distance themselves. The warehouse was crammed with rubbish, clearly designated as a dumping ground, rendering it utterly devoid of value in the eyes of treasure hunters. Unsurprisingly, even the starting bid of $50 attracted no interest, prompting Jamie to move on to the next unit. The subsequent 3 warehouses proved similarly uninspiring, all serving as refused disposal points. The eighth warehouse fared slightly better, being acquired by the brother for $400. The ninth contained various items of indiscernible worth and was purchased by the elder white couple for $550. The 10th and final warehouse of the day was not even opened by Jamie, who stood at the entrance, addressing the throng of treasure hunters with a wry smile. As per tradition, we leave the last warehouse unopened. Perhaps it is filled to the brim with refuse, or maybe it conceals valuable treasures. It all depends on your luck. The starting bid is $100. Let the bidding commence. This time, Tang Songyuan was the first to bid, maintaining his calm demeanor as he announced his offer. $150. Chapter 70. Cash in hand, the last warehouse held a particularly intriguing surprise. Even before the door opened, Tang Songyuan utilized his enhanced vision to assess the situation within. Outside, a neat row of wooden boxes lined the entrance, each containing a variety of firearms. These weapons were well preserved, still coated in gun oil, and upon cursory inspection, he counted 8 of varying lengths. Additionally, there were corresponding bullets, roughly 500 rounds of different calibers, all carefully sealed in oil paper. Deeper inside, he spotted an array of tools, some brand new and unopened. What astonished Tang Songyuan the most were the 5 large barrels, tightly wrapped in deep blue oilcloth. Inside those barrels lay neatly bundled stacks of $100 bills. A rough estimation suggested there was no less than $5 million in cash. Could this truly belong to a flour merchant? Tang Songyuan mused, as the crowd began to place small bids, incrementing by $5 or $10, as if they were merely engaging in a game of chance. To merely unearth trash is one thing. However, should one inadvertently discover something of substantial value, it is conceivable that one could strike it rich, a gamble worth taking, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. The warehouse is not something Tang Songyuan would relinquish easily. He, too, wishes to join the throng of treasure hunters, occasionally inserting himself into the bidding fray. $250, $260, $270. Many treasure seekers today have left empty-handed, and this final warehouse blind box is evidently their last glimmer of hope. At this moment, everyone is fervently placing bids, causing the price to swell like a rising tide. Soon, it reaches the significant threshold of $500. Yet $500 is essentially the limit for most treasure hunters. Even though many have yielded no rewards, the likelihood of uncovering a room filled with rubbish in such warehouse treasure hunts is indeed quite high. Should they truly stumble upon nothing but refuse, not only would they lose their investment, but they would also incur additional costs for disposal. Tang Songyuan remains unflustered, raising his bid to $505. As anticipated, the treasure hunters begin to concede, with some even departing the auction site, opting to return home. Tang Songyuan feels a surge of confidence, but unexpectedly, another voice emerges. $550 upon turning. He sees Mark, the disruptor. He surmises that Mark has discerned his interest in this warehouse and has come deliberately to inflate the price. However, Tang Songyuan is not the least bit irked. Instead, he offers Mark a smile and counters with $600. This very smile causes Mark's heart to skip a beat. He suspects a trap awaits him, hesitating momentarily before ultimately retreating in disappointment. He has already succeeded in annoying Tang Songyuan, achieving his petty objective, and feels quite satisfied. With Mark, the last of the disruptors, vanquished, no one remains to contest Tang Songyuan, and Jamie reluctantly announces that the dominion over this warehouse now belongs to Tang Songyuan for the next 24 hours. The moment of unboxing has arrived. Old Billy, in a less than jovial mood, opens warehouse number 1. He had not intended to bid on this one, but Mark's underhanded tactics ensnared him at the last moment. As he removes the tattered cloths covering the antiquated furniture, his heart sinks at the sight. A 3-legged chair, a tattered sofa, and the only intact table, which is not even an authentic medieval dining table. One can easily deduce that given the relatively short history of the West, spanning merely 200 years, encountering genuine medieval furniture would be exceedingly unlikely. These are merely replicas fashioned in the medieval style. And the materials used are quite ordinary how splendid. These furnishings must be worth a fortune. Mark, who secured warehouse number 2, is in no rush to unveil his treasures and deliberately comes over to taunt him. Billy scoffs dismissively, retorting, "I think this wood is quite fine. I can always take it home to burn in my fireplace, can't I?" Mark bursts into laughter, ridiculing, "Oh, how impressive, old Billy! Look over there. Perhaps that wall clock is an antique worth $1,000 or $2. Billy catches sight of the half-damaged wall clock and feels an overwhelming urge to punch Mark in the face. Even the sultry woman beside Mark can no longer tolerate his taunts and tugs at him, attempting to steer him back to inspect his own warehouse. Just then, Billy's eyes brighten as he seems to spot something of value. He shifts some of the obstructive, dilapidated furniture and discovers a battered cardboard box tucked away in the far left corner. The bottom of the box is slightly torn, revealing a brown-black stool leg. With a few swift motions, Billy tears open the box and extracts a small, albeit intact, stool that appears quite exquisite. "Pah, look at this. Mark, have you ever seen anything like it?" Mark looks utterly bewildered, while Billy continues rummaging in the corner, uncovering a larger cardboard box. "I knew it. This must be a set," he exclaims with excitement. Mark sneers. "Stop the charade, old Billy. What a piece of junk you found," Billy retorts with a cold laugh, then opens the second box, retrieving a scaled-down wooden piano. The wooden piano, alongside the petite stool, is both elegant and reminiscent of a child's toy. "Do you know I run an antique shop?" Billy boasts. Without waiting for Mark's response, he continues, "Despite its diminutive size, this piano model was crafted to persuade buyers, necessitating that its design and details mirror those of an original. Even the material must be Honduran rosewood. Though it's merely a model, it could fetch a price of at least $10,000. If this piano proves to be a rare edition, the price could soar even higher. Acquired for $2,500, I stand to profit $7,500. The more jubilant Billy becomes, the grimmer Mark's expression grows. He has no doubt that old Billy is truthful, given his reputation as an established treasure hunter and adept antique dealer. Furthermore, he can find no flaw in Billy's statements. Even Tang Songyuan had overlooked this, having seen the model earlier, mistaking it for a child's plaything and thus missing out on this intriguing antique model. Had it been a genuine piano, he might have taken a closer look and searched online for its value. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan refrains from immediately diving into the treasure hunt. He has enlisted Franco to arrange a truck, intending to pack up the contents of both warehouses and gradually open them in a secure location. After all, just the cash alone is enough to pique envy, not to mention the two original works by Picasso. While the trio awaits, the Black brothers excitedly approach Franco. "Hey, my dear Franco, help us appraise these two treasures." Chapter 71. Stay low-key. Yuri Jean presents two items, one a pocket watch, the other resembling a flat flask. Franco Lee examines them closely, responding nonchalantly, "This pocket watch likely dates back to World War II. Though it's not in great condition. It might be worth $20 for this flask. It's also from the World War II era, probably around $50. The Black brothers are momentarily disheartened, with Yuri Jean lamenting, "Oh, what a stroke of bad luck today. I had hoped to uncover something valuable in the warehouse, but the outcome is so disappointing." He then turns to Tang Song, asking, "Hey, brother, aren't you going to open your warehouse to search for treasures? Do you need our assistance?" Through the translation by Lu Qinglu, Tang Songyuan smiles gently, courteously declining, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have asked Franco to arrange a truck and workers. We will pack everything up and sort through it later." Yuri Jin responds, "What a pity. Franco, my good friend, could you come over and assist us? We're really struggling to find anything worthwhile." Franco glances at Tang Songyuan, who gestures for him to go ahead. With a sigh, he follows the Black brothers. Meanwhile, Mark has opened his own warehouse. He first discards the broken chairs that are missing limbs and then inspects the intact table. This table is in fairly good condition and could fetch around $40 to $50 in the secondhand market. This remark is directed at the sultry woman, yet her expression reveals no joy. Instead, she looks somewhat melancholic, saying, "Mark, do you still not think there's enough junk piling up at home?" Mark, unfazed, retorts, "Those aren't junk. They re-old items being repurposed. Eventually, they realize their value. At that moment, Mark has already opened several cardboard boxes, unearthing a collection of damaged toys, and even after rummaging to the bottom, he finds nothing of worth. Frustrated, he tosses two broken toys back into the box. The sultry woman chides, "Don't take it out on them. Who knows, they could turn into something valuable one day." Mark, filled with irritation, continues his search. He meticulously digs through wooden boxes, cardboard boxes, storage containers, and the large black plastic bags. They contain either worthless trinkets or outright garbage. When he opens the big black plastic bags, the soiled bed linens inside are enough to make the sultry woman feel nauseated. This is intolerable. The once eager helper has now lost all patience, abandoning the items and striding straight for the exit. Mark pays her no mind, focusing instead on the heavy safe in the back. This is his last glimmer of hope, and he firmly believes that within this safe lies something of great value. Perhaps even cached, he attempts to move it, but quickly realizes its considerable weight. Estimating it to be around 60 to 70 kilograms, Mark's heart leaps with excitement. He believes he has found the treasure. The most valuable item in this warehouse must be contained within that safe. Regrettably, the girl has already departed, and this good news cannot be shared with anyone. He exerted considerable effort to move the safe from within, then procured a crowbar and other tools, preparing to force it open. After nearly an hour of relentless toil, alternating between manual and electric tools, the enormous safe was finally pried open. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Mark opened the door, only to find it utterly empty. The weight of the safe was attributed to the concrete blocks encased within its iron shell. Cursing under his breath, an irate Mark kicked the safe, but in doing so, he slipped and landed unceremoniously in a heap of clutter. To make matters worse, he had inadvertently disassembled a wooden crate that contained a protruding nail. Ouch! The nail pierced his backside, causing blood to flow profusely and eliciting cries of pain from him. His anguished yells attracted Billy, who, upon observing the disheveled scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh, God bless, Mark. Weren't you just a bit too arrogant? Look at you now." Meanwhile, Franco's truck had arrived, and several workers disembarked to assist in loading all the items from Tang Songyuan's 2 warehouses. Throughout the entire process, Tang Songyuan was vigilantly overseeing, particularly ensuring that the workers did not unwrap the tarps covering the large barrels. As for the 2 genuine Picassos, he personally collected them, placing them into a large cloth bag for transport. An hour later, Franco brought the 2 men to a secluded house on the outskirts. Nestled near mountains and water, this was originally Franco's personal retreat for leisure and entertainment, spacious and discreet. Upon disembarking, Franco, puzzled, inquired, "Songyuan, I fail to understand why you insist on a private location for unboxing." Tang Songyuan, observing the workers carefully unloading, explained, "Perhaps I simply prefer to maintain a low profile." He handed the bag he had been holding to Franco Lee, saying, "Please, take a look at this." Franco, his expression skeptical, withdrew the frame from within and, upon his first glance, was rendered speechless. "This is an original Picasso. My heavens, it's truly a masterpiece, and there are 2. Tang Songyuan shrugged, stating, "This is precisely why I advocate for discretion." Liu Qinglu also approached curiously, peering over, and remarked, somewhat perplexed, "What a chaotic depiction, a bull-headed figure with 3 eyes." Franco, placing a hand on his chest to calm his racing heart, exclaimed in a hushed yet fervent tone, "This is Picasso, the most representative artist of 20th century modern art. Each of his works carries immense artistic value and cultural significance." Liu Qinglu scoffed, "Apologies, but I truly cannot appreciate it." After a brief interval, the workers completed the unloading. Tang Songyuan settled their wages and the driver's transport fees, and once they had all departed, he began to inventory with Franco. They began with the items from warehouse number 3. Among the various brand new sneakers, there were approximately 100 pairs. Franco estimated each pair to be worth around $50, placing the total value of these sneakers at over $5,000. Signed pairs could be worth at least 10 times that, and the pair signed by both Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal was estimated to be worth at least $8,000, if not more. After all, the Black Mamba's signature had become a collector's item. Chapter 72. Must leave. In addition to the sneakers, there were thousands of trading cards housed in storage boxes, encompassing various types and series. Some were autographed, while others were limited editions. Franco roughly estimated these cards to be worth $30,000, and Tang Songyuan did not dispute it. "Wow, here are some classic toys," exclaimed Franco as he opened the next storage box. Tang Songyuan was equally astonished, pondering how such outdated toys could be valuable. The oversized storage box contained roughly 40 to 50 assorted toys, and there were 4 such boxes in total. They included model airplanes, tank models, miniature trains, and more, and despite their age, these toys were generally well preserved with minimal damage. Additionally, the bottom of the boxes held numerous unopened, well-packaged toy models. Franco's eyes glistened with excitement as he said, "You might not realize, But in Western countries, certain sports cards and original toys can be quite valuable. He lifted an unopened toy box, stating, "This is from the Wizard of Oz series, nearly a collector's item now, likely fetching $200 to $300 easily. And this one is from Titans, and there's Green Lantern, and of course, Thor and the Incredible Hulk." Franco meticulously explained each item to Tang Songyuan, who felt as though his eyes had been opened to a new world. It was hardly surprising that he was lacking in knowledge. He had seldom played with such toys during his childhood, and when he did, they were mostly homemade. After another rough calculation, the toys from Warehouse No. 3 alone were worth at least $50,000. As for the two Picasso originals, Franco hesitated to assign a value, suggesting that Tang Songyuan have them auctioned instead, as only an auction could maximize their worth. Next, they moved on to the items from Warehouse No. 10. As soon as the wooden box was opened, Franco was taken aback. Although firearms were not prohibited in many places in the West, the sudden appearance of an M4 from within the box quickened his heartbeat. Having previously served as an informant for Lu Qinglu, he was particularly sensitive to firearms. "Oh, damn," he cursed. "What on earth is this doing here?" Tang Songyuan pointed to a similarly styled box below, saying, "How would I know? I only just arrived in the West yesterday." Their commotion drew Lu Qinglu closer, who furrowed her brow and remarked, "This warehouse can't possibly belong to some criminals, can it?" "Not possibly, it definitely is," Franco exclaimed, having opened the remaining boxes to reveal 8 firearms of varying lengths, all neatly arranged alongside sealed ammunition. He murmured, "This firepower is sufficient for a small-scale shootout." Lu Qinglu picked up a rifle, inspecting it before aiming it at the large barrels, saying, "Now I'm quite curious about what's inside those barrels. Could it possibly be flour?" Franco shuddered at the thought of such a large quantity of flour, which was an unsettling image. The three gathered around as Tang Songyuan personally unwrapped the tightly sealed tarp. Upon peeling back a corner and glimpsing the greenish hue, Franco sighed in relief. Thank goodness. It's not flour. However, when Tang Songyuan fully unveiled the contents, he realized that what lay inside was even more terrifying than flour. The barrels were filled to the brim with neatly stacked bundles of cash. Franco's eyes nearly bulged out as he stared blankly at Tang Song, asking, "Please tell me the other barrels are also filled with cash." Tang Songyuan approached and opened all the barrels, confirming that they were indeed stuffed with wads of cash. "Damn it, seal them up quickly," Franco shouted, his anxiety evident. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced back and forth, agitatedly muttering, "How could there be so much cash? Whose money is this? This is a problem, a huge problem." At that moment, Lu Qinglu interjected. "Earlier, I overheard the Black brothers discussing a flour merchant named Adel, whose warehouse is just over there. However, it seems he has been arrested." Franco's gaze sharpened, murmuring, "Adel, Adel." He then paused, stating, "You all wait here. I'll go find out more." With that, he walked over to a nearby tree and began dialing a number. Lu Qinglu raised an eyebrow. Pulling over a chair to sit down, she cast a scrutinizing glance at Tang Songyuan, whose calm demeanor made him feel a bit uneasy. "Seems you know there are valuable items inside?" "Not at all," Tang Song quickly denied. "This is purely coincidental. We arrived in Los Angeles together the day before yesterday, and you've been with me the entire time. If I hadn't come, would someone else not have auctioned it off?" Lu Qinglu found some logic in his reasoning, albeit limited. "So, your luck seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? You won the lottery back home, and now in the West, you stumble upon this treasure trove of cash and a couple of Picasso paintings." Tang Songyuan scratched his head, saying, "Well, they can't really be called masterpieces." As they conversed, Franco returned from his phone call, alleviating Tang Songyuan's discomfort under Lu Qinglu's scrutiny. "I just made a discreet inquiry. It seems a major drug lord has indeed been apprehended recently, but I can't be certain that these items belong to him." Lu Qinglu stood, asserting, "Better to err on the side of caution, Songyuan. We must leave the West immediately." Tang Songyuan exclaimed anxiously, "But what about all these items? With such a plethora of resources and cash, he cannot possibly transport all of it." Lu Qinglu remarked, "You needn't worry about this. Franco is an expert in this domain and is trustworthy. He can assist you in managing it effectively." Franco nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you needn't fret about the cash. After I tally it, I will transfer it to your UBS account. However, as per usual, there may be a handling fee of 5 to 10%. Tang Songyuan understood the necessity of the fee. Recognizing the sensitivity of his current identity, burdened with such a substantial amount of cash, he found himself unable to exit the country. He promptly responded, "That is not an issue. I appreciate your assistance." Franco smiled slightly and replied, "It is all part of the job. Once I assess the value of the remaining items, I will ensure they are all sent to you, and I will have Miss Liu relay the inventory list to you." Tang Songyuan nodded. "All right, no problem. I also entrust you with the auction of the artwork." Franco. Chapter 73. The exchange of meteorites. Initially, he had contemplated participating in the suitcase treasure hunt and had been eagerly anticipating the container treasure hunt. While the prospect of financial gain was enticing, Tang Songyuan also found these treasure-seeking activities quite enjoyable. Yet, plans are often outpaced by unforeseen circumstances. The warehouse opened today was exceedingly sensitive, containing not only firearms but also a significant amount of cash, which could inadvertently lead to further complications. Given that he and Lu Qinglu were currently utilizing false passports for illegal entry, it was indeed prudent for them to exercise greater discretion. The three hurriedly loaded the valuable items onto the pickup truck, temporarily placing the less valuable ones inside the house. They sped towards Franco's antique shop. Inside the vehicle, Franco, while driving, remarked, "Songyuan, please do not take our caution amiss. In our line of work, one must be prudent, indeed. Even more so." Tang Songyuan nodded in understanding, stating, "I do not hold it against you. In truth, my primary objective in coming to the West is to conduct the transaction for the iron meteorite. Everything else is merely a diversion. As long as I can earn some money and derive joy from the experience, I am already quite content." Franco chuckled lightly, saying, "I merely worry you might harbor regrets, considering you registered for the suitcase treasure hunt, which is set to commence in just 2 days. Tang Songyuan laughed heartily, replying, "What is there to lament? My gains from this trip are already substantial. As long as Miss Liu and I can return home safely, it will be a perfect journey. Conversely, I find myself somewhat concerned. Will your safety be compromised once we depart?" "Haha," Franco laughed heartily, "you need not worry. I have my own means of survival." Tang Songyuan fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. Upon returning to the shop, they engaged in another round of moving, until all items were safely inside. Franco dismissed his employees and then retrieved the piece of iron meteorite known as Cupid's Heart, completing the final transaction with Tang Songyuan within the shop. With the meteorite in hand, Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu returned to the hotel to pack their belongings before heading directly to the airport. Although the atmosphere was somewhat tense and urgent, they navigated the situation without incident. The iron meteorite in Tang Songyuan's possession was not a prohibited item, allowing them to pass through security smoothly. At 2 p.m. local time in Los Angeles, the two boarded their flight home as planned. As the plane took off, Tang Songyuan gazed out of the window at Los Angeles International Airport, casting a glance at the bustling Long Beach port, reflecting that although he had not fully indulged in the experience this time, he would certainly return in the future, this time with a sense of purpose and confidence, ready to earn his keep. After nearly 18 hours of flight, Tang Songyuan once again found himself in the magical city. As he exited the airport, Lu Qinglu bid him farewell. "Having accompanied you back on this journey, we are even now." Tang Songyuan, carrying the backpack containing the iron meteorite, raised an eyebrow lightly, saying, "Did you not mention last time that the metal could be sought when needed?" Lu Qinglu retorted, "That must be in a very urgent situation. And it may pertain to national security. I will provide you with a contact number shortly. Reach out to me if necessary." Tang Songyuan smiled slightly and replied, "All right." After parting ways with Lu Qinglu, Tang Songyuan dialed an ICC's number to inform her of his return and to inquire about her whereabouts. "Oh, you're back so soon, Junior. Did you bring back a handsome foreigner for your senior sister?" An ICC's voice remained as enchanting as ever. Tang Songyuan felt an involuntary twitch at his temples, not responding to the question about a foreigner, but instead asking, "I'm nearly done here. Are you not planning to return?" An ICC replied, "It hasn't even been a month since I left. I still wish to enjoy myself for a little while longer." Tang Songyuan sighed, "Then enjoy yourself. My sister is about to take her college entrance exam, so I must return home for a few days. Notify me when you're ready to return." "What? You're going back home? I must accompany you." An ICC suddenly became animated. "Wait for me. I'm buying a ticket to fly back immediately." With that, she hung up, leaving Tang Songyuan bemused. What does it mean that she must accompany him back home? This girl must truly be unwell. She is likely concocting some grand scheme. But that was a matter for later. He needed to retrieve the iron meteorite first. Tang Songyuan promptly hailed a taxi, negotiated the route and fare with the driver, and then headed towards Huanxi Jianlu, where Huang Xingde resided. As he sat in the car, Tang Songyuan contemplated that he indeed ought to obtain a driver's license soon. It had been nearly a month since he first applied, yet he remained stuck on the first subject. Huang Xingde's Jianlu appeared unchanged. Nestled among the mountains, the surrounding trees were lush and verdant. The pebblestone path within Jianlu was sprinkled with a few fallen leaves, creating a unique ambience. Tang Songyuan exited the car, instructed the driver, and then entered Jianlu with his backpack. Following the pebblestone path, he once again beheld the house made of blue bricks, yet Huang Xingde was nowhere to be seen. "Master Huang," Tang Songyuan called out loudly. Before long, Huang Xingde appeared at the door, dressed in a coarse blue garment. A fleeting look of confusion crossed his face as he spoke. "It's you?" Tang Songyuan replied. "Indeed. It is I, Master Huang. I have brought the 4 kilograms of iron meteorite you requested." With that, he stepped forward and retrieved the meteorite he had brought back from the west from his backpack. "You truly found it?" Huang Xingde expressed disbelief. Had it really been less than 20 days since Tang Songyuan completed the task? Nevertheless, he accepted the 4-kilogram meteorite from Tang Songyuan, examining it closely before revealing a satisfied smile and nodding. "It is indeed a meteorite. Wait a moment. I will fetch my piece." He placed the meteorite on the ground and hurried inside. Less than 2 minutes later, Huang Xingde returned, holding another piece of meteorite. Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision to confirm it was indeed the extraterrestrial meteorite containing the mysterious orb. His face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Master Huang, I have fulfilled your request. The 4 kilograms of iron meteorite is more than sufficient. Let us complete the transaction now." However, Huang Xingde hesitated, saying, "Please wait a moment." Chapter 74. Roll switch at the critical moment. Huang Xingde hesitated, which left Tang Songyuan feeling displeased, wondering if there was some unforeseen complication. Noticing Tang Songyuan's discontent, Huang Xingde quickly clarified, "Oh, I do not mean to retract my offer. I merely wish to point out that my meteorite weighs just over a kilogram. While yours is over 4 kilograms, I cannot bear to let an honest person suffer a loss." Realizing his misunderstanding, Tang Songyuan laughed. "This is merely my own choice, Master Huang. There is no need for you to feel any discomfort." Huang Xingde shook his head and then entered the house once more. When he emerged, he was cradling a beautifully sheathed sword. He said, "How about this? This is a high-quality sword I forged last year and have been reluctant to sell. Today, I will gift it to you, compensating for the excess weight of the meteorite." Seeing Tang Songyuan still hesitating, he added sternly, "What? Do you look down upon this old man's crafted sword?" Tang Songyuan quickly responded, No, Master Huang. You have misunderstood. I admire your exceptional skills and noble character. How could I possibly look down on it?" With that, he extended his hands to accept the sword from Huang Xingde, saying, "I must express my gratitude for your generosity. Master Huang. In the future, I will make it a point to visit more often." With the transaction completed, Tang Songyuan bade farewell, departing with the meteorite and sword. He climbed into the waiting taxi, taking advantage of the remaining daylight to return to the magical city. After so many twists and turns, he had finally obtained the extraterrestrial meteorite. However, Tang Songyuan did not intend to open it immediately. Who could say what extraordinary phenomena might occur upon its unveiling? He resolved to wait until he returned home to Blue City or to Rueli before attempting to unlock its secrets. 2 hours later, Tang Songyuan arrived at Hangzhou Airport to greet an ICC, who had just flown in. Upon spotting Tang Songyuan, the girl rushed over with exuberance. A fragrant breeze enveloping the AI art. NICC wrapped her arms around his neck, catching him off guard. "Oh, junior disciple, you are truly heartless, leaving your senior sister to frolic alone for so long. Honestly, did you think of me?" This girl was acting quite whimsically. Tang Songyuan could hardly recall such intimate familiarity with her. He instinctively shrank away, breaking free from NICC's embrace, and said, "Senior sister, please, there are so many people around." NICC raised an eyebrow, playfully retorting, "What is there to fear? We haven't done anything scandalous. Come, let your senior sister have a look. Oh dear, our little Yuan has lost weight recently. When we return home, I shall prepare some delicious food for you." Tang Songyuan replied, "I was planning to head back to my hometown in Lancheng. Perhaps you should return to Rueli first." "Absolutely not," NICC pouted. shaking her head. I hurried back from Sonya just to hear you mention your return home. I am curious to see what your hometown is like. The delightful yet teasing tone nearly made Tang Songyun's resolve crumble. All right, let us go now, he conceded, preparing to purchase tickets to Lancheng, and ICC followed closely behind, exclaiming, "Oh, junior disciple, weren't you supposed to exchange for some iron meteorites? Aren't you going to do that now?" Tang Songyun replied without looking back, "It's already been taken care of." By 8 in the evening, Tang Songyun and an ICC arrived in Lancheng, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and pulling an ICC suitcase. She affectionately linked her arm with his, exclaiming with excitement, "Wow, is this Lancheng? It looks quite nice." Tang Songyun felt a pang of annoyance, with 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead, and said, "Senior sister, could you please speak more politely?" Feigning surprise, an ICC then adopted a haughty tone, saying, "Oh, it seems junior disciple does not enjoy this role. Perhaps I shall change into black stockings later, so you are playing dress-up." Tang Songyun chose to ignore her. Ever since leaving Rueli, her antics had only intensified. They took a cab back home, arriving at 9 o'clock at night. As he opened the door to his home, he spotted his younger sister, Wei Qing, diligently working on her homework under the lamp. Hearing the door creak, she was momentarily startled, but upon recognizing Tang Songyun's face, her expression transformed into sheer delight as she cried, "Brother!" She leapt up and dashed towards him, ready to leap into his arms. However, upon noticing an ICC trailing behind, her momentum halted abruptly. Tang Songyun ushered in the luggage and affectionately ruffled Wei Qing's hair, introducing, "This is my senior sister, an ICC. You can call her that too." Turning to an ICC, he added, "Senior sister, this is my sister Wei Qing, my only family in this world." An ICC, displaying her characteristic warmth, entered with a gentle smile and took Wei Qing's hand, saying softly, "So you are Wei Qing, the sister I've often heard about from Little Yuan. I didn't bring a gift for our first meeting, but this bracelet I've worn for over 10 years. I shall give to you today." As she spoke, she effortlessly slipped off her jade bracelet and placed it on Wei Qing's wrist. Tang Songyun's eyes widened in disbelief. The icy green bracelet was worth at least $1 million. Wei Qing, taken aback by the gesture, quickly removed it, stammering, "Senior sister, this is too precious." Tang Songyun interjected. "She is even of age yet, and she is still in school. Wearing something so valuable is quite appropriate." An ICC, however, proudly replied, "Once I give a gift, I do not take it back. Besides, it doesn't have to be worn every day. She can keep it safe and wear it when needed. And you know well that we have plenty of these at home." "Many even better." After surveying the room, she inquired, "Which room will I be sleeping in?" Tang Songyun, no longer hesitating, led an ICC to his room, saying, "The old house is a bit cramped. Tonight it would be best for you to sleep in my room while I take the couch. Or if you prefer," he added, "I can find you a hotel." An ICC examined his room, tidy yet modest, and a teasing smile crept across her face as she asked, "Junior disciple, have you engaged in any scandalous acts in this room?" A bead of sweat formed on Tang Songyun's forehead as he glanced at Wei Qing, saying, "My sister is here. Please refrain from discussing inappropriate topics." Raising an eyebrow, an ICC then took Wei Qing's hand again, asking, "Sister, may I sleep with you tonight?" Wei Qing, unable to refuse, nodded in agreement. An ICC grinned, saying, "I heard you're having your college entrance examination in a few days. I didn't finish that airplane meal. So how about I treat you to barbecue?" She then feigned concern. "I wonder if the barbecue in Lancheng is any good." Chapter 75. Funds received. Barbecue in itself was no great matter, but considering Wei Qing's imminent examination, Tang Songyun declined, stating, "It takes hours to go and come back, and Wei Qing needs to adjust her schedule. It's not wise to stay up late. Aren't you also accustomed to an early bedtime? Let us wait until her exams are over." After a moment's thought, an ICC conceded, "All right, I am a bit tired after flying thousands of kilometers today. Can you lead your elder sister to freshen up?" Wei Qing nodded in agreement, guiding an ICC to the restroom. Meanwhile, Tang Songyun's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Lu Qinglu. He answered, and Lu Qingliu's emotionless voice came through. "Hello." Tang Songyun responded, "It's me. What is up?" Lu Qinglu continued, "Franco has completed the inventory of your warehouse items, and the funds have been processed. Shall I send you the list now?" To Tang Songyun's surprise, Franco's efficiency was commendable. He felt a surge of joy and replied, "All right, thank you for your trouble." Shortly after hanging up, Lu Qinglu sent over the list. Upon opening it, Tang Songyuan saw that Franco had meticulously detailed the quantities and prices in Chinese. 103 pairs of branded sneakers, each priced at $50. While the actual selling price was over $100, the buyer had to account for sales costs, store costs, and delivery pressures. Not to mention making a profit, which Tang Songyuan understood. 6 pairs of signed sneakers were priced at $800 each, and Franco offered $12,000 for the pair signed by Kobe and O'Neill. Just the sneakers in Warehouse 1 were worth approximately $22,000. Various sports cards totaled $30,000, and the classic toys and collectibles amassed over $50,000. This didn't even include the 2 genuine Picasso pieces set for auction. Next was Warehouse 10, containing firearms and other valuable tools, totaling $30,000. Then came the substantial cash amount. Franco had carefully counted, revealing over $7 million in cash across 5 large barrels. Even after deducting a 5% fee, there remained over $6 million, nearing $7 million. Tang Songyuan was elated. This trip to the West had proven highly fruitful, and he vowed to return when the opportunity arose. He then checked his UBS account balance, and upon seeing the figure, his spirits soared. 637, 288.81. The unit was in dollars. This was after deducting over $1 million spent on acquiring iron meteorites. Otherwise, his 3-day trip would have netted nearly $10 million. He wondered how much those 2 Picasso paintings would fetch. With that thought, he rummaged through his backpack, examining the piece of meteorite before placing it, along with the sword gifted by Huang Xingde, under his bed. Tomorrow, he would devise a plan to buy a cutting machine and transfer all the funds from his UBS account to a domestic bank card. Given the current exchange rate, over $7 million would convert to more than 50 million yuan. He even called Lu Qinglu to ask if she wanted a share, only to be met with a blunt refusal. The next morning, breakfast was prepared by an ICC. By the time Tang Songyuan rose, there was already a bowl of rice porridge and a perfectly fried egg waiting for him. Moreover, he noticed that after one night, NICC and Wei Qing had grown quite close. While NICC was cooking, Wei Qing was attentively assisting her. Their quiet conversations were punctuated by Wei Qing's soft laughter. "What are you two chatting about?" Tang Songyuan asked curiously. "Nothing much." Wei Qing turned and made a silly face at him, saying, "Hurry and wash up for breakfast." The rice porridge was thick and creamy, although it was made from ordinary rice. Tang Songyuan could still savor the subtle aroma of rice within. The fried egg was cooked to perfection, and with a single bite, Tang Songyuan savored the runny yolk. "Brother, did sister and I say that after my college entrance examination, you would take me to Rueli? Is that true?" Wei Qing inquired joyfully while enjoying her breakfast. Tang Songyuan nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed, I have already rented a place there. Once you finish your exams, I will take you there." "That's wonderful," Wei Qing exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement. She waved her arms and continued, "To be honest, I have never left Blue City my entire life." Tang Songyuan affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Silly girl, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I am capable now, and you can go wherever your heart desires." Suddenly, an ICC interjected, "What about me? Can I go wherever I want to?" Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes, prepared to tell her that she could go wherever she pleased, but he held his tongue, considering the effort she had put into making breakfast so early. Instead, he said, "Sister also can go wherever she wishes," and ICC straightened her face and said earnestly, "Then I want to go to the sky." Tang Songyuan nearly choked on his porridge, taking a moment to regain his breath. Rubbing his sore chest, he said, "All right, I wish you success soon." After finishing breakfast, Wei Qing hurried off to school. Although classes had ceased before the exams, the atmosphere of learning at school was still more conducive, and she could consult teachers whenever she had questions. Tang Songyuan spent 2 hours resolving issues with the transfer of his Ruobank account. He then prepared to purchase a cutting machine to slice open the meteorite at home and extract the small spheres within. However, he recognized an unavoidable dilemma. An ICC was a hurdle he could not bypass. He certainly could not tell her, "Please step outside for a moment. I need to level up." He decided to endure it for a while longer, planning to find an opportunity once they returned to Rueli. After all, the items were there and would not disappear. "Junior brother, what do you want to eat for lunch?" While he pondered, an impatient NICC called out sweetly from the house. Noticing the lack of ingredients, Tang Songyuan replied, "Please wait for a moment. I will go buy some groceries." "Are we going to the market?" NICC tilted her head and said, "I am quite adept at that." Just wait for me. I will change my clothes with that. She dashed back to her room and reappeared in less than 5 minutes, wearing a beautiful yellow long dress that was quite popular on Douyin. The dress, as light as gossamer, perfectly hugged Nicece's alluring figure, accentuating her curves, while the high slit revealed glimpses of her fair thigh, igniting the imagination. Tang Songyun felt a shiver run down his spine as he asked, "Is that what you're wearing to the market?" Nicece seemed to misunderstand his concern and replied, "Is it against the law to wear this to the market?" Chapter 76. Preparing for the auction. 3 days swiftly passed. Wei Qing successfully completed her college entrance examination. Tang Songyun, like many parents, waited at the school gate, while Nicece held a beautifully arranged bouquet of Gypsophila.as students emerged from the examination hall. Tang Songyun felt as tranquil as a father watching over his child. Though he could not claim to be affluent, he had accumulated over 90 million in bank savings, nearing a small target. Thus, he felt no anxiety regarding Wei Qing's exam results. Naturally, it would be even better if she could secure admission to a prestigious school, brother. Wei Qing spotted the two from a distance and quickly ran over. Laughing, "Ha! From today onwards, I am finally liberated." Nicece smiled gently and presented her with the bouquet, saying, "Indeed, congratulations, little sister." Wei Qing, overjoyed, hugged the bouquet tightly and linked arms with Tang Songyun and Nicece, exclaiming, "Let us go. Let us go. Today, I want to eat well, drink well, and have fun. I must make up for the 3 years I missed." Tang Songyun chuckled, 3 years? With 9 years of compulsory education and 3 years of high school. That's actually 12 years. On the following afternoon, Tang Songyun, accompanied by Nicece and Wei Qing, returned to Ruili after a long journey. He first settled Wei Qing into his rented apartment, placing her luggage before escorting Nicece back home. Just then, Dahong was at home, seated in the tea room, lost in thought as he watched the steam rising from the kettle. Tang Songyun immediately greeted, "Master," and Nicece followed suit, calling out sweetly, "Grandfather," and Dahong looked up. A smile gracing his face as he responded, "You're back, come and sit." And Nicece dashed over, linking her arm with his, and cheerfully asked, "Grandfather, have you missed me after so long?" And Dahong replied, "Miss you? Not at all. I have been so happy without you buzzing in my ear every day." "You're lying." And Nicece pouted playfully, "You clearly missed me. You usually don't drink this type of tea. Let me get you some Lao Banjiang that's the real deal, with a richer aroma." With that, she dashed off, and Tang Songyun took out the sword gifted by Huang Xingda, saying, "Master, I brought you a small gift this time. I hope you like it." He had seen the sword, and Huang Xingda's craftsmanship was indeed exquisite. However, he was more eager for the sword forged from meteorite material, which he had brought from afar. It would be wonderful if that could be crafted into a sword. For now, this one would suffice for Dahong, especially given the unwavering support he had received during their acquaintance. Dahong calmly accepted the sword, drew it to inspect, and flicked the blade with his finger, producing a sound akin to a gentle chime. "Indeed, it is a fine sword. You have been thoughtful." Returning the sword to its sheath, Dahong placed it flat on the table and looked at Tang Songyun, saying, "Come sit here and share what you've gained during your time away." Tang Songyun was momentarily taken aback, unsure of where to begin. This trip had led him to the magic capital, where he participated in a prestigious auction, selling a nugget of gold and earning nearly 40 million. He then traveled to Papua New Guinea, where he confronted several traders and reclaimed the lost Nine-Dragon sword. Afterward, he opened blind boxes in a warehouse in the west. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances and cautious considerations, he might have even opened container blind boxes. However, apart from the nugget of gold, most of it seemed unshareable. "Well, I went to the magic capital to auction a nugget of gold ore." This trip was primarily to attend that auction. After some contemplation, Tang Songyun conveyed the story of how he stumbled upon the nugget of gold and the subsequent auction to Dahong. Upon finishing, Dahong nodded, saying, "A nugget of gold is indeed a fine treasure, and it falls into a category that does not require reporting. If you had found gold bars, coins, or processed gold, those would need to be surrendered to the state. According to regulations, all unidentified buried objects, cultural relics, and mineral resources belong to the state." I recall a news story from 2015 about a Kazakh shepherd who discovered a nugget of gold weighing about 15 pounds by a river or in the desert. Not only did he not have to surrender it, but the local government also stated that if the shepherd wished to sell it, they would purchase it at market value to display in the county museum. If he chose not to sell, he could keep it or dispose of it however he liked. After finishing his explanation, he turned to Tang Songyuan and remarked, "It seems your luck is truly remarkable, Songyuan, to find such a rare treasure." Tang Songyuan chuckled, scratching his head. "I suppose it's just a stroke of good fortune. What are you two discussing so passionately?" Just then, an ICC approached with a box. Sitting next to Tang Songyuan as she prepared a fresh pot of tea for NIDNG, Dahong observed her adept tea-making skills and smiled slightly, saying, "We weren't discussing much. Songyuan, in a few days, there will be a jade auction in Yingjiang. I will take you to see it. The 4 major jade auctions in the country are held in Ruili, Jiayang, Pingzhou, and Yingjiang. Though they differ from Myanmar in scale, quality, and transaction prices, Myanmar's auctions are held only once a year and may even be suspended at times. Meanwhile, domestic auctions can occur multiple times within a year, and their scale grows larger each time, gaining increasing notoriety. Moreover, the Yingjiang Jade Auction is even larger than the Ruili auction, ranking second nationally, only after Pingzhou." Tang Songyuan's eyes brightened at the mention of the auction, as he had been pondering how to surpass the 100 million target. This opportunity had arrived. He eagerly nodded and said, "All right, thank you, master." After enjoying tea and listening to Anai Dahong share some insights about jade, Tang Songyuan prepared to take his leave as evening approached. An ICC offered to keep him for dinner, but Tang Songyuan declined, citing that Wei Qing was still at home. "What's the problem? I can go pick up Sister Wei Qing," as he escorted Tang Songyuan to the door. An ICC expressed her dissatisfaction. Tang Songyuan smiled and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, sister, but Wei Qing has just arrived and is still adjusting. Let her have some time." And ICC let out a huff and remarked, "Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. I am not anyone special to you, nor can I interfere with your affairs." Chapter 77. The new general manager Tang, NICC's expression was one of deep sorrow, her tone reminiscent of a wronged young wife, articulating her grievances with a palpable air of sarcasm. However, Tang Songyuan, having interacted with her for an extended period, harbored profound suspicions that she might be up to some mischief once again. He suggested, "How about next time I treat you to dinner, senior sister?" And ICC tilted her head back and huffed again, saying, "Don't even try it. I will go find her myself tomorrow." Tang Songyuan's eyes brightened at this notion. Thinking to himself that it was indeed a splendid opportunity for him, he chuckled and said, "That's fine, but it won't trouble you, will it, senior sister?" And ICC dismissed his concern lightly, "Not at all. I'd be bored at home anyway." After leaving the Anai residence, Tang Songyuan called Wei Qing out and took her for a stroll and a meal nearby, both to familiarize her with the surroundings and to help alleviate her stress. "Brother, what exactly is your relationship with Sister Anai?" Wei Qing inquired, holding a roasted duck leg in one hand, her mouth glistening with grease from her meal. Tang Songyuan replied, "It's just a typical senior-junior relationship." "What do you think it is?" Wei Qing stated, "But I can't shake the feeling that Sister Anai has some special regard for you. Just look, when we first met, she gifted me such an extravagant bracelet. And she seems to consider you in many matters, although she can be quite eccentric at times. Nevertheless, I sense that she harbors no ill intentions toward either of us. Just focus on your duck leg." Tang Songyuan retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice, "What business is it of yours?" Then, observing Wei Qing's incredulous expression, he realized, "Oh, in a month, you'll be turning 18. No longer a child, at this point." Tang Songyuan felt a sense of gratification. After the passing of his adoptive parents, he had taken on the responsibility of supporting the family, experiencing the bittersweet trials that only he could comprehend. Now, after enduring hardships, Wei Qing had completed her college entrance exams and was on the brink of adulthood. Habitually, he ruffled her hair and said, "When your birthday comes, I'll host a special party for you, inviting everyone you wish to include. How does that sound?" Wei Qing looked up at him and beamed. "Thank you, brother. You're the best." The following morning, an ICC indeed arrived bright and early, happily taking Wei Qing out. Tang Songyuan, on the other hand, took a leisurely ride on his motorcycle around the area. Spending the morning renting a workshop in the Cultural Industry Park. It was technically a transfer rather than a rental. The original owner, named Wu Huan, used to engage in gemstone gambling but had decided to step away from that venture, transferring both the machinery and the workshop to Tang Songyuan. As for the reasons behind the transfer, Tang Songyuan did not inquire further, as it was likely due to disillusionment or operational difficulties. circumstances that had no bearing on him. The workshop covered an area of approximately 180 square meters, featuring 4 or 5 rooms of varying sizes. The workshop was fully licensed, and the tools, including water jet cutters, wire saws, and oil saws, were relatively complete, though most of the original workers had been dismissed. Additionally, some of the machines were somewhat outdated, and Tang Songyuan planned to update them appropriately if he intended to operate long-term. However, given that Rueli was renowned as the capital of jade, numerous shops dealt in these machines and tools. The transfer fee was set at 500,000, inclusive of rent until the end of the year. After some negotiation, Tang Songyuan successfully settled on a price of 450,000. He also requested to meet the former workers, indicating that he might consider hiring them if all was well. Wu Huan made a few phone calls, and ultimately 4 workers showed up. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Ma Tianming, who had been a master craftsman for over a decade, according to Wu Huan. The other 3 were around 30 years old, named Ding Leshan, Lu Helen, and Wang Bing. All 4 were locals from Yunnan province. And despite Tang Songyuan's youth, they showed him no disrespect, only concern regarding their wages. Tang Songyuan inquired, "How are your wages calculated under Boss Wu?" Wu Huan interjected, "Old Ma earns 4,500 a month, while the other 3 earn 3,500. Additionally, Wang Bing stayed at the factory overnight, which entitled him to an extra 300 in pay." Tang Songyuan proposed, "How about this? I'll increase your salaries by 200 based on your previous wages. And depending on the factory's performance by the end of the year, I will provide everyone with a bonus. What do you think?" The 4 workers were immediately elated and nodded in agreement. In this day and age, jobs were hard to come by, and money was not easily earned. Their willingness to respond to Wu Huan's call indicated their desire to continue working, and the new boss not only raised their wages but also promised a year-end bonus. How could they refuse? Tang Songyuan continued, "All right then, for today, let us conclude our meeting. You all may head home, and we'll start work tomorrow. Is there anyone among you who can drive?" Lu Helen raised his hand. "I can drive, but only with a Class C license." Tang Songyuan reassured him, "A Class C license is sufficient. In a few days, I'll purchase a used pickup truck from the second-hand market, and you can take on the role of the factory's driver. I will consider your compensation accordingly." Lu Helen responded eagerly, "All right, Mr. Tang." The 4 workers departed in succession, and Tang Songyuan handed a key to Wang Bing, instructing him to come early the next morning to open the door and tidy up. Tang Songyuan then accompanied Wu Huan to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to process the necessary paperwork, marking the establishment of his first enterprise. The new workshop was renamed Haikisi Jade Industry, and the seal was also replaced. However, he clearly had more pressing matters to attend to. He first returned to Sherdai Jiayuan to retrieve the iron meteorite, then rode his motorcycle to purchase a new metal cutting machine. He was uncertain whether the stone cutting machines would suffice for meteorite cutting, yet the cost was reasonable. He then returned to his workshop. Carefully locking the door, he personally operated the cutting machine to begin his work. Amidst the sparks, Tang Songyuan gradually sliced through the meteorite, occasionally shifting angles to maintain the initial cutting seam, crafting a circular incision while ensuring the mysterious small sphere inside remained unaffected. After half an hour, he finally completed the cut. The modest iron meteorite bore a circular incision and was not entirely severed, leaving approximately a millimeter intact. Tang Songyuan fetched a hammer and a wedge, inserting the iron wedge into the gap and striking it a few times until the dark red-hued iron meteorite split apart. The enigmatic metallic sphere lay quietly on the ground, smooth and rounded, resembling the fitness balls often seen in the hands of elderly men at parks. Filled with anticipation, Tang Songyuan extended his hand to gently touch the surface of the sphere. Indeed, as if drawn by his fingertip, the sphere swiftly merged into his hand. Suddenly, his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness without warning. Chapter 78. High-end shopping. It was unclear how much time had elapsed, but Tang Songyuan finally regained consciousness, curled up on the ground, still in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After a while, he felt his thoughts returning, sitting up to check his phone, which revealed that over 2 hours had passed, and he had missed 2 calls, one from Wei Qing and another from NICC.is. This the completion of an upgrade. Tang Songyuan pondered, hastily activating his perspective vision. The all-encompassing perspective vision enveloped him, revealing that his ability had not changed significantly, but the range of his perception had greatly expanded. Previously limited to a radius of 50 meters, It was now at least double that distance. The depth of his underground vision had also increased substantially, allowing him to see deeper levels. Other abilities, such as magnification, reduction, and identification, remained unchanged. However, it seemed that his physical capabilities had improved somewhat, though he could not quantify the extent of this enhancement. After exerting such effort to achieve a level up, he felt somewhat underwhelmed. Never mind, a slight enhancement is better than none. Perhaps after several more upgrades, the cumulative effect will lead to a qualitative change, and he might experience a sudden transformation. Closing his perspective, Tang Songyuan called Wei Qing. "Brother, what are you doing? I tried calling you but couldn't get through." Wei Qing questioned on the line, adding, "Sister Cece made a lot of delicious food at home. When are you coming back?" Tang Songyuan replied, "Oh, I was caught up in discussions earlier and didn't notice. You all go ahead and eat without worrying about me. We already finished eating," Wei Qing responded. "So when will you be back?" "I'll be back shortly," Tang Songyuan assured before hanging up, brushing off the dust from his clothes and gathering the remaining iron meteorite, considering it might be useful in the future. After locking up the workshop, he rode his motorcycle to the Yuqing market. Now that the factory had been acquired and workers recruited, the next step was to cut stones for profit. Therefore, Tang Songyuan needed to prepare a batch of raw stones. Otherwise, he would be unable to commence work the following day. As for sales channels, he had little to worry about. Whether it was Li Yangqiu's uncle, Song Zhenghua, or Enai Dehong's old friend, He Tai, both could assist him in selling the products. However, as the scale expands in the future, Tang Songyuan must increase more channels for distribution and even consider recruiting additional skilled sculptors to produce finished products. Brother Tang, it has been a long time since we last met." Yuan Jie, with his round face, greeted Tang Songyuan with a cheerful smile upon spotting him. "Brother Tang, where have you been making your fortune lately?" "What fortune?" Tang Songyuan activated his perspective vision, scanning the raw stones in Yuan Jie's shop. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied, "Today, I'm just selecting a few stones to test the waters." "All right," Yuan Jie chuckled, saying, "Feel free to take your time. I promise not to interrupt." Tang Songyuan crouched down, mimicking Enai Dehong's technique as he touched the skin of the rough material, occasionally using a light to observe the stone's reactions. Although he was already well aware of the conditions within the jade, it was essential to follow through with the performance. Simultaneously, he combined his perspective vision with the practical knowledge he had gleaned from Enai Dehong. After nearly an hour, Tang Songyuan chose 8 pieces of jade material. "This will do. Please calculate the total for me." The 8 pieces varied in size, with 5 exhibiting better quality, the finest reaching a high ice grade, while the remaining 3 were entirely subpar. "Haha, Brother Tang is certainly gearing up for a big venture today," Yuan Jie praised. Settling down to examine the stones himself, he pulled out a notebook, cross-referencing the numbers on the jade materials, and quoted prices to Tang Songyuan: XP601, 3008, MML 334, 12,000. The total comes to 123,800. "I'll round it down for you. Just pay me 123,300. Tang Songyuan reminded him, "These are all old clients. I've purchased materials from you more than once or twice. Let us keep it straightforward. You see, I entered the market and headed straight to your place without visiting any other shops. If you can't understand this, I believe we may not need to maintain a long-term partnership." Yuan Jie, unperturbed, continued to smile, saying, "Then, Brother Tang, what price do you propose?" Tang Songyuan replied, "This particular piece, though not commonly seen on the market, lacks the delicate and firm texture, and the water quality is average. I'm interested mainly because the stone's foundation seems decent, carrying a bit of risk. If I were to give a price, I could offer 3,000 at most." He elaborated extensively, assessing each stone's strengths and weaknesses. Yuan Jie's expression grew increasingly strained, and he finally forced a chuckle, saying, "Brother Tang, you are truly remarkable. I heard you apprenticed under Master and I initially thought it was mere gossip, but it turns out to be true." Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow slightly, surprised that the jade community was so gossipy. Yet, recalling Enai Dehong's esteemed position in the jade gambling circles, he felt such matters were inevitable. He snorted, saying, "All right, you're well informed. Do you dare to be so brazen in attempting to swindle me?" Yuan Jie chuckled lightly, saying, "Then let us settle on the price you mentioned. I want to argue further. Is that acceptable?" In the end, Tang Songyuan paid a total of 28,000 for the 8 pieces. Upon hearing the payment confirmation, Yuan Jie remarked, "It's certainly more convenient within the country. When we collect stones in Myanmar, we often go with an entire truckload of cash. Sometimes, it takes quite a while just to count the money. This is a characteristic of jade transactions in Myanmar, where dealings within public auctions are settled in euros, while transactions outside are predominantly cash-based, requiring local currency, with other currencies seldom utilized. Occasionally, when encountering high-quality jade materials, one might need several sacks of cash to make a purchase. Following the basic grading system, the first two grades of jade rough materials are sold through public auctions, while the latter two grades likely represent the sources of individuals like Yuan Jie. Once the transaction was complete, Yuan Jie procured 2 sturdy white woven bags, dividing the 8 pieces into 2 bags for Tang Song Yuan. Together, they each carried a bag to the parking spot outside the market. "Are you taking a motorcycle, Brother Tang?" Yuan Jie expressed surprise upon seeing Tang Song Yuan's motorcycle. "What's wrong with a motorcycle? Is it not suitable?" Tang Song Yuan replied. Yuan Jie chuckled. "That's not what I meant. How about I help you deliver it? The afternoon business is rather slow. I can drive my van to take you." Tang Song Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Let us leave it for today. Perhaps next time." In truth, there was no need for next time, as Tang Song Yuan planned to take the driving test for his license the next morning and would be looking to purchase a second-hand pickup truck afterward. When he returned next time, he would come accompanied by the newly recruited worker, Lu Helen. Chapter 79. Your guidance is appreciated. As he rode back to the factory, Tang Song Yuan unloaded the bags containing the raw stones and placed them inside the workshop before locking the door and returning home. Upon entering, he was greeted by a lavish spread of dishes on the table, though only a few had been touched, and he had yet to see Wei Qing and NICC. Activating his perspective vision, he discovered that the two were actually in Wei Qing's room, likely with NICC teaching Wei Qing how to apply makeup. Perhaps hearing some noise, Wei Qing attempted to peek out but was firmly pulled back by NICC, who continued to apply eyeshadow to her eyelids. Tang Song Yuan cleared his throat but chose not to disturb them further, instead settling onto the sofa in the living room and sending a message to Li Yangqiu, inviting him to meet that evening. While the factory operations posed no issues, he was not well acquainted with the 4 workers, lacking any sense of trust. Moreover, he had few friends, with Li Yangqiu being the only one he could rely on. Thus, his intention was to have Li Yangqiu oversee the factory's daily management. "Brother, you're back." After about 10 minutes of delay, Wei Qing emerged from the room, walking up to Tang Song Yuan with a lively demeanor. Shaking her head as she said, "Cici did my makeup. Do I look good?" Tang Song Yuan took a careful look. NICC had shaped her eyebrows, applied eyeliner, and curled her eyelashes. He chuckled lightly, saying, "My dear sister is naturally beautiful. She doesn't need any makeup at all. Her bare face is the most stunning." Hearing this, Wei Qing pouted, murmuring, "I knew you wouldn't like my makeup. I'll wash it off right now." "No, no, no." Tang Song Yuan hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Actually, it looks quite nice. It's just that I believe your youth is your best adornment, needing no embellishments." This remark pleased Wei Qing considerably. However, NICC, emerging from the room, did not seem as pleased. She lightly huffed, saying, "What's this? Does my junior brother think that I'm no longer youthful and vibrant?" "No, no." Tang Song Yuan, feeling the pressure, quickly replied, "Sister, you are as beautiful as a celestial being, forever youthful and radiant." "Wait." Before he could finish, NICC interrupted him, stepping forward to stand close, nearly touching his face. Just when Tang Song Yuan thought she might be up to some mischief again, NICC inquired, "How has your skin become so refined?" She reached out her delicate fingers to touch his cheek, puzzled, saying, "Not only is it refined, but it also appears whiter and firmer. Have you been secretly using some whitening secret lately?" "Not at all." Tang Song Yuan speculated it might be due to the upgraded effects of the mysterious orb, then sidestepped, saying, "I think I'm a bit hungry. Is there still food at home?" Wei Qing quickly responded, "The rice in the pot should still be warm. As for the dishes, let me heat them up for you." She picked up a plate of food but then paused, looking seriously at Tang Song. "Brother, you really do look quite handsome today." With that, she giggled and dashed away. After dinner, Tang Song Yuan informed the two about his upcoming driving test and the new workshop. That a glint of playful amusement flickered in NICC's eyes as she remarked, "Are you eager to start your own venture so soon?" Tang Song Yuan replied, "After all, I am a mere mortal. It's entirely reasonable to open a factory for profit. I cannot reach the heights and demeanor of my master." In truth, establishing a factory was also a cover for his large-scale cutting of materials. How many pieces could he cut alone in a day? Furthermore, He felt it impractical to rely solely on others' machines for cutting. Even if he used his factory, he would still occasionally mix in some waste materials. Lest his workers become suspicious, ICC said, my grandfather isn't entirely disinterested in making money. He has simply become more detached in recent years. How about this? You mentioned you only have 4 workers in the factory. I could help you manage the finances. What do you think? Tang Songwen hesitated for a moment, suspicious of an ICC's intentions. What, you don't want to? Seeing his hesitation, an ICC straightened her face, saying, though I'm not a finance major, I do have some knowledge in this area. She then stood up, adjusted her clothing, and slightly bowed to Tang Songwen, saying, Mr. Tang, from now on, I will be your secretary. Please guide me well. Just moments ago, she spoke of handling finances, and now she was claiming the role of secretary? Or perhaps she intended to manage both roles. He forced a dry smile and said, It's not that I am unwilling. I am merely concerned that bringing my senior sister to this small factory might be a waste of her talents. NICC lowered her eyelids and sighed, saying, Isn't a secretary acceptable? Upon reflection, Tang Songyuan also felt that it would be quite fitting for NICC to manage his finances. On one hand, she is trustworthy, and on the other, Tang Songyuan needs to leverage many connections from the NI family, especially those of NI Dahong. Thus, he said, then it is settled. My senior sister shall take on the role of financial director at my humble factory. NICC immediately brightened, her laughter almost exuberant. After a moment, she composed herself and extended her hand towards Tang Song, stating, Very well, I will rely on you, Mr. Tang, from now on. Meanwhile, Wei Qing's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Brother, I want to go too. Just arrange a cleaning job for me. You go sit over there. Tang Songwen firmly pushed her back onto the sofa and turned to NICC, asking, How much salary does my senior sister expect per month? NICC made a cute and playful expression similar to Wei Qing's and exclaimed, Oh, their SA salary too. I thought I would have to pay for this myself. This is my first job. I am unsure what would be appropriate. How about you decide, Mr. Tang? This girl is indulging in role play again. Tang Songyuan helplessly agreed, and thus the matter was settled. That evening, NICC returned home, while Tang Songyuan instructed Wei Qing to stay at home and went downstairs to meet Li Yangqiu. Brother, why did you call me out so late? Li Yangqiu asked with a mischievous smile. Tang Songyuan motioned for him to get in the car and drove him to a late-night snack shop. After ordering and opening 2 bottles of beer, Tang Songyuan said, I recently acquired a factory and am in need of a manager to oversee daily operations. Would you be willing to help me? Li Yangqiu, who was merely an apprentice at Songjingwa's place but mostly did menial tasks, was thrilled at the prospect of becoming a factory manager and excitedly slapped Tang Songyuan's arm, saying, Brother, I knew this day would come. I'm calling my cousin right now to resign. However, Tang Songyuan grabbed him, saying, Hold on. Have you thought this through? Li Yangqiu replied, What is there to think about? We agreed that we wouldn't forget each other in times of wealth. Now that you are calling me, should I hesitate? Am I not still a person? Tang Songyuan said, No, I need you to help me work under my authority, to exploit and extract your surplus value. Are you really not going to think it over? Li Yangqiu took a large gulp of beer, slammed the glass down on the table, and laughed heartily. Come on, brother. Tell me how you plan to exploit and squeeze me. Chapter 8. Exceptional betting material. I'll start squeezing you right now, Tang Songyuan retorted, pouring him more beer. We're brothers. Let us be clear about it. Despite his often flashy words, Li Yangqiu was inherently decent. However, in terms of management, he needed to be mindful of balancing kindness with authority, at least to maintain control over the situation. Li Yangqiu said, I understand, Mr. Tang. Tomorrow, I'll take office and ignite a fire of enthusiasm for the new role. Haha, Tang Songyuan replied discontentedly, You rascal, stop with the Mr. Tang. We're still brothers at heart. Li Yangqiu chuckled again, raising his glass. All right, Mr. Tang. After another drink, Tang Songyuan sighed, When you leave, how will you explain this to your cousin? Li Yangqiu shrugged nonchalantly, No worries. When I started, it was all made clear. Just a regular apprentice doing some odd jobs. How much I learn is up to my own ability. If I can't learn anything, it's not his fault. Tang Songyuan nodded. That makes sense. He then briefed Li Yangqiu on the workshop's location, handing him a key so he could arrange for stone cutting first thing in the morning. The next day, Tang Songyuan awoke early, but evidently, someone had risen even earlier. As he descended the stairs, an ICC awaited him in a professional outfit, sporting a pair of frameless glasses, with long legs clad in black stockings and high heels. Standing beside a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, holding the car door open, "Hello, Mr. Tang. I am your newly appointed secretary, Cece. Please, get in." This ensemble left Tang Songyuan utterly speechless. He admired her flair, and Cece chuckled softly but quickly adopted a serious expression, asking, "Are you getting in or not?" Tang Songyuan entered the car, closing the door behind him, and Cece cheerfully hopped into the driver's seat, swiftly changing into a pair of sneakers, starting the engine, and driving towards the examination site. As they merged onto the main road, and Cece inquired, "Are you leaving your sister home alone?" Tang Songyuan replied, "She played video games until the early hours, so she is still asleep," and Cece continued, "Does my junior brother enjoy gaming?" Tang Songyuan thought for a moment, then said, "Not really. I seldom play." And Cece chuckled and asked, "Why is the company named Hex Jade Industries?" Tang Songyuan paused, then fell into a brief silence, reflecting, "Consider it a tribute to my lost youth." And Cece smiled again, glancing at Tang Songyuan. "No worries, I'll play with you in the future. What you'll likely play is cat and mouse." Role-playing, exhausting the poor me. 88:30, they successfully passed the first exam, after which Tang Songyuan took an Cece to the bank to set up the company account, depositing $2 million into it. From now on, all transactions for Hex Jade Industries would flow through this account. The two then proceeded to Yucheng Industrial, strolling through the bustling morning market, and Cece remarked, "Honestly, although my grandfather is an expert in this field, this is my first time here." Tang Songyuan asked curiously, "Why is that? Is my senior sister not fond of betting on stones?" And Cece replied, "I wouldn't say I dislike it, but rather, I have no particular feelings towards it. My grandfather has stones worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions in his treasury, yet I've never even glanced at them." That moment, one would typically ask what an Cece is interested in. But Tang Songyuan's attention was captivated by a piece of jadeite rough. It appeared somewhat unattractive at first glance. The raw stone was rather small, weighing perhaps 1 to 2 kilograms, with an overall grayish-blue hue. Looking rather unsightly, its surface sprinkled with evenly distributed white speckles. Through the translucent view, the quality of the stone reached a high ice grade, with distinct patches of rich green speckling. However, it was not without flaws. Within the stone lay a rather unsightly old crack, which branched out into several fine fissures resembling lightning. Still, if cut properly, it could yield some high-quality main pieces. This would test the patience and skill of the cutter, making it a perfect item to assess the newly recruited workers. Tang Songyuan entered the shop, inquiring about the stone before inspecting it closely. After illuminating it, he had a clear idea and asked, "How much for this piece?" The shopkeeper glanced at it and replied, "This one is priced at 20,000. Someone offered 12,000, but it didn't sell. If cut well, even a single high ice grade piece could easily fetch over 200,000. However, Tang Songyuan was quite familiar with the market. The shopkeeper's initial price indicated substantial room for negotiation. He smiled and said, "Let us be frank about this piece. The only gamble here is on the cracks. No matter how good the quality, it can't mask that many flaws." The shopkeeper was clearly aware of the stone's details and asked, "What price do you have in mind?" 3,000, Tang Songyuan stated. "The old crack on this stone is an unavoidable hurdle. Once it splits, it won't be just 1 or 2 cracks, and it's quite possible that this piece could become entirely unworkable." 3,000 is too low. "Add a bit more," the shopkeeper insisted. Ultimately, Tang Songyuan increased his offer by 500, acquiring the unattractive stone weighing around 2 kilograms. NICC paid for it, and the shopkeeper wrapped the stone in paper, handing it to Tang Songyuan in a bag. As they continued to wander through the market, It felt remarkably akin to strolling through a vegetable market, and ICC remarked, "I find the vegetable market more interesting." Tang Songyuan replied, "There is a difference. When you visit a vegetable market, you are the end consumer of those products. However, with betting on stones, if you make a cut or scratch and are dissatisfied, you can sell it off. Or if it appreciates, you can pass it on to a second-hand dealer for them to make a profit." And ICC nodded. "It seems you've learned quite a bit from my grandfather." Tang Songyuan affirmed, "Absolutely." Just then, Tang Songyuan's gaze sharpened as he spotted a premium piece of jadeite rough in the market. It turned out to be a piece with a glass-like base. Chapter 81. Without hesitation, according to the classification that Song Zhenghua had explained to Tang Songyuan, both the night market of Dalong and the morning market of Jiegao merely represent the entry level of stone gambling. In such venues, Ice-type jadeite is a rarity, let alone the highest grade. Glass-type jade, however, it has indeed manifested before their very eyes. At tea present, a man in his 30s is meticulously examining a piece with a flashlight. This compelled Tang Songyun to feign ignorance, leading NICC past the scene. Hey, beautiful, wait a moment. Just a few steps away, the man excitedly intercepted them, specifically positioning himself in front of NICC, his face adorned with a sincere smile as he inquired, "May I add you on WeChat?" As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened his contact card. NICC beamed widely, but chose to ignore him, instead turning to Tang Songyun and asking, "Darling, do you think I should add him on WeChat?" Tang Songyun felt a wave of embarrassment, but the man appeared even more awkward, managing a dry smile before apologizing and retreating. NICC scoffed, gazing at the man's departing figure. He has the heart of a thief, but lacks the courage. Don't you agree, brother-in-law? In a short while, they switched to two different identities. Fortunately, Tang Songyun had grown accustomed to her whimsical nature and turned his attention back to the piece of jadeite. This raw material had yet to be cut open and was entirely a gamble. It weighed approximately 7 to 8 jin, with a surface that was grayish-white and faintly yellowing. The owner, Lu Likun, sat in a rattan chair, taking a puff from a cigarette before offering one to Tang Songyun, who politely declined. "What do you think, brother? This is genuine old wood, the white sand skin, and it just arrived yesterday. Top-notch material." Tang Songyun lifted his gaze to regard him, remaining silent but portraying a serious demeanor. His eyes revealed a blend of admiration and an indecipherable perplexity. He intended to play the role of a Na'vi newcomer, and this piece of jadeite was undoubtedly one he could not afford to overlook. It was indeed a glass-type material, featuring a subtle blue hue intermingled with a hint of lavender, its jade flesh transparent and nearly flawless. Tang Songyun remarked, "I can't ascertain whether it is Mu-Na, but I must admit, I am not entirely confident about this piece. May I inquire about the price?" Upon hearing the request for a price, Lu Likun's face brightened with a smile as he stood up to pat the stone, leaning in closer to whisper, "If you truly desire it, I can offer you a fair price. 1,200,000. To be candid, 1,200,000 is a reasonable price for this piece. Given its quality and base color, even a simple bangle crafted from it would fetch at least 5 million, with some even starting at 10 million. Tang Songyun recalled his previous encounter with the iron meteorite. His indecisiveness had led to a series of complications. 1,200,000 was a steal, and regardless of whether Lu Likun recognized the true value of this piece, there was no need for excessive dialogue. Playing the fool must serve a purpose, after all. He decisively declared, "Very well, I accept your price. Sister, please handle the payment." The last remark was directed at NICC. Lu Likun was taken aback by Tang Songyun's promptness, his smile blooming like a flower as he exclaimed, "You're quite straightforward, brother. Let's exchange contact information and keep in touch." NICC said nothing further and promptly used the company account to settle the payment. Lu Likun quickly packaged the material, placing it in a black bag. "Let's head back." Feeling that they had made a significant acquisition, Tang Songyun was eager to depart from the Jade City market. "Wait, we've only been here for half an hour. Is that enough?" NICC asked, perplexed. Tang Songyun offered no extensive explanation, merely stating, "We'll discuss it once we return." After leaving the market and getting into the car, Tang Songyun felt it necessary to inform NICC of his activities, having quietly set up a workshop and recruited NICC as the financial director. Not mentioning it seemed rather inappropriate. Thus, he said, "Let's go to your home. I need to see Master." NICC asked no further questions and drove towards her residence. NICC was at home today, currently watering flowers with a watering can. NICC parked the car in the courtyard, not far from NICC, and cheerfully called out, "Grandpa, I've brought your disciple back." "Ah, I clearly stated that I would come myself," Tang Songyun thought, bemused as he exited the vehicle and greeted NICC. "Greetings, Master." NICC nodded in acknowledgement and set down his watering can, gesturing for them to enter. "Songyun is here. Come inside." He then proceeded into the house, with NICC following lightly behind, turning back to make a silly face at Tang Songyun. Once inside, Tang Songyun recounted his recent acquisition of a factory and his invitation to NICC for assistance. There was no need for concealment, especially since NICC might have already mentioned it. It was better to be forthright. NICC pondered for a moment, then offered a subtle smile. "Songyun, You are still young, and your enthusiasm is commendable. I support this, however. I have witnessed much in the stone gambling industry, ups and downs, separations and reunions. I need not elaborate. You will experience it all in time. As for business advice, I have little to offer. My only suggestion is to not fixate on immediate gains or losses, but always to remain vigilant. With Cece assisting you, there shouldn't be any major issues. This girl has more schemes than a ghost. Grandpa, why would you say such a thing about me? And Cece retorted playfully. I'm going to cook. I won't bother with you too. After Cece left, Dahong turned his attention to the 2 bags Tang Songyuan had brought, asking, let me see what you've purchased. Tang Songyuan promptly retrieved both pieces and placed them on the table. Dahong raised an eyebrow, first picking up the white sand-skin jade. After merely a few seconds of observation, he inquired, how much did you pay for this? Tang Songyuan replied, 1,200,000 at the Jade City Market. I was concerned about unforeseen circumstances, so I didn't haggle much, Dahong calmly nodded. Not haggling was the right choice. This piece is quite deceptive. Genuine glass-type jadeite is rare, and most people cannot accurately assess it. Typically, glass-type jade has a thick, old skin and a smooth surface. However, observe the irregular surface of this piece. It appears as though bubbles are about to burst forth. Additionally, the original sand quality of glass-type jadeite is exceptionally fine, with a distinct sandy texture when touched. This aspect is somewhat fitting, yet I cannot definitively conclude that it is a rare glass type. Chapter 82. A test. Tang Songyuan thought to himself, indeed, as the saying goes, even the gods cannot discern a piece of jade. This highlights the challenge inherent in jade gambling. Could it be that Dahong possesses a form of X-ray vision, capable of penetrating the depths of jadeite to ascertain its quality and color? Noticing Tang Songyuan's silence and attentive demeanor, Dahong chuckled softly and continued, generally, glass-type raw stones are predominantly found in old pits, as they have undergone extensive weathering and geological erosion, resulting in superior quality compared to those from new pits. Thus, in assessing glass-type jadeite, there are 2 additional indicators: the oiliness, also known as fluorescence, and its hardness. Glass-type jadeite possesses an exceptionally fine and compact quality, with a density surpassing that of ordinary jade, making its hardness the highest. Tang Songyuan slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Master, you are absolutely right. I was drawn to the hard, sandy texture of this piece, which gave me a sense of old ice oil, prompting me to purchase it without hesitation. This statement contained a degree of embellishment, yet it was particularly fitting for the moment. Dahong nodded in agreement, setting down the white sand-skin jade and shifting his focus to the unattractive stone. The moment he illuminated it with a flashlight, his brows furrowed. Are you planning to gamble on this crack? He inquired without lifting his gaze. Tang Songyuan responded, Yes, master. I believe the quality of this material should suffice, though I am uncertain about the cracks. Merely 3,005. I didn't think much of it. Dahong remarked, It's not merely a matter of cost. I believe I mentioned before that among the 5 major gambling points, quality, base, impurities, cracks are the most challenging to wager on. Avoid taking such risks in the future. Tang Songyuan did not argue, repeatedly affirming his understanding, and Dahong then proceeded to share some of his own experiences regarding the intricacies of gambling on cracks. Before they knew it, noon had arrived, and Cece came to summon them for lunch. After dining, Tang Songyuan took his leave, with Cece driving him to the newly opened Haikisi Jade Industry. Upon entering, they were greeted by the cacophony of saw blades cutting through jade. Li Yangqiu stood behind Ma Tianming, observing him as he cautiously sliced through a piece of jade. Seeing Tang Songyuan enter, Li Yangqiu quickly approached with a distressed expression. Mr. Tang. Tang Songyuan inquired, What's wrong? You look troubled. Li Yangqiu replied, Brother, didn't you check the auspicious dates before starting work? This morning, I instructed them to cut the material you retrieved yesterday, and they ended up with 3 pieces of waste. Tang Songyuan cast a glance at him and thought to himself that this fellow had clearly not checked the auspicious signs before leaving home this morning. It was truly unfortunate. Out of 8 pieces of material, 5 were of good quality, yet it was precisely the 3 inferior ones that he had picked. Such extraordinary bad luck, he said. No worries. We can take our time with the stone cutting. This is my senior sister, Cece, whom you met at the Ni family before. She is currently the financial director of the company. Have you had lunch yet? Li Yangqiu first greeted Cece, then added, I've eaten. I had this Sichuan restaurant at the corner deliver 3 dishes and a soup. You'll have to reimburse me later. This statement had a half-joking nature, but Tang Songyuan nodded and said, I was just about to discuss this with you. The factory currently lacks a dining service. So I've decided to allocate a budget of 20 yuan per meal for everyone, with lunch and dinner arranged from nearby restaurants. As for breakfast, I want tea provided. For locals, a bowl of rice noodles suffices. Just then, as the three were conversing, Ma Tianming's stone cutting machine came to a halt, and his excited voice echoed through the room. He rushed over, cradling a piece of rough material in his hands, and eagerly said to Tang Songyuan, Tang, take a look at this piece. Tang Songyuan accepted it, lifted the lid of the cut rough, and a vibrant green with hints of yellow emerged before his eyes. This is apple green, Tang Songyuan remarked. Though the green in apple green isn't entirely pure, the yellow undertones enhance its brightness. Not bad, keep cutting. Having learned much while following Hitai recently, Tang Songyuan spoke with conviction. Ma Tianming, elated, said, All right, Tang, how about I start cutting from here? After assessing it through his discerning eye, Tang Songyuan nodded. That works. Li Yangqiu watched in astonishment and, once Ma Tianming returned to his station, finally spoke, I just don't understand why. After spending the entire morning here, all I cut was waste, while you just arrived and already have green material. This statement held a double entendre, prompting Tang Songyuan to chuckle and reply, I simply have good luck. But you, on the other hand, possess a green-absorbing constitution that tends to draw the green out of the raw stone. Nicc, uninterested in their banter, interjected, Where is my office? Tang Songyuan gestured casually, Sister, feel free to have a look or choose for yourself. In the following hour, other workers in the workshop began to share good news in succession. Ding Leshan cut out a piece of glutinous ice with flecks, Lu Helen produced a piece of full yellow-green material, and Wang Bing's cut was just the high ice variety. Everyone was in high spirits, dispelling the gloom of the morning's waste. After all, today marked the commencement of operations at the new factory. Had everything ended up as waste, the boss would have been quite disheartened. Tang Songyuan, equally pleased, encouraged, let us all work hard. I'll treat everyone to extra dinner tonight. The four were invigorated by this prospect, and Tang Songyuan sought out an ICC, asking her to prepare several red envelopes, each containing 200 yuan, as a token of his appreciation as the boss NICC questioned, Does everyone get one? Do I? Tang Songyuan replied, Sure, let us make it X NICC, with a twinkle in her eye, proposed, Then how about I get 520 in mine? Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes but nodded. All right, NICC joyfully exclaimed, Then I'll express my gratitude in advance, boss. By around 4 in the afternoon, Ma Tianming had completely cut open the skin of the rough material in his hands, revealing the bare jade blank, freshly cut and unpolished. The blank appeared somewhat unrefined and rough, particularly the apple-green hue, reminiscent of tender shoots sprouting on the grass. However, after slicing and polishing, it would radiate a dazzling brilliance. Tang Songyuan took out the unsightly stone he had acquired that day and handed it to Ma Tianming, saying, Let us leave this one for now. You decide how to cut this piece. This material was riddled with cracks, serving as a test for Ma Tianming, but if he executed the cut well, Tang Songyuan would consider a raise for him. Chapter 83. On the rise while rewards awaited those who cut well, Tang Songyuan remained nearby, ready to provide timely corrections should the cuts go awry. Tianming shone a light on the rough stone, then carefully drew a line on the surface with a pencil, aligning it perfectly with an old crack. He powered up the machine and began cutting along the old fissure. As he worked, he meticulously compared his progress, wary of making any miscuts. After about half an hour, he had created a gap of approximately 10 centimeters in the stone. He then fetched a hammer and wedge, inserting the wedge into the gap and striking it several times, splitting the ugly stone in two. Outsiders might find this chiseling technique puzzling, but even Tang Songyuan had learned about it from Dahong. Practically speaking, using a hammer and wedge to split jade roughs with old cracks maximizes the preservation of valuable jade sections. It's cut open, Tang, Ma Tianming said with a hint of anxiety as he held the two pieces and sought out Tang Songyuan in the office. The split, ugly stone still appeared quite unattractive, with the old crack branching into 30 or so fine fissures that resembled tree roots embedded in the white jade flesh. I see this quite good. It's all ice variety now. Tang Songyuan feigned examining it under the light and remarked, These areas here have rich green flecks.
If we can extract one or even several prime pieces from this side, it won't be a loss. Though it's a bit troublesome, patience is key. Mei Tianming's anxiety eased somewhat, even smoothing the weathered wrinkles on his face as he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Tang. I've got this." They continued to work diligently until nearly dusk, completing the peeling of the remaining 6 pieces of jade rough. However, Tang Songyuan refrained from allowing them to cut the piece of glass-bottom rough. Its value was substantial, and its quality exceptional, making it a rare treasure he intended to keep as his first collectible. Much like in Ai Dahong's rough stone warehouse, it would be preserved without cutting, especially as a prized possession. That evening, he allocated some funds to Li Yangqiu to treat the 4 workers to a meal. Meanwhile, he asked an ICC to drive him to He Tai's studio, bringing along the day's harvest. He Tai was engrossed in his work, using a grinding tool on a design sketch to sculpt a jade pendant. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan and an ICC enter, he initially didn't notice them until Tang Songyuan called out, "Uncle Tai." He then looked up, exclaiming, "Ah, it's little Tang. And Cici, what a rare guest. Please, make yourselves comfortable." When he referred to Tang Songyuan as little Tang, his expression remained ordinary, but upon seeing an ICC, his face blossomed like a flower. Dropping the tools and unfinished pendant to greet them, he hurriedly moved chairs, offered tea to the apprentices, and remarked, "Little Tang hasn't visited in ages." Tang Songyuan explained, "I was delayed a few days recently while accompanying my senior sister in the Magic City, and then I've been busy acquiring a factory. These are the materials we cut today. Uncle Tai, could you help me assess them?" As he spoke, he laid out all the materials cut that day onto He Tai's workbench. "Wow, you managed to cut so much in just one day." He Tai's eyes sparkled as he picked up a piece to evaluate, grinning, "Old Anai has taught you well." And ICC beamed at the praise for her grandfather and her junior, though she remained silent. Tang Songyuan continued, "Our current scale is still small, and we lack a concrete sales channel. So I hope Uncle Tai can assist in purchasing these. I can definitely take them," He Tai replied with enthusiasm. "High-quality jade is becoming increasingly scarce. Even the exceptional pieces from your master are being kept uncut. If you have good materials, feel free to send them my way. I promise not to shortchange you." He then proceeded to appraise each piece. Tang Songyuan had brought .1 high ice jade blank, weighing about 2 kilograms, could yield 2 or 3 bangles, while the remaining scraps could be fashioned into numerous pendants and cabochons, ultimately valued at 1,100,000 yuan. The other pieces each had their unique characteristics, some boasting excellent quality and others exceptional color, with a total valuation of 230,000 yuan. Even that unattractive stone, now cut into slices, had yielded 2 prime high ice pieces suitable for crafting high-quality landscape or charm pendants, with the remaining small pieces being sufficient for playful items like gourds or crab claws, for which He Tai offered 55,000 yuan. He Tai added, "In the future, if you have more materials, little Tang, you needn't personally deliver them. I can arrange for my people to come by regularly to collect them." How does that sound? He Tai owned several shops dedicated to selling finished jade products, and Tang Songyuan had previously visited to deepen his market understanding. He smiled and replied, "That sounds perfect. Let us set a weekly schedule." "Uncle Tai, how does that sound to you?" Even the likes of Tang Songyuan, during the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, understood the wisdom of not placing all eggs in a single basket. He would subsequently seek out additional sales channels. And should he continue to expand his operations, he could recruit skilled artisans to craft finished products, thereby establishing a comprehensive industrial pathway from rough stone to retail. He then left the workshop's address, while He Tai arranged for a transfer of funds amounting to 3,400,000 to the account of Hushi Jade Industry, marking the first day's revenue for the company. After discussing various trivial matters, Tang Songyuan took his leave. He Tai personally escorted the two to the entrance of the studio, reminding an ICC to come and visit often. The pair then returned to the venue where Li Yangqiu was hosting a dinner with his team. Tang Songyuan was quite satisfied with the skills of the 4 workers, sharing a drink with each before distributing red envelopes to everyone. He stated, "Enjoy your meal and drinks today. You may report to work by 10 o'clock at the latest tomorrow. From now on, feel free to cut the materials according to your experience. It's perfectly fine if they don't turn out well. Such mishaps are commonplace in the stone gambling business." During this time, he also discussed the acquisition of a pickup truck with Li Yangqiu, who was an experienced driver, having previously driven for Song Jinghua, transporting stones and finished products. Chapter 84, The Public Auction Action After Dinner. Li Yangqiu and the workers departed on their own, while Tang Songyuan took an ICC back to his rented apartment. Finally, you're back. I've been eating leftovers all day, Wei Qing lamented, holding a tablet and playing games. Tang Songyuan chuckled. Oh dear, feeling wronged? How about I take you to the night market? With all the materials from the factory cut, Tang Songyuan needed to prepare the jade rough stones for work the next day. It was the perfect evening to stroll through DeLong's night market. Excited, Wei Qing tossed her tablet onto the couch and exclaimed, "Great! Let's go right now." Upon arrival, she was taken aback by the throngs of people and the streets overflowing with jade rough stones. Pouting, she remarked, "Brother, is this what you call a night market?" Tang Songyuan chuckled. Indeed, this is the liveliest and most prosperous night market in Rueli. Look at all these people here to enjoy the night market. Wei Qing responded thoughtfully but fell silent, instead linking arms with NICC, curiously glancing around. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision, searching through the piles of rough stones along the street. DeLong's night market is not solely comprised of rough stones priced at 100 or 500. These are sourced by the local jade miners known as yamuxi. The common jade rough stones found at roadside stalls are primarily collected by them during open mining days. The yamuxi community in Myanmar is sizable, and during legally designated open days, they can freely enter various mining sites to search for jade rough stones. They are prohibited from using modern tools, relying instead on shovels and pickaxes, although some mine owners permit the use of electric drills. Generally, within the 2-hour opening period, anything found can be legally extracted from the mine, but foreigners are banned from participation, and the atmosphere remains rife with unseen violence and bloodshed. The rough stones found in legitimate shops at the night market are akin to those at the morning market in Jiegao. According to grading, the top 2 levels, which are high in value and scarce, enter the public auction, while the lower 2 levels flow into various markets. Tang Songyuan navigated this market with increasing familiarity, quickly acquiring 8 pieces of jade rough. Although none were particularly exceptional, they were affordably priced. The trio then moved on to the shop area, where the lighting remained dim, yet the crowd surged at this moment. Wei Qing inquired, "Brother, do you really make money from these stones?" Tang Songyuan smiled. "You could say that I have apprenticed under your sister Cece's grandfather, who is a master in this industry. I have learned a great deal from him." Wei Qing gazed at NICC with admiration, to which he replied with a laugh, "Oh please, my grandfather told me that you are a rare talent, a natural at stone gambling. Moreover, your aptitude is remarkable. You grasp concepts almost effortlessly." Wei Qing felt both thrilled and intrigued, declaring, "So there are indeed industry secrets, brother. I want to learn too." "Learn what?" Tang Songyuan retorted. "Your only task now is to eat, drink, and enjoy yourself. Once you receive your acceptance letter, focus on studying properly, understood?" Wei Qing made a face at him and muttered, "Got it." As they spoke, Tang Songyuan spotted another piece of rough and bent down to examine it. This was a sky blue piece, and after a brief inspection, the vendor quoted 8,000. Without haggling, Tang Songyuan purchased it immediately. After over an hour of browsing, he had acquired more than 30 pieces in total, about 3/5 of which were inexpensive waste material, sufficient for the 4 workers at the factory to work with for some time. Once they returned the purchased rough to the factory, an ICC escorted the siblings down to the building's entrance. As they parted, Tang Songyuan remarked, "Sister, you don't need to come pick me up anymore. I find it more convenient to ride my bike. I feel bad for troubling you so often, ICC." Not one to be overly sentimental, simply nodded and playfully shook the red envelope containing 520 yuan that Tang Songyuan had given her, cheerfully saying, "Wishing you great success in your work." In the following 2 days, Tang Songyuan lingered in both Yuqing and Delong markets, purchasing batches of jade rough stones, totaling over 200 pieces of various sizes. On the day of the opening of the Yingjiang Jade public auction, he arrived early at Nai Dehong's residence. After practicing a set of Ba Duan Jin and another of Wu Qin Shi with Nai Dehong, and enjoying a breakfast meticulously prepared by an ICC, the master and apprentice set off in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, heading westward. They reached Yingjiang City around noon, casually finding a place for lunch. Afterward, Nai Dehong drove for another 10 minutes until they finally arrived at the venue for the Yingjiang Jade public auction. Stepping out of the car, Tang Songyuan was immediately awestruck. The entire auction venue spanned an extensive area, covering no less than 10,000 square meters, lined with an array of jade rough stones, numbering no less than 10,000 pieces. Upon entering, the first site was the bidding area. Surrounding it was the indoor stone gambling area located on the first floor of the office building. Most of the indoor rough stones were high-grade gambling materials, unpolished and of superior quality. Adjacent to the bidding area was the small rough stone section, where cut stones were neatly displayed on platforms. Attended by dedicated personnel, directly opposite the bidding area lay the outdoor display area for larger stones, arranged meticulously, equipped with a bucket of water for merchants to wash the surfaces of the stones. Some of the larger stones were already cut open or even polished, with clear starting prices displayed. According to the color of the price tags, Inai Dahong explained, the red tag indicates that the seller can refuse bids unless the offers meet their expectation. The white tag means the seller cannot refuse bids and operates more like a traditional auction, where the highest bidder wins. The yellow tag, however, is a unique presence in the jade public auction. As it signifies no starting price, essentially beginning the bidding at zero, the venue was bustling with people. Yet it was not chaotic. Small groups gathered, conversing in hushed tones. As Tang Songyuan listened attentively, he activated his X-ray vision. Indeed, the quality of the stones at the public auction far surpassed those in the market. Particularly with the semi-transparent stones, he could see the lustrous jade flesh within the rough. The varying qualities made it a bit overwhelming for Tang Songyuan to process. Chapter 85. The emergence of Imperial Green. The Yingjiang public auction would last for 5 days, with the 5th day primarily reserved for the unveiling of bids. Although Tang Songyuan's focus was on fully uncut stones, he embraced a learning mindset, following closely behind Inai Dahong to explore the venue. The outdoor semi-transparent stones were primarily large, with smaller pieces weighing several kilograms while the larger ones reached several hundred kilograms, and some even weighed tons despite being cut. Upon reaching 2 stones that had been halved, Inai Dahong suddenly expressed interest. He beckoned Tang Songyuan to crouch down with him, placing his hand on one of the cut surfaces, saying, "Songyuan, look at this stone. It's quite fascinating. After cutting, you can see its transformation is substantial." The entire cut surface resembled a miniature version of the African continent, covering an area of about half a square meter. Tang Songyuan glanced at the label, which stated that the 2 stones weighed a total of 85 kilograms. The colors were rich, ranging from deep green to light green, and numerous cracks were visible on the cut surface. However, Tang Songyuan understood that these cracks would not ultimately affect the extraction of jade. Whether for slicing into bracelets or leaving large pieces for display, this stone was more than sufficient. 16 million. This stone is not cheap, Tang Songyuan remarked, gazing at the label with a sense of a Inai Dahong let out a hum and remarked, "No one is forcing you to buy, simply wish for you to observe this piece. To witness its transition from the waxy to the high ice texture, and the transformation from deep green to light green, thereby gaining insight into the origins of jade. A fine piece of jade must have undergone significant geological evolution. Subjected to high temperatures and pressures, with the involvement of metallic ions, an old master of jade, possesses remarkable expertise and extensive experience, often intertwining his discourse with geological knowledge, which Tang, Song, and Yuan strive to remember. For it may prove useful in the future," he continued. "Though these are semi-transparent stones, the changes that occur post-extraction can be substantial. Once cut into, the colors, textures, and even the cracks and base structure might diverge significantly from what is visible on the surface. Some will transform for the better, while others may deteriorate. This requires years of accumulated experience and, of course, a touch of luck." Tang, Song, and Yuan raised their eyebrows slightly, offering no words but a faint smile. Although he lacked experience, he possessed the gift of X-ray vision. Moreover, after studying under Inai Dahong, he could present himself as an experienced individual with an abundance of luck, thereby minimizing the risk of revealing his extraordinary ability. Throughout the afternoon, Inai Dahong leisurely wandered through the area of transparent stones. Unlike other merchants who noted down their desired pieces along with their base prices, Inai primarily observed, occasionally sharing snippets of knowledge with Tang, Song, and Yuan when the mood struck him. Eventually, the two arrived at a crowded display table. The table, rather unremarkable, was merely a wooden surface draped with plush fabric, upon which lay a dozen or so cut stones of varying sizes, all uniformly green. None of these stones bore skin, shining brightly with a lustrous sheen. Some were cut into perfect squares, resembling bricks. These were the top lots of this public auction. Among the crowd, some were exclaiming in awe. Just owning one of these stones could ensure a lifetime of wealth. Someone nearby scoffed, "You must be joking. This is imperial green, an extremely rare color. just one piece could fetch a house in the major cities. Another chimed in, your words reveal your inexperience. Imperial green is merely a commercial term, and those in the industry do not use it. The first speaker retorted, the existence of a term validates its use. Everyone calls it that, so why shouldn't I? Just as a quarrel seemed imminent, an elderly man in a blue-collared t-shirt spotted an Idaho and became visibly excited, quickly extending his hand. Ah, Master and I. It has been too long. An Idaho shook his hand and introduced, I've brought my disciple, Xiao Tang, to learn from this experience. Song Yuan, this is Mr. Feng Delong from Jiang. Tang Song quickly greeted, hello, Mr. Feng. Feng Delong complimented. Your disciple presents himself well, exuding an aura of intelligence. Master Ni's eye for talent is commendable. As he spoke, he instructed his assistant to fetch a business card, which he handed to Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan accepted it with reverence and carefully tucked it away, and Idaho raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips, and inquired, are these stones from your quarry? Feng Delong smiled sheepishly, they are not substantial. With too many cracks. Feel free to examine them, Master and I. With that, Feng Delong seemed to spot another acquaintance and hurried away to greet them. And Idaho picked up a particularly striking piece of green jade and, after a brief assessment, said to Tang Songyuan, do not heed his remarks about cracks. Remember, this is the pinnacle of jade colors, what the world refers to as imperial green. Tang Songyuan had already confirmed through his X-ray vision that this was indeed imperial green jade. And all the pieces displayed were of the same hue. The larger pieces weighed 3 to 4 kilograms, while the smaller ones were either flat slabs or small strips, each weighing around 7 to 8 taels. And Idaho continued, observe this piece. Although its texture is merely of the waxy variety, even a piece the size of a pigeon egg could yield a value exceeding 10 million. What? Tang Songyuan's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. A single piece could be worth over 10 million, and with so many imperial green stones here, the total value must reach several hundred million or even over a billion. No wonder someone had mentioned that merely taking one piece out could buy a house in the major cities. The largest piece, he estimated, could indeed purchase a courtyard in Beijing. He glanced at the identification tag, which bore a red label with a base price marked at 250 million. The red label indicated that the price could be negotiated, making it clear that if Feng Delong was unsatisfied with the price, a transaction would not occur. The 9-digit price left Tang Songyuan feeling daunted. After leaving the area of semi-transparent stones, an Idaho finally stepped into the dimly lit interior designated for opaque stones. The venue housed a plethora of stones, numbering over 2,000, and Idaho remarked, according to the regulations, the stones here will be auctioned starting tomorrow afternoon. If you find anything appealing, make a note of it. I shall also take a look. This implied they would be parting ways for a while. Tang Songyuan nodded in delight and activated his X-ray vision, inspecting each stone one by one. Chapter 86. The Green Mountains are still distant. It must be said that the quality of stones at the public auction surpasses that of the market significantly. The raw materials in the market vary greatly in quality, while the stones at the public auction are predominantly sound. Even the opaque stones rarely contain waste material, differing mainly in texture and color saturation. The visual appeal of these stones is markedly superior to that of those found in the market. However, the risks of gambling remain considerable. A slight variation in color can lead to a tenfold price difference. With profit margins reaching dozens of times. As Tang Songyuan examined the stones with his X-ray vision, he found that all the raw stones had shed their outer skin. Ice jade, waxy jade, lotus jade, sunlit green, sky blue, violet. An array of varieties unfolded before his eyes. The only regret for Tang Songyuan was the absence of any imperial green stones. Having just come from Feng Delong's display, he had been yearning for those few pieces of imperial green jade, wondering when he might encounter a raw piece of such jade. Unfortunately, given its high value, it is indeed rare and difficult to find. Around 5 o'clock, an Idaho called for Tang Songyuan to leave the public auction venue. After all, it was only the first day, and the selling channels had yet to open. Once in the car, an Idaho asked, have you found any stones that interest you? Tang Songyuan hesitated. There are a couple I like, but I'm not quite certain. In reality, he had his eye on no fewer than 10 pieces, but he could not risk exposing his X-ray vision, so he opted for a little white lie. And Idaho did not press further, merely stating, I'll offer my advice later. For now, we are headed somewhere. It was then that Tang Songyuan realized they had driven to the outskirts, where the roads narrowed. An Idaho took a turn and entered a winding mountain road. As the rugged terrain kicked up clouds of dust, the vehicle sped along. Just as Tang Songyuan was puzzled, they arrived at a temple. "We're here. Get out." And I Dahong exited first, leaving Tang Songyuan in a state of confusion, unsure of the purpose behind this visit. The temple was named Compassion Temple, adorned with modest decorations, though the beams were intricately carved. The paint was peeling, giving it the appearance of a place lacking in devotees, and I Dahong strode inside, and Tang Songyuan followed. Upon entering, they found themselves in a grand hall, where an elderly monk sat in the center. Quietly chanting that a young acolyte emerged from the side to greet them, seemingly recognizing an I Dahong, who returned the gesture, saying, "It's been a while." The acolyte offered no further words, turning to present a stick of incense, which Inai Dahong accepted before walking to the altar, standing silently with closed eyes for a moment, then bowing 3 times before placing the incense in the burner. Although Tang Songyuan had not brought any incense, he followed suit and bowed 3 times. One may choose to disbelieve, but respect must be maintained. Inai Dahong cast a complex glance at Tang Songyuan before patting his shoulder, saying, "Come with me." He then walked outside. And Tang Songyuan responded, bowing once more to the chanting monk, who did not lift his eyelids, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Tang Songyuan paid it no mind and quickly followed Inai Dahong out. The area appeared to be the temple's back mountain, kept impeccably clean and tidy. However, what astonished Tang Songyuan was the sight of a grave standing in the center of a clearing. Inai Dahong silently stood before the tomb. Tang Songyuan approached from behind, reading the inscription on the gravestone. "The grave of my beloved son, daughter-in-law, Inai Shangyuan and Wen Xiaoshuang." This. Could this be the burial site of Inai Dahong's son and daughter-in-law? The parents of Inai Sisi? Over 20 years ago, Inai Dahong began. "I once did not believe in fate. When someone predicted that Shangyuan would not live past 24, I nearly threw that fortune teller out. In a subsequent year, when Sisi was merely 4 years old, my younger brother returned from Myanmar with a batch of raw jade. Tragically, a car accident occurred near Ingjiang. Just a few brief sentences. Tang Songyuan had already conjured multiple narratives in his mind involving the treasures of jade, sinister conspiracies, and murder. Inai Dahong's expression grew somewhat melancholic as he continued. It was just an ordinary car accident. Not a single piece of jade was lost. However, due to the delayed rescue, Shangyuan and Xiaoshuang tragically passed away, and my brother Dajiang consequently lost a leg. Upon hearing this, Tang Songyuan, recalling the situation he had inadvertently glimpsed through his perspective, inquired, "Master, your brother wouldn't be?" Inai Dahong replied, "Yes, he is indeed the monk who was chanting just now." After Dajiang recovered, he felt a deep sense of guilt and thus chose to renounce the worldly life here. This indicates that Inai Dahong indeed harbored no enemies, yet his life was undeniably tragic. He suffered the loss of a son in middle age, and his trustworthy brother became a monk, leaving only a young granddaughter for companionship. No wonder he possesses unparalleled skills in gambling stones, yet does not ardently pursue wealth. He defies fate, yet fate cruelly toys with him. Tang Songyuan sighed and remarked, "Master, do not be too sorrowful. You still have sister and I, and well, you have me, right?" Inai Dahong nodded, saying, "I am aware. Tonight I plan to stay at the temple, and I will observe a fast tomorrow. You may descend the mountain first." With that, he made a gesture as if to retrieve his keys, but then remembered that Tang Songyuan did not possess a driver's license, leaving him momentarily stunned. Tang Songyuan sensed this and promptly said, "It's all right. Master, I will stay here with you." However, Inai Dahong waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. It is still early, and you can walk down in about 10 minutes. Tomorrow, if you wish to visit the public auction, that is fine. I will come to find you the day after." Tang Songyuan no longer pressed the matter. Given his current physical condition, a mere 10-minute walk was hardly a challenge. As he reached the entrance of the temple, he glanced back, observing Inai Dahong still silently standing before the grave, lost in thought. At that moment, he began to understand the reasons behind Sisi's sometimes capricious and peculiar demeanor. As he descended the mountain, he turned to look back midway. The temple was obscured by lush greenery, nestled amidst tranquil and serene peaks. Just then, from a small grove by the dirt path, a disheveled woman suddenly emerged, her clothes tattered, hair unkempt and bloodstains marring her body. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan standing in the middle of the road, her eyes sparkled with urgency as she cried out, "Help me, big brother!" Someone is trying to kidnap me. Chapter 87. 5 weaklings in this desolate wilderness. The woman's expression was frantic, and her tone was desperate. Her sudden appearance startled Tang Songyuan. Just as he was about to inquire what had transpired, the woman rushed to his side, grasping his arm as if clinging to a lifeline, pleading, "Save me, big brother. I can pay you, truly." No sooner had she spoken than 4 or 5 burly men burst forth from the grove. 3 wielded machetes, one held a rope, and another brandished a wooden stick. The one with the rope glared viciously at the woman, saying, "Little lady, while we were having our meal, you managed to cut the rope. Now let us see where you think you can run. If we catch you again, we won't be as gentle as before." "Ah!" The woman, seemingly terrified, screamed and hid behind Tang Songyuan, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer." One of the men with a machete raised his weapon and pointed it at Tang Songyuan, snarling, "Kid, this is none of your business. Be smart and step aside, or you'll be tied up too." "Why waste words? This kid has seen our faces. We can't let him go." The man with the stick growled, "We might as well kill him. After the job is done, we can escape abroad." Tang Songyuan felt utterly innocent, thinking, "What the hell? I haven't done anything, not even uttered a line, and you're already sentencing me? Wait a moment," he called out, momentarily stabilizing the situation. He then removed his jacket and handed it, along with his phone and wallet, to the woman behind him to prevent damage during the impending scuffle. Clearly, these men were not here for friendly purposes, and the situation seemed destined for violence. Yet, 4 or 5 men were hardly a concern for Tang Songyuan, even with their weapons. Donning only a t-shirt after removing his jacket, he revealed his well-defined arms. The 5 men, noticing his seemingly unfazed demeanor and his readiness to resist, felt their anger surge as they charged at him with their weapons. Instead of retreating, Tang Songyuan advanced, stepping forward with calm precision, and delivered a lightning-fast kick that sent one machete flying. He spun around, delivering another kick to one man's face, sending him sprawling as if struck by a battering ram. Since beginning his training with Enidahong, Tang Songyuan had diligently practiced the 8 sections of brocade and the 5 animal frolics daily. Although he had not learned any intricate techniques, his physical flexibility and control over his strength had become increasingly adept. Thanks to the mysterious little ball's enhancements, his strength was tremendous, and his speed and reflexes had improved significantly, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Thus, his kicks were not only swift but also precisely powerful. After sending one man flying, Tang Songyuan used the momentum to regain his footing, seized another machete aimed at him, and swung it sideways while simultaneously delivering a punch. Clang! The 2 machetes collided in the air with a sharp sound, while Tang Songyuan's fist connected with the abdomen of the last man wielding a knife. The man felt his stomach churn violently, instinctively bending over, only to be struck by a wave of excruciating pain that left him momentarily blinded. Yet, Tang Songyuan's assault did not cease. His fists flew like lightning, relentlessly striking at the remaining assailants. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided, as the 5 men seemed to be chased and beaten by Tang Songyuan, unable to retaliate, let alone touch even a corner of his clothing. "Ah!" One of the burly men, enraged, glared wide-eyed and shouted, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." In response, Tang Songyuan's colossal fist, as unyielding as steel, struck him squarely in the face, knocking him unconscious with a single blow. Finally, one of the men, unable to endure the relentless beating, dropped the rope and fled into the woods. Tang Songyuan snorted and quickly pursued, bending down to retrieve the rope from the ground before following. Within moments, he caught up to the fleeing man, delivering a kick that sent him tumbling to the ground. Using the rope he had brought, he bound the man and dragged him back to the original spot. In scarcely 10 seconds, the remaining assailants were left in a state of shock, prompting one to shout, "Split up and run." With that, he scrambled to his feet and fled in one direction, followed closely by another. The last 2, however, were unable to escape. Having been struck by Tang Songyuan's powerful blows, they were still dazed and lacked the strength to run. Tang Songyuan pursued vigorously, managing to catch one. While the other managed to flee, he tied the 4 together, threatening any who dared resist with a fierce blow. After securing them, he turned to the still trembling woman and called out, "Hand me your phone." The woman, startled, hurriedly approached, handing over Tang Songyuan's jacket and belongings. "Big brother, Your phone? As Tang Songyun took the phone to dial, she expressed her gratitude and lingering anxiety. Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, I might have. Her words were cut short by Tang Songyun's shushing gesture as he spoke into the phone. Hello, I would like to report a crime. Approximately 20 minutes later, the sound of sirens echoed from the foot of the mountain, accompanied by a cloud of dust as several police cars sped towards them. During this time, Tang Songyun attempted to inquire about the origins of the burly men, but to no avail. However, he did learn the girl's name, Feng Linwan. A lovely name indeed. A total of 3 police cars arrived, one of which was an armored Iveco. Out poured a dozen or 20 police officers, some armed with rifles, others wielding batons and shields. A police officer with 2 stripes and 2 stars on his shoulder stepped out, quickly surveying the scene before turning to Tang Songyun. Did you call the police? Tang Songyun nodded and recounted the events as he understood them. The officer appeared astonished. Have you trained before? Tang Songyun humbly replied. Just some basic techniques. The officer checked his identification, had the scene photographed for evidence, and organized a team to search the woods. Ultimately, the 4 bound assailants were taken away, and Tang Songyun and Feng Linwan naturally accompanied them back to the police station. After half an hour of recording statements at the station, the officer informed Tang Songyun that he was free to leave. But they might call him back if needed and would, if possible, apply for a commendation for his bravery. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Tang Songyun coincidentally encountered Feng Linwan, who had just emerged from another office. She bore some superficial injuries, but had undergone a simple bandaging, and her face had been cleaned up somewhat, making her appear quite lovely. Xiaowan, how are you? You have no idea how worried your father has been. A figure rushed through the entrance of the police station, their voice tinged with tension and urgency. Upon seeing, Tang Songyun was taken aback to discover it was Feng Delong. Chapter 88. A simple act of kindness. Upon hearing the accent of the girl, Feng Linwan, Tang Songyun had surmised she was from Yuanzhou, yet he was astounded to learn she was indeed the daughter of Feng Delong. Earlier that afternoon, at the public auction in Yingjiang, he had witnessed Feng Delong showcasing several pieces of imperial green jadeite, which had piqued his interest, as he had mused about when he might also unearth a piece of such jade. Little did he know that by evening, he would find himself rescuing the man's kidnapped daughter. Truly, life is unpredictable. Feng Delong, spotting Tang Songyun beside his daughter, briefly exhibited a flicker of confusion before exclaiming in astonishment, "It's you. You are Master and Is apprentice, Xiao Tang." Xiaowan, it was Brother Tang who saved you? The latter remark was directed at Feng Linwan, who, despite the situation, exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, she clung to her father's arm, expressing, "Yes, Dad. You have no idea how formidable Brother Tang is. He single-handedly subdued those kidnappers. Had they not fled in different directions, he could have apprehended them all." Overcome with gratitude, Feng Delong grasped Tang Songyun's hand, saying, "I cannot thank you enough. I, Feng Delong, have been blessed with a daughter in my later years. She is my only child. I had merely wished to take her out for a brief respite, and who would have thought she would be kidnapped?" Tang Songyun smiled faintly and replied, "It was merely a trifling matter. I happened to be passing by, and regardless of whether or not she is the daughter of Boss Feng, I would have intervened." Feng Delong returned a warm smile, saying, "Let us refrain from calling me Boss Feng, Xiao Tang. You are Master and Is esteemed disciple, so from now on, you may call me Uncle Feng." Tang Songyun, not one for pretension, readily responded with, "Uncle Feng." Feng Delong then glanced at Feng Linwan, asking with concern, "Does it still hurt, Xiaowan? Shall I take you to the hospital?" Feng Linwan shook her head, saying, "I'm fine, Dad. It's just some superficial wounds. A female officer has already bandaged them, and I should be healed by tomorrow or the day after." Feng Delong replied, "That's good. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let us head back to the hotel." Upon exiting the police station, 2 burly men in black approached, positioning themselves protectively around the father and daughter, evidently Feng Delong's bodyguards. Tang Songyun also observed Feng Delong's vehicle, a Range Rover. After settling into the spacious backseat, they drove for approximately 5 minutes before arriving at a hotel's underground parking lot. They took the elevator to the top floor, where Feng Delong ushered them into a lavishly decorated suite. He invited Tang Songyun to sit on the sofa and sent his bodyguards to arrange for dinner. Feng Linwan excused herself to change in the bedroom, while Feng Delong took a seat opposite Tang Songyun, stating, "Today was truly perilous. Had it not been for you, The consequences would have been unimaginable. Tang Song chuckled lightly, explaining, "Actually, there was a temple above. I accompanied my master there for worship. He intended to stay at the temple, and I happened to encounter the situation on my way down." Feng Delong responded, "Oh," and quickly added, "Please don't misunderstand, Xiao Tang. I harbor no suspicion towards you. Alas, there are some hidden circumstances surrounding this matter. Xiao Wan has been unwittingly drawn into it due to me." Tang Songwen was taken aback. "Oh, Uncle Feng, do you know the origins of those kidnappers?" Sighing, Feng Delong began, "This matter traces back 3 years. At that time, I, along with 2 friends, acquired a piece of jade rough from a miner in Myanmar. We agreed to share the profits or losses equally. However, as you know, business has been exceedingly difficult over the past 3 years, and my other 2 friends gradually withdrew their shares. I, under immense pressure, took on their stakes. The subsequent events are known to you. When I finally cut the stone open last year, its value skyrocketed tenfold." Tang Songwen furrowed his brow, pondering the connection between this and the kidnapping of his daughter, but held his tongue. Instead, he inquired, "Why did you not cut the stone open sooner, Uncle Feng?" With a hint of embarrassment, Feng Delong replied, "It was not out of reluctance. There were numerous factors at play. Firstly, due to the market channels. Your master must have mentioned that certain materials should not be showcased too ostentatiously. Secondly, the investment in this piece was substantial. We dared not act recklessly. If it had failed, the losses would have been in the billions. Consequently, time slipped away, and 3 years passed, involving jade rough worth over $1 billion. This was the true essence of being rich or poor with a single cut." Tang Songyuan remarked, "Are you suggesting that the kidnappers of Miss Feng are connected to the other 2 shareholders?" Feng Delong shook his head. "Not those 2 shareholders, but the son of one of them, Zhao Jiasher. Last year, his father's business faced financial ruin, leading to his tragic demise from a heart attack. However, during the funeral, Zhao Jiasher approached me, speaking of the stone and demanding his shares back. Even resorting to litigation, I had ample evidence on my side, and the outcome was inevitable. Zhao Jiasher lost, and in May this year, the second trial ended in defeat as well." With a heavy heart, Feng Delong sighed. "They were once good friends. Who could have foreseen that we would find ourselves in this predicament? It's no wonder people say not to engage in business with close friends." Tang Song interjected. "Yet that does not necessarily imply that this kidnapping is directly linked to Zhao Jiasher, does it?" Feng Delong replied. "I received a call instructing me to bring the jade pieces in exchange for Xiao Wan. Though the voice did not belong to Zhao Jiasher, I am certain it was him." Tang Songwen fell silent, feeling a sense of melancholy. Then, "Uncle Feng, you must bolster your security. The adversary lurks in the shadows, likely plotting further schemes. If they are capable of kidnapping and extortion, they probably harbor few reservations. This area is near the border, just several hundred kilometers from the infamous northern Myanmar." Feng Delong furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply before turning to Tang Songwen. "Brother Tang, I am honored that you would call me uncle. I implore you to assist me with a favor." Tang Songwen smirked, "Speak, and I shall consider whether to oblige." Chapter 89. Profit above all. Feng Delong paused, then awkwardly chuckled. "Xiao Tang, do not be alarmed. It is not a matter of great consequence. I am aware you intend to attend the public auction in Yingjiang, and I hope you can accompany Xiao Wan. Should any danger arise, I would appreciate your vigilance." Tang Songyuan, puzzled, inquired, "But Uncle Feng, do you not have bodyguards? Couldn't you spare 2 to look after Miss Feng?" Feng Delong patiently explained, "I only have 3 professional bodyguards, one of whom must assist the event organizers with security. I also worry that Zhao Jiasher might act recklessly and do something outrageous. I have come to understand your capabilities, and it would only be for a few days until the auction concludes." Still perplexed, Tang Songwen asked, "But why must you attend this auction, Uncle Feng?" Feng Delong's expression grew troubled, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Xiao Tang, I will not hide the truth from you. 2 months ago, I attended the auctions in Pingzhou and Jieyang, where I received offers of 1.5 billion for those jade pieces. Yet, as you have seen, they weigh nearly 10 kilograms in total. My goal is to exceed 2 billion. This auction in Yingjiang is larger than those in Jieyang and Pingzhou, attracting many merchants from Southeast Asia and Hong Kong. I hope to achieve my desired outcome here." His words were refreshingly candid and relatable. Yet, ultimately, it boiled down to profit. In essence, he sought to sell his imperial green jadeite at a high price during this auction, but was unable to ensure Feng Linwan's safety. If Zhao Jiasher truly posed a threat, the hotel wouldn't be secure either. Thus, he turned to Tang Songyuan for assistance. Before Tang Songyuan could decide whether to agree, a bodyguard entered, delivering the meal to the living room. Feng Delong took a portion and personally brought it to Feng Linwan's room. Returning, he told Tang Songyuan, "Xiao Tang, please eat first. You can inform me of your decision afterward." Tang Songyuan, feeling quite famished, commenced his meal without hesitation. In his previous occupation as an excavator operator, he had learned to eat heartily regardless of the environment. So even with Feng Delong observing nearby, he relished his food. Simultaneously, he was weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, Feng Delong spoke up. "Once the public auction concludes, I shall gift young brother Tang a piece of jadeite raw stone as a token of appreciation for your hard work." Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, set down his chopsticks, and, taking a napkin to dab at his mouth, inquired, "Are you implying that I cannot afford even a piece of jadeite raw stone? Or that I am incapable of purchasing materials myself at the auction?" Tang Songyuan was not one to seek trouble, yet he was not afraid of it either. Although he did not possess a fortune in the billions, he had the insight to perceive even the most exquisite jadeite raw stones. They could not escape his gaze. It was merely a matter of encountering such exceptional stones, which were indeed rare. No, that is not what I meant. Feng Delong hastily clarified, "Young brother Tang is a highly esteemed disciple of Master and your skills in gambling on stones are undoubtedly exceptional. What I meant was that I happen to have a rather distinctive piece of material on hand, and I have heard that Master enjoys collecting such items. Once everything is satisfactorily concluded, I intend to personally accompany my daughter to visit Master and express our gratitude." Tang Songyuan, considering Master De Hong's somewhat reclusive character, replied, "There is no need for a formal visit of gratitude. Miss Feng can accompany me, but she must adhere to my schedule." His participation in the public auction was, after all, to gamble on jadeite raw stones, not to serve as anyone's bodyguard. Feng Delong, elated, said, "So? Does that mean young brother Tang has agreed?" Tang Songyuan nodded slightly and resumed his meal. Feng Delong continued, "Naturally, we will prioritize young brother Tang's schedule, and Xiao Wan is very obedient. I will entrust her to you during the day. I will arrange for a room for you at this hotel." That evening, under Feng Delong's arrangements, Tang Songyuan settled into the hotel, and the night passed without incident. The following morning, Tang Songyuan and Feng Delong, along with their companions, enjoyed breakfast at the hotel. Feng Linwan had changed into long clothing, concealing the marks of her injuries. Her manner of eating was quite refined, taking small, deliberate bites, chewing on the left side for 30 chews before switching to the right for another 30 before swallowing. Although she made no sound, the slowness of her chewing made Tang Songyuan feel a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. After finishing their meal and preparing to head to the auction, they encountered the officer who had led the team the previous day in the hotel lobby. It was only then that Tang Songyuan learned the individual was the deputy director of the Yingjiang police station. He briefed Feng Delong on the investigation's status, hoping to glean any leads. Unfortunately, the escaped robber remained at large, and the remaining 4 were tight-lipped, leaving the case at an impasse. "Rest assured, Mr. Feng, we will provide police support for this public auction, doing our utmost to ensure everyone's safety," the officer promised before departing. Although Feng Delong was not entirely reassured by the police's commitment, he expressed his gratitude and escorted the officer to the entrance. Upon arriving at the site of the public auction, Tang Songyuan and Feng Delong parted ways. Feng Delong headed towards the outdoor pavilion showcasing the imperial green jadeite, while Tang Songyuan proceeded indoors to examine the covered materials. Feng Linwan naturally followed closely by his side. With Feng Delong absent, Feng Linwan became somewhat more animated. Observing Tang Songyuan pause occasionally to scrutinize the oddly shaped jadeite raw stones, she curiously asked, "Brother Songyuan, you are so young, yet you are so skilled in stone gambling." Tang Songyuan replied without turning, "Are all the stone gamblers you know elderly men?" Feng Linwan bit her lip, replying, "Indeed, my impression is that those who gamble with stones alongside my father are all elderly." "Ha ha ha, brother Songyuan, I'm not referring to you." Tang Songyuan paid little mind and remarked, "The logic is sound. Primarily, most young people today lack funds, while the elderly tend to be more affluent." Feng Linwan nodded in agreement. "That is so true. For instance, I do not have much money." Tang Songyuan glanced at her, thinking that once her father sold those pieces of imperial green jadeite, her family's wealth would suffice for her lifetime. As they strolled and chatted amiably, a young man obstructed their path. With a faint smile adorning his face, he looked at Feng Linwan and said, "Xiao Mei Feng, do you remember me? I held you in my arms when you were little. Feng Linwan's expression soured instantly, and she said each word with deliberation. Zhao, Jia, sure. Chapter 90. Suspicion abounds. What? He is Zhao Jiashi. Tang Songyuan was equally startled upon hearing Feng Linwan's address. Just yesterday, he had listened to Feng Delong analyze that Zhao Jiashi was likely the mastermind behind Feng Linwan's abduction. Who could have anticipated encountering him at the auction site today? No, it should be said that Zhao Jiashi had intentionally approached Feng Linwan. Zhao Jiashi appeared to be in his late 20s, of average height, and possessed an unremarkable appearance. He regarded Feng Linwan with a faint, elusive smile and said, "What's wrong, Xiao Wan? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? You used to love playing with me when you were younger." Feng Linwan's face reflected her revulsion as she asked, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Jiashi chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "Why shouldn't I be here? This public auction has no high barriers to entry. I am here to purchase jadeite. Do you hold any prejudice against me, Xiao Wan?" Feng Linwan huffed softly. "I dare not have any prejudice against you. Who knows when I might be kidnapped again?" "How could that be?" Zhao Jiashi countered. "I had a disagreement with your father, but that is between him and me. It does not affect the bond between us siblings." Those words disgusted Feng Linwan to no end. She retorted, "We are not siblings. I truly do not wish to see you." Turning to Tang Songyun, she added, "Brother Songyun, may we leave now?" Throughout, Tang Songyun remained silent, yet his mind was rife with questions. If, as Feng Delong claimed, Zhao Jiashi was the mastermind behind Feng Linwan's abduction, why would he dare to appear so brazenly? What if the four robbers had implicated him? Was he not effectively walking into a trap? Did he possess some form of assurance, or perhaps a more significant scheme? These considerations eluded him. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Jiashi and said coolly, "Let us go with that." He turned to lead Feng Linwan away. Zhao Jiashi did not pursue them further, merely watching their retreating figures with an unbroken smile. Exiting the indoor area, Tang Songyuan found Feng Delong's imperial green jadeite display. The area around the display was still bustling with people, and Feng Delong was eagerly engaged in conversation with a rotund middle-aged man. Upon noticing Feng Linwan's discontented demeanor approaching him, he quickly excused himself from the conversation and, placing a hand on her shoulder, asked, "What is wrong, Xiao Wan? Who bullied you this early in the morning?" Feng Linwan softly replied, "Father, I just saw Zhao Jiashi over there in the indoor area." Feng Delong's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "How is that possible? How dare he appear here?" He then looked at Tang Songyuan, seemingly seeking confirmation. Tang Songyuan nodded gently and stated, "He mentioned that there are no barriers to entry for the auction and that he is here to buy jadeite." Feng Delong's countenance darkened significantly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he cast a pleading look at Tang Songyuan. "Young brother Tang, could you escort Xiao Wan away from here?" Tang Songyuan frowned. "It is not merely a matter of leaving. There are so many people here. I do not believe he would dare to act openly." Feng Delong, anxious, insisted, "He has lost his reason. He could resort to any frenzied act. I am genuinely concerned he may target Xiao Wan again. She is innocent." Tang Songyuan reassured him, "As long as Xiao Wan is by my side, there will be no issues. Do you not trust me, Mr. Feng?" Feng Delong failed to notice the shift in how Tang Songyuan addressed him and replied, "Of course I trust you, young brother Tang. I am merely worried about any unforeseen circumstances," Tang Songyuan asserted. "There will be no unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, we agreed that my schedule would take precedence. If Mr. Feng did not trust him, he could easily withdraw from the arrangement." He had no particular desire for anything from Feng Delong. Accepting this task was merely a matter of convenience. If he were dissatisfied, he could leave at any moment. All right, we will do as you say." Feng Delong conceded. Returning to the indoor area with the covered materials, Tang Songyuan did not see Zhao Jiashi's figure again. The venue was vast, and he did not wish to dwell on it. However, he did spot Song Zhenghua, who still wore a smile reminiscent of Maitreya, patting Tang Songyuan's arm and saying, "I knew you were destined for greatness, young Tang. You opened a new factory and did not even notify me. Do you not consider me a fellow townsman?" Tang Songyuan felt somewhat awkward about the incident involving Li Yangqiu, stating, "I apologize, Uncle Song, for not giving you a heads-up regarding Li Yangqiu's situation." Song Zhenghua chuckled nonchalantly and replied, "Water flows to lower ground, and people strive for higher places. Little Chiu going to your side is a good thing. Go put it bluntly, in this gambling stone business, I am merely a novice, feeling my way through the dark. You won't learn much by following me. Tang Songyuan replied, Uncle Song, you are being modest. What I mean is, our factory currently lacks channels for distribution. Could you assist us in collecting some semi-finished products from your side? Although Hitai had previously stated that Haikisi Jade Company would purchase any semi-finished goods, Tang Songyuan still wished to expand this aspect of the channel and of course, why wouldn't I? Song Jinghua smiled and remarked. In truth, selling is simply a matter of storefront costs and lead times. Once you stay in this industry long enough, you'll become familiar with it. Tang Songyuan responded, Then I must trouble you, Uncle Song. Song Jinghua smiled and repeatedly assured him, Not a bother, not a bother. Feel free to contact me anytime. I will certainly provide you with the most suitable market price. As he spoke, he teasingly glanced at Feng Linwan, who was closely following Tang Songyuan and inquired, And who might this be? Tang Songyuan, wishing to avoid complications, merely stated, Just a friend I recently met. Now, Uncle Song, we will discuss this later. Song Jinghua nodded with a smile and replied. All right. Besides Song Jinghua, Tang Songyuan also spotted several familiar faces, such as Chiu Yingxue and Fang Hongyi, whom he had met at the Stone Gambling Appreciation Conference in the Magical City, as well as Jiang Mingqing and others. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the auction for the covered stones commenced. The auction was divided into 3 sections, with lots opened according to the grading of the materials. Otherwise, with over 2,000 pieces of covered stones present. Even if each piece took 3 to 5 minutes, one could only auction off 20 pieces in an hour, making it an arduous task to finish. Tang Songyuan also collected a bidding card. Preparing to participate in the auction of the first group, which included 3 pieces he was particularly keen on. Shortly after the auction began, Feng Linwan gently tugged on Tang Songyuan's hand and said, Brother Songyuan, I need to use the restroom. Tang Songyuan glanced in the direction of the restroom and then at the sequence of the raw materials, saying, Then I'll accompany you. As they walked toward the restroom, Tang Songyuan's expression suddenly turned serious. He grasped Feng Linwan's wrist, halting her in her tracks. Wait a moment, don't rush in. Feng Linwan, taken aback, asked in confusion. What's wrong? Tang Songyuan had a purpose for stopping her. He had just scanned the area with his enhanced vision and had surprisingly discovered a woman inside one of the stalls in the women's restroom. She was not genuinely using the stall. Rather, she was seated on a small stool within a partitioned area, equipped with a rope, towel, mask, and other items. Moreover, the small towel she carried contained traces of ether, as identified by Tang Songyuan's vision. He quickly scanned the surroundings again and indeed spotted Zhao Jiashi lurking in an inconspicuous corner. After his upgrade, his vision range had doubled, and Zhao Jiashi was conveniently within sight. They were attempting to abduct Feng Linwan again, Tang Songyuan concluded in his mind, briefly considering the feasibility of their plan. Most people at the venue were preoccupied with examining the materials, and some were captivated by the auction of the covered stones. As long as they acted discreetly and swiftly, they could potentially lead her out through the back door. Firstly, the restroom was sufficiently secluded. Secondly, there were not many women attending the public auction, and Feng Linwan, being a girl, would naturally need to use the restroom. Tang Songyuan pondered and said, Actually, I also need to use the restroom. But don't you think it smells rather foul? Feng Linwan sniffed and replied, It's not too bad. I'm not that delicate. However, Tang Songyuan countered, No, I can't tolerate this. Let's go to the small convenience store across the way. I used it yesterday. He refrained from informing Feng Linwan of the ambush, as it involved exposing his ability. Similarly, this situation was not suitable for alerting the authorities. Furthermore, he couldn't accompany Feng Linwan into the women's restroom. The key was to prevent her from stepping into danger. The specifics were secondary. All right, Feng Linwan readily agreed without much thought, adding, I was just thinking of grabbing some snacks over there. Honestly, there are so many delicious snacks here. Have you tried any, Brother Songyuan? As he led her outside, he smiled slightly and replied, Not yet, but if you're willing to treat me, I wouldn't mind trying. Simultaneously, he kept an eye on Zhao Jiashi's movements. And upon noticing their departure from the restroom, a look of disappointment mixed with cold regret crossed Zhao Jiashi's face. This guy is indeed suspicious. A few minutes later, they resolved their physiological needs at the small convenience store outside the venue. Feng Linwan treated Tang Songyuan to the local specialty, red-fleshed papaya, while Tang Songyuan bought her an ice pop, those old-fashioned ones that cost a yuan each. Feng Linwan eagerly licked it, slurping the icy juice, exclaiming, My dad never let me eat these when I was little, saying they are neither healthy nor hygienic. Tang Songyuan chuckled, Silly girl, Unless you make everything yourself, how many things out there are truly clean and sanitary? That makes sense, Feng Linwan giggled. After finishing the ice pop, they returned to the public auction venue, only to find that Tang Songyuan had lost sight of Zhao Jiashi again. Who knows what scheme that guy is concocting now? The auction continued with fervor, and one of the raw materials Tang Songyuan had his eye on began its turn. It was a piece of black stone, with a superb oily texture on its surface. Revealing a long water head when illuminated, in fact, it contained a sizable piece of high-grade jade with green flowers, identified by his vision as weighing over 3 kilograms. However, it was clear that many were interested in this piece. Starting at a base price of 120,000 RMB, which quickly escalated to 200,000. Tang Songyuan remained unperturbed. In his view, acquiring this piece for under 800,000 would be a significant gain. 210,000. Noticing a slight lull in the bidding, Tang Songyuan raised his card to announce his bid. 220,000. Soon, someone outbid him. Valuable items naturally attract discerning eyes, and most participants at the auction were knowledgeable insiders with their own psychological price points for the quality of the stones. Generally, merchants tend to be more rational. Ultimately, after several rounds of bidding, Tang Songyuan secured the piece for 350,000 RMB. Wow, brother Songyuan, you're amazing. This feels so thrilling. Feng Linwan, seemingly experiencing such an event for the first time, found it particularly exciting. Tang Songyuan was reminded of his sister, Wei Qing, and thought he should take her out more often in the future to broaden her horizons. Following this, Tang Songyuan made a series of decisive bids, spending nearly 1 million in total to acquire all 3 pieces he had his eye on. Little Yuan, you're quite impressive, decisive in your actions. As the auction neared its conclusion, Song Jinghua approached to greet him. Tang Songyuan smiled and said, Uncle Song, didn't you also secure 2 pieces? I hope you cut them open for a substantial profit. Song Jinghua chuckled and replied, I appreciate your good wishes, by the way. Why haven't I seen your master? Tang Songyuan casually remarked, my master had other matters to attend to, but he should be back tomorrow. With the 3 pieces he had won, Tang Songyuan reunited with Feng Linwan and Feng Delong before returning to the hotel together. During dinner, Feng Delong shared some news he had gathered. The 4 robbers he had apprehended had confessed today, but all claimed it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, with no one behind them orchestrating it. How is that possible? Tang Songyuan exclaimed. Why did they choose to abduct little Wan specifically? From what I observed, their actions were clearly organized and premeditated. Feng Delong's expression darkened. Those 4 captured robbers had now become scapegoats, while the mastermind remained at large, still posing a significant threat to him. Indeed. Feng Delong cursed. I've inquired, and if these individuals plead guilty, the most they'll receive is 5 to 10 years. As long as the mastermind offers enough money, they can easily take the fall. Tang Songyuan frowned and asked, didn't you say the Zhao family has gone bankrupt? Where would Zhao Jiashi find the funds to plan these schemes? Feng Delong sighed. The Zhao family is indeed bankrupt, but these few pieces of jade I have are valuable. Zhao Jiashi can easily use them as leverage for promises of support from the shadows. Tang Songyuan nodded thoughtfully and added, I must remind Boss Feng that they will undoubtedly not abandon their intentions towards you. If there are no breakthroughs with Little Wan, they may very well turn their focus on you. Chapter 92. Top-quality ink jade. If they cannot manage Feng Linwan, they could directly target Feng Delong, concluding the matter once and for all. Feng Delong was taken aback and exclaimed, How is that possible? My remaining 2 bodyguards are never far from me. I refuse to believe they could find an opportunity to kidnap me. Tang Songyuan, recalling the woman who had been lurking in the restroom that afternoon, snorted and said, I was merely speaking off the cuff. The enemy is hidden while we are in the open. Boss Feng should not underestimate their power, nor the allure of imperial green jade. You are well aware that they have lost their sanity. If they dared to kidnap Shaowan, why wouldn't they dare to abduct you? Moreover, you have no idea what despicable means they might employ. Feng Delong's expression shifted multiple times, while Feng Linwan looked on with concern and said, Father, perhaps we should forego this exhibition at the public auction. Once we return and bolster our security, ensuring absolute safety, we can then consider selling the jade. Feng Delong shook his head and replied, It's not that simple. Furthermore, someone has already bid 18 million for those pieces. I truly do not wish to abandon this now. He added, You all eat first. I will make a few calls, preferably to enlist the police's assistance. If they could provide a few plainclothes officers, that would be ideal. The allure of wealth was compelling. and Feng Delong was still 400 million short of his goal. Clearly, he had no reason to relinquish his resolve over such a sum. Tang Songyuan took a bite of his meal and nodded. This plan seems more feasible. After all, your safety is also a responsibility of the organizers. After dinner, Tang Songyuan returned to his room to rest. Before sleeping, he made calls to Wei Qing, an ICC, and Li Yangqiu, who remained in Ruili, to inquire about the situation there. Early the next morning, Tang Songyuan indeed noticed two unfamiliar faces accompanying Feng Delong. Dressed in plain clothes, they bore sharp gazes. He surmised that these must be the protective officers provided by the Yingjiang police. After breakfast, Tang Songyuan waited downstairs at the hotel for an Dahong, who had completed his fasting ritual. Master. Tang Songyuan greeted him and approached. Upon seeing Feng Linwan following closely behind, an Dahong inquired, "Who is she?" Tang Songyuan then recounted the events of that day when he emerged from the temple and subsequently rescued Feng Linwan, only to later realize she was Feng Delong's daughter. An Dahong sighed and remarked, "I have heard some tales regarding last year's imperial green jade. Wealth indeed stirs the heart. Songyuan, if you can assist, do so appropriately. If not, do not force it." Tang Songyuan neither agreed nor disagreed but asked, "Master, have you eaten?" "I can fetch you a meal from the hotel," Dahong interjected. "I have already eaten. There is no need for trouble. If there is nothing pressing, let us go and see the public auction." Tang Songyuan placed the materials he had purchased yesterday into the trunk of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and accompanied Feng Linwan into an Dahong's vehicle. The third day of the public auction was bustling as ever, with jade enthusiasts from all over the country gathering, including merchants from Hong Kong speaking Cantonese and dark-skinned Southeast Asian traders in the area showcasing the rough jade. Aside from the 300 pieces auctioned off the previous day, there remained many unsold lots. With an Dahong leading, Tang Songyuan followed, while Feng Linwan trailed behind, obediently keeping pace. "Which pieces did you find uncertain the other day?" an Dahong asked. This caught Tang Songyuan off guard as he had merely mentioned it casually, not expecting an Dahong to remember. Activating his X-ray vision, he quickly scanned the materials and ultimately selected a rough stone, saying, "Master, I have not seen this type of material before." It was a piece of rough jade weighing over 30 kilograms. Appearing rather unremarkable at first glance, almost resembling a block of concrete. "Ha!" An Dahong chuckled lightly. "This should be a piece of Mo Siwai jade." Tang Songyuan feigned confusion and inquired, "Master, is there a particular significance to this?" An Dahong extended his hand to caress the surface of the rough stone, explaining, "Has a particularly interesting characteristic. Its oiliness, always seems to have a layer of oil that cannot be wiped away. You should reach out and feel it." Tang Songyuan extended his hand, and Feng Linwan, unable to contain her curiosity, also reached out to touch it, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is both glossy and smooth." An Dahong nodded and continued, "In truth, is rather difficult to gamble on, as even a slight impurity or fog within can render the material less than perfect. It must be thoroughly black, yet not entirely so. True quality will reveal a hint of green light. Is formed from green pyroxene, containing two green components, iron and chromium. If the mineral is sourced from chromium, then this piece is worth the gamble." Tang Songyuan, considering the feedback provided by his X-ray vision, felt a surge of joy as the composition indeed indicated chromium. If an Dahong suggested that chromium minerals could be gambled on, then this piece was one he must acquire, Dahong further elaborated. In recent years, has been performing quite well in the market. A top-tier bracelet can sell for 4 to 5 million. Of course, it must be the kind that is deeply black, lustrous, and refined, and rings and faces are also highly sought after in the market. Tang Songyuan thought to himself that this piece was indeed dark, lustrous, and refined, a most unexpected delight. Quietly noting down the piece's number and auction sequence, he continued to follow an Dahong as they inspected the rough jade. Even with Feng Linwan present, an Dahong generously shared his insights with Tang Songyuan without reservation. He remarked, "Material quality has its own value, and color can rival that of quality materials. There is even a saying, color surpasses quality, meaning that if a piece's color reaches its zenith, even if its quality is not exceptionally high, it can still attain immense value, provided its color is rich, bright, authentic, harmonious, and uniform." Chapter 93. A sudden turn of events at 9 in the morning, the auction for rough jade continued. Tang Songyuan made several bids, spending over 260,000 to acquire 8 pieces of rough jade, including the stone weighing over 30 kilograms. Due to Inidahong's presence at this public auction, Tang Songyuan had no intention of holding back. Regardless of how precious the jade might be once cut, he could easily attribute the success to Inidahong. During the bidding for the, several individuals contended for it, including Chiao Shue, with the bids escalating to 120,000. Ultimately, Tang Songyuan's confidence prevailed as he added another 20,000 to secure the piece. Inidahong also participated once, spending 60,000 on a 2-kilogram colored material. In the evening, the master and disciple returned to the hotel with Feng Linwan and Inidahong also secured a room at the hotel, and although Feng Delong wanted to treat him to dinner, he was declined by the elder. He stated, in a couple of days, the bids will be revealed. Many people are likely to visit you during this time, so I shall refrain from intruding. Feng Delong paid no mind and took Feng Linwan upstairs. During dinner, Tang Songyuan asked Inidahong, Master, what do you think the final selling price of Feng Delong's Imperial Green Jade will be? Inidahong replied, That's hard to say. Resources like Imperial Green Jade are top tier in the industry, and not everyone can comprehend their value. You might think it's worth 10 or 8 billion, but someone else might believe it can fetch 20 billion. There are also various negotiations between buyers and sellers. Tang Songyuan nodded thoughtfully. So, such top-tier goods might be held for a year or two before being sold. Inidahong chuckled. Yes, but not entirely. In fact, such top-tier resources are interconnected in terms of information. For instance, I might have a client interested in purchasing, but I lack such resources. I can easily bring Feng Delong into the fold. While I secure the client, Feng Delong profits, and I also benefit. There is a network of resource sharing, competition, and opposition. Many twists and turns exist, which you will gradually understand. On the fourth day of the Yingjiang public auction, the unveiling of some yellow and white marked materials began. Successful bidders were all smiles, while those who did not win felt little disappointment. Of course, there were also those left unattended. These semi-finished materials, despite being cut once, still held potential for gambling. Some materials could still see significant changes in the coming days, leaving uncertainty in their wake. Such materials were likely to reappear in the next public auction, often referred to as old players. The auction for rough jade progressed at an accelerated pace, opening 2 additional auction points. Tang Songyuan made several more bids, adding to his collection, which now totaled over 20 pieces, amounting to nearly 400 jin. To accommodate the weight limit of Inidahong's vehicle, Tang Songyuan decided it was time to cease bidding. As night fell, the number of visitors to Feng Delong at the hotel increased. Tomorrow marked the day for the unveiling of the red mark materials, and many interested parties came to seek out Feng Delong, attempting to ascertain the base price. Such matters are fundamentally violations of established rules. However, the organizers have tacitly condoned such behavior, rendering it nearly unavoidable. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Feng Delong received a group of merchants from Hong Kong. 5 individuals who entered his guest room together. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, speaking in Cantonese, who took a seat on the sofa and bluntly inquired, Boss Feng, what price can you offer for those few pieces of Imperial Green Jade? Feng Linwan, being dutiful, poured tea for the guests and then quietly retreated to her own room. Feng Delong, with a smile, replied, Mr. Li, you have asked me this question no less than 20 times in the past few days. Yet, due to the rules of the public auction, I can only tell you that the highest bid has reached 1.8 billion. I was not daunted by the figure of 1.8 billion. Instead, he scoffed and said, Boss Feng, I understand the rules. However, as the saying goes, the moment rules are established, they create opportunities for those who break them. Just tell me, what is your psychological price for those pieces? If we can agree, we can revise the bid price tomorrow morning. Feng Delong's cunning gaze swept across the merchants, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he said, Mr. Li, to be honest, my psychological price is at least 2 billion, but I must also make it clear that at least 3 parties are aware of this bottom line. This was Feng Delong's strategy. He deliberately threw out a low base price to attract interest. Then, as competition intensified, with someone already bidding 1.8 billion, he purposefully revealed his reserve price, allowing the strongest contenders to engage in the final competition. To secure these goods, one would need to present at least 2 billion, but if you offer 2.2 billion, what if someone else bids even higher? This tactic shifted the pressure back onto the other competitors. Li found himself in a dilemma, glancing up at the ceiling before whispering to his companions. After a moment, one of his companions rose to use the restroom. When he returned, a cigarette dangling from his lips, he approached one of Feng Delong's bodyguards and said, "Brother, can I borrow a light?" The bodyguard, unsuspecting, produced a lighter to ignite it. But instead of lighting the cigarette, he suddenly struck the bodyguard in the face. Simultaneously, Mr. Lee and the others sprang into action, one assisting in subduing the first bodyguard, two attacking the remaining bodyguard, while Mr. lunged at Feng Delong. Feng Delong was taken aback, and before he could react, Mr. Lee's knife was already pressed against his throat. Soon, the two bodyguards were restrained by Mr. Lee's accomplices, who then rushed into Feng Linwan's room and bound her as well. The four of them were tied together, sitting in a circle on the floor. "Who are you?" Feng Delong exclaimed, his expression a mixture of shock and terror. Mr. sneered, "Do you not understand? We are kidnappers, haha. We have already figured out that two plainclothes officers were following you during the day, but at night, you only have two ordinary bodyguards. Unable to obtain your jade? We have no choice but to take you." Feng Delong suppressed his fear, striving to remain composed, and said, "Capturing me is of no use. The jade is in the hands of the auction organizers. And I have made it clear that if I am not present, regardless of the bid amount, it will be treated as a blocked bid. The jade will then be sealed, and no one will have access to it. Is that so?" Mr. Lee's face twisted into an evil grin as he approached Feng Linwan, lifting her chin and saying, "I heard your daughter is only 19, and you have always protected her well. She must still be a virgin." Chapter 94, Premeditated. Feng Linwan's face drained of color, and Feng Delong was both shocked and furious. He could not fathom how the jovial businessman had transformed into a kidnapper in an instant. He warned, "You better think this through. We are in the city, and you cannot escape. Even if you kill us, you will not obtain those pieces of jade." Mr. Lee chuckled, one large hand caressing Feng Linwan's cheek. Savoring the softness and smoothness of her youthful skin, he said, "If we cannot obtain the jade, so be it. But since we are here, why not enjoy the soft jade's warmth before Mr. Feng?" With that, he extended his hand, preparing to rip Feng Linwan's clothing. Though her hands were bound, Feng Linwan struggled violently, crying out, "No, Daddy, help me, Daddy, help me, stop." Feng Delong, witnessing the scene, was frantic. His hair stood on end as he shouted, "What do you want? If it's money, I have some on hand. Just let us go, and I will give you all my cash. All of it." Mr. Lee paused, asking, "Hee, how much do you have?" Feng Delong gritted his teeth, responding, 30 million. "That's all I have, if you let us go. I promise I won't report this to the police, and I'll give you every penny. 30 million is too little." Mr. Lee shook his head. "It seems those pieces of imperial green jade are worth much more." Feng Delong insisted, "I have already said, the jade is in the hands of the auction organizers. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I have no means. At most, I can block the bid tomorrow and find a way to give it to you." "Haha, do you take me for a fool?" Mr. Lee sneered. "In the end, you just want me to let you go right now. But once you are free, what about the rest of us?" Feng Delong pressed. "Then what should we do? If 30 million is too little, I cannot provide the imperial green jade. How about this? I have a friend in this building. Let me call him. Borrowing 1 or 2 billion shouldn't be a problem." The person he referred to was naturally Tang Songyuan. Though he was uncertain whether Tang Songyuan had 1 or 2 billion on hand, his aim was merely to hope that Tang Songyuan could rescue him from his current predicament. Given Tang Songyuan's capabilities, handling these 5 individuals should pose no significant challenge. However, Mr. Lee remained unconvinced, maintaining his cold laughter. "Who knows if your call will alert the police? You've been in close contact with them these days." "How do I know you haven't left any signals?" Feng Linwan was paralyzed with fear, while Feng Delong was both furious and anxious. Nothing seemed permissible. They merely sought money. 30 million isn't enough. I can sell my house, my car, and my company to give you whatever you need. This was even more absurd. Selling a house or a car could not be accomplished overnight. Just then, one of Mr. Lee's companions interjected, "Brother, time is running out. If we delay any longer, we could face trouble and may not be able to escape." Mr. Lee's expression shifted. His eyes turning vicious, he stood, towering over Feng Delong, and stated, "If you refuse to cooperate, it seems I must resort to some measures." Slap, slap, slap. 3 successive slaps landed on Feng Delong's face, not merely as torment but rather as humiliation. "Brother, we really don't have much time left. The surveillance won't hold up much longer." Another companion urged. Still unsatisfied, Mr. Lee slapped Feng Delong once more and commanded, "Untie him." Let him transfer the money now. 30 million is 30 million. Let's secure it first, under the pressure of the knife. Feng Delong transferred the funds to the account provided by Mr. Li. Afterward, they retied the 4 individuals, adding extra zip ties to their hands and feet, which were both sturdy and durable and conveniently portable. As they exited, Mr. Li threatened, "You better ensure those pieces of imperial green jade are blocked tomorrow, or you'll regret it." Closing the door, Mr. Li and his group swiftly descended the stairs, leaving the hotel with an air of confidence. Inside the room, the Feng father and daughter, along with the 2 bodyguards, were tightly bound together, their mouths sealed with duct tape. Fortunately, aside from Feng Delong receiving a few slaps, the others suffered no harm. Now, if only they could free themselves from their restraints, they could turn the tide. One of the bodyguards managed to break a cup on the coffee table with great effort, using the shards to cut through the zip ties binding his feet. Afterward, he painstakingly maneuvered to free his hands. Finally liberated, the bodyguard sighed in relief, quickly tearing away the 3 layers of tape sealing his mouth before rescuing the remaining 3 from their bindings. By the time they completed this, over an hour had passed. Feng Linwan burst into tears, collapsing into Feng Delong's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The harrowing scene from an hour ago replayed vividly in her mind, and the thought of their captors' menacing faces filled her with dread. Feng Delong comforted her, gently patting her back, and solemnly instructed, "Call the police immediately. This group should not have gotten far. They had extorted 30 million from him, nearly all of his liquid assets." The 2 bodyguards felt a deep sense of shame, having failed to protect their employer right under their noses, even putting themselves in danger. Within 10 minutes of calling the police, Deputy Director Li arrived at the scene with a dozen officers in tow. After simply gathering information, immediate orders were issued. Notify everyone to swiftly seal off major intersections and conduct thorough inspections of vehicles passing through. At the same time, alert the border patrol, as the suspects may attempt to smuggle themselves out of the country. Before long, another individual entered to report, "Director, we have just accessed the hotel surveillance, and nearly 2 hours of footage from the time of the incident has been deleted." Director Li's expression darkened. "Instruct the technical department to recover it as quickly as possible, and also retrieve all surveillance from within the city. We must ascertain the origins and movements of this group. Furthermore, track that bank account and freeze the funds immediately." In truth, Director Li harbored little hope. This group had likely planned their escape well in advance. Within an hour, in the hands of seasoned professionals, this sum could easily have been transferred through dozens of accounts and long since flowed abroad. Feng Delong anxiously remarked to Director Li, "I apologize for the trouble, Director. It is our responsibility." Director Li reassured him, "Given that such an incident occurred within my jurisdiction, it is we who should apologize to Mr. Feng. This case involves a substantial amount of money with far-reaching implications. I have already reported it to the higher authorities, and we must ensure this group is brought to justice." Chapter 95. The moment of reckoning when Tang Songlin learned of the situation. It was already past 11 at night. Feng Linwan, sobbing, called to inform him that she and her father had been kidnapped and extorted again, nearly putting their lives in jeopardy. Upon Tang Songyuan's arrival, most of the police had already withdrawn, leaving only 2 officers inside the room to temporarily protect the Feng family. Brother Songyuan. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan's figure, Feng Linwan could no longer contain her tears and threw herself into his embrace. In the past few days, she had been kidnapped twice, and only when she was beside Tang Songyuan did she feel a sense of security. Feng Delong sat despondently on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, and merely nodded at Tang Songyuan's entrance. After roughly understanding the situation, Tang Songyuan offered some gentle words of comfort and suggested Feng Linwan rest for a while. "I'm sorry for troubling you, Xiao Tang, coming out so late," Feng Delong said, chain-smoking and expressing his gratitude with an impassive face. Tang Songyuan replied, "In truth, I cannot be of much help. We must await the police's investigation and resolution." Indeed, this was the case. Not only Tang Songyuan but even the police found the situation troublesome. The proximity to the border meant that an hour was more than sufficient for the suspects to escape. Simply finding a place to hide would complicate cross-border pursuit, given the myriad of procedures involved. Moreover, Tang Songyuan sensed something amiss. The same kidnapping tactics, did this group have any connection to the previous one? Their targets were the same few pieces of imperial green jade. Why did they choose to act the day before the bidding was to be revealed? Or was their sole aim extortion of 30 million? Despite the many puzzling aspects, This matter did not directly concern Tang Songyuan, and he was disinclined to delve deeper. An innocent man suffers for possessing a jewel. Feng Delong coughed a few times, reflecting. Only now do I deeply understand the meaning of that phrase. Tang Songyuan replied. Then Mr. Feng should seize this opportunity to sell those pieces of imperial green jade as soon as possible. Feng Delong retorted, somewhat disgruntled. I wish I could, but the bids they offer are simply too low. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow. Did you not say someone had already offered 1,800,000,000? Feng Delong replied. The bids have yet to be revealed. How could I possibly know the offers from others? That was merely my public statement. Damn. Tang Song could not help but curse under his breath. He had taken it at face value, unaware that the 1,800,000,000 offer was just a smokescreen put forth by Feng Delong. He sighed and said, Then let us see the results of tomorrow's bidding. Mr. Feng, please take care. The following morning, the public auction site saw a significant increase in police presence. The authorities had brought in armored vehicles, and armed officers stood guard, instilling a sense of security in the attending merchants. At 8 o'clock, the bidding for the red mark jade commenced. A host, carrying a thick folder, stepped onto the stage and announced, Item number Y92081. The highest bid is 668,000 yuan. May I ask if there is an objection? The owner of item number Y92081, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, joyfully shouted, No objection, the host declared. Congratulations on the successful bid. By 10 o'clock, it was finally time for the last bid, which belonged to Feng Delong's Imperial Green Jade. Feng Delong and his party anxiously awaited the results. The host picked up the final bidding card and announced loudly, Finally, we have our auction champion, item number Y66080, Imperial Green Jade, with the highest bid of 1,580,000,000. Mr. Feng, do you wish to raise an objection? A fleeting expression of disappointment and anguish crossed Feng Delong's face. After a moment's hesitation, he forced a smile and said, This price is still somewhat below my expectations. So I have decided to object. This price was merely 800,000,000 more than what he had received during the previous bidding in Jiang. Yet it still fell short of his target of 2,200,000,000 by 600,000,000. He had endured numerous hardships for these pieces of imperial green jade. He could not sell them so easily. With the red-marked bidding concluded, the Yinjing auction was nearing its end. Tang Songyuan and Enai Dahong decided to return to Ruili. They had each gained considerably from this trip, and it was time to head home. At the entrance, Feng Linwan presented Tang Songyuan with the piece of jade promised by Feng Delong, bidding him farewell in the process. Thank you, Brother Songyuan. You've worked hard these past few days. Tang Songyuan took the modest stone, barely glancing at it before placing it in the car. He smiled. It hasn't been too arduous. Be cautious when you return to Jiang and prioritize your safety. Feng Linwan nodded and replied. My father has already contacted an armed escort company. We will be traveling with them on the way back, so safety should not be a concern. Tang Songyuan acknowledged. Very well then, we shall set off for home now. If you have the chance, little one, do visit me in Ruili. You have my number? Feel free to reach out anytime. Compared to Feng Delong's commercial and mercenary demeanor, Feng Linwan exuded a sense of purity and innocence. Feng Linwan earnestly nodded. Okay, goodbye, Brother Songyuan. On the way back, Enai Dahong drove at a leisurely pace, remaining silent the entire time, perhaps reminiscing about his son and daughter-in-law buried in Yinjing or contemplating his brother Enai Dajiang, who had left the secular world. After more than 4 hours, Tang Son dozed off in the passenger seat. Just over 20 kilometers from Ruili, his phone rang. Squinting, he picked it up and was surprised to see it was Feng Linwan calling. As soon as he answered, he heard her tearful voice. Brother Songyuan, something bad has happened. The escort vehicle carrying our jade IT suddenly turned down a side road and ran away. We chased for a long time, but the paths here are unfamiliar and we can't catch up. What? Tang Songyuan jolted upright from his seat. A transport vehicle can run away on its own? No, wait. What if this escort vehicle was specially prepared for them? Tang Songyuan pieced together the kidnapping of Feng Linwan, Zhao Jiasher's deliberate appearance at the auction, and the subsequent home invasion. He began to comprehend the various tactics involved. Clever, exceedingly clever. Enai Dahong slowed the car and pulled over, looking at Tang Songyuan. What's wrong? What has happened now? Chapter 96. The burden of possession. Tang Songyuan settled back into his seat, adjusting his posture. It's nothing, master. Let's continue home. He then offered some comforting words to Feng Linwan over the phone. Feng Linwan cried, I'm sorry, Brother Songyuan. I know this isn't your fault, but I just can't help but cry. Tang Songyuan reassured her. As long as you are safe, that's what matters. This is beyond your control. After hanging up, Tang Songyuan relayed the conversation to NIDNG. Ni Dahong listened quietly, and after Tang Songyuan finished, he chuckled. An innocent man suffers for possessing a jewel. This time, Feng Delong has fallen into someone else's trap. Tang Songyuan also reflected, there's something fishy about this. I only just realized it. Ever since his daughter Feng Linwan was kidnapped, the entire situation has been a setup targeting Feng Delong. Haha, Ni Dahong chuckled lightly. Share your thoughts. Tang Songyuan responded. From the very beginning, I sensed something was off with the kidnapping. Those 5 burly men couldn't keep watch over one frail woman. In hindsight, even if I hadn't intervened, they would have allowed Feng Linwan to escape. The next day, they orchestrated a second kidnapping, which I thwarted again, yet their objective was still achieved. What do you think their goal was? Ni Dahong inquired. Tang Songyuan shrugged. What other purpose could there be? The orchestrator behind all these actions aimed solely to exert pressure on Feng Delong, ultimately arranging for the escort vehicle to complete the interception. Including the abduction operation from last night, it all serves the same purpose. Ni Dahong chuckled softly and remarked. Yet there remains a challenge. What if someone genuinely offers a high price at the public auction, and Feng Delong fails to halt the bid? What would happen if the transaction is ultimately completed? Tang Songyuan paused, taken aback by this question, as it had not crossed his mind. He candidly replied. Well, I am uncertain about that. Ni Dahong continued. Allow me to elucidate. I believe this is indeed a miscalculation on Feng Delong's part. He revealed his bottom line, which is excessively high. Observe the final bids. The highest reached merely 1,580,000,000, a staggering 600 million short of his anticipated maximum. Such a sum cannot simply be increased on a whim, thus it is highly improbable that anyone would further raise the bid. Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging, What you say makes sense, master. This unseen puppet master possesses a profound understanding of human psychology, especially concerning Feng Delong. Ni Dahong sighed and said, All right, let us cease this discussion. To put it plainly, it has little to do with you. Should you encounter an opportunity to gamble on Imperial Green Jadeite in the future, be sure to exercise caution. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly. That is contingent upon whether I ever have such an opportunity. Upon returning to Rueli, Ni Dahong first escorted Tang Songyuan to his workshop, marking Ni Dahong's inaugural visit to this establishment. A few individuals emerged, ready to unload the cargo. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Tang Songyuan called out, Inside, please. Then, he courteously invited Ni Dahong, Master, please make yourself comfortable inside. Li Yangqiu, accompanied by Ma Tianming and others, approached the entrance and, upon seeing Tang Songyuan and the jadeite materials revealed from the white woven bags in the trunk, grinned broadly. Mr. Tang, it appears you have made quite a substantial acquisition this time. Tang Songyuan jokingly retorted. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and bring it inside. This will be your task for the coming month. After ushering Ni Dahong into the office, Tang Songyuan noticed that NICC was absent and that there were now a cashier and an accountant, both recruited by NICC. The cashier, named Zhang Li, was a local from Rueli, while the accountant, Hu Yueling, introduced herself as hailing from Qianqi. After offering a few words of encouragement, Tang Songyuan brewed a cup of tea for Ni Dahong. He provided a brief overview of the factory's operations, mentioning, currently, the jadeite materials are primarily being shipped through Uncle Tai. Although I aspire to diversify our channels, however, I have yet to find suitable avenues. Ni Dahong replied, with Uncle Tai's support, you need not worry about that. Rueli has many businesses dealing in finished products, and numerous sales channels are available. You should take the time to observe and seek trustworthy long-term partnerships. After exchanging a few more words and sipping half a cup of tea, Ni Dahong decided it was time to return home. Before departing, he advised Tang Songyuan, be sure to obtain your driver's license promptly. I can't be the one driving you every time. This journey is exhausting. Tang Songyuan repeatedly assured him, yes, I will make it a priority. After Ni Dahong's departure, Li Yangqiu approached Tang Songyuan to report on recent developments. Regarding the batch of materials you retrieved previously, we have processed around 100 pieces. Overall, the quality is decent, with approximately 40% being viable, and the texture and color are commendable. A couple of days ago, he sent someone to collect a batch for 285,000. Tang Songyuan nodded. That is quite satisfactory. Earning such revenue in a week is commendable for a fledgling factory like ours. He continued, additionally, I encountered your cousin Song Jinghua at the public auction. We discussed that he will periodically come to collect our processed materials, so ensure you manage the timing accordingly. Li Yangqiu responded. No problem, but there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Tang Songwen inquired. Go ahead. I'm listening. Li Yangqiu explained. As it stands, we are cutting materials daily. Although there are some that do not meet the grade, there are consistently good pieces being produced. However, old he or my cousin only collect materials every few days. Thus I believe we should invest in a safe. After all, one must be cautious. Tang Songwen contemplated for a moment and nodded. That is a prudent idea. While Wang Bing is here at night to oversee the factory, there is always the possibility of oversight, he called out. Zhang Li, what can I do for you, Mr. Tang? The newly appointed cashier responded promptly. Tang Songyuan instructed, please allocate a sum for Manager Li to purchase a safe one that is larger and of a higher security standard. After spending nearly 2 hours at the factory and observing everything in order, Tang Songyuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Earnings accumulated steadily, without haste or anxiety, is indeed the best approach. As closing time approached, NICC returned with Wei Qing. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan, NICC's eyes sparkled with joy. Oh, our Mr. Tang has returned. In a good mood, Tang Songyuan glanced at Wei Qing and teasingly remarked to NICC, you've been slacking off during work hours. Your bonus for this month is on hold until you prove your worth. Little did he know, NICC's expression changed rapidly, and tears brimmed in her eyes. You heartless one. Not only do you indulge in frivolity outside, but I also have to manage the family business and ensure everyone in the factory is well fed and cared for. And yet, you threaten to withhold my bonus at the slightest disagreement. Chapter 97. A new scene in the fields. Unable to impose penalties elsewhere, it seems the only option is to withhold your bonus. As Tang Songwen silently grumbled, Wei Qing, seeing NICC's pitiful demeanor, quickly interjected, Brother, Sister Cici has truly been working hard these past few days. Please reconsider withholding her bonus. Tang Songwen smirked, exasperated. I was merely joking with her. Please refrain from adding fuel to the fire. Wei Qing, half convinced, asked, Is that true? Tang Songwen replied, Isn't that obvious? Hurry and tidy up. It's time to clock out. Yet NICC was not willing to relent. She deliberately squeezed her eyes, allowing the tears to roll down her cheeks. Her expression was a blend of grievance and longing, and after a moment, she sorrowfully murmured, You may think this is a jest, but every word you utter is like a dagger, piercing deeply into my heart. Stop, stop, stop. Tang Songyun rolled his eyes but quickly interjected, Sister, what would you like for dinner? I will accompany you and cover the expenses. NICC swiftly wiped away her tears and, as if nothing had happened, declared, I heard from Qingqing that you used to cook at home. Tonight, you shall prepare a meal for me. Tang Songwen responded, Sister, you've got it all wrong. I only cooked out of necessity when Qingqing was much younger. I merely aimed to ensure the food was edible. I have never formally learned to cook. NICC huffed, Just cook. I will handle the eating. Why complicate matters with unnecessary words? Let us go. Let's go. It's time to leave work. The three of them exited together, and after traversing 2 blocks, they arrived at the market. They hastily purchased a few ingredients, and upon returning home, Tang Songyuan busied himself with chopping and cooking, fully immersed in his tasks. Meanwhile, NICC and Wei Qing engaged in games in the living room. Sister Cici, help! The enemy jungler is coming for me. Don't panic. Unleash my ruthless charge, followed by a sweeping attack. Haha, impressive. Wow, Sister Cici, you're amazing. Just don't mess with my minion line. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Songwen finally set the table, and the three of them sat down to eat. NICC scooped a mouthful of rice, followed by a piece of meat, chewed a few times, and critiqued, The rice is acceptable, but this shredded meat is lacking. It's both dry and tough, not to mention it gets stuck in my teeth. Tang Songwen retorted, But you said I should just cook, and you would take care of eating. Ah, how dare you scold me? NICC's eyes reddened again. I merely offered my opinion, and yet you. This girl is quite the dramatist. Tang Song rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right, I shall rectify my mistakes next time. Now that's more like it, NICC huffed, straightening her posture and continuing to eat, no longer nitpicking. Throughout the meal, Tang Songyuan refrained from mentioning Dahong's visit to the back mountain of the Compassionate Temple to pay respects at her parents' graves. Nor did NICC press the matter further. The following morning, Tang Songyuan arrived at the factory, where the workers were already hard at work, each seated before their machines cutting the materials he had stockpiled prior to the public auction. "Old Ma, come here for a moment." Ma Tianming turned off his machine and jogged over. A smile plastered on his face as he queried, "Mr. Tang, what can I do for you?" Tang Song chuckled twice. "I called you over for good news. This batch consists of the finest materials I brought back from the Yingjiang public auction. Ensure you cut them well, and there will be a bonus for you." Ma Tianming seemed incredulous, pointing at the jadeite raw stones on the ground. "Mr. Tang, you're not joking, are you? All these top-tier materials are for me alone to cut." Tang Songwen exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, old Ma, do you think my words lack weight?" Ma Tianming chuckled sheepishly, "That is not what I meant." Tang Songwen waved his hand dismissively, "All right, enough chatter. Just get to work. It's fine if you take your time. But make sure to be careful before you make your cuts." Ma Tianming rubbed his hands together, picked up a piece of material from the ground, and studied it intently. He then took a strong flashlight provided by the factory and examined the original stone carefully. Afterward, he approached the water cutting machine, confirmed the position once more, and used a specially designed pencil to draw a line on the stone. Only then did he activate the machine and commence cutting. Water splashed and mud flew as Ma Tianming covered the water cutting machine with a damp rag specifically to prevent splatter. With unwavering focus and steady hands, he maneuvered the material, slicing it little by little. Suddenly, the cacophony of noise ceased, leaving only the sound of the machine idling. The stone had been cut open. It was a treasure. Ma Tianming gently lifted the lid, revealing a small window cut into the material, which gleamed with a lustrous sheen. The outer layer was exceedingly thin, with the misty veil barely discernible, revealing a smooth and delicate base beneath. It was indeed of ice type, truly worthy of the material procured from the public auction. And the first piece was exceptionally promising. The only regret was the absence of color. If only it could exhibit a hint of hue, even a mere floating flower pattern, its value would surely escalate. Ma Tianming thought gleefully, then readjusted the position of the material and resumed cutting. The entire morning was spent in a duel with that piece, and after a lunch break, he toiled for over an hour in the afternoon before completing the peeling process. "Tang Zong, take a look," Ma Tianming exclaimed, presenting the peeled material to Tang Songwen in the office. Tang Songwen raised an eyebrow and received it, pretending to shine the flashlight on it a few times. He remarked, "This side is indeed ice type, but this side is lacking a bit. The quality is still somewhat tender, only possessing a glutinous ice texture. Have Manager Lee store it for now," Ma Tianming cheerfully inquired. "So will we continue cutting today?" Tang Songyuan replied with a stern gaze, "Of course we will cut, and inform Manager Lee that this batch of public auction materials should be temporarily stored. I want to see just how much can be produced." And no sooner had Ma Tianming stepped out than a melodious yet soft and delicate female voice echoed from the entrance of the workshop. "Hello? May I ask if Tang Songwen is here?" Li Yangqiu, always proactive in such matters, approached the door to glance at the visitor, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, Miss Chiu, what a pleasure. Please, come in." Tang Songwen followed suit and was astonished to find that the visitor was actually Chiu Yingxiu, who had come alone today, without any bodyguards or assistants. Tang Songwen, slightly taken aback, greeted her warmly. "Miss Chiu, it's been a while. What a serendipitous encounter. Please, come inside." Chiu Yingxiu raised an eyebrow and began, "I fear Tang Zong may not yet know that the original owner of this factory, Wu Huan, was previously in a partnership with us. I never expected that now it would be Tang Boss who has taken over this mess." Chapter 98. On the brink of collapse, Tang Songyuan responded with an "oh," stepping aside to gesture her in, saying, "Miss Chiu, please have a seat inside. It is inappropriate to loiter at the entrance. Otherwise, people might think that Hex Jade Industry lacks hospitality." Upon entering the shared office of Tang Songwen and Li Yangqiu, Chiu Yingxiu took a seat opposite Tang Songwen. Li Yangqiu transformed into a secretary, serving tea to both, and as he was about to leave, he couldn't help but exchange knowing glances with Tang Songwen. Tang Songyuan feigned ignorance and addressed Chiu Yingxiu. "If I may be so bold, Miss Chiu, is there something you require from your visit today?" Chiu Yingxiu huffed and replied, "You snatched that piece of material I had my eye on during the public auction. I came to see how you cut its that all? Surely, it cannot be so." Tang Songwen chuckled lightly and said, "I apologize, Miss Chiu, but that piece is not currently on our cutting agenda. Besides, given your keen interest in it, why didn't you simply bid more to secure it at the time? As far as I know, the Chiu family possesses considerable strength." Qiu Yingxue found herself momentarily speechless, hesitating before finally admitting at that time. The situation was too urgent. I didn't fully understand it and couldn't muster the resolve. Tang Songwen chuckled again, saying, I doubt it's as simple as that. Qiu Yingxue fixed her gaze on Tang Song, observing his unwavering smile, and deflated like a punctured balloon as she said, Fine, I admit it. I truly wish to see what that piece looks like once cut, to validate my learned stone gambling techniques. Previously, at the Stone Appreciation Conference in Modu, Qiu Yingxue had specialized appraisers assisting her, and later, at Zhou Hongyang's Stone Gambling Intermediary Company, she similarly relied on appraisers for guidance. Tang Songyuan, puzzled, countered, Aren't you usually accompanied by appraisers? Why go through the trouble of learning these things yourself? Relying on others isn't as effective as relying on oneself. Qiu Yingxue pouted and retorted, Do you think everyone can do what you did and study under a master like an I? Tang Songyuan felt even more bewildered and asked, My master took me as a disciple without imposing any harsh conditions. In fact, he was the one who suggested it. Impossible! Qiu Yingxue exclaimed in astonishment. Her mouth agape, Do you not realize that my father personally brought my brother and a generous gift to visit? Yet no matter how much he pleaded, master and I remained unyielding. Wait a minute. Li Yangqiu mentioned that Nai Daihong had once considered taking him as a disciple, but this fellow had declined. Never mind, let's not dwell on that. Tang Song waved his hand, saying, Miss Qiu, regarding that oily material, I currently have no plans to cut it. If one day I decide to do so, I will certainly inform you. How does that sound? Yet Qiu Yingxue pressed, Why the hesitation in cutting it? Is there a reason behind it? Such a stubborn young lady, always so insistent. Tang Songyuan replied evasively, Because our workers are currently overwhelmed with cutting. I hope that satisfies you, Miss Qiu. Qiu Yingxue pondered, casting a glance at the production workshop outside, and remarked, I noticed earlier that your workshop seems to lack workstations for finished products, though you only cut stones, but not produce finished items. Tang Songyuan cleared his throat and replied, We currently have no plans for finished products. Once we expand our scale, we will consider these matters. Qiu Yingxue suggested, Then how about this, Tang boss? You can entrust your future semi-finished products to me, and I will appraise them based on their quality and market prices. Just as we did in our previous cooperation with Wu Huan. Tang Songyuan's eyes brightened, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he remarked, We currently have downstream manufacturers we collaborate with. Are you considering poaching them, Miss Qiu? However, Qiu Yingxue seemed unfazed by his reaction, stating plainly, I know about the fragmented Jade Studio and Master Hitai, but you must understand one thing. The sales channels of physical stores cannot compare to our e-commerce platform. Many physical stores are now seeking us out, requesting our channels to help them reach their markets. Sometimes, they account for more than half of our shipments. The rise of e-commerce has indeed posed a significant challenge to physical stores, leaving the traditional market teetering on the brink in the face of vast internet traffic. Tang Songyuan pursed his lips and sighed, saying, Miss Qiu, I respect you and, from a business standpoint, I would love to have more channels for product distribution. However, to be frank, I cannot agree to your proposed collaboration. Why not? Qiu Yingshue's face displayed a look of confusion. We have professional appraisers who will definitely offer you the most competitive prices based on your factory's finished products. Tang Songyuan shook his head, stating, That's not the reason. Qiu Yingshue's eyes widened, blinking rapidly as she asked, May I know the reason? Tang Songyuan met her gaze with clear eyes, calmly saying, From the moment you entered. Your eagerness to see me cut stones and your desire to acquire my semi-finished products exuded an air of one-sided benevolence, as if you were bestowing a favor, including during the time in Modu. Just because you coveted the stones I cut, does that mean I must sell them to you? Your sales channels may be extensive and impressive, but we also possess excellent sources of goods, which is why I believe this isn't the attitude of a proper collaborator. Qiu Yingxue was left speechless, remaining silent for quite some time, while Tang Songyuan did not interrupt. After about 3 to 4 minutes, Qiu Yingxue finally spoke again. You mentioned that you have excellent sources of goods. Tang Songyuan nodded confidently. Indeed, my master may be in semi-retirement, but I still need to navigate the market. Very well. Qiu Yingxue stood up, slightly bowing to Tang Songyuan. I apologize for my earlier arrogance. You were right. Only a win-win collaboration can sustain a long-term partnership. Can we now discuss potential cooperation? A sincere smile spread across Tang Songyuan's face as he replied. Of course. He then called out to Li Yangqiu, who had been lurking next door. Manager Li, Go fetch the material that old Ma just cut. Chapter 99. A new sales channel. The factory has recently acquired a sizable safe, where the latest cut jade materials are typically stored first. Li Yangqiu acknowledged this and shortly returned with a piece of exquisite jadeite, glistening with a translucent glow. With a smile, he presented the jade to Tang Songyuan and then took a seat beside him. Tang Songyuan picked up the jade, gently examining it before passing it to Qiu Yingxue, saying, "Miss Qiu, please take a look. This is what we cut this morning, freshly brought back from the Yingjiang public auction. A rough stone, and indeed, the first of its kind." Qiu Yingxue quickly discerned the quality of the material, but still picked up a bright flashlight from the table to illuminate the jade. Occasionally, she would perform a light test, scrutinizing the interior of the jade with meticulous care, anxious not to overlook any potential nuances. "Truly, it is good to have the support of a large tree," she mused, observing, "the quality of this material is quite commendable. Ranging from a glutinous ice to an icy type, the craftsmanship is also excellent. I estimate that we could extract 3 complete bangles without any issue. May I inquire about the purchase price?" Tang Songyuan rubbed his nose, responding somewhat evasively, "There are so many materials. I've forgotten the exact price." In reality, the jade had been purchased for 135,000, but Tang Songyuan preferred to keep that information to himself. Qiu Yingxue did not press further, merely adding, "These 2 icy bangles are approximately 350,000 each, while this glutinous ice bangle would be around 100,000. Considering the remaining scraps, I estimate this piece to be worth about 1 million in total. What do you think?" Tang Songyuan also assessed based on his own standards. Lacking color, and without any floating flowers, the material did not hold a competitive price. Had there been even a hint of color, its value could have multiplied several times. If it were fully colored, the price would have to increase tenfold. He nodded slightly, remarking, "Miss Qiu, your market sensitivity remains quite keen. However, your pricing standards do not significantly differ from those of Uncle Tai at Suijiyuan. Why would I abandon a mature partnership to collaborate with you?" In truth, Tang Songyuan hoped to expand his distribution channels. However, as he was currently in a seller's market, he was inclined to seize any advantageous opportunities. At this moment, Li Yangqiu interjected, "There's also Song Jinghua from Desheng Jewelry. He is my cousin, and I used to work there. He'll be coming over soon to discuss collaboration." Qiu Yingxue furrowed her brow slightly, placing the jade piece down and tapping her slender fingers on the table's edge. After a long moment of contemplation, she suddenly smiled brightly, saying, "In my view, with Master and I backing you, the jade produced by your workshop possesses high quality. How about you process all the jade from your factory into finished products, and we assist you in selling them?" This indeed presented a viable route, one that Tang Songyuan had previously contemplated, transitioning from raw stone to processing and then to sale. This would maximize profits. He chuckled softly, replying, "However, we have yet to recruit experienced jade designers and carvers." Qiu Yingxue laughed heartily. "This is Rueli, where designers are abundant and skilled carvers are plentiful. In fact, current jade designs, apart from bangles such as carved items like pendants, follow fixed templates, posing little difficulty. If you are in urgent need, I can arrange a few for you without issue." Tang Songyuan fell into deep thought, considering the feasibility of this proposition. After a moment, he asked, "To be candid, Miss Qiu, your suggestion intrigues me, but I would like to know how long it typically takes to sell such quality icy bangles in your market. Also, ISNT, your company based in the Magic City. Do you have a branch in Rueli as well?" With a smile, Qiu Yingxue shook her head but continued, "Mr. Tang, you seem not to know enough about the jade industry. Our Qiu family headquarters is in the Magic City, with 8 stores there, but we also have a branch in Rueli, where most design and processing work is conducted. However, our main focus has shifted to online sales, which is a new avenue many jade practitioners are eager to penetrate. Items of the quality you have here can typically be sold within 3 days to a week, and never exceeding half a month." Tang Songyuan stroked his chin thoughtfully and then asked, "You mentioned that many people seek your assistance in sales. What commission do you charge for helping them sell finished products?" Qiu Yingxue smiled slightly. "Building our e-commerce platform is not without costs, often comparable to physical stores. For instance, some prominent streamers can earn over 5 million in commissions monthly. Sometimes we even need to invest in promoting the live streams. So we generally take a commission of 5 to 8%. Additionally, I must mention that the e-commerce platform also deducts a 5% commission. Regardless of the platform, the commission is deducted upon the completion of a transaction." which is unavoidable. As Tang Song-yuan began calculating the potential profits and losses involved, he noted that for the jade piece in question, whether from Qiuhua or Hitai, a direct purchase of semi-finished products would be approximately 1 million. However, an icy bangle could fetch a purchase price of 350,000 yet sell for around 500,000, totaling 1 million for two. Once all materials were processed, they could potentially sell for 1.8 million, with time and processing costs being negligible. A 5% platform commission and a 5 to 8% cut were acceptable. Having arrived at a conclusion, he stated, "I find your proposal agreeable. If Miss Chiu could offer us the lowest commission rate, I believe we can reach an agreement." Chiu Yingxue maintained her smile, stating, "The minimum I can offer is 5%. Any lower, and I would be unable to proceed. If Mr. Tang finds this acceptable, we can sign the contract tomorrow." Tang Song-yuan rose, extending his hand, then here's to a fruitful collaboration, to a successful partnership. Chiu Yingxue reciprocated the handshake, her smile radiant as she added, "May I now take a look at that uncut material?" Chapter 100. Soulmates. After much deliberation, the conversation circled back to the uncut. It seemed she was genuinely interested in the cutting prospects of that jade. Tang Song-yuan considered for a moment and said, "It is quite late today. Our workers are exhausted. How about this, Miss Chiu? Please return tomorrow morning and I will arrange for the workers to cut it then. What do you think?" It wasn't that Tang Song doubted Chiu Yingshue's sincerity in collaboration. He had once been a worker himself and understood that few workers favored overtime. Even with overtime pay, it was best not to encroach on their rest time. This was a principle he had set for himself in his own way. Chiu Yingxue paused for a moment, then smiled brightly, "That works, I'll bring the contract tomorrow, but Mr. Tang, please don't wander off topic." Tang Song-yuan assured her, "That is out of the question. A man's word is his bond. What's meant to be cut will be cut, regardless of timing." After Chiu Yingxue departed, Li Yangqiu remarked, watching her retreating figure, "That girl is truly impressive. What a pity." Tang Song-yuan retorted, "What a pity indeed. Aren't you already seeing someone? Be careful. Should I encounter your Huang Jie next time, I'll say you were drooling over other beauties." Li Yangqiu's eyes widened, his lips trembling. "How could you unjustly sully my reputation? When did I ever drool?" Tang Song-yuan chuckled twice. "But you just said she was remarkable, and you lamented the situation." Li Yangqiu countered, "You brooding man, what's wrong with my words? This is merely an appreciation of beauty. A gentleman can admire without lust. TOC is to possess." Tang Song-yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, then chided, "Enough of your nonsense. Let us discuss the expansion plans. Do you know any jade designers or carvers?" Li Yangqiu understood his intent. "I do know a few, but they all have stable jobs, making it difficult to poach them." Tang Song-yuan nodded, "Then how about this? Tomorrow, you and my senior sister can visit the talent market to see if there are any suitable candidates to recruit. As for how many, you'll need to base that on our production capacity, understood?" Li Yangqiu replied, "Sure. If it proves too challenging, I can borrow a few from Chiu Yingxue." That was her offer. The following morning, Chiu Yingxue indeed arrived at Tang Song-yuan's Hushi Jade Industry, accompanied by a lawyer. Li Yangqiu had gone to the talent market, leaving Tang Song-yuan to personally attend to her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the opposing lawyer retrieved 2 copies of the contract from his briefcase. Tang Song-yuan, unreserved, picked one up to examine it. The terms of the contract were not extensive, summarizing into 3 key points. First, the jadeite products produced by Tang Song-yuan would be periodically delivered to Chiu Yingshue's Wanxiang Jadeite Company, Ltd. For sale. Secondly, the responsibilities and obligations of both parties, as well as commission and payment methods, were delineated. Thirdly, an additional condition proposed by Chiu Yingxue stipulated that Tang Song-yuan should endeavor to meet the occasional private custom material requests from Chiu Yingshue's side, with costs paid at market prices. In this regard, Chiu Yingxue explained, "Our clientele is quite broad, and we inevitably receive various private custom requests. Most of the time, we can accommodate them. However, sometimes, quality raw materials are not readily available." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Song-yuan signed both contracts and remarked, "I can only say we will do our best. If it is available, it is, but if not, there is little we can do. For instance, if a client requires imperial green jadeite, then even if you were to kill me, there is nothing I could do. This is something you know is often elusive. It sounds like you are merely stating the obvious." Chiu Yingxue shot him a glance and signed her name on the contract as well, a pleasant collaboration. The two shook hands, signaling the formal establishment of their partnership. Chiao Shue then dismissed her lawyer, and Tang Sungwon tucked away his copy of the contract. He subsequently led Chiao Shue into the workshop to retrieve a piece of, "This is it. Miss Chiao, would you like to take another look? If not, we are ready to cut it now." Chiao Shue blinked, gazing at Tang Sungwon, and inquired, "Could you first share why you were so resolute at that moment, willing to go to great lengths to pressure my price to secure this piece? What exactly is so special about this material that justifies your expenditure of 1.22 million? A half-smile appeared on Tang Sungwon's face as he responded, "You are not thinking of pilfering my techniques, are you?" Unlike previous occasions where she had an appraiser by her side during stone gambling, this time, she was alone at the Yingjiang public auction. Chiao Shue replied candidly, "Indeed, but if it involves any secrets of your trade, feel free to keep them to yourself." "You hit the nail on the head," Tang Sungwon chuckled. "These are trade secrets indeed. My master has not given permission for me to divulge them. Very well. I will grant you half an hour to study it further, Miss Chiao. After that, we shall commence the cutting." Chiao Shue nodded silently, squatting down to examine the piece. Half an hour later, Ma Tianming and Wang Bing collaborated to place the material into the wire-cutting machine, securing it before closing the lid and activating the machine. During the waiting period, Tang Songyuan and Chiao Yue returned to his office for tea and casual conversation. "As far as I know, it seems that you haven't been in the stone gambling business for long, Mr. Tang," Chiao Shue casually remarked while sipping her tea, regardless of whether she was being indifferent or had ulterior motives. Tang Songyuan replied with a smile, "Indeed, it hasn't been long, at most 2 or 3 months. However, my master has stated that gambling on stones requires not only rich experience but also talent and luck. Especially luck. It is of utmost importance." Chiao Shue chuckled lightly and said, "It is hard to imagine that someone like Master and I would emphasize luck as a priority." Tang Sungwon, with a serious demeanor, responded, "There is nothing difficult to imagine about it. You see, in many stone gambling venues, such as the Dalong night market or the early markets in Jiegao, even at the Yingjiang public auction, the term to form a bond is used to represent transactions. Instead of directly saying sell, they say to form a bond. This implies that choosing jadeite is akin to finding a partner, needing to discover one's soul made among countless rough materials. Forming a bond signifies that this piece of jadeite has found its rightful owner. Hence luck becomes the most significant element in stone gambling. Chapter 101. The lustrous black Chiao Shue raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You are correct. In our e-commerce platform's live broadcasts,